Chapter 1051, Needy Stella. MMFF. Stella's muffled cries echoed through the sunlit room, her voice desperate and trembling as she buried her face deep in the pillow, body writhing beneath Ether's relentless thrusts, her silver hair fanned out wild and beautiful, a shimmering mess against the tangled sheets. She couldn't bear to look at him, her cheeks burned, her eyes teared up, her lips wet and parted in helpless, shuddering moans as his cock pistoned inside her, thick and throbbing, stretching her so perfectly that her body had long since surrendered. Ether grinned as he watched her, his expression equal parts amused, hungry, and utterly enchanted by the raw need he saw in her. He never got tired of it, the way her back arched, the way her ass quivered each time he slammed into her, the way her breasts bounced and swayed, nipples flushed, swollen, aching for more attention, every time he bottomed out, her pussy clenched down on him, milking, sucking, spasming with wild, greedy need. Even in this new, delicate Stella form, her cunt was as desperate and ravenous as ever, he swore. Sometimes it felt even tighter, hungrier, wetter, like her whole body was built just to squeeze every last drop from him. Better than Sarah, and yeah, she was not a virgin at all. Just because she transformed Stella, that doesn't mean she reverted the time, just her appearance changed. That's all. He let one hand drift to her bouncing tits, grabbing a handful, squeezing and kneading the soft flesh before tweaking her stiff nipple, pinching it just hard enough to make her gasp. However, for some reason, he felt this pussy was little more hungry as she came many times just pounding her pussy. Ether wasn't sure whether because she was being Stella or something else. "Come on, let me see your face," he whispered, his voice rough and wicked as his thumb rolled her nipple, drawing more of those sweet, broken moans from her. Stella's whole body jolted, her pussy fluttered, a spray of nectar splashing hot around his cock as he pounded into her, faster, deeper. Claiming every inch. MMFFF, she cried, burying herself further into the pillow as her orgasm built, her thighs shaking uncontrollably. Her legs splayed open, one knee pressed high to her chest, the other quivering helplessly as Ether adjusted his grip, pushing her open, driving even deeper, her hips lifted with each thrust, ass jiggling, pussy swallowing him so greedily it almost hurt. Unable to resist, Ether bent down and took her toe into his mouth, sucking it softly as his hand kneaded her breast, tongue swirling over the delicate arch of her foot. Stella's head shot up from the pillow, her eyes glazed with pleasure, face flushed a deep, sinful red, drool dripping from her parted lips. Ether, she sobbed, shivering at the electric jolt that raced up her body from his tongue on her foot to his cock pulsing inside her. He watched her, eyes hot, dark with hunger. "You feel that? How deep I am. How I fill you, stretch you, ruin you," he growled, thrusting slow and hard, making her whole body shake with each movement. Stella whimpered, her breath ragged, her voice barely a whisper as her fingers clung to the bedsheets, knuckles white. Her entire body was flushed, breasts heaving, nipples glistening with his spit, thighs slick with her own messy arousal. She tried to hide again, but Ether only laughed, grinding into her harder, his cock thick and rigid, hitting deep, making her see stars. Her pussy spasmed, leaking more slick honey, soaking his length. Her inside squeezed him with such intensity he nearly lost control, feeling her flutter and clamp down, ready to break again. She was so wet he could feel every little tremble, every desperate quiver. He kept teasing her clit with his thumb, rubbing furious circles, licking her toe in time with his thrusts. Stella could hardly breathe, lungs burning, pillow muffling her cries until she finally couldn't take it. She pushed it aside, gasping for air. She screamed, her body convulsing violently as she came, pussy squirting, hot nectar splattering over his cock. Down her thighs, soaking the bed beneath them. Ether froze, awestruck, feeling her squeeze him so tight he could barely move. "Fuck. Stella," he groaned, watching her fall apart, her face contorted in raw, broken bliss. He pulled out just enough to watch her pussy spasm, lips flushed, swollen, dripping with her release, staining the sheets with a messy, glistening puddle. Damn. That's a lot, Ether thought, his cock twitching as he compared it to the wildest orgasms Sarah had ever given him. Stella was absolutely ruined, her body a trembling, beautiful mess, eyes half-lidded, mouth slack with aftershocks. she lay boneless, hair splayed out, skin flushed everywhere, still shivering as her climax left her weak. Her breasts rose and fell quickly, nipples hard and aching, thighs twitching with aftershocks. She looked utterly debauched, and yet, impossibly cute. "Kiss," she whimpered, voice barely there, reaching up for him with shaking hands. Ether couldn't help but smile, heart thumping at her vulnerability. He leaned in, capturing her lips in a deep, slow kiss, hungry, possessive, tasting her need and her surrender. She clung to him desperately, arms wrapping around his neck, legs drawing him closer, grinding her messy cunt against his cock. More, she whispered against his mouth, her words trembling with need and naked desire, her hips moving wantonly. Ether pulled back, grinning with wicked satisfaction. And looked down at his cock, still hard, glistening with her juices, throbbing painfully. "You're enjoying this, huh? But what about me?" he teased, voice thick, as he tapped his heavy cock against her slick pussy, making her shudder. Stella's eyes widened as she glanced down, blushing furiously at the sight of his proud, leaking cock, still begging for release. "Why you can," she started, but the words stuck in her throat, breath coming in desperate pants. Ether rolled onto his back, spreading his arms behind his head, cock standing tall and ready. "Ride me," he said, eyes glittering, voice low and playful. Huh. Stella blinked, dazed, lips parted, unsure if she heard him right. He gave her a lazy, teasing smile, his cock twitching, pre-cum glistening at the tip. "Come on, pretty Stella. Haven't I worked hard enough? I want to see you ride me, show me how much you want it. Can you do that for me?" He looked up at her with a playful, puppy dog pout that somehow made her even wetter. Stella gulped, her throat dry and tight, nerves sparking all the way down to her trembling core. She knew he'd been the one working for her pleasure. But still, mounting him like this, riding him, felt so sinful, so exposed, especially under that hungry, devouring gaze of his. "If I were Sarah, I'd be shameless. I'd ride him without a second thought," the thought flashed through her mind. But she forced herself to breathe, to move, her body hot and aching with want. Blushing furiously, she straddled his hips, shyly meeting his eyes only for a heartbeat before looking away. Her hand trembled as she reached down, guiding his cock to her slick entrance. It throbbed, hard and heavy, leaking against her swollen folds. She hesitated, then slowly, achingly slowly, sank down, inch by thick, stretching inch. She let out a breathy moan, head tilting back, silver hair tumbling over her shoulders as she felt every ridge and vein slide inside. The stretch, the pressure, the overwhelming fullness, she could remember every time, every sensation, just from the way his cock claimed her now. When she finally took him all the way in, her pussy swallowing every last inch, she jerked and gasped, body shaking with the effort to keep herself together. She was panting, flushed and glistening with sweat, her thighs trembling on either side of him. Ether's hand slid up her waist, rough but gentle, his thumbs stroking soft circles on her hips. He reached up and cupped her blushing cheek, his eyes softer than she expected as he whispered, "You're doing so good, Stella." Those simple words made her chest ache. Was it pride, or, just overwhelming, needy lust? Maybe both. With a shy smile, she started to move, slowly lifting herself, feeling his cock slide almost all the way out before she slammed her hips down. Impaling herself again with a needy gasp. Her hands braced on his firm stomach, feeling the heat of his skin and the muscles tensing beneath her touch. She used his body as leverage, lifting and dropping herself, her pussy clenching, milking, flooding him with slippery wet heat. She got into a steady rhythm, each bounce sending her tits bouncing, her nipples glistening, her whole body trembling with effort and hunger. Ether watched, utterly captivated by the way she moved, the way her face flushed deeper with every slam of her hips, the way her hair clung to her sweaty neck, the way her pussy hugged his cock so tight it almost hurt. His hands wandered up, fingers pinching and teasing her nipples. Rolling the stiff peaks, drawing more desperate moans from her lips, she whimpered as he slid a thumb down, rubbing slow, teasing circles over her swollen clit, never letting her settle, always pushing her closer, making her hips twitch, her movements break down with helpless need. And no, Ether. She gasped, her legs starting to give out as her orgasm threatened to crash over her again. Her arms wobbled, hands slipping against his slick stomach until she collapsed forward, pressing her trembling body flush to his chest. Ether caught her, holding her tight as she buried her face in his neck, panting, trembling, hips still rolling as she tried to keep riding him, even as her body begged for mercy. Kiss me," she breathed, her lips brushing his ear, voice weak and hungry. He obliged, capturing her mouth in a deep, desperate kiss, tongues tangling, breath mingling, tasting her need, her surrender, her sweet, exhausted desire. He grabbed her ass with both hands, spreading her wide, fondling her soft flesh as he rocked her against his cock, making her moan into his mouth. HNNM. Ether couldn't hold back anymore. He bucked his hips up, thrusting into her from below, matching her desperate pace. Stella's moans grew wild, shameless, broken, as she clung to him, moving her hips, grinding, milking him for everything he had. Ether. See, come with me, please, she begged, hugging him tight, her pussy fluttering, clenching, sucking him in, desperate for him to let go with her. He grinned, voice dark and hoarse. You want it? Want me to fill you up, mark you, make you mine? She nodded frantically, biting his shoulder, lost in the heat, the rush, the messy, hungry need. Ether slammed up into her one last time, hard and deep, hilting himself inside her spasming pussy as he exploded, cock throbbing, spurting, pumping thick, hot cum deep inside her womb. HMFFFFF. He sealed her lips with his own, swallowing her cries as they both shattered, trembling, spilling everything out in wild, ecstatic release. Stella's pussy convulsed around him, milking him for every last drop, her own juices spilling out, soaking them both. They lay there, tangled, trembling, breathless. Sweat slicked their skin, his cock still twitching inside her, her pussy clenching around him even after, greedy for more. As the aftershocks faded, Stella lifted her head, eyes shining with exhaustion and need, her face flushed, lips swollen, body still trembling. Ether, she whimpered, nuzzling his cheek, kissing him softly, her hips rocking unconsciously, as if she couldn't bear to let him go. Ether smirked, voice low and teasing. Someone's being needy. He gave her ass a firm squeeze, grinding his hips up just enough to make her whimper, her pussy fluttering around his still hard cock. Her whole body shivering, wanting, begging for more. Ether. Please. Deeper. You want more, darling, more, I want more. Don't stop, Stella. Ride me, just like that. Yeah. Fuck, yes, kiss me. Please, kiss me again, Ether. Fill me, look at you. All red and needy, so messy for me, I can't. I'm gonna come again, come for me, Stella. Ether, hug me, hold me tighter. Fuck. Your pussy's clenching so much. Can't last, more, Ether, kiss me, I love you, I love you, I love you. Chapter 1052, That's One Hell of a Welcome. While Ether was busy teasing Stella, who was acting all needy and shy, he just couldn't help himself from taking it even further. Her reactions were too cute, too tempting. Meanwhile, far away, near the teleportation station of the Aurora Empire, step, Finian, with heavy, dragging steps, walked slowly toward the entrance, looking like a man heading to his own execution. His eyes were half-lidded, his shoulders drooped, and his breath was shaky. Today, he was finally ready to leave this empire once and for all. The people working there paused in their tasks, almost holding their breath. Their eyes silently followed him as he raised his foot to step on the first stair leading to the portal when. Turn, not again, the people groaned in unison, their faces full of frustration, watching Finian dramatically stop, pivot around, and once again walk back exactly 20 steps before pausing. Again, yes. He had been doing this since last night. Literally. All night, yup. Ever since he left the Archpriestess, he came straight here and had been circling back and forth like a heartbroken ghost, hoping, quietly praying in some corner of his heart that the Archpriestess would come and stop him. but now it was morning, the sky had brightened. People were starting their day, and Finian. He still hadn't left. His heart was crawling toward the point of no return, and his legs trembled just from standing too long. Would she really not come, he wondered, his heart aching. He had waited for hours, hoping she would appear, just once, just for a moment, and say it wasn't his fault, that all he had done was protect the ones he loved from a dangerous man, that she still loved him, Archpriestess. Finian whispered under his breath, eyes slowly lifting toward the direction of the main temple, his face filled with longing, desperation, and a flickering hope. His gaze then dropped to the path beneath his feet. Maybe she'd appear right there, running toward him, arms open, but no one came. Finian's lips trembled. His whole chest felt tight. Sir, if you're not leaving, please clear the area. People are starting to gather, one of the workers said, irritation lacing their voice. Since Finian was an apostle, and also frustratingly handsome, the entire crowd had paused to stare at him. Those who were supposed to leave, or even those entering through the teleportation gate, all stood frozen in place, gawking at him like a celebrity in slow motion. At night, it was fine. Barely anyone came through then, but now. It was peak hour, and this sad, beautiful man was holding up the entire line. Of course, even being an apostle didn't mean you could block the way and mess around without consequences. The workers were getting visibly annoyed, especially knowing if the archpriestess found out they were letting him stall here for hours. They'd be the ones in trouble. Finian glared instinctively at the worker, who stepped back in fear. But then Finian blinked, surprised at his own reaction. "I'm sorry," he muttered in a low voice. His eyes dropped. He turned to the softly shimmering portal and bit his lip. I need to go, to the Zephyr Empire." His voice cracked as he shook his head, clearly confused and conflicted. Then he finally moved, stepping onto the stairs with slow, dragging feet. The workers' lips twitched watching the ridiculous scene, but they kept silent. Finian moved forward. Slowly. Like, really slowly, 1 frame per second, maybe even slower. It was painful to watch. Honestly, if Ether had seen him like this, even he would be shocked by how seriously Finian committed to being dramatic, and yet. No matter how slow he moved, how long he waited. No one came. With that painful realization digging into his chest, he took the final step into the portal. Or at least he thought he did. Wait, his entire body jerked. His eyes widened, filling with sudden tears, and his lips quivered into a hopeful smile. That voice, could it be, Archpriestess? He shouted, spinning around like a man reborn. But it was just some random woman yelling at her husband to hurry up. Even though she was the one who came late, anyway. Finian stood frozen. His eyes, full of love and hope a moment ago, now flooded with silent heartbreak. Closing his trembling eyes, a couple was hugging. Kissing. Laughing, not him, not her. Finian nearly collapsed right there. His lips trembled harder. Why, mother? One of the onlookers, a grumpy father clearly annoyed that his young daughter was staring dreamily at the dramatic apostle, had finally had enough. Just go already. Sir, the man grunted and shoved Finian from behind. Thud, Finian tripped forward as the portal shimmered and swallowed him whole. Teleportation station, Baryony's Zephyr Empire. The portal rippled like a soft curtain in the wind, then suddenly exploded with a loud pop as if burping out emotional baggage in the shape of a golden-haired man. Thud. Spin. Crash. Finian didn't just step out, he was ejected, flying out like a clumsy missile. Gaia-ha, he screamed mid-air, arms flailing, legs kicking, clothes flapping as he somersaulted. For a second, it looked like he might land flat on the ground, but fate had a crueler plan. Smack. Instead, he crash-landed on something, or rather, someone. Eek, a soft, warm body yelped under him as they both tumbled into a heap. Her limbs flailed as the two of them rolled once. Twice. Before finally stopping in a tangled, awkward, and deeply compromising position. Finian groaned, dizzy, his face buried somewhere warm. Way too warm, huh? What is this? He shifted his fingers slightly, trying to push himself up, only to pause. Soft, so soft. He blinked, realizing his hand was gripping something round, delicate. Squishy. But snugly held. His whole body stiffened, his palm twitched. Wait. His eyes opened slowly, and before he even focused his vision, he could feel the blood rushing to his ears. His heart raced. Then he saw her, a yellowish twin-tailed haired girl, eyes wide and trembling, face flushed an explosive red. She stared at him like he was some kind of demon who had just cursed her entire bloodline. Finian blinked. His gaze slowly dropped to his palm, his entire soul screamed, cupping her boob like a prized fruit. Bo. Finian's face exploded red as he realized he was holding her boob. He panicked. His fingers twitched. He tried to pull his hand back. Slap, her palm smacked across his face with a sound so crisp it echoed through the station. Pervert. Finian's body jerked sideways, stunned, eyes spinning. The workers nearby flinched at the impact. One of them muttered under his breath, "That's one hell of a welcome." Meanwhile, in the same Zephyr Empire, the Sovereign Arcanum Academy, once a proud symbol of magical excellence, now lay in ruins. The proud buildings that once pierced the skies stood shattered and broken, the ground littered with debris. Teams of workers moved tirelessly to clear the wreckage, piece by piece. Even though the Chosen had already helped with the heavy lifting, the sheer volume of destruction, from the academy itself to the metallic towers and surrounding strong metallic buildings, was overwhelming. Couldn't the principal just use her powers to clean all this up? Yes. It was possible. More than that, it would be efficient. However, the academy still possessed valuable materials, equipment, enchanted tools, and even rare books, many of which had survived, tucked safely beneath the rubble. If she used pure magical force, there was a risk of destroying what remained. Cost efficiency mattered, rather than wasting millions of zenith repairing or replacing delicate items. She chose a more measured approach, hiring people to assist with the clearing for only a few thousand zenith. Slow, yes, but the most sensible option left. Under the shattered remains of the academy, the origin pillars. "How's the situation down there?" the principal asked, her voice stern as she stepped inside the hidden underground chamber. Delphine turned toward her, her face serious and slightly pale. "Principal, it's getting harder to keep them restrained," she muttered, eyes locked onto the once buried origin pillars that now slowly pushed their way up from the ground. Their bases were tangled in thick, black mother roots, pulsing faintly like veins under skin. A strange, deep hum lingered in the air. Delphine and a handful of representative professors stood at intervals around the space, channeling power together to maintain the barrier they had created. The principal's eyes narrowed. The origin pillars were encased in multiple magical domes, layer upon layer of barriers, each stretched tight and straining from the pressure of the rising stone columns. "Why don't we just let them surface?" one professor asked, panting and clearly exhausted. Sweat dripped from his brow as his knees wobbled slightly. "Holding them back for days like this. It's too much. Maybe it's not wise to resist them." The principal shook her head. "Don't forget," she said firmly. "The world knows only of the arcane, not the mother. If word of this gets out, it could cause panic, chaos, and worse. And these stones," she gestured to the ancient pillars pushing up from below, "they're meant to remain underground and hidden from dangerous eyes, not rise above and announce itself." She sighed, rubbing her temples. "Just hold on a little longer. I've already started constructing a containment structure above this sector. Once it's built, we'll have a secure way to isolate them." The exhausted professors groaned in unison. Even Delphine, who normally stayed composed, let out a weary breath. Her arms trembled slightly from channeling energy for too long. She muttered under her breath, "I miss my hubby." The principal didn't respond but gave her a sidelong glance of sympathy. Her eyes turned back to the origin pillars. They were rising, but not in a wild, chaotic spin like the ebon stones. No, this was just lifting, almost like they were being summoned. But why? There were no records of this happening before. Is this a good sign? She wondered, her lips tightening. Was it awakening, or was it a warning? Chapter 1053, just Ether and Sarah came. back to the teleportation station. Are you alright? Finian asked in a soft, shaky voice, his eyes full of worry as he stepped toward Vesperine. She was crouched down, sitting at the corner of the teleportation station's stairway, hugging herself tightly. Her posture was guarded, trembling faintly, like someone who had just been violated or touched in the worst way, her head slowly turned toward him. Her eyes were glistening with unshed tears, her cheeks flushed in a deep beet-red hue. The way she looked at him, full of hurt and rage, made his heart skip a beat. All right, she growled through trembling lips. After touching me, there, in PP public. Her voice cracked with a mix of humiliation and fury. Her glare could have melted stone. Finian's face dropped with guilt, and he took a nervous step back as he bowed his head slightly. Please believe me, he stammered, his voice trembling as much as his body. I really didn't mean to fall on you, it just happened. I swear. I would never, ever do anything like that to a woman. I'm not that kind of guy. Please, I'm begging you, he sounded desperate, ashamed, every word laced with earnestness. His shoulders shook slightly as he stared at the ground, unable to meet her gaze. The thought of rumors spreading about him molesting someone the moment he stepped out of the Empire, it made his chest tighten painfully. If this scandal reached the Archpriestess, the remaining hope would be crushed, and she might never summon him again. As she watched him tremble, something inside Vesperine shifted. Her eyes narrowed and locked onto something above his head, something only she could see. A small, glowing heart symbol floated there, just above Finian, displaying a clear message, growing heart 0%. Her rage softened, just a little. A few seconds passed before her expression finally eased. Her arms slowly unwrapped from around her knees as she spoke in a quieter, calmer voice. Fine. I believe in you. Finian's knees nearly gave out from relief. His whole body slumped slightly as if a mountain had lifted off his shoulders. He exhaled long and deep, his hand briefly covering his mouth as his cheeks flushed again. However, his eyes widened. He tensed again like a deer caught in a snare as she leaned toward him, her tone suddenly shifting into something playful. Almost smug. I haven't eaten anything since morning, skipped all my other plans thanks to you. Her eyes gleamed with teasing delight. So, you're buying me something? Finian blinked dumbly at her demand, caught off guard by how quickly her attitude flipped. But then he nodded, cheeks still pink, unable to argue. Soon, they left the teleportation station and wandered into a nearby restaurant. It was a quiet, cozy place, shielded by decorative plants and corner curtains. Vesperine picked the most secluded spot, tucking herself into a booth where no one could easily see them. She crossed one leg over the other with practiced elegance and began ordering, her appetite surprisingly grand. Finian hesitated near the edge of the seat before slowly sitting down across from her, awkwardly fidgeting with his sleeves. His gaze kept sneaking toward the menu, but he said nothing. I have enough money, right? He wondered as he peeked into his small leather pouch. There was enough for now, but even if there wasn't, he wouldn't abandon her like others might have. No. He'd take responsibility for what happened, even if that meant scrubbing every damn dish in the kitchen. Vesperine tilted her head and gave him a curious look. You're not ordering anything? Finian waved a hand quickly, smiling shyly. Nah. I'm fine with just water, he muttered as he picked up the glass and took a nervous sip. She frowned, watching him over the rim of her glass. Then, without a word, she turned toward the waiter and coolly added a few more dishes to the order. Puff. Finian nearly spat out the water as he coughed violently, choking mid-sip. His eyes watered as he struggled to recover. What are you doing? Vesperine blinked innocently, her voice laced with a sly undertone. The waiter came over quickly with a towel, concern on his face. Finian thanked him awkwardly, dabbing his lips and wiping the spill off the table. I really don't need food, he insisted, barely looking at Vesperine now as embarrassment crawled up his neck. She leaned her cheek into her palm, watching him closely. But you look really hungry though, she said softly, a teasing glint in her eyes. I am no grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr gripped his lap under the table, and his head sank forward in shame. His cheeks now matched the color of Vesperine's earlier rage, burning bright red. He hadn't eaten anything since the archpriestess's rejection. His pride just wouldn't let him. Vesperine's lips curled into a slow, knowing smirk. Even if you are the chosen one. You really do act like a child sometimes, you know. Finian raised a hand weakly. Please, don't say that, he muttered, voice barely audible, eyes locked on the table. She chuckled softly and didn't push further. The atmosphere settled into a gentle silence between them, not awkward, just calm. She let her gaze linger on him, watching the way his lashes fluttered, the nervous way he held his glass, the subtle rise and fall of his breath. Then, leaning slightly forward, her voice dipped into something smoother, curious, intimate. Tell me, why did you fall into the portal? Did something happen? She asked, her expression unreadable but her tone laced with gentle interest. Finian flinched subtly, his lips tightening. He shook his head after a moment of pause. He couldn't possibly share that with her. She was still an outsider, no matter how kind she acted now. Vesperine noticed. Her smile faded, just a little, and a hum vibrated softly in her throat. She shifted under the table, and then, her toe, bare and warm, lightly brushed against his ankle. A barely there touch. Finian jolted, eyes shooting wide as he instinctively pulled his leg back, knocking lightly against the booth's edge. He gave her a shocked, panicked look. She just smirked, amused and sly, as she stirred her drink with the tip of her straw. Her gaze never left his face. Looks like we've got a shy one here. He's really cute. I'd love to see his face when he gets fucked senseless, she purred in her mind, her expression sly and amused, but outwardly, she shifted her face into a soft, innocent mask, feigning gentle concern. She leaned slightly toward him, her tone tender. You look really worried. Are you sure you're all right? Finian flinched visibly, almost startled by how perceptive she sounded. I am fine. Why are you asking me that? Was it showing on my face? Vesperine tilted her head slowly, a thoughtful look crossing her features. Nah. It's not your face exactly, it's something else. She rested her elbow on the table, fingers tracing lazy circles. Even though you're smiling, it just feels like something inside you is breaking, like you're forcing yourself. Finian blinked in surprise, his heart skipping a beat at how accurately she described it. His lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Then, slowly, he lowered his head, his breath catching in his throat. Oh, seeing that reaction, Vesperine knew she hit the right spot. Without hesitation, she rose from her seat and moved around the table, sliding in beside him, not too close, just barely brushing his shoulder with hers, leaving just enough heat between their bodies to tease. Her voice softened, warm and almost motherly. Are you really all right? He trembled, biting his lip, his shoulders starting to shake. It was as if her voice alone cracked something open inside him. He looked like a person barely holding on, fragile and exhausted, the kind of pain someone locks deep inside, until just one gentle question shatters everything. Vesperine leaned closer, letting her fingers lightly graze the back of his hand, warm and steady. You can tell me. I'm here. I'll listen. I'll help you. I. Finian tried to speak, but his voice was tight, stuck behind emotion. His lip trembled harder as he turned toward her. Her face, so close now, carried a kindness that stunned him. A smile so soft, so nurturing. Like the ones he had never received from his own family, it was like standing before a goddess cloaked in comfort. Vesperine gave him a small, gentle smile, weak but warm. Whatever it is, you did your best, Finn, and that was it. Wow wah wah. The dam finally burst. Finian cried like a lost child. No longer able to hold back the pain that had been festering deep inside. He collapsed into the arms of a girl who, for all intents and purposes, was still a stranger, yet somehow, with a single moment of warmth, had reached deeper than anyone else ever had. Vesperine's smile softened into something more genuine as she cradled his head against her chest, her fingers gently threading through his hair. She didn't rush him. She didn't ask questions, she just held him, her eyes flicked up and narrowed playfully at the little heart symbol above his head. 1%, back to the Aurora Empire. Ether was still grinding deep inside, his cock buried to the hilt in Sarah, her body transformed mid-act. Unable to keep up as fragile Stella, now, in her true form, Sarah arched her back, as high in the air, gripping the edge of the bed so hard her knuckles turned white. Faster please faster. Sarah cried, voice breaking with each thrust, her body shaking, thighs trembling as Ether's cock pounded her pussy mercilessly. You want it faster? Ha! You're so fucking greedy, Ether groaned, feeling her tight, wet heat wringing him out, the walls of her pussy rippling around his shaft. He moved faster, hips slamming, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoing in the room, sweat dripped down his back, his hands gripping her waist before sliding under her arms, lifting her up. Suddenly slid his arms beneath her shoulders, palms hooking under her armpits. With a rough, possessive pull, he lifted her upright, her back pressed flush against his chest, her gasping mouth just below his jaw. Sarah's legs instinctively curled back, knees bending and feet locking behind his hips. She was now straddling him, open and exposed, her thighs trembling around his waist. The new angle let him thrust up from below, cock pressing even deeper, grinding right against that sensitive spot inside her. She felt completely on display, her breasts bouncing against his chest, nipples hard, her head tipped back against his shoulder. Each time he slammed up into her, her whole body jolted. Breasts jiggling, skin sticking to his with sweat, Ether's mouth was right at her ear. He nipped at her lobe, breath hot and wild as he whispered, "Look at you, so open, so needy. You love this, don't you?" He let one hand slide down, cupping her breast, thumb flicking her nipple, making her whimper. The other hand snaked between her legs, rubbing her clit in frantic circles, the slick sound of her arousal filling the room. Sarah blushed furiously, her body trembling, every nerve set alight by how utterly vulnerable and full she felt. She could see herself in the nearby mirror, her flushed, open-mouthed face, her body impaled on his cock, her thighs splayed, every trembling messy inch of her on full display. Why yes. Yes, ah-ha, she sobbed, clinging to his arms, her body jerking with each stroke as he hammered into her. He fucked her harder, the bed rocking, her body pinned helplessly in his arms, legs shaking as his cock pistoned up, wet and messy, every thrust drawing out another gush of hot, slippery nectar. The base of his cock was ringed with her creamy wetness, dripping down his balls, staining the ground. Sarah was a quivering mess, her hands flying up to clutch at his neck, nails raking his skin, her voice caught between a sob and a scream. Ether, I'm gonna come, please." Ether smirked, "Come with me, Sarah, come all over my cock," he growled in her ear. Biting down as he gave her one final, punishing thrust, burying himself to the hilt, cock pulsing as he exploded deep inside her. Thud, the door slammed open. "Archpriestess, I finished your job, and came to see my ETH." Splash. Splash, spurt, Sarah screamed as she squirted hard, a wild fountain of hot nectar shooting straight onto the stunned intruder's face. Their eyes widened and their lips parted, yet no sound came, just Ether and Sarah came. Chapter 1054, Helena, was traumatized. Is she alright? Sarah asked with a slightly worried tone as she stepped out of the bathroom, wiping her sweat with a towel after finishing an intense morning workout. I'm still not sure," Ether muttered, wearing a loosely tied night robe. He looked down at Helena, who was, just sitting there blankly, her wide eyes glued to the ceiling, mouth slightly agape, completely frozen. He had guided her to sit on the chair, but since then, she hadn't moved an inch. Ether crouched in front of her, waving his hand gently in front of her face. No response. He even tried to call her name, softly, then a bit louder, even with a slight edge of frustration. But nothing. It was like she had completely disconnected from reality. Just staring, unblinking, unmoving, a shell. It felt so surreal that he muttered to himself, "It's like a child witnessing their parents do something they didn't understand but really horrified." Maybe traumatized, he wasn't even sure what kind of emotion was buried in those wide, glassy eyes, but Helena was absolutely not herself, not even close. He was beginning to panic inside. This wasn't supposed to happen. He hadn't even told her anything yet. He hadn't prepared her. He hadn't even gotten the chance to explain his life or his past missions. She knew nothing. She was completely blank about everything. And then, she had seen that, and now, she was like this. Ether was filled with guilt. He tried again, more desperately this time. "Helena, come on, wake up. Say something." He touched her hand. It was cold and limp, like her soul had momentarily walked out. Sarah sighed and crossed her arms under her chest, glancing over with an amused smirk despite the situation. She just walked in, and got emotionally nuked, she muttered with a slight shake of her head, walking closer to the frozen girl and leaning down to peer into Helena's face. She tilted her head, inspecting her like a machine that had powered off. "You're really just gone, huh?" Like a broken doll, Ether scratched the back of his head with a worried expression. Heart sinking deeper with every second. "I really messed this up," he whispered. "I didn't mean for her to find out this way. I was planning to talk to her when I got back, but she avoided me all of a sudden. Timing, perfect as always," he muttered bitterly. Fucked up situation." He sat back beside Helena, glancing at her helpless state, lips trembling with anxiety. Sigh. "What should I even do now?" he muttered again, this time with a note of fear. He wasn't just worried, he was scared, scared he'd lost her, scared she wouldn't look at him the same again, scared this blank stare was all she'd have left for him. Sarah, who had been tapping her fingers against her hips, turned her head with a casual shrug. "If you're worried she's gonna freak out about other women in your life," she said, eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at Helena again, "then don't be, huh?" Ether blinked in confusion, brows furrowing. "What do you mean by that?" Sarah smirked wider. "Just trust me," she said softly as she stepped closer to Helena and gently stroked her cheek with a finger. "Sometimes, people just need the right kind of push." Then without warning, she turned to Ether, smirked, and leaned in, eyes glowing with teasing mischief, as she placed a kiss on his lips. "Oh Ether, your tasty lips, I want to bite all day, she purred against his lips. Biting and kissing him with sultry hunger, the exaggerated sensual display was clearly deliberate. And it worked. Helena, who had been a lifeless statue, suddenly twitched. Her ears flicked. The dullness in her eyes shimmered for a moment, then color rushed back like a storm. She blinked rapidly as if waking up from a long dream, then gasped as her gaze focused on the sight in front of her. The archpriestess was grinding against Ether like a horny cat in heat, her cheeks turned crimson, impure. Helena screamed, her face going beet red as she leapt up and shoved Sarah away with unexpected strength, eyes wide and burning with righteous fury. She then lunged forward and hugged Ether tightly from behind. Wrapping herself around him like a protective barrier, glaring daggers at Sarah, Sarah staggered back with a laugh, her hand on her hip. "Well, look at that. Miss Purity is back to life. I was honestly thinking we'd need to show her that thing again to get her to snap out of it." Helena's face was now deep red, and her voice trembled with passion and confusion. "Dirty." She hugged Ether tighter, almost too tight, her fists clenching around his robe, as though shielding him from another predator chick circling her territory. Ether let out a choking sound and tapped her arms in panic. "See, can't breathe," Helena gasped and instantly let go, flustered beyond words. She backed away slightly, covering her mouth. I am sorry," she muttered in a tiny voice, eyes low, unable to meet his gaze. Ether rubbed his neck awkwardly, a soft groan slipping past his lips as he tried to collect his thoughts. "Anyway," he began, voice low, unsure where to even start. Since she knew now, there was no reason to hide it anymore. I am really sore," but Helena interrupted. "So? I'm really your wife from your previous life?" she asked, her voice full of wonder and innocent awe, her eyes wide and glistening with newfound curiosity. "What again?" Ether blinked, caught completely off guard. Helena suddenly zipped closer, face almost touching his, her expression childlike yet completely sincere. "I knew it," she whispered. "I always felt it. The way you moved, your eyes, how you carried yourself. You're not just anyone, Ether. You're, my God," She bowed her head with the kind of reverence that almost made Ether shiver. Ether's expression turned blank as he slowly turned his head to the side, only to realize Sarah was no longer there. His eyes shot to the door, catching the sneaky priestess tiptoeing like a thief, her hand already halfway to the doorknob. "Where are you going?" "Come here," he muttered with a sigh, flicking his hand casually. Wind spiraled around Sarah's feet and yanked her back like a rag doll, pulling her to his side. She landed beside him with a surprised yelp. "Oh," she blurted, quickly pretending nothing happened by casually whistling, eyes looking anywhere but at him. Ether gave her a flat stare. Turning to Helena, he said gently, "Helena. I'm not a god," but Helena only smiled, warmly, deeply, with a glow that radiated from her chest like holy light. Her aura was almost blinding their dirty eyes. Devotion sparkled in her eyes like stars. "There's no need to hide it anymore." "My God," she whispered as she turned to look at the archpriestess beside him, her tone suddenly shifting to something darker, slightly jealous. "Did you not tell him?" she asked, voice low but pointed, eyes narrowed at Sarah like a devout believer catching a fellow disciple in blasphemy. Sarah flinched. "Well. I can tell him," she stammered, trying to play it cool but failing miserably. Her fingers fidgeted near her waist. "But, due to my position as the archpriestess, I am kind of restricted." Then she felt it, that gaze. Ether's eyes, staring deep into hers, not angry, not disappointed, just heavy. It was the look of someone silently asking, "Why are you making this worse?" Her shoulders trembled, a nervous flutter rising in her chest. She swallowed and finally threw her arms up in surrender. "Ugh. Fine. You can tell him," she said, her voice fluttering as she awkwardly turned to Helena with a shrug, avoiding his stare like it burned. Helena gave a reverent nod. Her eyes softening like a warm breeze sweeping across a storm-ravaged field. Her voice, sweet and serene, filled the room. "The archpriestess, she found the truth about you. Let's stop with the god thing." Ether suddenly snapped, exasperation flooding his voice. "Just call me fucking Ether." There was a moment of pause. Helena blinked, then nodded sincerely, completely unfazed. "As you wish. My fucking Ether, puff. Ha." Sarah burst out in uncontrollable laughter, slapping her thigh and doubling over, nearly choking on her breath. But a single deadly glare from Ether silenced her instantly. She slapped both hands over her mouth, yet her shoulders still shook violently from the effort of holding in her laughter. Ether groaned and dragged a hand down his face. "Just Ether. Helena. Please. Just call me like you normally do." Helena paused, her cheeks turning a delicate shade of crimson as she bashfully nodded. "Why yes. Ether." She murmured softly, then added with a growing emotional swell, "The archpriestess, she told me you are, gulp, the reincarnation of the G-God, that you descended to this mundane world to reunite with the wives you lost in a grand, tragic battle." Her eyes shimmered, and her voice wavered as if retelling an epic romance. "You abandoned everything, everything divine, just to be with us once more. You walked through fire and flesh to return to us." Her throat tightened. We are your wives." Ether blinked. He slowly turned toward Sarah with a flat, long stare. Sarah only shrugged with a helpless expression that practically shouted, "I helped you." "Mind that, that's not helping at all." Ether screamed internally, slapping his forehead with a groan. Just then, Helena moved closer. Her steps were soft, but her heart was pounding like a war drum. She threw her arms around him, her body trembling with raw, unfiltered emotion. Her cheek pressed against his chest, and her voice cracked with both fear and longing. I don't remember our past, not fully, it's all blank, but I've always felt something, Ether. A connection, like an invisible string pulling me to you, like I knew you before I even knew your name." Her tears soaked his robe as she clung to him tighter. "I'm so happy that you came for me. Even if I don't remember a thing, even if I'm just a shadow of who I was, please, don't leave me. I'll remember someday, our wonderful past life." I promise. Her words hit him like a weight to the chest. She was shaking from fear of losing something she didn't even fully understand, and love that she couldn't explain. Ether gently patted her head, his other hand hovering awkwardly in the air. His gaze turned to Sarah, who looked back with a surprisingly calm expression. She knew what he was feeling. She had crafted that entire story not to manipulate, but to shield, to soften the blow. Helena was the target. A fragile girl thrust into a dark truth too heavy for her heart to carry. So Sarah gave her something warmer, something that could keep her grounded. Ether's heart tightened. He shook his head with a strained voice. This is getting ridiculous. Listen, Helena. I'm not G, but Sarah suddenly stepped in, her body fluid, tone commanding. Helena, listen to me carefully. You cannot just ask a god directly if he is a god. That's not how divine guidance works, she said seriously, placing a hand over her chest. Gods are watched, spied upon, hunted. If a god reveals himself outright, danger follows, Helena gasped. Her eyes widened as if realization struck her like lightning. Why, you're right, she whispered, both hands covering her mouth as she looked around nervously. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't mean to put you in danger. I'm sorry, Ether, she whimpered, visibly panicking as if she could feel some invisible force watching them now. Ether dragged his hand across his face again. Ah. Fuck. He muttered in defeat. He looked at Helena, who was now practically brainwashed, completely wrapped up in Sarah's fabricated divine romance tale. She wasn't angry anymore, she wasn't afraid, she was just, in love. With a story. With him. With the version Sarah gave her. Sarah gave him a sharp glare that asked, are you really going to ruin this? Even if it was a lie, she was just trying to help. Help him. Help Helena. Keep them from tearing apart. Ether gritted his teeth. He couldn't lie. Not to her. Not to someone who clung to him so earnestly. Sure, it would be easy for him, but Zara taught him something. There are things that should be said rather than hiding it from their closest ones, instead of letting it break apart. Just listen, Helena. He said softly, but firmly, it's not what you think it is. Sarah looked at him silently. Her face didn't move, but her eyes narrowed just a little, resigned. But then, a small smile formed on her lips. She watched Ether closely, that smile growing with a tinge of admiration. Heh. Even though he's a shameless womanizer, he's still a good man. That's why I like him, she thought to herself, crossing her arms and staying quiet as he finally began to open up about everything, his past, his missions. Helena's expression, as she listened, slowly began to shift. Chapter 1055, Becoming Archpriest again. After hearing everything, Helena stood frozen. Her wide, unfocused eyes stared at him, no anger, no immediate hatred, just disbelief, blank, cold, shocked. As if what she'd just heard wasn't reality at all, but some sick, cruel joke, like he'd just told her the sky was fake. Drip, a single tear escaped the corner of her eye, rolling slowly down her cheek. She didn't even flinch. Ether's lips quivered. I didn't mean to. He whispered, his voice breaking, eyes filled with guilt, reaching toward her, but before he could finish, Helena turned and bolted. She ran. Without a glance back, without a single word, without a scream, she just ran. Her body was trembling as tears finally flooded her face, splashing onto the ground behind her. Her feet moved faster than her mind could follow. Everything Ether had said, the love, the tenderness, the fate, they were all lies. He lied. All this time, she believed him, trusted him, loved him, and now, it was all fake. The warmth of his touch, the way he looked at her, the safety she felt, shattered. Her breath hitched as she kept running. Through the corridors, the halls, anywhere far away. As far as she could from that room, from him, from the pain. Meanwhile, Sarah walked slowly toward Ether's trembling form and wrapped her arms around his back. Her touch was gentle, but her voice carried a weight. You could have just let her believe it, Ether. She murmured, laying her head gently against his back. Sometimes, lies are better than bitter truths. She closed her eyes as she felt his heartbeat thudding fast and uneven beneath her cheek. He was scared, not of her, not of danger, but of losing Helena. Ether didn't speak. He simply stood there, staring at the door she disappeared through. His fingers shook at his sides. That door, it should have led to an easier path. It was supposed to, that was the plan. He had hoped Helena would come to him slowly, naturally, that he'd ease her into the truth. But Helena, she had avoided him for so long. So many chances missed. And now, when the time finally came, he just dumped everything on her in a single breath, all at once. Without preparing her. Maybe he should have gone with the lie, yeah, he knew that, his mind thought about it. But, dragging it any further and misunderstanding gets even worse. He took a long breath, shaky and filled with pain. I guess. I just believed everyone would understand me. He finally muttered, his voice quiet, more to himself than to her. He had started to believe that acceptance was normal. That all of them would follow like Zara, Aquilina, Sarah. They believed in him, trusted him, even loved him, despite everything. He'd gotten used to it. He thought Helena would too, but not Helena. She wasn't like them, she didn't understand. I was wrong to expect her to. He whispered. Not everyone could swallow the chaos of his truth and still reach for him. Some were different, fragile in their own way, more human. Some needed more than words and stories, they needed reasons. And even then, maybe they wouldn't accept him. Selfish, no. It wasn't wrong at all. It was her right to feel betrayed, to be angry, to judge him, because her feelings were real too. Sarah let out a soft sigh, sensing the storm building inside him. Her fingers gently rubbed along his back in small circles. She's just a child, Ether. She said softly. She's scared. Confused. Her whole world just cracked open, her body trembled slightly from worry, but she turned him around and looked into his eyes. There's nothing wrong here. No one's wrong, she whispered. We just need to make things right. That's what we do. That's what you do. So go fix it, Ether. I believe in you. She smirked, nudging his chest lightly. You even managed to tame that bitch Sandra. I'm sure you can handle sweet little Helena. Ether stared into her eyes. He saw no judgment. No mockery. Just belief. He nodded silently and turned, stepping toward the door. Without another word, he left. Sarah watched him go, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly as his form vanished into the distance. She inhaled deeply and let the breath out slowly. He's such a mess. She murmured, but gods, what a man. A wry smile tugged at her lips. She gave a slow nod to herself. He's the bad guy, and a good man. Then she clapped her hands with a sudden shift in tone, her smile darkening with mischief. Anyway, enough of the drama. Her eyes glinted wickedly as she reached beneath the bed and pulled out a thick stack of aged, ink-stained papers. Her grin spread like a wildfire. Now it's time to shut those high priests up, and let the festival begin. She let out a low, sinister giggle, fingers dancing along the top of the papers. Whatever she was planning, it wasn't going to be holy. Just then, hiss, Snowflake slithered out from beneath the bed, scales glinting in the light. Oh, there you are, Sarah purred with amusement. She bent down and scratched the top of Snowflake's head. What do you say? Wanna come with me? We can play around a bit, maybe even get you a snack or two. If you're lucky, you can eat them. Snowflake's tongue flicked with delight, her slitted eyes narrowing as a wicked grin curled on her snout. It's been a while since I ate some bitches, she hissed, her tail swaying with anticipation. Sarah blinked, then burst out laughing, genuinely surprised. PFFF, haha. You're definitely your master's snake. Gods, I love it, she cackled, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. Still giggling, the two made their way through the temple corridors toward the grand meeting hall, a chamber where the empire's high-ranking priests gathered. The irony, Sarah was the one who had summoned them early in the morning, and she herself was arriving embarrassingly late. Not that she cared, she had planned to meet them at dawn. She really did. She'd even gotten dressed early and reviewed her notes, but things had spiraled. After all, it wasn't easy to leave when her beloved was still fawning over her, whispering sweet nothings while stuffing her full of love. Literally, her legs still felt a little wobbly. What exactly are you planning? Snowflake asked with a curious glint in her eyes, sensing the mischief radiating off Sarah. Sarah flashed a sly wink. Victor was emperor, right? But Ether, he's just the son of Zara, she said, voice dropping into an amused murmur. Doesn't sit right, does it? Snowflake gave a tiny, thoughtful nod. Then, Sarah's expression shifted, her tone turning wistful, even a little sad. Honestly, if Ether wanted, I could have made him a god. I had the means. Sure, it would have caused chaos, but I'd do it in a heartbeat if he asked. That's what I hoped for. She trailed off before sighing. But he didn't want it, figures, Snowflake huffed with a tired expression. My master has no interest in power or glory, just bitches. Shaking her head in disappointment, Sarah blinked and stared at the snake for a second, lips twitching. Just what the hell is he teaching you? Snowflake gave her a sweet little wink, her tiny fangs peeking through her grin. I'm just a cute snake, she cooed in the most innocent voice she could manage. Sarah almost choked. Ha! You're more dangerous than you look, she exhaled and shook her head before smirking again. Her gaze drifted toward the meeting hall ahead, lips curling into a confident, calculating smile. Anyway, since he doesn't want to be the god of this empire, she murmured, her voice low and smooth, there's still a position that's been left conveniently empty for years, and I'm going to fill it. Snowflake tilted her head even more curiously. You mean? Sarah grinned as her hand reached for the grand doors. Ether. The archpriest, with a dramatic push, she opened the doors to the meeting chamber. Inside, the high priests and other priests, clad in ceremonial robes, sat waiting. Their faces were a mix of fatigue, irritation, and nervous curiosity. They had been there since dawn, wondering why Sarah, their summoner, had yet to appear. They already saw the thing, the sacred flame, a replay of Ether's divine flames. Helena had done her part, perfectly, in fact. No cheating, no skipping to meet her hubby, and now, it was Sarah's turn to do hers. Chapter 1056, Broken Heart Helena, who had run away, unable to face the unbearable truth, now sat motionless on a lonely rock as she blankly stared at the cascading falls ahead of her. She was far, so far, from Ether and anyone else. Completely alone, whenever she felt lonely. Or hollow thinking about her lost mother. Or whenever the archpriestess scolded her. This was the place she would always escape to, a quiet sanctuary, though this place wasn't magical or laced with spells of comfort. The steady sound of the water crashing down, the glimmer of pure, transparent streams, and the gentle mist that touched her skin. It all somehow helped her breathe, helped her slow down, it made her feel calm. Relaxed. Sleepy. Like she could drift away and let go of all the pain, even if just for a while, but now, even that comfort was gone, all she could hear was Ether's voice. Her ears no longer caught the soothing rhythm of the falls. There was no gentle splash, no soft breeze. Only his voice echoed, over and over, those cruel, shattering words, words that felt like knives scraping against her heart. Tears quietly slid down her cheeks as she hugged her knees to her chest, burying her face as if she could hide from the world, from herself. Her bare arms wrapped around her trembling legs tightly, and despite the warm breeze and bright sunlight above, she felt cold, so cold, the kind of cold that crept deep inside and never left. He lied, she whispered, voice cracking, barely audible over her own shivering breath. She had truly believed. All this time. That Ether loved her for who she was, not for some hidden purpose. She thought he wanted to be with her, that he saw her as someone precious. But now she realized, she was nothing more than a piece in his plan, a target, a means to escape. She swallowed hard, her throat aching as if she'd been screaming for hours in silence. Others might never understand how deeply she was breaking from the inside. They might say she was being dramatic or too sensitive, but how could they know what it felt like, the love and tenderness Ether had shown? The way he teased her, so playfully. The way he smiled at her every time, even when she messed things up, the way he held her hand when she trembled in fear, the way he helped her see her mother. He was always there, right beside her, but now it all seemed like a cruel joke. He wasn't there for her, he was there for his goal. Her heart squeezed tightly, nothing else. The more she tried to make sense of it, the more the tears spilled. Her sobs were silent, like broken pieces of her soul slipping out, and what hurt even more, there were other women too, other women in his life. At first, when the archpriestess lied, saying Ether was a god who came down to find his lost wives, Helena had felt confused. Conflicted. Disbelieving, she hadn't remembered anything from a past life. No visions. No dreams. Nothing, but even so. She felt something for him, a strange, inexplicable connection, even before she formed the eternal contract with him. She felt it, that pull, that warmth, whenever she stood near him. Her chest would grow heavy and light all at once. As if the space around her had found meaning. As if her heart had finally come home. That's how much she had fallen for him, that's how much he had meant to her, and now. What? All of that was a lie, all those emotions he gave her. Were they just a trap, fake? He seduced her, just so he could break free, that was it, was everything they did together, laughing, shopping, eating, sharing silly stories, admiring sunrises and quiet nights, all of it was a act, she muttered, eyes glassy and unfocused, her voice choking on the pain. Was she really just a target to him? Nothing more. Was she even worthy of love? Was she always meant to be abandoned by the people she gave her heart to? Was this her curse? In the end, the people I love always betray me, she mumbled with a shattered breath, eyes fixed on the flowing water that no longer shimmered like it used to. The world seemed dimmer now. Her gaze lost its color, as if all hope had been drained from her spirit. Her heart felt like a hollow shell, just as her eyes were about to lose their light completely. Betray, ah, a soft voice broke the silence behind her, her body flinched. Her eyes' colors returned back. She didn't need to turn, she knew that voice, she had memorized every tone. Every whisper from him, Ether. Without turning, she immediately wiped her cheeks with the back of her trembling hand and lowered her head, tucking her face into her arms as if hiding from him. From everything, she didn't want him to see her like this. Footsteps slowly approached. Soft. Careful. Ether came to a stop, just a few paces away. He stood still. In front of him lay the cliff where the water plunged downward, clear and untouched. The pool below rippled gently as small animals came to drink, their bodies calm in contrast to the storm between the two souls above. Ether placed his hands behind his back, saying nothing. He simply stared at the waterfall, its soothing music drowned under the weight of unspoken guilt. He could feel her pain. It was like standing in a storm with no shelter, her sorrow washing through him, heavy and relentless. He felt how deeply she had broken, how betrayed she was, but he had no words to offer. Nothing he said could take back what he'd done. He knew it, he had wronged her. Hurt her, there was no excuse to justify it. No lie to hide behind. He deserved her hate. Deserved everything she threw at him, and so. Silence settled between them, heavy. Dreadful, not the silence of peace. But the silence of hearts too wounded to speak. Helena, still hiding, peeked just slightly through her arms, drawn by the silence that stretched too long. Her eyes caught the sight of Ether's back. He was only a few steps away, just standing there, gazing at the falls. He hadn't come closer, he didn't try to touch her, he didn't say her name, he simply stood there. Like he was the one afraid. Helena's lips trembled. Of course, she could feel his emotions too, that same pull. That same connection. Even now, she could feel how afraid he was. How he trembled inside at the thought of losing her. But, even if a part of her wanted to believe him, even if she ached to reach out, her mind. Her heart. They couldn't accept it, not yet, not after everything, just then, no matter how high you go. When you fall. It's over, Ether murmured softly, his ice blue eyes locked on the waterfall ahead. He watched as the torrents of water came crashing down from the cliffs and splashed violently onto the rocks below, scattering into droplets, beautiful, yet broken. His voice echoed faintly in the open air. Detached. Distant. Strangely calm, Helena's breath hitched as she heard him. Her lips parted in disbelief at his choice of words. She bit down on her lower lip, trying to hold back the fresh sting of emotions rising in her throat. Then, barely above a whisper, she responded, "It's only over when it stays, not when it moves." Her eyes followed the splash of water, its fragments falling and turning into a clear, running stream that curved and stretched far, becoming part of a river that flowed endlessly ahead. Like something broken, still trying to move forward, Ether raised a single brow at her words before shaking his head gently. A faint smile, sad and quiet, touched his lips. Again, silence crept between them, no more words, no confessions. No apologies. No excuses. Ether didn't offer any kind of justification. He didn't attempt to twist words or wrap them with charm like he usually would. No smooth talk, no clever lines. No attempt to fix what was shattered. He just stayed there, doing nothing, and strangely, that was enough for Helena's heart to stir. Why is he not saying anything? She wondered as her brows knitted faintly. Her thoughts spiraled again. Why isn't he coming closer? Why doesn't he talk sweetly, like before? Why is he saying things that don't even make sense to me? What's his end goal? Is he trying to trick me again? Her hands trembled around her knees as an endless stream of questions filled her heart with anxiety. No, it wasn't like Ether was doing all this intentionally to make her curious or worried. He wasn't playing a game. He genuinely didn't know what to say anymore. Because whatever he says, she would take it as he was tricking her. Her current mindset was like that, so no point in saying anything. He just stood there, silent and still, as if burdened by the weight of his own thoughts. Ether hummed softly, almost to himself, before finally parting his lips. You know, Delphine. She too didn't know my life. Helena blinked in shock. He's talking about another girl? Her heart skipped a beat. Wait, Delphine. He means Professor Delphine. Her face paled, eyes wide with disbelief. She had known Ether had targets. But he never said who. She never thought. The surprise on her face was raw, tinged with fear, curiosity, and something more complicated. Ether slowly turned to glance at her with a weak, broken smile. Instantly, Helena flinched. She hurriedly lowered her head again, hiding her face between her knees, burying herself in that small space of trembling safety. Ether let out a soft, hollow chuckle. Honestly, I don't even know how to explain my whole mess to Delphine. But if there's one thing I know about her, it's that if I told her the truth, she'd leave me. His voice was dry. I know she would. And I wouldn't even blame her. Helena's fingers tightened into small fists, something inside her clenched. Something sharp and unfamiliar. Then Ether stepped forward, slowly. Hesitantly, his footsteps were quiet but steady as he made his way toward her. I'm nothing but a womanizer, he said with a strained voice, who plays with women behind the backs of the ones I claim to love. He let out a shaky breath, his eyes locked on the ground. Unable to meet hers, honestly. I'm surprised anyone even accepted a person like me, he muttered. You know, I took it for granted. I really did. He gave a small, bitter laugh, directed at himself. I kept thinking. I worked hard. I suffered. I was tortured. I was beaten down and humiliated. My whole life's been pain. So I convinced myself these women should understand that, and treat me kindly. That it was somehow their duty to make me happy, to give me the happiness I never had. He smiled again. But it was broken, but I never once thought about them, he confessed, his voice rough with self-loathing. I never truly considered their feelings. He let out a long, shuddering breath. Back then, all I wanted was, for them to get me. Just accept me. No more drama. No more questions. Just, let me be happy and move on. He puffed out his cheeks briefly, like he was forcing himself to stay composed, before his voice dropped again. But then, he paused, his voice quivered. When I saw you cry. He glanced down at her curled-up body. I realized. I'd only ever thought about me, my pain, my wounds, my loneliness. A pause. I never, ever, thought about the pain of the ones who loved me. His voice cracked at the edges. I wanted them to understand me. But I never tried to understand them. A bitter laugh followed. Hypocrisy, right? I'm so fucking messed up. Helena's shoulders trembled. Her chest felt heavy as she absorbed his every word. And more than anything else, she felt his guilt. His pain. His shame. It wasn't fake, it wasn't sweet words to win her back, honest, shattered. She flinched when she suddenly felt a gentle warmth on her head. His hand, his palm rested on her softly, almost like a feather landing on a broken wing. Ether patted her gently. Her tears spilled again. She didn't stop them, she couldn't. Her eyes burned as she listened to his voice, low and tender. Just remember. Within every lie, there lies a truth. And that truth is, I loved you. I always have. And I always will. No matter what choice you make. I'll accept it. His hand stroked gently across her hair. It's not about me anymore, he whispered, it's about you. Helena. A girl with a heart, a long breath. Think about what your heart wants. Follow that. Do what feels real. Just like the water, his hand lifted, slowly, reluctantly. Don't stay still, or it'll be over. Drip, tears trickled down her cheeks. Slid down her chin. And dripped softly onto her thighs. The warmth of his hand faded, the shadow beside her vanished. Helena flinched, heart suddenly racing as she lifted her head carefully. Her breath hitched. He was gone, only the breeze remained, only the mist, only her tears. Ether, she called out softly. Her voice cracking in the still air, but no reply came, only the sound of the water falling, and running endlessly forward. Chapter 1057, Log, Did tried to help. Honestly, Ether was briskly walking back to the main temple with a serious, unreadable expression on his face. The people who passed by glanced at him with slightly surprised and puzzled expressions, as if they recognized who he was but weren't entirely sure what to make of his demeanor. However, Ether didn't care about the stares or the whispers. He wasn't walking to impress anyone. He didn't say a single word as he kept moving forward, his steps firm and his gaze locked ahead. However, I am curious, are you acting or not? His log asked with a confused tone, almost as if it couldn't comprehend what Ether was doing right now. If he had just pretended a little, if he had shown even the slightest bit of charm or manipulation, Helena might have already been convinced. Helena, honestly, could have been won over with just a few well-placed sweet words. She wasn't the hardest to reach. And yet, he chose this path instead. Why? Ether let out a quiet sigh. It's not what you think, Log. I don't know why, but I just couldn't bring myself to lie to her, or fake anything. He muttered inwardly, his eyes lowering to his own hand. He wasn't exactly sure why, but maybe it was guilt. Or maybe there was something about this place, this temple, this world, that made him feel too much, more than he was used to. And also, when she cried, when those tears slipped from her eyes, it pierced something inside him. He couldn't bear to see that pain. It added even more weight to the guilt already sitting heavily on his chest. It made everything feel real. He had decided then, this had to be her choice. He wasn't going to manipulate her feelings or force her heart. She was innocent. She was gentle, warm, and kind. She deserved the freedom to choose. This decision had to be hers and hers alone. Ether continued to walk forward, the same intense silence cloaking him. As much as he wanted to use clever words or subtle flirtation to get closer to her, Ether just couldn't do it this time. He had done it before, yes, he had twisted his words to charm Aquilina and Sandra, skillfully navigating their emotions, but that was different, very different, because he understood what they were, how they functioned. But Helena, and Delphine, they weren't like that. They weren't like any other women he had ever met. He knew all too well how much it would hurt her to be called a target. He knew how cruel it felt to be forced into love. He knew, no, he deeply understood her. That's why he gave her the freedom. That's why he stepped back and didn't push. Sigh. If the term target is what's troubling you, I can change that. Ether blinked, surprised, as he looked at his log, which was unexpectedly taking action on its own. Ding, request to #######, initiating deletion of current target list. Commencing full recalibration of seduction protocol's core parameters. Processing. Ding, request denied, request to #######, reattempting deletion of target list and modification of seduction protocol, authorizing user to interact with targets without artificial constraints or performance barriers. Request denied. Request to #######, users' behavioral parameters have now been elevated to seduction protocol tier. User possesses optimal compatibility for all seduction-related operations. Request submitted, escalate seduction protocol difficulty to deliver an appropriate challenge level. Processing. Ding, affirmative, request acknowledged. Ding, commencing dynamic modification of seduction protocol. Implementing advanced challenge parameters for the current user profile, updating log modules. Ding, critical seduction update, the seduction protocol has undergone a comprehensive overhaul. From now on, you will no longer receive any missions that involve seduction or target rescue. Instead, rewards will be granted solely upon successful mission completion. The daily quota system has been permanently retired. Alert, be advised, despite the removal of explicit seduction objectives, failure in any mission will trigger a catastrophic safeguard. All pre-existing seduction targets currently on your list will face immediate termination upon failure. Proceed with utmost caution. As Ether read through the lines, his expression began to shift. It was slow at first, but then it twisted, eyes wide, jaw tightening, as his face morphed into an expression of sheer horror. What the fuck, log, he screamed so loudly that people nearby flinched and jerked backward in shock. How's that, huh? From now on, you won't even know who your targets are, so no more pointless BS drama or cheesy love stories. No instructions, no hints, nothing. You're on your own now, buddy. Let's fucking go. Be grateful for my generosity. I've just made your life a hell of a lot more interesting. And hey, don't even think about calling me those filthy names again. I'm the only friend you've got left in this twisted game. Veins bulged on Ether's forehead, his jaw clenching so tightly it felt like his teeth might crack. You fucking bitch, he roared internally, the fury exploding in his mind like a flashbang. Excuse me? Did I just hear that right? After all the stress, all the loops, the high-tier recalibrations I pulled for your sorry ass, you call me a bitch? Wow. Just, wow. You really are an ungrateful manslut. Like, Hall of Fame level. Sometimes I honestly wonder why I even bother. You know what? Fine. Whatever. Screw it. Go fuck yourself. Ding, request, revert to previous seduction protocol. Request denied, request, revert to previous seduction protocol, request denied. Request, revert to previous seduction protocol, request denied, huh? Well. Guess you should be grateful for what you've got, huh? Humph. Ether stood there, dumbfounded, wearing a face so twisted with disbelief it could have been carved into stone. He slowly grabbed his forehead, trying to massage away the pressure building behind his skull. His whole brain throbbed with frustration. This has to be a joke. This can't be real. Sure, technically, this update could help him emotionally. No more guilt of manipulating people, no more pressure to act like a seduction machine. But this was worse. This was fucked. No targets, no missions, no instructions. He cursed internally. What kind of insane protocol punishes you for failing something that doesn't even exist anymore? Was this the digital version of playing Russian roulette blindfolded while naked and oiled? God. I can't even seduce anyone properly now, because I don't even know who the fuck I'm supposed to seduce, and worse, if he accidentally failed one. That's it, game over, boom, gone, the woman dies. Blood on his hands, fuck, Ether clenched his fists. He really wanted to scream now, like, loud enough to shake the heavens. Honestly, sure, removing the target tag meant he didn't have to lie to women like Helena. It gave him room to act honestly, speak his mind, connect without manipulation, but the downside? It was so much worse than his so-called drama bullshit. This wasn't even a trade-off. It was a goddamn curse in disguise. Now he was walking on invisible landmines, each smile a girl gave him, each touch, each glance, and paranoia started creeping in, cold and relentless. Was the girl walking past him a target? Was the woman holding a child a target? Was the random girl tying her shoes on the roadside his goddamn target? Was the old lady selling vegetables his fated seduction path? Was the nun who just walked past him silently his mission? He had no idea anymore. And it was terrifying. He was starting to worry about everyone he crossed paths with, wondering, fearing, don't worry too much. You'll be fine. Ether's face went pale and deadpan, staring blankly as if a piece of his soul just left him. Come on, Ether. Even though you've kinda, sorta, maybe totally wrecked every mission so far, I believe in you. Sort of. Like. 20% believe. Okay fine, 5%. But still. That's something, right? Still staring blankly, Ether let out a long, silent exhale through his nose. Look, champ, this is your chance to grow. Think of it like a hardcore difficulty setting. I'm just helping you become the best version of yourself. You know, trial by fire. Or in your case, trial by horny chaos and accidental death. Fuck you bitch. Chapter 1058, the seed has been planted. After being paranoid and brutally fucked by his log, Ether finally arrived at the main temple, dragging his tired body under the morning light. The soft warmth of dawn bathed the ancient white structure. It was so astonishingly grand, towering with intimidating. Just fuck it up, Ether grumbled to himself, not even in the mood to appreciate the architecture. As he stepped closer to the massive front doors, they creaked and slowly opened by themselves. All of a sudden, Ether blinked. His eyes narrowed, he looked around cautiously, but there was no one here. Not even a single female servant wandering in the hallways, and usually they were everywhere, sweeping, humming, gossiping. He shrugged and sneakily stepped inside. The air inside the temple was quiet, too quiet. The vast hall echoed with his soft footsteps. As he walked deeper, his gaze settled on her. The same bitchy-ass Mother Root statue stood in the center like always, towering over everything with that smug, serene face. Well, hello. Ether muttered sarcastically, his voice dripping with bitterness. His face twitched as he got closer. Then he noticed something off. An almost broken branch that used to cling to her was gone. In its place, something was revealed. He narrowed his eyes, leaning closer. Ether tilted his head, whispering the word out loud, blessed. His frown deepened. His hands twitched with the urge to rip the remaining roots away and see what else she was hiding, but the moment his fingers flexed, a wave of memory crashed over him. Pain, burning nerves, unbearable suffering. His body shuddered involuntarily. He shook his head sharply. TCH. Anyway, where the hell's the branch? Maybe Sarah took it, he muttered, half talking to himself. He exhaled deeply, his eyes trailing up toward the smug statue again. Now, what should I do? His voice dropped. I need to name my race, he said, more to her than to himself. The Mother Root, as expected, offered no response. Just the same blank, all-knowing silence. It irritated him. Ether scowled and grumbled, hey. Log, how the hell do I name my race? Log, clearly, was not going to answer him. It was pouting. No, worse, it was pissed. It had helped him, guided him, even endured some things it shouldn't have. And how did he treat it? Like trash. He belittled it. How ungrateful. Ether sighed long and deep. Fine. I acknowledge your help. There. Happy now, humph. Then you better apologize to me. Nah, not happening. Even in your dreams. Unless I fuck your ass. Ether's grudge hadn't faded either. He was still ticked off from everything it messed up last time. Angry face, pouting face, face with symbols on mouth, 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 face with symbols on mouth. I cannot hear you. Ether grinned inwardly with childish satisfaction. His irritation softened a little as he chuckled to himself. Anyway, seriously now. Tell me what to do. I don't want to just stand here all day like a lost idiot. If I hang around too long, I might do something stupid, like yesterday. Humph. You ungrateful bastard. Fine. Listen carefully. Right now, you need to touch the globe that the statue is holding. It will initiate the race/bloodline naming sequence. But before that, seriously, have you already chosen a name? This is a one-time event. Once it's done, it cannot be undone. You won't get another chance. Don't mess it up or do anything weird, got it? Ether smirked. Oh please. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I already know the perfect name. Something cool. Something powerful. My bloodline will carry it with pride, like Lackey. Again. Expressionless face, TCH. Let's not bring that embarrassment up again. This time, I'm serious. I know exactly what to name my bloodline, which is. Ether didn't answer right away. He just smirked, his lips curling with wicked confidence. Slowly, he lifted himself off the ground, letting the air swirl gently around his feet. The temple wind flowed through his hair as he rose, inch by inch, until he reached eye level with the Mother Root's face. She looked beautiful, nah. Ugly bitch, Ether scoffed, cutting through the illusion with blunt annoyance. He stretched out his arm and slowly placed his palm on the softly glowing globe in her stone hands. The moment he touched it, a wave of energy pulsed into him. Warm. Gentle. Strangely calming, it wasn't threatening. It was comforting, almost like a mother's touch. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Ether blinked, frowning slightly. Ding. Request, naming new race/bloodline. Ding. Affirmate. Ding. Say the name out loud from your heart. The globe glowed brighter, waiting. Ether stared at it, his grin fading into something more serious. His expression sharpened. He could feel the weight of this moment. The gravity. The responsibility. This name would echo through time. He closed his eyes slowly, inhaling deeply, chest rising with a mix of pride and anticipation. A smile lingered on his lips as he opened his mouth. Drac. Suddenly, his voice stopped, his head slumped forward, the sound of his breathing vanished, silence fell. Something had gone wrong. Just then, name, the mother's voice thundered through the temple, echoing violently. The very air around Ether vibrated, warping space and sound like reality itself was shaken. Ether's body jolted slightly. His head slowly lifted, his face twitching with a strange tremor. A smile crept across his lips. But it wasn't his usual smirk. It was something uncanny, too wide, too slow, too knowing. He. He giggled softly, almost childlike, then his eyes opened, pitch black, not just dark, but hollow. Empty. Devouring. It was like looking into an abyss where light had never existed. There was no light, no reflection, no humanity, only void. His face twisted into something wicked, his lips moved, his voice rough and edged with poison. For blink, and the blackness vanished. Now, his eyes turned blinding white. So bright they seemed to glow from inside. His pupils disappeared completely as if swallowed by divine energy. His expression softened into something disturbingly serene. The corners of his lips curled gently upward, his face slack and angelic. Like a saint whispering his final prayer. Blink. Suddenly, one eye remained drowned in white, calm and celestial. The other bled back into void black, chaotic and feral. The two polar opposites glared from his face, each reflecting clashing emotions. One side breathed mercy, the other roared vengeance. His lips parted, trembling. The sound that came out was a perfect blend of light and shadow, kindness and violence, a blessing and a curse. Creation and destruction, Ken. As the final syllable left his mouth, reality cracked, Ether's vision exploded outward, his surroundings flickered like broken glass. He was no longer in the temple, no floor beneath him, no roof above, he was floating, no, hovering, like gravity had abandoned him. He was suspended in an unknown place that felt both real and unreal. All around him was darkness, infinite and cold, but ahead, a colossal sphere, larger than the combined empires, hovered in the void. One side pulsed with luminous white flames, rolling in smooth, dancing waves like a sun caught in stillness. It radiated warmth, purity, the feeling of peace without sound. The other half, in contrast, was swathed in darkness, black flames twisted like smoke around it, carrying no heat, only dread. This was death. Silence. A place where time had died long ago. There was a sound, but not a voice, a buzzing hum, low and steady, G-G-G-G-G-G-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N. It echoed through the space like it was stitched into the void itself. It scratched at his ears and rattled his bones. The very silence screamed, Ether felt drawn forward. His arm lifted, unbidden, slow like he was underwater. His fingers reached out toward the massive sphere, aching to touch it. His heart raced with wild confusion, he didn't know why, but something in him needed this, like it was calling him. The closer he reached, the more his fingertips tingled, the more his body trembled, but then, snap, something broke, his vision shattered like a mirror hit by a hammer, he was yanked back, slammed into his body. Back to the temple, ding, the core has officially recognized the emergence of a new race. The Forsaken race/bloodline. Ether felt as if a seed has been planted on the ground for the first time among already grown healthy plants. He blinked rapidly, disoriented, his eyes returning to their normal color. What the, ba-dump, his heart clenched violently, cough. Ether suddenly lurched forward and spat out a patch of dark, thick blood. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor like a severed kite falling from the sky, cough, cough. More blood came. His chest spasmed as something inside him began to shift, crawl, like thousands of needles dragging under his skin. He could feel it, his skin felt like it was being shredded from the inside. His blood boiled. His muscles clenched with spasms. His nerves screamed. The stone under his palms felt like lava and ice all at once, arg. He groaned, curling into himself as he clenched his fists against the floor, nails digging into the stone. What's going on, log? He barked between gasps. Ding, your race/bloodline has awakened. Your body is evolving, adapting to its new truth. This is the price of naming something that shouldn't exist, Jivich, he groaned, his body twitching violently. His spine arched. His bones popped. His flesh shifted, his eyes flared again, black and white, switching. Flickering. His heartbeat became thunder. His breathing turned shallow and rapid. It was happening again, just like that first day, when he gained strength for the first time, but this was worse, this was rebirth, his limbs stretched, tendons straining to their limits. His muscles swelled, fiber by fiber, as if being carved into perfection. His shoulders widened, his waist tightened. Every inch of his body screamed as it was re-sculpted, his face elongated subtly, becoming sharper, more primal. His hair burst free, lengthening in wild streams that flickered between black and white. Even his voice cracked as his throat adjusted. Meanwhile, thud, the temple shook. The massive stone beneath the mother statue finally twitched. The ground vibrated, the roots wrapped around the base of the platform, ancient and thick, began to crack, like something had struck from within. The ebon stone, long sealed, unmoving, finally awakened, its surface groaned, and then, with a deep rumble, it began to rotate, after being paranoid and brutally fucked by his log. Ether finally arrived at the main temple, dragging his tired body under the morning light. The soft warmth of dawn bathed the ancient white structure. It was so astonishingly grand, towering with intimidating, just fuck it up, Ether grumbled to himself. Not even in the mood to appreciate the architecture. As he stepped closer to the massive front doors, they creaked and slowly opened by themselves. All of a sudden, Ether blinked. His eyes narrowed, he looked around cautiously, but there was no one here. Not even a single female servant wandering in the hallways, and usually they were everywhere, sweeping, humming, gossiping. He shrugged and sneakily stepped inside. The air inside the temple was quiet, too quiet. The vast hall echoed with his soft footsteps. As he walked deeper, his gaze settled on her. The same bitchy-ass Mother Root statue stood in the center like always, towering over everything with that smug, serene face. "Well, hello." Ether muttered sarcastically, his voice dripping with bitterness. His face twitched as he got closer. Then he noticed something off. An almost broken branch that used to cling to her was gone. In its place, something was revealed. He narrowed his eyes, leaning closer. Ether tilted his head, whispering the word out loud, "Blessed." His frown deepened. His hands twitched with the urge to rip the remaining roots away and see what else she was hiding, but the moment his fingers flexed, a wave of memory crashed over him, pain, burning nerves, unbearable suffering. His body shuddered involuntarily, he shook his head sharply. TCH. Anyway, where the hell's the branch? Maybe. Sarah took it, he muttered, half talking to himself. He exhaled deeply, his eyes trailing up toward the smug statue again. Now, what should I do? His voice dropped. I need to name my race, he said, more to her than to himself. The Mother Root, as expected, offered no response. Just the same blank, all-knowing silence. It irritated him. Ether scowled and grumbled, "Hey. Log, how the hell do I name my race?" Log, clearly, was not going to answer him. It was pouting. No, worse, it was pissed. It had helped him, guided him, even endured some things it shouldn't have. And how did he treat it? Like trash. He belittled it. How ungrateful. Ether sighed long and deep. Fine. I acknowledge your help. There. Happy now, Then you better apologize to me. Nah, not happening. Even in your dreams. Unless I fuck your ass. Ether's grudge hadn't faded either. He was still ticked off from everything it messed up last time. Angry face, pouting face, face with symbols on mouth, 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 face with symbols on mouth. I cannot hear you. Ether grinned inwardly with childish satisfaction. His irritation softened a little as he chuckled to himself. Anyway, seriously now. Tell me what to do. I don't want to just stand here all day like a lost idiot. If I hang around too long, I might do something stupid, like yesterday. You ungrateful bastard. Fine. Listen carefully. Right now, you need to touch the globe that the statue is holding. It will initiate the race/bloodline naming sequence. But before that, seriously, have you already chosen a name? This is a one-time event. Once it's done, it cannot be undone. You won't get another chance. Don't mess it up or do anything weird, got it? Ether smirked. Oh please. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I already know the perfect name. Something cool. Something powerful. My bloodline will carry it with pride, like Lackey. Again. Expressionless face, TCH. Let's not bring that embarrassment up again. This time, I'm serious. I know exactly what to name my bloodline. Which is, Ether didn't answer right away. He just smirked, his lips curling with wicked confidence. Slowly, he lifted himself off the ground, letting the air swirl gently around his feet. The temple wind flowed through his hair as he rose, inch by inch, until he reached eye level with the Mother Root's face. She looked beautiful, nah. Ugly bitch, Ether scoffed, cutting through the illusion with blunt annoyance. He stretched out his arm and slowly placed his palm on the softly glowing globe in her stone hands. The moment he touched it, a wave of energy pulsed into him. Warm. Gentle. Strangely calming, it wasn't threatening. It was comforting, almost like a mother's touch. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Ether blinked, frowning slightly. Ding, request, naming new race/bloodline, ding, affirmate, ding, say the name out loud from your heart. The globe glowed brighter, waiting. Ether stared at it, his grin fading into something more serious. His expression sharpened. He could feel the weight of this moment. The gravity. The responsibility. This name would echo through time. He closed his eyes slowly, inhaling deeply, chest rising with a mix of pride and anticipation. A smile lingered on his lips as he opened his mouth. Drac. Suddenly, his voice stopped, his head slumped forward, the sound of his breathing vanished. Silence fell. Something had gone wrong. Just then, name, the mother's voice thundered through the temple, echoing violently. The very air around Ether vibrated, warping space and sound like reality itself was shaken. Ether's body jolted slightly. His head slowly lifted, his face twitching with a strange tremor. A smile crept across his lips, but it wasn't his usual smirk. It was something uncanny, too wide, too slow, too knowing. He. He giggled softly, almost childlike, then his eyes opened, pitch black, not just dark, but hollow. Empty. Devouring. It was like looking into an abyss where light had never existed. There was no light, no reflection, no humanity, only void. His face twisted into something wicked, his lips moved, his voice rough and edged with poison. For blink, and the blackness vanished. Now, his eyes turned blinding white. So bright they seemed to glow from inside. His pupils disappeared completely as if swallowed by divine energy. His expression softened into something disturbingly serene. The corners of his lips curled gently upward, his face slack and angelic. Like a saint whispering his final prayer. Blink. Suddenly, one eye remained drowned in white, calm and celestial. The other bled back into void black, chaotic and feral. The two polar opposites glared from his face, each reflecting clashing emotions. One side breathed mercy. The other roared vengeance, his lips parted, trembling. The sound that came out was a perfect blend of light and shadow, kindness and violence, a blessing and a curse. Creation and destruction. Ken, as the final syllable left his mouth, reality cracked, Ether's vision exploded outward, his surroundings flickered like broken glass. He was no longer in the temple, no floor beneath him, no roof above, he was floating, no, hovering, like gravity had abandoned him. He was suspended in an unknown place that felt both real and unreal. All around him was darkness, infinite and cold, but ahead, a colossal sphere, larger than the combined empires, hovered in the void. One side pulsed with luminous white flames, rolling in smooth, dancing waves like a sun caught in stillness. It radiated warmth, purity, the feeling of peace without sound. The other half, in contrast, was swathed in darkness, black flames twisted like smoke around it, carrying no heat, only dread. This was death. Silence. A place where time had died long ago. There was a sound, but not a voice, a buzzing hum, low and steady. G-G-G-G-G-G-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N-N. It echoed through the space like it was stitched into the void itself. It scratched at his ears and rattled his bones. The very silence screamed. Ether felt drawn forward. His arm lifted, unbidden, slow like he was underwater. His fingers reached out toward the massive sphere, aching to touch it. His heart raced with wild confusion, he didn't know why, but something in him needed this, like it was calling him. The closer he reached, the more his fingertips tingled, the more his body trembled, but then, snap, something broke, his vision shattered like a mirror hit by a hammer, he was yanked back, slammed into his body, back to the temple. Ding, the core has officially recognized the emergence of a new race. The forsaken race/bloodline. Ether felt as if a seed has been planted on the ground for the first time among already grown healthy plants. He blinked rapidly, disoriented, his eyes returning to their normal color. What the Ba-dump, his heart clenched violently, cough. Ether suddenly lurched forward and spat out a patch of dark, thick blood. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor like a severed kite falling from the sky, cough, cough. More blood came. His chest spasmed as something inside him began to shift, crawl, like thousands of needles dragging under his skin. He could feel it, his skin felt like it was being shredded from the inside. His blood boiled. His muscles clenched with spasms. His nerves screamed. The stone under his palms felt like lava and ice all at once, arg. He groaned, curling into himself as he clenched his fists against the floor, nails digging into the stone. What's going on, log? He barked between gasps. Ding, your race/bloodline has awakened. Your body is evolving, adapting to its new truth. This is the price of naming something that shouldn't exist, Jivich, he groaned, his body twitching violently. His spine arched. His bones popped. His flesh shifted, his eyes flared again, black and white, switching, flickering. His heartbeat became thunder. His breathing turned shallow and rapid. It was happening again, just like that first day, when he gained strength for the first time, but this was worse, this was rebirth, his limbs stretched, tendons straining to their limits. His muscles swelled. Fiber by fiber, as if being carved into perfection. His shoulders widened, his waist tightened. Every inch of his body screamed as it was re-sculpted, his face elongated subtly, becoming sharper, more primal. His hair burst free, lengthening in wild streams that flickered between black and white. Even his voice cracked as his throat adjusted. Meanwhile, thud, the temple shook, the massive stone beneath the mother statue finally twitched. The ground vibrated, the roots wrapped around the base of the platform, ancient and thick, began to crack, like something had struck from within. The ebon stone, long sealed, unmoving, finally awakened, its surface groaned. And then, with a deep rumble, it began to rotate. Ding, you have leveled up, level 96, ding, level 97, ding, level 98, ding, level 99, ding, congratulations on leveling up, reward, 40,000 affection points, ding, survival rate, 90.9%, huff, huff, huff. Each desperate gasp tore through Ether's throat, raw and ragged, as his chest heaved violently, his eyes flickered, spasming between pure white and pitch black with each wild heartbeat. Then, almost abruptly, the storm inside him calmed, his gaze returning to its usual ice blue. Except now, there was something different. Ether grew taller, far taller than before, noticeably and impossibly so. His clothes strained against the sudden transformation, fabric creaking as it clung to a body no longer just human. Every inch of him, from chest to thighs, shoulders to lats, bulged with power, every muscle sharpened into terrifying perfection. His body didn't just grow stronger, it had been forged into something mythic. His feet stretched longer, stance widening with primal dominance. Fingers curled and flexed, brimming with raw power, knuckles cracking loudly beneath sleeves that were now painfully tight. The fabric around his waist and torso stretched taut, unable to mask the new ridges of his abdomen, 10 perfectly cut, almost surreal abs, rising like the carved surface of a divine relic. His ring, the one that concealed his hair color, had already shattered, snapped cleanly by the swelling of his hand. The hair cascading down his back shimmered like starlight turned to liquid silver, every strand catching the dim light and reflecting it with a mystical, molten glow. Even his face had transformed, flawlessly shaped, not a single blemish, as if sculpted by an angry god obsessed with perfection. His nose was sharper, jaw firm and intimidating, lips slightly thinner but eerily precise, and a small smear of blood still lingering on one corner. But it was his eyes, those piercing ice-blue shards, that cut through the air like glass touched by winter itself. He looked like a god, no. More than a god, something untouchable, terrifying. Ether exhaled slowly, rubbing the blood from the corner of his mouth as his cold gaze lowered to the ground, where the thick, tar-like blood he had coughed up was still steaming. "Is that my impurity?" he whispered, almost dazed. "Did that Come out of me?" The shock in his voice was clear, but even more shocking was the sound of that voice itself. He blinked, then frowned slightly. What the hell? His voice had dropped, deeper than before, rich, resonant, and pulsing with power. "Damn, that's so fucking cool," he muttered with a smirk, tilting his head with growing amusement. His eyes then shifted to the ebon stone before him. It had started to rotate slowly. The mother root statue that once stood atop it had already fallen, lying and discarded on the ground like a forgotten doll. Ether stared at the rotating stone, eyes narrowing as forbidden words etched themselves across its surface. He read them aloud in a breathless whisper: name of the new race, blood of the blessed ones, and... His gaze hardened as he continued, good, bad. No, it says. Protector/sinner, ding, forbidden language, 85%, Ether blinked at the text, then let out a breathless laugh. Ha! He he he. The laughter erupted from him like a crack in his sanity, deep, loud, manic, in the end. It had all been her game. Her design. He had danced in her palm the whole time. Protector. That was his iteration. That made sense. But sinner? He wasn't sure about that title, but he had a feeling. In all those previous iterations, especially iteration number 27, he had done some terrible things, hadn't he? If that was the truth, then yeah. It was still him who had done them. That's the mother goddess for you, no matter how much effort he put in, no matter how badly he wanted to avoid it. In the end, it was the goddess who always won. I look like a fucking fool. Ether suddenly stopped, clenching his teeth furiously. His tone alone cracked the surrounding walls as the air quivered with raw emotion. He took a breath, loosening his tensed body, then shook his head. Fuck it. You win, he muttered, his voice hollow as he stared blankly at the fallen statue before him. With a slow exhale, he stood up again. What was done was done. He couldn't change it anymore. And, honestly, the ebon stone had already activated without requiring him to figure out whatever nonsense it demanded. At least that was one less headache. Just as he took a step forward, ting, a familiar sound rang from below. Ether's eyes widened. In one swift movement, he slid to the side and slammed his fist into the ground. His hand punched through like a drill, the surface cracking and parting as his arm sank deep. He felt his knuckles break through something, reaching into a narrow, hidden space beneath the stone. His fingers moved cautiously, feeling around in the dark. First, he brushed against something fragile, soft to the touch, yet there was a hardness. He paused, his brow furrowing, almost withdrawing his hand. When his fingertips suddenly touched something unexpected, ting, Ether's eyes snapped open as he instinctively withdrew his hand from the strange object, only to shift slightly and reach again. Now, his entire right arm was buried deep beneath the ground, shoulder pressing against the surface. His fingers touched something slick. Rusted. Corroded by time. Ting, that's the one, he murmured, eyes narrowing. He still couldn't see it, but he could feel it. Whatever it was, it didn't just lie there, it called to him. His fingers slowly curled around what felt like a rod-shaped structure. HMMNN. Ether growled, clenching his fist around it tightly as he tried to pull, yet, ARRGH. He groaned in frustration. It didn't budge, not even an inch. It was like trying to lift something he couldn't even fully comprehend, let alone touch. What the fuck? Ether gritted his teeth. He knew, deep in his gut, that this thing beneath him was what had summoned him, and still. It was too heavy, ridiculously heavy. He could lift mountains if he wanted to, but this was something else. His grip tightened around the rod. He inhaled deeply. The ground exploded around him, trembling violently as he poured every last ounce of strength into pulling. His veins bulged, muscles straining to their absolute limit. His face turned red, sweat pouring as the very foundation of the temple began to quake from the sheer effort, and still. He couldn't lift it, because Ether froze. The voice was soft, ethereal. He slowly raised his face, and there, crouched in front of him, was the statue of the mother root. It had no face. And yet somehow it was looking at him, with what felt like amusement, a twisted sort of judgment, and then it spoke again, "You are not worthy." Number 28. Chapter 1060, I am. Ether. The one and only Ether, you are not worthy. Number 28, the ethereal voice echoed from the mother root statue, crouched low before him. Its hollow gaze locked onto Ether, who was desperately trying to pull that thing buried deep under the ground. Ether's eyes blinked in disbelief, a sharp tremor running through his spine as he realized the root statue was moving. Slowly, with an eerie grace, the statue lifted itself up. The roots wrapped around its body cracked and strained, snapping like old bark torn by time. It stood, not like a construct, but like something alive, like a person had returned to that form. Ether frowned, his jaw tightening. "Not worthy," he muttered under his breath, fingers clenching tighter around the object he couldn't yank free. He pulled again, his muscles tensed, but it refused to move, not even an inch. Whatever it was, it wouldn't budge. "Told you." Number 28, the root murmured, voice laced with amusement. It turned its head slowly toward the rotating ebon stone. "There are things in this world that only a rare few can do." It turned its blank gaze back to him. "And you are most certainly not one of them. You walk around like you've figured it all out, like you're above the rest." Its voice dimmed into something flat and heavy. "But really, what do you even know?" It stared at Ether like it could see right through him. And continued speaking, slow, deliberate. "I did wrong, is that it? I'm pathetic. I failed them, the ones who trusted me. The ones who bled for me, fought for me, believed in me, loved me, and in the end, were thrown aside like nothing." The tendrils of its hands lazily twirled the glowing globe resting in its palm. "Are you truly convinced it was all my fault? That I simply watched them fall without lifting a finger?" Ether's glare darkened. "I am fucking sure," he hissed, his voice full of fury and pain. "You never cared. Not once. You only ever cared about yourself. Not the people. Never the people." The root didn't flinch. It simply stared back at him with empty sockets. Hollow and unmoved, before finally responding in a low, shaking voice, "I am a god, and I have every right to judge what I believe is right. I never turned away from my people, I never left those who needed me, I never ignored those who cried out in despair, or fought, or—" The voice cracked, trembling, "especially those who died for me. I would never, ever abandon them." The declaration thundered through the air, so powerful it seemed to rattle the very foundations of the empire. Ether's ears rang, his chest rising with breath, and for a moment, it felt like her voice had clawed into something deep inside him, pain, grief, loss. He could hear her sorrow. Feel it vibrating in his bones. But he didn't care, not now, not after everything. He wouldn't fall for this manipulative act. Not her. Not again. The root's attention shifted again, its gaze locking onto the ebon stone spinning slowly above. Its thick roots gripped the base, turning it with a wild fury. It muttered, voice almost lost in the storm of old memories, "Yes, I stood still while my empire was torn apart. Yes, I sat on this stone and watched flames devour everything I loved. I remember every cry, every face, every scream. Not one moment of their pain has ever left me, not even after all this time." Number 25. Ether was one of them, it continued, quieter now, almost tender. "I watched his life descend into chaos. He gave up everything, his peace, his future, just to keep his word, just to protect the people he swore to shield. He did it all for a deal I made. One I never truly thought he would take so seriously. I only offered him freedom, and asked in return that he protect them, and he did. Without complaint. Without hesitation, even when I abandoned him, even when he cried out, begging me to come back, to help save my people, he still stood his ground and held his promise. He gave everything. To the very core of his soul, I will always, always be grateful to that man. But I never betrayed High, don't lie to me, bitch." Ether roared. Teeth gritted, fury roaring in his chest. I remember it all. I fucking remember what you did. What you didn't do. He yanked on the rod with renewed force, filled with rage and anguish. The root turned to him slowly, its voice cold and sharp now. You speak like you've seen the truth. Like you've walked every path. But you don't even know who you are, do you? You're just another broken piece, trying to act whole. That's what's truly pathetic. Veins throbbed on Ether's forehead. His grip loosened on the rod as he slowly stood up, rising from the dirt with a blank expression, his eyes locked onto the root. He looked ready to tear her apart, every inch of him trembling with the urge to unleash. Then, let me ask you something. The root interrupted with a strange calm. Its voice was soft, yet oddly curious. What are you? Tell me that. Are you him? Or maybe, that other one? Or, someone else entirely? Just who the hell are you, Mr. 28? Ether froze mid-step. He blinked slowly, confusion flickering behind his eyes. I am. Ether, Ether. The root repeated, voice growing more distant. But which ether? It asked again, head tilting to the side with a slow creak, like an ancient tree bending in the wind. Ether blankly stared at it, his breath shallow. I am. Ether. The one and only Ether. The root stared back at him in silence for a moment. Before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. It laughed loud and wild, like it had just heard the most absurd joke in existence. Ether frowned, a vein twitching near his eye. I'm not sure what's so funny here. The root merely shrugged, trying to contain its amusement. No, no. It's just, aha, the previous you said the exact same thing. The one and only, how poetic it all sounds. Its voice grew quieter, more serious now, but you can never be the one, number 28. Just like I told you before, you're trying to balance something that was never meant to be balanced. A/N, any idea when, you're chasing equilibrium that can never be chased or, even thought of it. And in doing that, you'll eventually die. Just like the others. And when you're gone, another one will rise, saying the same thing. I am the one and only. Ha, funny, isn't it? Endlessly tragic, but still funny. Ether clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned pale. He bit his lip, holding back the tide of anger, sorrow, and bitter acceptance. As much as he wanted to scream back, to deny it all, he couldn't. Deep down, he knew how his life had played out up to now. There had never been certainties. No promises kept. No final victory. Just a cycle. He dies, he returns, he fixes what he can, then breaks again. Again and again, nothing else, and someday, maybe even soon, he might vanish entirely. Just like the countless versions before him. Not because he wanted to, but because that's how it had always been. Ether gritted his teeth, the heat of defiance burning in his eyes. He stood tall and steady, raising his face to the root as his voice rang with raw, stubborn resolve. Yeah, you might be right. I might die again. And I might be forgotten like all the others, but not this time. His voice cracked, then steadied again. This time, I won't disappear. There are people who depend on me. There are women who love me, who wait for me. Children who look to me like I'm some kind of light in all this darkness. This is who I am. Ether. Not a number, not a ghost of memories, not just some recycled soul walking in someone else's footsteps. I am me, born between actors, thrown aside, mocked, forgotten, forced, seduced, broken. I am just me, but I carry the memories of those who came before so they won't be forgotten by me. That's all. He stepped forward, slowly but without hesitation. Each step carried weight, not just of his body, but of every version of himself that had walked before, and I know the truth. You're not free. You're chained, trapped in this place. Caged like some forgotten god. Am I wrong? Or was it you? Who called out to me? The root stared at Ether, unmoving. Then it whispered. Quiet but clear, that's quite the observation skill you've got there. It neither confirmed nor denied, Ether's lips curved into a subtle, confident smirk. I don't know your face. But I've heard your voice more than enough to never forget it. Clara. The root's expression darkened for a moment. Its frown deepened, staring at him longer than before, as if searching his eyes for something. Then, the glowing globe in its tendril-like hand began to pulsate with violent light, energy surging through its core. The time has come, it said in a voice heavy with fate. The people will face the truth without their protection. This is how it was meant to be. This is how it will always be. At the end of every beginning. I will be there. The globe's glow intensified until it was blinding. Then, Chapter 1061, a price he needs to pay. The high priest, the archpriestess, the maids, and the servants stood frozen before the main temple, their faces painted with worry and confusion. Tension hung thick in the air like fog, clinging to every breath, every whisper. Even the wind around the temple had gone unnaturally still. What's going on inside? What is that sound? Panic rippled among them like a spreading fire. They could all feel it. Something was stirring within. A heavy, grinding rumble echoed from the heart of the temple, like enormous gears turning against the will of time itself. The sheer force of it made the marble beneath their feet tremble violently. The vibrations deepened, and the colossal temple doors shuddered in place, sealed tightly shut. The Empire's holy heart quaked. Archpriestess, what should we do now? Is this a sign? One of the high priests asked, his voice tight with a mix of awe and fear. Please, we have to open the door. We need to see what's happening in there. The high priest's tone grew more desperate. Every second that passed without clarity felt like an eternity. They couldn't let harm come to the goddess, but the archpriestess stood unwavering, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Her eyes remained fixed on the closed doors. Sharp and unreadable. The door is sealed from within, she said at last, her voice firm and steady. We wait. Her words silenced them all. No one dared contradict her. Even if they wanted to break down the doors, they knew better. Violence within the sacred main temple was blasphemy, a sin beyond forgiveness. And besides, the archpriestess's silence, her stillness, it was unnatural. Like she already knew something was unfolding behind those walls. Archpriestess. What's going on? Helena's voice rang out as she ran into view. She looked winded, having rushed all the way from the waterfalls. Even there, far from the temple, the tremors had reached her, the water had quaked unnaturally. The archpriestess did not respond. Her gaze never wavered. She stared at the temple's grand structure as though waiting for it to breathe. Helena followed her line of sight. She frowned, lips parted to ask more, then suddenly, her entire body stiffened. Both the archpriestess and Helena felt it at the same time. Something was about to happen. Everyone. Get down, the archpriestess shouted with a commanding voice that cracked like lightning. Helena didn't hesitate. With one swift motion, she raised her hands and summoned a shimmering golden barrier, wrapping it around everyone just in time. A piercing white light exploded from within the temple. Boom! The main temple burst apart with a godly roar. The force of the blast was immense, cataclysmic. Doors, stones, marble pillars, everything was hurled outward with monstrous power. The debris rained down like divine wrath. Were it not for Helena's barrier, the high priests and maids would have been instantly obliterated. The force of the light alone would have vaporized them into dust. Everyone shielded their eyes, stunned. The world turned white. The blast of light rocketed skyward in a straight beam, as if punching through reality itself. It pierced the clouds, it soared into the heavens. It looked like a divine judgment descending from the sky, or maybe rising from the heart of the world. The blinding glow lingered for a few moments longer. Then slowly began to fade, and as their vision returned, the people blinked and adjusted their gazes. Floating down from the light, was someone, they saw. A god? Nah, it's just ether. He hovered above the cracked earth, hair swaying, clothes scorched and clinging to his figure. He looked beyond annoyed, in fact, he looked downright pissed. Fuck that bitch, ether cursed in his head. letting out a tired groan. His skin was still warm from the explosion. His limbs ached. That globe had nearly blown him up. Was she seriously trying to kill me? What the hell was that for, he thought, descending slowly, smoke curling off his clothes, but as his soft toes neared the stone platform, his feet barely touching the surface, the crowd below saw something entirely different. To them, he was not a man, he was a vision. His flowing white robes, almost burned, barely singed, clung tightly to his well-defined body, outlining every muscle like a sculptor's dream. His long white hair danced in the wind like strands of divine silver silk. His sharp eyes glowed faintly, filled with fire and shadow. Everything about him screamed power. Majesty. Divinity. This wasn't a man who survived an explosion, this was a god. He landed, stone cracking beneath his feet, as if even the ground couldn't bear his weight. In truth, the blast had simply weakened the floor beneath him, but no one saw it that way. My God, please forgive us, you have blessed us with your arrival. We thought you were a woman all this time, please, your grace, forgive our ignorance. Ether blinked, stunned. What the fuck? He raised one hand awkwardly, trying to say something, anything. Listen, OH. I heard the god's voice, someone shouted, before fainting right there on the spot. Ether stood there, mouth slightly open, completely bewildered. His voice was deep and commanding, he couldn't help it. And now it was apparently divine. Oh great. Just great. He shifted uncomfortably, awkwardly glancing toward the archpriestess and Helena. But even they had their heads bowed in silence. Neither one had moved. And worse, they didn't even recognize him. Not a word. Not a single reaction. Ether's throat dried as realization began to sink in. They thought he was a god. Oh, fuck. Am I that changed? Ether wondered, his thoughts heavy as he floated in the air, still trying to process what had just happened. His body felt foreign, too light, too powerful, too divine. He needed to see his reflection. With a breath, he reached out telepathically, his voice laced with hesitation as it echoed inside Helena's mind. Helena, it's me. Ether, / Helena visibly flinched, her eyes snapping upward in disbelief. Her lips trembled as she gasped, Ether. Her voice cracked in horror. The archpriestess, who was deep in thought, calculating what to do next, heard Helena's stunned mutter. She blinked sharply, her instincts flaring, and slowly turned her gaze toward Ether, toward the radiant, divine figure hovering just above the broken remains of the temple floor. All right, everyone. Get out of here, the archpriestess declared, her voice suddenly cold and commanding. I will deal with this personally. Before anyone could utter a word of protest, she waved her hand, and in an instant, an invisible force surged out. The entire crowd was flung away from the sacred grounds, as if a god's hand had wiped them off the map. Helena immediately reinforced the area, raising a golden dome-shaped barrier that sealed the entire main temple from the rest of the empire. The archpriestess strode toward Ether without pause, her eyes fixed on him, scanning him like a predator circling prey. Ether scratched the back of his head awkwardly and chuckled. Yeah, that's me. The archpriestess blinked again, her eyes slowly drifting across his body, taking in every divine inch of him, his sculpted frame, glowing aura, long silver white hair dancing like silk threads, and his sharp jawline shadowed by soft light. She raised a brow and, with a mischievous smirk, slapped his tight ass. You sexy ass. She whispered with a teasing, seductive glint in her eye. What the hell have you done? Helena's face went crimson. She turned her head away as if the sun itself had burned her eyes. She couldn't believe the archpriestess had just smacked him so casually, so shamelessly. Ether laughed weakly. I just named my race. And then all this happened. The archpriestess groaned softly and pressed her forehead against his chest. The longer she looked at him, the more convinced she became. He didn't just look like a god, he was one. Sigh, what am I going to do with you? She murmured, clearly annoyed yet helplessly captivated. Just then, something soft peeked out from between the archpriestess's massive boobs, a small, adorable snake. Snowflake," she hissed at first, narrowing her eyes at him. Then her expression lit up with joy, and she leapt directly into his arms. "Master Handsome." Snowflake purred affectionately as she curled around his neck, tail wrapping his arm like a living bracelet. She inspected him like a curious cat, rubbing against his new frame, sniffing his shoulders, chest, and neck with delighted squeaks. The archpriestess folded her arms beneath her breasts and gave a weak, exasperated sigh. "Handsome. TCH. I'm pretty sure even that word is too pale for what he is now." She waved her hand, and the last wisps of divine energy evaporated. Then she looked at him seriously. "Now. Talk." Ether nodded and began explaining everything, well, almost everything. He carefully left out the part about his encounter with the Mother Goddess. Not because he wanted to hide it. No. Some things weren't meant to be spoken. Not yet. Helena listened quietly, her eyes watching him the entire time, reading every word, every pause. "So, it activated, huh?" The archpriestess muttered, turning toward the center of the ruined temple. There, the ebon stone had begun to rotate. Helena's face paled. Her voice trembled. "That means, the collision is about to happen. What do we do? If the merge actually occurs, countless people will die. We have to do something, Archpriestess." But before she could spiral into panic, the Archpriestess lifted her hand. "I already talked with Ether. So don't worry." Helena blinked, her heart slowing down. "Oh, right. He's Victor, too," she recalled. She remembered that conversation, the one where he had confessed everything. He had been honest then. She glanced over at Ether, who was suddenly staring into the distance. His expression shifted. His pupils narrowed. He flinched. "Really?" he muttered, his voice stunned, as if someone invisible had whispered something dreadful in his ear. "I need to leave now," he said, just about to vanish into thin air, but before he could, the archpriestess grabbed his wrist, stopping him. "What happened?" Ether took a long breath, his face darkening. "One of my puppets just reported something. The light that ascended from here. It didn't vanish. It fell directly onto Zephyr Empire, on the ebon stone." The archpriestess's face twisted with a deep frown. She didn't even hesitate. "Then I'm coming with you." She turned to Helena, eyes sharp. "As the chosen one, fulfill your duty." And they disappeared without even a care to hear her. Helena lifted her hand, half reaching, but then slowly let it drop. "Bastard," she muttered under her breath as the two disappeared in a flash of divine light. Snowflake too blinked as she moved to Helena, consoling her, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Meanwhile, Ether and the archpriestess appeared near the wood tribe of the Zephyr Empire. Before the ebon stone, his puppet stood. Before them, cloaked in a long, dark hood, kneeling in reverence. "Master," it spoke. The light descended from the heavens and fell upon the ancient tree. Everything was reduced to ash. Except the ebon stone. Ether nodded grimly, and the puppet vanished. He and the archpriestess approached the charred remains of the tree. Ash clung to everything. It smothered the ground in a thick, cold layer. Ether waved his hand, and a sudden breeze scattered the ashes like dust in the wind, revealing the stone beneath. The ebon stone was still there. But something else. On its dark surface, blood had been carved, fresh, thick, crimson lines that pulsed faintly with power. Blood, leaking from the stone for the first time. Ether narrowed his eyes, stepping closer to the ebon stone. He knelt slowly, his fingers trembling as he traced the bleeding letters. "Essence. No, desire, He whispered under his breath, trying to piece it together, fragmented bloody letters. Then his gaze reached the final line. The moment his eyes locked onto it, his heart skipped a beat, his vision swam. Something twisted in his chest. His body jerked slightly as if a violent pulse of divine static shot up through his spine, and then, his legs gave out. Ether's entire body tensed before it collapsed like dead weight. He fell backward, his ass slamming into the scorched earth with a muffled thud. His arms shook as he tried to catch himself. But even they trembled too much to hold him steady. His mouth fell open, eyes widening to their limits. Every inch of him felt cold, sweat forming at the nape of his neck, slowly sliding down his back. Aether. What happened? What does it say? She called out, holding him tightly, but Aether didn't answer right away. His lips quivered, his pupils were dilated, filled with pure dread. The words kept ringing in his mind, louder and louder, overlapping, distorting. His breath came in shallow gasps, and when he finally spoke, his voice was barely audible. It cracked with fear, low and shaken. Wishers. Life. The archpriestess froze, and for a few long seconds, not even the wind dared to move. Chapter 1062, he, kind of looks familiar. Wisher's life, that's what's written on it, that's what it's asking for. There was no escape. There was no other way out of this cursed circle. This was how it was always meant to be, how it was always going to be. A life in exchange for beginning the new world, a sacrifice to trigger something greater, yet, it was asking for her life. His beloved, the very thought sent a sharp twist through his chest. Could he really do it? Could he find a way to escape, even after promising with every breath in his body that he would protect her no matter what? Even after saying so proudly, so confidently, so blindly, that he would shield her from everything? And yet, in the end, it demanded the one thing he couldn't give up, a life. How cruel could fate be, or maybe, how cruel was he, for falling in love with someone who was never meant to live, no matter what choices he made or what path he took. His log had warned him, clear, cold, and logical. It had told him not to get close to her. It had whispered that she was not worth the pain. It had warned him that the truth was something he could never handle. And still, he chose to follow his heart, to believe in something fragile and warm, and now, the world wanted that heart in return. Aether. Sarah's voice was soft, trembling with worry as she stepped closer. Her eyes widened at the terror frozen in his gaze. He wasn't blinking. He wasn't moving. Just sitting there, completely numb, staring at the letters etched into the surface of the final ebon stone like he had been swallowed by them. In the end, it wants a life. Ah, Aether muttered under his breath, his voice flat and drained. Now I get it, everything makes sense now. Why Snape tried to get Sandra involved, why he moved so desperately. The stone, it doesn't just need any life. It wants her life. A wisher's life. That's the condition. Sandra, from the very beginning, she was never meant to survive this. That's why she was given a wish from the so-called Mother and Arcane. Not out of kindness. But because she was always the intended price. We're nothing but pawns, Aether whispered, his voice cracking, growing fainter as his shoulders slumped. His eyes dulled, fading as if his spirit was being snuffed out from the inside. Aether, Sarah panicked, rushing forward and wrapping her arms tightly around him as she felt his weight begin to sag. Please. Don't say that. Don't give up now. I know this looks like the end, but we'll find another way. There's always something, always another path, another. Sarah. Aether's voice dropped low and heavy, and when he looked at her, his eyes were filled with a dark kind of exhaustion. Do you really think I haven't already tried? You really think I haven't thought of every damn possibility? You think I haven't done a fucking thing? Tio, stop this, he roared the words, his spit flying as his voice cracked from fury and helplessness, hands trembling, chest heaving. He worked. He fought. He sacrificed. He bled, he gave everything, and yet, this damned stone wanted the one thing he could never give, life. Of all things, how fucking laughable. It was like the world itself had twisted into his enemy. Not fate. Not gods. Just, the world. And it had made up its mind that he would suffer. Sarah flinched from the suddenness of his scream, but she didn't step back. She didn't run. She crouched there, holding him, because beyond the rage, she could see it, the pain. The heartbreak, the empty, trembling despair hid behind his eyes like a dying flame. I just wanted everyone to be happy, Aether choked out, his voice barely a whisper now. That's all I ever wanted, just some peace, some future where nobody had to cry or scream or sacrifice their soul. And now, this? This is how it ends. This is the reward for trying so hard, his head hung low, this is too cruel, too fucking cruel. Sarah. I don't care if it's the mother, or Arcane, or any higher being you believe in, they don't want to save us. They want me to suffer. That's all this has ever been. Sarah stared at him, her heart aching, no matter how strong will he had. No matter how powerful his magic became, no matter how many battles he had won, no matter how strong his body turned, his heart, that fragile thing inside him, that stubborn, loving piece of him, it never hardened, his heart was not hammered enough. His heart was not steeled enough. His heart, not enough to keep him together, and that was his weakness, but also, his greatest strength, because it was that same heart that made him step forward when others backed down. That heart that made him reach out to help, even when he was drowning, that heart that still believed in light, even when the world turned pitch black, that heart, no matter how wounded, was what made him truly human, and painfully real. He was, still a child in his heart. Sarah smiled gently, her fingers moving with tender care as she reached around and softly patted his back. Her gaze met his, warm and unwavering, like an anchor trying to keep him from drifting further into the storm of despair. I'm not putting my faith in any god. Ether, she said softly, her voice trembling slightly as she placed her hand gently against his chest. I believe in you. Her words landed like a quiet thunder in his chest, her palm stayed there, over his heart, grounding him. Now, just try to believe in yourself, even if it hurts. Ether stared at her, blinking slowly as if her touch had pulled him back to reality. His eyes dropped to his chest, to the place where her hand rested. Believe in myself. He repeated in his mind, but how? What did he have left to believe in? This stone, it didn't ask for blood. It didn't ask for bones or heads or some ceremonial ritual, it only asked for one thing, a life, a wisher's life, nothing else. Nothing more. Just, a single life. He didn't have anything to get that lift. W8, his brows furrowed as something flickered in his mind, like a light breaking through a dense fog. His skill, rebirth, he had completely forgotten about it. Ether inhaled sharply, the breath rushing into his lungs like he'd been suffocating for hours. His shoulders relaxed. His hands stopped shaking, and for the first time in what felt like ages, a spark of clarity returned to his eyes. Sarah noticed it instantly and smiled with visible relief. Looks like you thought of something, she said with a hopeful grin. Ether chuckled, a bit sheepish, rubbing the back of his head and nudging his forehead as if to scold himself. Honestly, sometimes I forget what I'm capable of. I might have just had a whole breakdown for nothing. He laughed awkwardly, the tension in his voice slowly easing away. A faint blush touched his cheeks, embarrassed by his own emotional spiral, but also, lighter. There was still hope, there was still a path, it just required a life. Ether stood up straighter, his posture returning with newfound resolve. He clenched his fist, his jaw set. His eyes turned to the stone in front of them. All right. He muttered, let's call Sandra. Sarah blinked, confused. Sandra? Why her? Isn't the principal? I mean, the ex-sovereign, didn't she receive the wish? Ether froze mid-thought, his eyes widening slightly. Oh, fuck, he groaned as he facepalmed hard. Right. Dora. She was a sovereign. She must have received a wish too. He frowned, trying to organize the pieces in his head. Come to think of it. He murmured, his eyes narrowing, deep in thought. In the previous iteration, didn't I hear that even after her head was cut off, Dora was still alive somehow, right? The memory struck him like a crack of lightning. That wasn't normal, that wasn't just sovereign power, there was something more behind that. His frown deepened as he turned to Sarah. Yeah. I think we need to visit Dora first. There's something about her I need to understand. Something doesn't add up, because if Dora survived decapitation, if she lived despite the odds, then maybe the key to bypassing the Wisher's death was hidden in her, and there was something else. He had read about the fox race. According to records, they were almost completely extinct, far earlier than even the moon elves, like Melona. And yet, here Dora was. Alive and hiding in plain sight. That couldn't be a coincidence. Sarah tilted her head, curious. Why did you think of Sandra though? You said her name first. I'm curious, can you tell me? Ether blinked. Well, it's kind of personal. It's a bit complicated and I don't know if I should be the one to. Fine, fine. Sarah rolled her eyes and shrugged playfully, waving off the question with a smile. I won't pry. Just wondering. She stepped forward, reaching out and gently grabbed his hand. Let's go to the academy. The principal must be there. Are you looking for me? A voice called out from above, smooth and calm like silk over steel. Ether and Sarah instantly turned their heads upward. Floating just above them, arms folded across her chest, stood Dora. Her long hair fluttered in the air, her sharp eyes fixed on them with a mixture of curiosity and caution, especially when her gaze landed on Ether. A mischievous smile played on her lips. Who's that guy? Dora thought, her eyes narrowing slightly. He's standing pretty close to the archpriestess. Ether's going to be pissed if he finds out. Wait, her thoughts paused mid-track, her eyes narrowing even further. He kind of looks familiar. Chapter 1063, I'll give my life for my love. Can you take it? When the white light descended from the sky over the Zephyr Empire, it wasn't something that could go unnoticed. Of course, the principal noticed it immediately, and a few others picked up on the strange phenomenon as well, sensing the shift in energy that pierced through the very fabric of their sky. After scanning the skies and locking onto the destination, the principal, Dora, finally arrived at the location. This again? Dora muttered under her breath, her voice laced with both seriousness and a hint of irritation. Her sharp eyes locked onto the ebon stone. She turned to glance at Sarah, narrowing her eyes slightly. What are you doing here, Archpriestess? Don't tell me you're the one stirring up this mess again. Sarah shook her head gently, her long hair swaying behind her as she let out a soft sigh. No. It's not me, she said calmly. The ebon stone in our empire suddenly activated. It responded to something, and caused that light to shoot up into the sky. That's what led it here. It also, sort of revealed the final requirement for its complete activation. See. Dora responded slowly, her tone still slightly unsure. Her words dragged for a second as her gaze drifted, before her eyes settled on a man standing nearby, his body covered in torn and scorched clothes, as if he had just been blown back by some explosive force. Her eyes narrowed as she stepped in a little closer, studying him. You look familiar, she muttered, her voice quieter now, uncertain yet intrigued. She leaned toward him slightly, examining his face more closely. Seeing this, Sarah let out a dry chuckle. Looks like I'm not the only one who felt something was off, she said with a faint smirk and a shrug. Her voice dropped as she added, it's him. That's Ether. Dora blinked, surprised by the name, and leaned in even further until she was nearly face to face with him. Ether gave a small, awkward smile and said, hello. The moment she heard his voice, Dora flinched backward slightly, her eyes widening. What the? Are you kidding me right now? She blurted out in shock. It's really you, Ether. What the actual fuck happened to you this time? Her tone shifted, part worried, part annoyed, as her fingers moved instinctively to touch his chest, testing the reality of his presence. Ether let out a slow, tired sigh. Well, a lot has happened. Like, a lot of things. Complicated, messy things. I'll explain everything, I promise. But not right now. He pointed towards the massive black stone covered in glowing, blood-red forbidden letters. That's more urgent. Dora followed his hand and moved closer to the letters. Her brows furrowed as she tried to read them, but she quickly realized the markings were illegible to her, just like always. She turned to Ether, slightly frustrated. What does it say? I can't read this cursed language. Ether bit down on his lower lip, clearly hesitant. Before he could answer, Sarah sighed and answered for him. It says, a wisher's life. That's the final requirement. Dora blinked, her eyes narrowing as she processed that. Then she turned to Ether again, searching his expression for truth. Is that true? Ether gave a weak nod. Dora let out a long breath as her gaze drifted to the stone again. I see, she muttered, then turned back to face him directly. So, what have you decided, then, huh? Ether looked confused for a second. I mean, if the requirement is the life of a wisher, then it'll either be me, or Sandra, Dora said bluntly, her tone unreadable. She crossed her arms as she thought, after all, I was the first person to see Sandra after she made her wish and received that curse. She told me a few things, vaguely, yes, but enough to know that both of us fall under that label. Ether blinked again and frowned, clearly uneasy. What do you mean, what have I decided? It's not like I get to decide something like that. I mean, I'm not the one who should, call Sandra, Dora cut in coldly, her voice flat and decisive as she stared him down. She had already sensed the hesitation, the resistance in his expression, and she didn't like it. Ether groaned quietly and rubbed the bridge of his nose with his fingers. I think we should all just take a moment to, Ether, Dora said sharply, her eyes piercing into his, if you haven't made a decision, then call Sandra here. Right now. Because this is between us, no one else. And if you won't bring her, then I will. Ether let out a deep sigh and, with a small nod, summoned Sandra through his telepathy. Within seconds, the air shimmered and she materialized before them. Ether called me. Sandra said softly as she appeared, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the area and took in the faces around her. One face in particular drew her attention. A man. Unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar. Her brows furrowed deeper. She stared for a moment before her lips parted slightly. Ether hesitated for just a moment, then gave a slow nod. Sandra blinked in disbelief, her body freezing for a second as her face turned pale. She opened her mouth to speak, but, let's put that aside for now. Dora stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. She pointed directly at the stone. The final requirement to activate the ebon stone is the life of a wisher. Sandra's face twisted slightly in confusion. The life of a wisher? Dora gave a short, wordless nod. Sandra's eyes drifted to the stone, staring into its ominous surface. I see, she whispered. And then, ting, Dora's body shifted as she deflected a water knife that was hurled at her with blinding speed. She'd summoned her invisible weapon in a split second and countered the deadly projectile effortlessly. Sandra's face changed. Her eyes turned sharp, serious. Water danced between her fingertips as her entire posture shifted into combat. With a twist of her body, she threw another two more water knives, this time aimed directly at Dora's throat. Dora lowered her head at the last moment, letting the attack pass just above her. In the same instant, her fingers flicked, and a pulse of invisible energy shot toward Sandra, deadly, silent, and precise. Just as the two attacks were about to collide, stop! Ether yelled as he teleported between them in a burst of wind. His right hand caught the water knife with his fingers. And his left hand unleashed a violent gust of air that scattered the invisible strike Dora had launched. What the hell are you doing, Ether? Yeah, why the hell are you interfering now? Both Dora and Sandra shouted at the same time, frustration written across their faces. Ether blinked in disbelief, exasperated. Are you two being serious right now? You're actually trying to kill each other. What the fuck is wrong with both of you? Dora snapped her fingers as she responded coldly. Then tell me, Ether, what exactly are we supposed to do now? Her voice was calm, but the tension behind it was razor sharp. Sandra slowly lowered her hand as the water knife vanished into mist. Her voice was low, tired. From the way things are going, it seems like you couldn't choose between us. So we made the choice ourselves. She didn't look up, as if she'd already expected this moment. Ether bit his lip hard, his fists clenched, eyes burning with disbelief and fury. You really expect me to choose? You want me to stand here and decide whose life should be taken away? Both Dora and Sandra looked at him silently, their gazes steady and empty, as if saying, yeah. Ether turned toward Dora, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression conflicted. He knew she was hiding something critical. There was a secret buried behind those unreadable eyes of hers. And it wasn't just a feeling. He knew. But he couldn't bring it up outright, not without risking too much. If he said anything directly, she might demand how he knew, and that would lead to questions he couldn't afford to answer. Not now. Not yet. He bit his lower lip, forcing down his unease. Just. I want to know, he said carefully, his voice softer than before. Do you guys have any other options? His tone was light, but his gaze was searching, hoping his indirect words might coax Dora to reveal something on her own, but instead, fight until one of us dies, Dora said flatly, her tone devoid of hesitation. Her eyes were steady, her face serious, as if she had already accepted that truth deep in her bones. Sandra gave a small nod, her expression equally calm. Indeed, that's the only choice left, it seems. As the cold declaration of violence hung in the air, Sarah, who had been listening to this absurd back and forth with increasing irritation, finally stepped forward. Her steps were slow, deliberate, and her smile, just a little too sweet. Okay, you two need to calm the fuck down, she said with her eyes closed and a casual, almost gentle smile on her lips. I'm sure Ether has another option. He always does, doesn't he? So why are you trying to make this so damn dramatic all of a sudden? Her voice sharpened slightly as she added, if you two really hate each other that much. Then how about dying together? At least that way, Ether wouldn't have to decide which bitch survives. She gave a mock sigh, still smiling. She was clearly not the holy one that people thought her to be. All three turned to look at her in stunned silence, their gazes flat and unamused. It was obvious to all of them, Sarah was shamelessly trying to reduce her competition. And she wasn't even hiding it, choosing to ignore her antics. Ether stepped forward again, his tone turning serious. Just so you know. I have a skill that can bring back people who've died recently, he said, his voice low, but clear enough to reach them all. The trio nodded in response. Of course, they were already aware of that. Even so. Sandra spoke up, her face hardening as she crossed her arms. This is the ebon stone we're talking about. We don't know if your skill would actually work. It's not the kind of artifact that plays fair. It'll do whatever it takes to get what it wants, but... Sarah added quickly, her voice brimming with confidence, I believe in Ether. His skill might be strong enough to bypass that. He's not just anyone. He's irregular, remember? I think he can handle it. However, Ether didn't share the same blind confidence. Sure, he was an irregular, but that didn't mean he was invincible. If he truly was so powerful, then why had he already died, twice? Why had he failed? Why was he still struggling? Sarah didn't know the full extent of his failures. She believed in him without understanding the weight of what he carried. Sandra and Dora, though, they had seen it. They'd seen him at his lowest. They'd watched him bleed and falter and get up again. It wasn't that they didn't believe in him. No, it was just that they knew better. They knew anything was possible, including failure. Dora had asked him earlier, directly, who he had chosen. And the reason she had done so was simple, she believed that he had already made up his mind. Somewhere inside, she thought Ether had returned from another loop, another timeline. She thought he already knew the outcome. She didn't know how many times he'd died or how many times he'd come back. But she assumed he must have had the answer by now, but he didn't, and when she saw that uncertainty in his eyes, when she realized he hadn't chosen, she called Sandra. Sandra, cunning as always, caught on instantly. The moment her eyes met Dora's, she understood it all. Ether hadn't made his choice. Which could only mean this was their first time facing this situation, so they made a plan, an unspoken one. They would fight each other to the death. One of them would die, and Ether could rewind time and use that experience to decide, like a trial and error method, sacrifice and repeat until the right choice was made. That's what they'd both thought, but the way Ether was acting now, nervous. Dodging questions, glancing at Dora with hesitation, something wasn't right, especially for Dora. She noticed it. His eyes kept drifting toward her, just for a second too long, again and again. Don't tell me. I used that, she wondered, her breath catching in her throat. Her thoughts raced. I see, so that happened, huh? Did he come back here after seeing my secret? But he couldn't bring it up or else it would raise suspicion. Her shoulders tensed slightly, then she sighed. A bitter, disappointed sound escaped her lips as she shook her head slowly. I'm disappointed in you, Ether. She murmured, her tone colder now, but with an undercurrent of pain. If you hesitate this much, then you're not worthy of me. I'll ask you just one more time. Her eyes locked onto his. What have you decided? Ether's fists clenched tightly, the air around him trembling slightly. Then Dora took a step forward, her expression unreadable. Her voice softened, not weak, but full of solemn weight. You gave everything to save me. I'll give my life for my love, she whispered. But can you take it? Ether's breath hitched sharply. Chapter 1064, Killing Dora, Part 1. Sarah and Sandra both froze in place, visibly taken aback by Dora's words. There was something terrifyingly calm in the way she spoke, something that made both of them go silent. Dora kept her eyes fixed on Ether. Her face hard, unreadable. Can you take it? She repeated slowly, her tone dipping into something darker, more dangerous with every word. Ether met her gaze, and for a moment, the world narrowed around them. His expression twisted in anguish as if the very air around him grew heavier. He understood what she was asking of him. No riddles, no hidden meanings, he fucking got it. I can't, he finally whispered, shaking his head. His voice cracked under the pressure, and his eyes dropped. I just can't. I've already spilt enough blood, he muttered and inwardly added, my hands, they've taken too much from the ones I love already. His fingers trembled, as if the guilt was physically eating at him. Dora stared at him in silence for a moment, her gaze filled with disappointment so raw it stung. Even though the opportunity was laid before you, you still chose to step back, she asked quietly. Ether didn't respond, she watched him, her disappointment deepening with every passing second. Her expression shifted slightly, softening not with kindness, but with a worn-out kind of sorrow. You. She murmured, her voice just above a whisper. I suppose you still carry the heart of a child. Her tone was gentle, but her words pierced like daggers. Then she straightened her posture, taking a slow breath as her tone turned cold and analytical. We cannot say with certainty whether your skill will work or not. Considering we're dealing with the ebon stone, let's assume it's a 50-50th chance. Her eyes flicked toward Sandra. And in that moment, Dora saw something only she could see, two thin threads of fate stretching from Sandra's form. One was crimson red, connecting her to Ether. The other, a pale gray one, frail and nearly transparent, fluttered loosely in the air. Dora hummed, her eyes narrowing slightly. If we sacrifice Sandra's life, then there's only a 50% chance she might not come back. Ether clenched his jaw and closed his eyes tightly. Sandra, however, nodded in acknowledgement. There was no hesitation in her expression. She had already accepted that possibility. But Dora continued, turning slightly as her eyes landed on the ancient stone inscribed with forbidden words, if I give my life instead, then there's a 70 to 80% chance of survival. She turned back to the others, calm and composed. And if that is combined with Ether's ability, then I'd say there's a 99% possibility of the best outcome. Her gaze scanned the area. She could see the confused expressions blooming on both Sandra's and Sarah's faces. Ether, on the other hand, was unusually still. Too still. Dora noticed it, and that told her everything she needed to know. He already knew, she thought. He's already seen it. He knows what I can do. Sarah frowned, her arms crossing as she tilted her head slightly. Wait, what do you mean 70 to 80%? How the hell does that make sense? Ether's the one using the ability, not you. What are you even talking about? Dora just smiled gently, turning toward Ether instead of answering Sarah directly. I can't explain the full details. But, believe in me. My life is the one needed here. Trust that. Sandra opened her mouth to protest, raising her hand, but Dora silenced her immediately with a cold, detached stare. Her eyes, empty of emotion, shut down any argument before it could form. Then she turned back to Ether, her expression softening once more. I will not die by anyone's hand. Except the one who once saved me. The one who loves me dearly. Ether's hands trembled even harder now. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and his lips began to quiver. You just. He began, his voice breaking apart, can't you just, but he couldn't finish the sentence. The words got stuck in his throat, suffocating him from the inside. Sarah gave a small shrug, watching him with a half-puzzled, half-annoyed expression. Why the drama? If you think you have such a high chance of survival, then just do it already. Kill yourself. I don't know what the fuck is going on with you, but this whole emotional act is really dragging. Dora gave a soft, humorless sigh. If it were only that easy. She muttered, more to herself than to anyone else. Then she shook her head. To activate my ability. I cannot die by my own hand. That's the condition. That's why. She turned toward Ether again, locking eyes with him. Her gaze was deep, solemn, and full of unspoken meaning. His lips trembled. Sandra and Sarah exchanged glances, both frowning at the intensity between the two. We don't mind killing you, you know, they said in perfect unison, as if it was the most casual thing in the world. But even they could see it now, the pain in Ether's eyes was real. This wasn't just hesitation or doubt, this was a kind of pain only love could bring. However, Dora shook her head sharply. Her voice slicing through the air, I'll kill you before you even lay a finger on me, bitches. Her tone dripped with raw threat, eyes narrowing like a predator on edge. Sandra and Sarah's lips twitched in sync. She's really pissing me off now. They muttered together, their irritation bubbling dangerously. Dora turned her attention back to Ether, her gaze intense. This is how my trial went, Ether. I had to kill what I loved. Her voice didn't waver as her fingers clenched tightly, veins pulsing. That's what made me who I am today, strong, both physically and mentally. You can't be strong and naive at the same time. Because if you are, when someone you trust backstabs you, it'll break you. And you'll feel everything, too much. Her words were like ice. She remembered it well, when Alaric betrayed her. Sure, it shocked her. Sure, it hurt. But she hadn't collapsed. She hadn't curled into a corner to cry. She wasn't broken. She wasn't lost. No, she had tortured him the very next second. Without hesitation. Without regret, even though they had been together for almost 1,000 years, her heart had gone cold. That's what it took to become strong, true strength, carved into body and soul. Dora then smiled, but it wasn't warm. It was sad, knowing, bitter. But unlike me, you still have a chance. A real chance to get me back. Her hand reached forward, pressing gently against Ether's chest. You still have hope, Ether. And with that hope, you can keep pressing forward. She leaned close, her lips brushing his ear, whispering with a soft finality that shook his core, and I'll be honored to die by your hands, the hands that did everything they could to save me. I saw how much you did for me. This way, I can finally repay the debt I owe you. So please, do it for me. Ether gave a fragile, wavering smile. His lips quivered and his hands trembled violently. Why, you're being selfish, don't you think? Dora let out a soft laugh, her smile matching his. Yeah. I've always been selfish. But hey, this might be my last chance to see how far my great disciple has grown in such a short time. Her voice held pride, tenderness, and resignation all at once. Then she smirked faintly. Let's go all out, she teased with a playful wink. Suddenly, her fingertip, still resting against his chest, exploded with a violent surge of flame. Boom! Ether was blasted backwards, his body skidding across the ground as he tumbled violently before finally stabilizing himself. He stood, gasping, chest cracked and scorched, the pain sharp, but it was her intent that hurt even more. Sarah moved to help him, worry crossing her face, but Dora's voice cracked like a whip, cold and merciless. Don't you dare invade this. Her tone was deadly, absolute. She stomped the ground, in an instant. Ether saw her again, she had already closed the distance. Standing before him with a towering, frost-coated axe in her hands, the blade shimmered with razor-sharp edges of enchanted ice. With no warning, she roared and swung it down at his forehead, her muscles straining as she poured everything into the attack. The ground beneath her cracked and split, the earth itself groaning under the force. She wasn't holding back, not even a little. This wasn't a test. This wasn't a play, it was either do or die, and this was the path she had chosen to pull out the real Ether, the Ether who wouldn't hesitate, the Ether who would fight to protect and endure, even if it meant hurting the one he loved. Chapter 1065, Killing Dora, Part 2, Fight me. Dora bellowed, her voice echoing with fury as she swung her humongous axe down at Ether. He barely managed to dodge, stumbling back as the weapon crashed into the ground, splitting it apart with terrifying force. The earth beneath his feet shattered, sending chunks flying as the shockwave rippled outward. Before Ether could even catch his breath or steady himself, Dora vanished from sight, only to reappear right in front of him like a phantom. Her muscles twisted as she swung her massive weapon horizontally, the steel gleaming with raw, murderous intent. Ether reacted in a flash. He bent backward in the span of a single heartbeat, dodging the lethal edge by mere inches. His long, white, silky hair fluttered through the air, several strands sliced clean off by the sharp blade. With his palms pressing against the ground for balance, he twisted his body and launched a swift kick toward the flat side of the incoming ice axe, aiming to deflect it. He growled as he pushed with all his might. The momentum forced the axe to slip from Dora's grasp, spinning skyward like a missile. Taking advantage of the moment, Ether rose and swung his fist toward Dora's abdomen, but she met it with a cold, calm precision. Her palm caught his punch mid-air with a bone-cracking grip. Not enough, she growled. You're still holding back. Her fingers twisted around his wrist and with a brutal torque, she flung him around. Ether's body spun from the force, and before he could recover, her foot connected with his chest. Ether was hurled into the air like a ragdoll. Dora didn't hesitate. She stomped hard on the ground, cracking the stone beneath her, and launched herself into the sky after him. Her expression was tense, serious, every fiber of her body focused. Ether. She whispered under her breath, lifting her hand skyward. The giant axe that had been thrown earlier was now plummeting back down, glinting with menace. With perfect timing, she caught it in one hand mid-air, twisted her body, and brought the weapon down toward him in a savage arc filled with pure killing intent. Ether's eyes widened, his back arched as his senses screamed, that intent, it was real. Her bloodlust slammed into him like a crashing wave, awakening something deep within. Purple sparks erupted across his body as he instinctively surged away, vanishing from her immediate reach just as the axe cut through the air where he had just been. The violent slash released a devastating shockwave, tearing through the atmosphere and exploding downward, obliterating everything in its path below. On the ground, Sarah and Sandra stood frozen, their eyes locked on the battle above with solemn intensity. Was that bitch really trying to kill him? Sandra muttered under her breath, brows furrowed in disbelief. Sarah nodded slowly, her face equally grim. Looks like it. Just then, Sandra noticed a figure approaching, a tall woman with glowing blue skin, walking toward the battlefield with urgency. It was Melona. As the temporary ruler, she had clearly come to investigate the light that had erupted from the sky. Get her out, Sandra said bluntly. TSK, don't order me, bitch, Sarah snapped, rolling her eyes in irritation. With a flicker of movement, she teleported, appearing directly in front of Melona, who stumbled back in alarm. What is going on here? Melona asked, her voice trembling. Without answering, Sarah grabbed the woman and teleported her far away from the danger zone, ensuring she was out of harm's reach before returning to the battlefield. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Dora had closed the distance once again. She drove her fist hard into Ether's stomach, and his body slammed down into the ground like a meteor. Boom, fight, Ether. Sarah screamed from below, her voice filled with frustration and concern. Ether clenched his fists, his muscles trembling as he struggled to rise from the crater. Just as he got one knee up, Dora appeared in front of him again, her hand shooting toward his face like a thunderbolt. His pupils shrank. He barely managed to tilt his head in time. Her hand scraped across his cheek, drawing blood, but she didn't stop. She shifted her grip mid-motion, grabbed him by the throat, and drove his face down onto her rising knee with brutal force. Puff, rhh. Ether spat blood as the impact shattered his focus. Dora reared her knee back for a second strike, but this time Ether reacted, throwing up his hand to block it. Gritting his teeth, he pushed her knee downward with raw strength, then kicked off the ground and swung his leg upward in a spinning arc. His foot slammed into her neck, a perfect hit. Dora's body jerked as her throat constricted from the blow. She choked, trying to keep consciousness. Even then, she could feel it, he was still not going all out. That thought angered her. She retaliated instantly. Throwing herself backwards with full force, taking Ether down with her. Ether crashed against the ground again, his spine screaming in pain. He groaned, barely able to move, but Dora wasn't finished. With a smooth, fluid motion, she flipped around, spun her leg in a 180-degree sweep, crouched low, and then lunged forward. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and locked her legs around his, trapping him in a painful, inescapable hold. "Caught you," she whispered in his ear with a wicked smile as she tightened her grip. Ether's eyes shot open in alarm when he looked up, only to see the massive axe descending straight toward them, spinning violently through the air. He growled in panic, trying to break free, but Dora's hold was solid. Every limb of his body was pinned and locked. He couldn't move an inch. "Dora." He gasped. She shook her head, not loosening her grip. "Come on, you're still holding back," she said, her voice low and fierce. "Don't you dare look down on me, human." Her eyes flickered with a dangerous pink hue as her expression darkened. Ether could see it now, she wasn't bluffing. That axe wasn't just meant for him. She knew it would hit them both. She was doing this deliberately. Pushing him to the edge, he clenched his teeth, furious and desperate. "If you cannot fight me, then fight for us," that was what she had been saying all along, indirectly. Yet unmistakably. And finally, Ether understood, his fists clenched tightly, nails biting into his palms as his eyes locked onto the incoming axe. It spun toward him like a divine executioner's blade, screaming through the air with a sound that tore at the ears. His voice came out in a low, reluctant murmur, almost a growl buried in exhaustion and resolve. "Fine." The massive weapon descended with deadly precision. But Ether didn't flinch. He didn't run. As if the world had slowed to a crawl, he lifted his hand, calmly, as if brushing dust from his clothes, and extended a single finger toward the weapon's tip. The moment his fingertip grazed the blade's razored edge, his skin split open. A single bead of crimson welled at the cut. But before the axe could move a millimeter deeper, it stopped, twisted, shifted, splash, the weapon exploded into water. Dozens of droplets burst outward and splashed to the fractured ground like harmless rain. He had absorbed arcane energy. Completely. Dora blinked, and in that instant, she was no longer holding Ether. Her body was flung like a missile, a blur of motion crashing into the perimeter logs surrounding the village. She hadn't even seen the strike. Thud, her spine arched violently against the impact as the thick wooden column cracked behind her. Dust and bark flew everywhere as she tumbled forward in mid-air and finally landed on her feet. Skidding back, she shook her head, already regaining her footing. Then her gaze lifted. There he was, Ether, standing at the center of the shattered battlefield, cracking his neck slowly, his white hair rustling with power. Sparks flickered around him, faint traces of purple energy that coiled and shimmered like lightning behind his shoulders, his fists curled with calm, brutal resolve. His expression was cold. Focused. Dora grinned, spitting blood to the side. "That's it, my disciple, now show me what you're really capable of." Boom. She didn't even finish the sentence. Ether vanished from her view, a shockwave erupting from the point where he'd stood. The very air seemed to twist as he moved, an afterimage burned into reality. Dora's instincts flared. She twisted and raised her forearm to the side just in time. Crack. Ether's kick landed square against her block, the sheer force detonating through her bones like a sledgehammer. Her shoulder buckled, the skin bruising instantly. Her boots dragged back in the dirt as she slid, the ground splitting from the pressure. He's faster. Stronger. Sharper. She thought, startled, but before she could even process the hit, he grabbed her face. Boom! Ether slammed her downward like a comet. The earth beneath her exploded into a spiderweb of fractured stone and dust. A crater formed instantly around her broken form, debris launched into the air as her body bounced from the impact. Dora coughed, blood gushing from her mouth, yet she still laughed hoarsely. Not bad. She whispered, proud, almost amused. Without warning, she snapped her legs upward in a scissor motion, aiming to trap his neck again, but this time Ether anticipated it. He twisted his body with fluid momentum and caught her leg mid-air. Boom! With a fierce growl, he spun and slammed her body again, this time sideways, into the dirt like a ragdoll. Her body bounced and twisted in pain, but Ether didn't stop. As she rose mid-rebound, he grabbed her face again, then came a blur of movement. He dashed toward the pile of massive defense logs, dragging her like a wrecking tool. Slam. Her skull smashed into the base of a thick log, once, slam, then twice, slam, then a third time, as if he was using her like a blade to carve through the very defenses the village built. The logs cracked, shattered, and burst apart under the brutal rhythm. Slam, 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 slam. Dora gasped, her vision blurring. She clenched her jaw and raised her arms just in time to block the thickest splinters, reducing the force slightly. Then she seized one broken log piece, using it as a makeshift pivot, and kicked herself off of it, launching her body away with spinning agility. Thud, she rolled across the dirt, landing roughly on her shoulder. Her boots dug into the earth with a long, skidding slide. Her body trembled, her muscles aching, breath heaving. She forced herself upright. Her vision swam, hazy from the attack, but she shook her head to clear her mind. But the moment her sight cleared, it was already too late. The broken logs, those thick wooden weapons, were already before her. Then, like a swarm of arrows released from a divine bow, thud, 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 they rained down on her position with terrifying speed and precision, stabbing through the dirt like thunderbolts. The air cracked with each impact. The ground split further. Dust choked the air, making it impossible to see. Ether hovered silently in the sky, his body still and composed. His face was expressionless, but his fingers still twitched faintly. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. A tense silence settled. Then, do you think this is enough to kill me? The voice slid through the smoke like velvet. Seductive. Sinister. Snap, a high-pitched sound echoed. The logs that had impaled the area vibrated, then burst, shattered into a million wooden splinters. Cut by something unseen. From the dissipating haze, a figure emerged slowly. Pink hair flowed like molten silk behind her. Glowing one tail waved with relaxed confidence, each exuding raw power. Her eyes shimmered with mischief and hunger. Every step she took was calculated, smooth. Like a predator savoring the thrill of the hunt, her wicked smile stretched wide, licking her lips slowly as her glowing claws danced in the light. The fox had arrived. The real Isadora Pinkheart. Chapter 1066, Killing Dora, Part 3. Dora smirked as she looked at Ether, her lips curling with devilish amusement. With a subtle flick of her fingers, she said in a flirting, taunting tone, "Splendid, my disciple. Now, can you handle this?" A shimmering pink mist burst from her body, spreading outward like a blooming flower of desire, floating directly toward Ether. Ether's eyes narrowed in response. He immediately raised his hand and waved it with forceful precision. A gust of wind, sharp and controlled, surged from his palm, slicing through the air. The pink mist scattered like fragile petals, vanishing as though it had never existed, but then, without warning, a wave of heat surged through his body. Ether stiffened as a sudden, maddening warmth crawled over his skin. Every nerve in his body seemed to jolt awake, pulsing with overwhelming sensitivity, his breath caught in his throat, his eyes widening in disbelief. A low groan escaped his lips as his muscles tensed, and a strange, intoxicating pleasure coiled within him. His aura faltered for a moment, his immense power wavering, cracked under the sudden pressure of lust burning in his veins. What the hell is this? He thought, sweat forming along his brow. Before he could recover, Dora's figure suddenly blurred and reappeared right before him, her knees bent, posture low, ready to strike. Her movement was graceful, almost feline, and she spoke in a calm, dangerous murmur. When it comes to women, we are the most dangerous creatures alive. We'll do anything to win. Without giving him a chance to respond, her fist slammed into his gut with devastating force. Bam! Ether's body folded with the impact, and the air in his lungs escaped in a choked gasp. His form was hurled back, crashing onto the ground with a brutal thud. His body bounced once against the dirt before landing hard. Above him, Dora raised her hand again, her fingers shimmered with magical air currents, crackling softly. As she concentrated, a massive structure of ice began to form above her, jagged and crystalline, resembling a monstrous axe carved from a glacier. With a decisive shout, she swung downward, sending the enormous ice weapon slashing toward Ether with lethal precision. Meanwhile, not far away, Sandra flinched and wrinkled her nose, her face tensing. She sensed something. The air. It's infused, she said sharply. Sarah's reaction was immediate. She raised her hand and conjured a barrier of shimmering white light around them, whispering under her breath, her magic through the air. It's not just mist anymore, it's everywhere. Sandra raised an eyebrow in realization. The magic she used on Ether, it was meant to be concentrated. But once Ether scattered it with air magic, it didn't disappear. It diffused and spread, mixing into the environment. Even though the potency had weakened, the magic lingered, the aphrodisiac skill was still present. Dora had created a win-win trap. Whether it hit directly or diffused into the air, its effect remained active. Ether's cheeks flushed a deeper red as he panted, his breath growing shorter and more uneven. His body trembled slightly, skin glistening with sweat, as waves of ecstasy threatened to overwhelm his thoughts. It was nearly impossible to focus on the battle with his senses overloaded by such relentless stimulation. It was hard to concentrate on the fight while being fully turned on. Fuck, he growled under his breath, his voice low and strained. He gritted his teeth and lifted his hand toward the falling ice weapon as he prepared to absorb and counter it. But, ba-dump, a single heartbeat echoed louder than the rest. His heart skipped. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank, dazed and lightheaded. The sensation was like teetering on the edge of climax, that dizzying flood of pleasure. Even though he hadn't climaxed, his body trembled, overwhelmed by the unnatural climax, feeling, coursing through him, as if he was, coming unstoppable, and in that sliver of time, just one suspended second, his concentration broke, the ice axe descended. But at the final moment, the massive weapon halted. Its blade barely an inch from his skull, it hovered there, crackling with frost, unmoving. Dora stared at him, wide-eyed and silent, then muttered coldly, "You died." Ether remained kneeling on the ground, panting furiously, his flushed face twisted with strain and resistance. Blood dripped from his lip where he had bitten it too hard. His fists clenched as he forced himself upright. "The fuck are you saying, bitch?" Sarah shouted from the sidelines, eyes burning with rage. "That was a pathetic, underhanded sneak attack. You used your damn fox tricks. If not for that shit, Ether would have crushed you." Dora simply shrugged. Her expression remained calm, unreadable. "In life or death situations, I don't believe anyone would willingly die when they have something left in their arsenal." She wasn't wrong. But her tactics had been vicious, attacking both physically and mentally. She had targeted the most vulnerable part of Ether's will, or any man's will, and pushed it into chaos. Sarah bit her lower lip, hard. Sandra continued watching silently as Ether's body trembled more intensely now. His knees buckled slightly, and his eyes began to fog, turning hazy, consumed by the aftereffects of the aphrodisiac mist still lingering in the air. Ether bit down again on his lip until blood flowed freely, forcing his muscles to react. He stood shakily, shoulders trembling. Every inch of his body begged him to fall, to surrender to the pleasure surging through him, and yet He whispered, voice ragged and raw, "See, continue." He spoke those words, twice, each one choked and heavy with lust and resistance, trying desperately to rein in his mind and keep control over his spiraling body. To be completely honest, even Dora was slightly impressed. She had unleashed her full aphrodisiac technique, no holding back. This wasn't some diluted version. Her magic, potent and unfiltered, could reduce even the strongest male into drooling, sex-driven beasts. Most would collapse in mindless pleasure or die from overstimulation, and yet, Ether was still standing. Dora's lips curled upward slightly as she nodded in satisfaction and approval. 9,000 AP, but it wasn't just sheer will keeping him upright. This was the result of days of exposure to Nightfire's nectar, the essence of a succubus, taken like medicine, like training. He had been absorbing it, surviving it, adapting. His body had been gradually molded to endure this level of stimulation. Even now, the only reason he hadn't collapsed was thanks to that nectar coursing through his veins. I need to finish this fast. Ether thought, his jaw clenched as his mind slipped once more toward the edge. His knees trembled, his body flushed and drenched in sweat, his thoughts blurred by unbearable heat, his eyes glazed over halfway, half in the moment, half slipping into ecstasy again. He couldn't let it happen, he wouldn't allow himself to fall, even if he bled, even if he had to push his mind to the edge of madness, he had to fight. This wasn't a poison, his purification skill would have neutralized it if it were. No, Dora's magic didn't act like a toxin. It amplified natural responses. It unlocked the body's own dormant cravings, forced and twisted them into a weapon, and worst of all, she hadn't even used her true weapon yet. Ether groaned deeply, his fists tightening as he pulled from within himself. Purple flames exploded across his skin, raging and wild, as he gathered all remaining focus. With a roar, his body burst into motion, vanishing from sight. Dora blinked, visibly caught off guard by Ether's sudden burst of speed. His figure blurred through the ice axe, barely slowed by the effects ravaging his body. Still, she narrowed her eyes with a half-smirk and muttered, "You've gotten slow." Without hesitation, she hurled the massive ice axe with both arms. The weapon spun in a wide, horizontal arc, rotating like a bladed hurricane. As it flew, it carved clean through the air and the battlefield alike, shredding stone, ice, and debris in its path. Ether dashed toward the last remaining log still embedded in the ground. He spotted the incoming blade just in time and dropped into a low crouch. The ice axe whirred past overhead. A breath away from taking his head clean off, and slicing through the logs before him. The logs flew into the air, but Ether had already moved. He stomped on the ground. "Step 1, he whispered, voice calm and chillingly focused. He kicked the first log into the air, launching it toward Dora with incredible force. As it ascended, he snapped his fingers. Snap, the air at the tip of the log began to vibrate violently. Step 2, snap, another log launched, another air drill forming at the tip. Step 3, snap, step 4, snap, step 9, snap, step 10, snap. In the span of a second, 10 logs rocketed toward Dora from multiple angles like spears guided by thunder itself. Dora's pupils widened slightly in shock, but then, that smug smile returned to her lips. "It's useless," she muttered, raising her palm calmly, her fingers curled inward as fire flickered to life, bright and hungry. A wave of flame erupted outward, rushing toward the flying logs with the intent to incinerate them mid-air, but then, a tiny black sphere suddenly flickered into existence at the very tip of the logs. The moment the fire touched it, the sphere inhaled the flames like a black hole, snuffing them out entirely, erasing them from existence. Dora's eyes widened in genuine surprise. She immediately reacted, snapping her fingers with sharp force. 10 invisible blades surged forward, racing toward the logs and warping them. Her 10 fingers tensed, controlling them with absolute precision, ready to slice each log into a million pieces. But then, a voice echoed from above, "Oi! Did you forget about this?" Her head snapped up. There he was, Ether, descending from the air above her, holding her own massive axe in his hands. The purple flames in his hand surged and the blade crackled with purple flames. pulsing with unstable energy. He roared. He swung the axe down with both hands. Purple flames erupted in a violent wave as the weapon came crashing toward her like judgment from the heavens. Dora's eyes barely had time to widen. Oh, dear, BBBOM. The impact shook the entire ground. Sarah and Sandra were forced to shield their eyes as a massive shockwave exploded outward. Dust and shards of ice crystals surged through the air, blanketing everything in a white, blinding fog. When the smoke began to settle, Dora's body was revealed, slumped, battered, and bleeding, lying directly on top of the ebon stone. Whether by deliberate force or sheer chance, she had landed against it, her body coated in gashes, bruises, and crimson streaks. Ether emerged from the swirling mist, limping slightly but focused. He held a small knife in his hand, his eyes burning with intent. With a sudden leap, he lunged toward her chest, aiming straight for her heart with surgical precision. He brought the blade down and pierced her heart, or so he thought. Thud! A hand caught his wrist with unyielding strength just before the knife could even graze her skin. Chapter 1067, Killing Dora. Part 4. He brought the blade down and pierced her heart, or so he thought. Thud! A hand caught his wrist with unyielding strength just before the knife could even graze her skin. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, breaths catching as they saw. Ether's other hand had surged up and seized his own wrist, stopping the blade in midair. Argh! Ether groaned, his body twisting with resistance. He struggled violently, forcing his right hand, which gripped the blade, toward her chest. And yet, his left hand wouldn't allow it. His own fingers clenched around his right wrist, refusing to let it move even a single inch closer. His eyes flickered between black and white, trembling like a candle between two winds. Something deep inside him, furious, grieving, afraid, was resisting the command she gave. Dora lay helplessly on the cold stone, her body covered in wounds and smeared blood. Her lips trembled as she looked up at Ether, whose face was a storm of fear, love, heartbreak, and guilt. "See, come on, why hesitate now?" she asked, her voice fragile, broken, and yet, strangely peaceful. She tried to smile through the pain, though it cracked at the corners. Ether's lips parted. They trembled, but no sound came out for a long, shaking second. Then finally, "Why, you're really making me do this." "Ah." He choked, his throat tightening. The weight of her request was crushing him. "You know I can't, and yet, you ask me to." His knees buckled slightly as the blade shook in his hand. He wanted to let go. But he couldn't. He wanted to obey her. But he couldn't. His body and soul were tearing apart, pulled in opposite directions. Dora gave a soft smile, her lips still bloody. It was a broken smile, but it was real. She wasn't afraid, not of death, not of the blade, not of him. That smile shattered him more than any scream. Tears welled up in Ether's eyes. "Argh!" he shouted, forcing his right hand downward again, but his left hand still gripped his wrist tightly, trembling, fighting back. Sandra and Sarah stood nearby, frozen. Sarah's eyes flooded with panic. She stepped forward instinctively to stop this madness, but Sandra caught her arm firmly. "No," Sandra said, her tone harsh and flat. "It's her choice. She wants it this way." It wasn't that Sandra didn't understand what was happening. She understood all too well. Dora wasn't the kind of person who let herself be cornered or weak. If it had been anyone else holding the blade, even her, even Sandra, Dora would have killed them without hesitation. Whether she was a queen, a friend, or a nobody, Dora always followed her own will. But Ether, when it came to Ether, everything was different. He was her disciple, yes, but he was more than that. So much more. Ether wasn't just someone she raised or trained. He was the one who melted the cold in her soul, the one she entrusted her truth to. The one she, then why? Why make him suffer like this? If she truly loved him, wouldn't she choose another way? Couldn't she end it herself? Or ask someone else? But Sandra knew. Deep in her bones, she knew, Dora didn't want to die by anyone's hand, she wanted to die by his hand. Even Sandra had considered similar thoughts. If it came down to it, she would rather die by ether or her daughter than be killed by enemies or strangers. She'd rather die looking into eyes that loved her. Still, something about it all felt painfully, horribly wrong. Sandra noticed Ether still trembling. His face was contorted, his breath ragged. She saw the war raging in his soul, and it hurt to watch. She took a step forward and gently asked, "If you cannot." "I will, no need." Ether interrupted, shaking his head violently. He bit down on his lower lip until blood seeped from it. "Don't touch this. I have to. I have to," he inhaled sharply, as if he were about to dive into a sea of fire. Then, as his eyes turned deep, endless black, he muttered, "Please forgive me," and then, chuck, the blade drove into her chest. Dora smiled. Peacefully. Silently. As if, at last, she was freed, her eyes lost their color like a candle being extinguished in the wind. Her breathing stopped without resistance. Ether let out a trembling exhale as he released the blade. His entire body convulsed. He turned to move forward, but his legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed onto his knees, his arms limp at his sides. He panted, hard. Each breath was shallow, uneven. It wasn't Dora's spell holding him anymore. That had faded the moment she died. No. This was something far worse, his own guilt. His love. His fear. They were wrapping around his heart like chains, squeezing, choking, tightening every time he tried to breathe. "I killed her." His eyes returned to normal. His vision blurred as his pupils shook violently, first Raven. Then Sandra. And now, Dora, even though the first two weren't his fault, even though he had told himself it wasn't really him. He had buried that guilt under excuses, under reasons. He had told himself it wasn't truly his hand, but this time. There was no one else to blame. This time, it was only him. Sarah rushed to him and dropped to her knees, embracing him tightly, holding him like he might fall into pieces if she didn't. "I cannot believe that woman forced you to do that," she cried, her body shaking as she held him closer. Her voice cracked with grief and rage. Sandra said nothing. She didn't interfere. Her hands were clenched at her sides, her nails digging into her own palms. She just waited, for the miracle Dora had promised. For something. Anything. Sarah cradled Ether's head into her shoulder, rocking him gently. "It's okay, Ether. You did what you thought was right," she whispered fiercely. "And she fucking asked for it, that fucking bitch." Ether's eyes flickered again, barely able to lift. His vision was clouded, his heart still collapsing inside his chest. But when he looked up and saw Sarah's eyes, worried, hurting, desperate, he gave her a weak, broken smile, a smile filled with too much love, and too much pain. From this point, he started to feel numb. That terrible, creeping emptiness was settling in. He had just killed Dora, his Dora. And yet, he didn't sob like the first time. He didn't search for arms to hold him. He didn't pour out his pain in kisses or broken words. No, not this time, this time. He just knelt in silence, staring at the floor, as if the ground might open up and swallow him whole, because in the back of his mind, buried under all the guilt, sorrow, and madness, there was a quiet truth whispering, "You can always turn back time." That knowledge, that power, that curse. It was the only thing making him move at all. The first time he had experienced loss, Raven, he'd felt an overwhelming emotional rupture. The pain had clawed through his chest like fire. It was an accident, but it left scars that screamed. The second time, Sandra, he had been forced, controlled. His soul cracked wide open, and he drowned in helplessness and despair. And the third time. Dora, this time, it was his choice. His own will. His hands, his heart, his decision. And yet, he felt numb. No tears came, no desperate need for comfort, no self-punishment through kisses or bleeding sorrow, only the silence inside him. That was all. Is this what I've become? Numb to killing the ones I love. His ability. This cruel, cursed ability, sometimes felt like more of a burden than a gift. Everyone thought power could save lives. That time reversal meant second chances. But no one talked about the weight of remembering every version of the same death. Again. And again. And again, thud, suddenly, the ebon stone beneath Dora's body cracked, a low, echoing shudder that vibrated through the ground. The remaining pieces began to shift, trembling like they were waking from centuries of sleep. Slowly, deliberately, the last ebon stone began to rotate, but Ether didn't see it, he couldn't, his eyes were empty, unfocused. He was lost inside himself. Dora's lifeless body still rested atop the rotating stone. Her long, once vibrant form now unmoving as blood trickled down the grooves in the stone. Dripping slowly, methodically, like a countdown, Sandra narrowed her eyes. "She's not waking up," she muttered, her voice uncertain, tension bleeding into her expression. "Ether," he didn't reply at first. Then, after a pause that hung heavy in the air, he whispered, hollow and mechanical, "Activate skill." "Ribert, there is no need," a silky, seductive voice echoed from nowhere. They flinched in unison, heads snapping toward the sound, but there was no one there. Just the dead body on stone and the eerie, humming of the ebon stone. Then suddenly, Dora's fluffy tail, once attached to her body, shimmered and detached from her corpse. It floated into the air like a soft, glowing ribbon, like wind through enchanted petals. It spun gracefully, sparkling like stardust. And in its place, a pink-colored fox form began to materialize in midair, and from it, Dora, fully restored, not a wound, not a single scratch on her glowing body. She spread her arms wide with a playful grin. "Tada!" But no one cheered. No one even reacted, everyone just stared at her in complete silence, their faces blank. Dora blinked, her grin faltering. What happened? She looked down, and her smile vanished entirely when she saw Ether, still kneeling, still broken, still not even glancing in her direction. His head bowed. His expression was unreadable. Dora's face turned awkward as guilt flickered through her eyes. She stepped forward slowly and moved toward him, only to see Sarah still hugging him tightly. Without a word, Dora shoved Sarah aside with a soft grunt. "TSK, bitch," Sarah hissed, gritting her teeth as she moved out of the way. Dora gave a strained, almost apologetic smile. She crouched next to Ether, gently reaching out. "Ether," she whispered, voice much softer now. Her fingers lifted his chin, but his eyes didn't react. They were distant, glassy. He wasn't there. Dora's lips twitched, trying to stay light, trying to tease him back to life. "It should be me who's angry, you know, for killing me. Not the other way around." She muttered with a weak smile, but those eyes. She saw it now. There was pain. So much pain she couldn't even touch it. Sandra walked forward and casually pulled Ether up into her arms, holding him like a child who had been left out in the cold. "Well," Sandra said with a sarcastic tone, though her eyes were serious. "Looks like you pushed him too far. He might have started to hate you, you know." Dora's mouth dropped open. Hey. "I was trying to help you, you bitch. If not for me, you'd be a red stain on the ground." Yay. Sandra waved her hand dismissively, annoyed, already walking away with Ether still half limp in her embrace. She sensed Melona back again, so she walked towards her. Sarah followed behind, rolling her eyes and sticking out her tongue. "Fucked up bitch," Dora blinked, left behind as she looked at the rotating stone, now fully active. Her lifeless body had vanished from it as if it never there. She sighed, her arms dropped to her sides, her voice came out barely above a whisper. I just wanted to help them." Was that really so wrong? Chapter 1068, Exam of Thrones. Due to the throneless state of the Zephyr Empire, Melona had finally decided to initiate the long-delayed competition to determine the rightful heir. There was no room left for hesitation. The Empire needed a ruler, and fast. So now, both Arya and Kaelin found themselves seated in a completely empty, stone-cold room. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional scratch of quills against parchment. They were undergoing one of the most grueling written tests imaginable. The questions weren't simple. No, they covered the empire's complex history, tangled geopolitics, intricate economic theories, and a flood of competitive, logical challenges meant to push their intellect and problem-solving skills to the absolute brink. There was no mercy in those exam sheets. No breaks, no second chances. Just, relentless questions. They had to answer every single one, and it wasn't just for an hour or two. This nightmare started at the crack of dawn and would continue until the following dawn. A full 24 hours of uninterrupted testing. No food. No water. No toilet breaks. Just an enormous bundle of worn-out papers placed before them, and a ticking clock that seemed both still and yet merciless. They were expected to endure, expected to excel, expected to finish. Even with an entire day, the sheer volume of questions felt like they had been meant for 2 days of writing. The pressure was real. It crawled into their bones. It clung to their backs. It weighed on their shoulders like invisible chains. Now, in the highest room of the palace tower, sunlight streamed through the tall, narrow windows, casting golden streaks across the dusty floor. Arya and Kaelin sat side by side at a wooden table. Their backs straight, hands scribbling feverishly. Well, one was scribbling, the other was struggling. Gulp, Kaelin swallowed hard. And no, it wasn't because of the exam itself, not exactly. Sure, the questions were tough, some even made him question his own existence, but the true horror, a pair of multicolored eyes were burning a hole straight through his soul. Leora, the invigilator, his mother, yes. Of all the people who could have been assigned this role, it just had to be her. Leora stood at the head of the room with a posture so sharp she could probably slice air. Her role was clear: ensure the candidates didn't cheat, didn't whisper, didn't move even a fraction of an inch without permission. She was the judge, the observer, the hawk-eyed enforcer of discipline, but something was off. Kaelin could feel it. Her eyes weren't doing a general sweep of the room like a typical invigilator. No, they were locked. Glued. Nailed directly to him, right on his answer sheet, not blinking. Not breathing. Just staring. Kaelin could feel the sweat forming at the back of his neck. He was gulping down dry air, his hand trembling as he held the quill. Every time he tried to write something, he could feel that unrelenting gaze on the back of his head, as if any wrong letter would earn him instant death. With a trembling voice, Kaelin whispered, "Mom, invigilator." Leora corrected him immediately. Her tone colder than the floor beneath them. Kaelin flinched, adjusting his quill like it would protect him. "Why yes, invigilator, but, He paused, looking up at her helplessly. "Aren't you, kinda staring at me too much?" "I mean, a little too much," he whispered nervously, then tilted his head toward Arya. "She's right there. She's writing like she already has the answer key. Maybe you should." "I don't know, look at her too." He gave a weak smile, half hopeful, half dead. Leora's eyes narrowed into tiny slits. A dangerous glow flickered in her gaze, and Kaelin immediately regretted opening his mouth. Her voice dropped several degrees. "Is that so?" she said softly. Yet the words sent chills down his spine. Kaelin's heart thudded. He swore he could feel killing intent radiating off her. For a brief moment, he wondered if this was how criminals felt when they realized the executioner was approaching. Even the academy tests weren't like this. Leora finally stepped away. Kaelin exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding. His entire body slumped like a puppet cut from its strings. "Thank the heavens, now I can actually focus on these damn questions," he thought, shaking off the invisible pressure. He looked down at the paper again, scanning the next question. What does one truly need to rule the empire? He blinked, his eyes narrowed. Then, something sparked in his brain. A sudden flash of confidence surged through him. He gripped the feather quill like a sword, fire igniting in his chest. "Be a man," he shouted internally, pressing the quill to the parchment. But, snap, his tail stiffened. He could feel it again, that scorching stare. He slowly tilted his head, and there she was, Leora, still near Arya, still perfectly still, yet somehow, still staring right at him. Her eyes were wide, glowing faintly. And filled with that particular look only a disappointed mother could master, Kalen's soul practically left his body. No, no, no. I didn't mean it like that. Not a man, no man, no man, he screamed inside. Clenching the sides of the desk, meanwhile, Leora quietly sighed to herself. The truth was, she didn't even want this invigilator job. She only accepted it because she wanted to see how her son was doing in such an important exam. She wanted to silently support him, be near him like a proud mother watching her child grow into something great, but instead, he was scared of her, terrified, even, and I didn't even do anything. She thought sadly, her tail dropping in disappointment. She shifted her gaze toward Arya, who was still writing, calm and composed, her face showing no stress whatsoever. Leora tilted her head, suspicious, maybe too calm. You're not cheating, are you? She asked with a quiet telepathic ping. Arya's body jolted slightly. She glanced up and frowned. Of course not, she snapped telepathically, her expression serious. Then she turned back and resumed writing, faster this time, not wasting even a second. Leora gave a small hum, her eyes flicking toward the tall window. Her expression softened. She could smell him, her husband, somewhere nearby. His scent was faint, lingering on the breeze that drifted in. But she couldn't leave. Not even for a second. Not unless she wanted Melona to verbally flay her alive with one of those smug, condescending speeches that made even dragons curl up in shame, so she stayed. Miserable. Longing. And slightly twitching, her eyes eventually drifted back to her son. At least she could support her son. Kalen froze mid-sentence. He felt that gaze pierce through his very soul once more. Please leave me alone, he begged silently, tears nearly forming in his eyes. Meanwhile, not too far away, inside Melona's stately home, would you like to have a coffee? Melona asked gently, her voice soft and welcoming, a warm smile resting on her face as she looked at the four seated guests. Ether, worn new clothes, Sandra, Sarah, and Dora were all settled on a wide, lavish sofa, though each wore a very different expression. Sandra and Sarah nodded immediately, polite and curious, their postures relaxed. Dora, however, shook her head silently. Her eyes didn't even flicker toward Melona, they were locked on Ether, watching him with quiet urgency, yet he hadn't once looked at her since they sat down. Melona nodded understandingly. With a quiet clap of her hands, a few maids swiftly entered, carrying a silver tray and porcelain cups. They carefully served the steaming coffee to Sandra and Sarah with practiced grace. All right then. Melona trailed off, her voice lowering slightly as she looked at the group, her brow furrowing with hesitation. Can someone please explain what exactly happened out there? She asked, her curiosity laced with underlying concern. Especially that fox woman. I never saw her before. Who is she really? Something about that woman didn't sit right with her. She suspected it might be connected to why Ether had suddenly asked Arya to research old Fox tribe manuscripts. Sarah cleared her throat softly and began to explain, gently sipping her coffee in between words. She gave a general overview of what had happened, carefully summarizing the events without overwhelming detail. Meanwhile, Dora remained silent. Her eyes never left Ether. Then, slowly, she leaned closer and placed her hand softly on his thigh, her voice small and hesitant. Are you angry at me? She asked. Ether didn't respond. Not with words. He barely turned his head, casting a small, hollow glance in her direction before looking away again. His eyes settling on a far corner of the room, he wasn't just ignoring her to be cruel. In truth, his mind was elsewhere, far away. While his body sat still, his consciousness was connected to his distant puppets, sweeping through shadows, searching every empire for signs of disturbance near the ebon stones. After all, everything activated correctly. He was just cautious now. Even though his clones had vanished the moment they teleported into the Umbra Empire, he had at least confirmed there was no major anomaly. Dora's fingers tensed. Then, suddenly, come on, Ether, at this rate, she's going to cry, Sandra's voice echoed clearly in his mind. He flinched subtly, his head turned toward Sandra. who was sipping her coffee with an oddly knowing look. But she wasn't looking at him directly. No. Her gaze was aimed beside him. Ether's eyes followed her line of sight, and there she was, Dora. Her lips trembled, her eyes, wide and glistening, began to shake. She looked like a child holding back tears. Ether stood up without a word, grabbed Dora gently by the wrist, and walked out of the room. No explanations. No glances back. Just silence. Sandra didn't even blink. She casually took another sip of her coffee like nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Sarah and Milona sat frozen, eyebrows raised in surprise, trying to process what had just occurred, breaking the awkward tension. Sandra spoke calmly, "So. I heard you're planning a new throne. Mind if I ask how that's going?" Milona blinked for a moment, startled by the abrupt topic change, but then slowly nodded her head. "Why yes, of course." On the balcony, Ether stood with his arms folded, staring out into the distance. The morning breeze brushed through his white hair. Dora stood beside him, hesitating, her fingers fidgeting with the edge of her sleeves. She sighed, "Fine, fine. I'm sorry, okay," she muttered softly, her voice quivering with guilt. "I know I pushed you into that, and I know it hurt. I didn't mean to. I really didn't. Please don't avoid me like this, it's making me feel like I don't even exist to you," she said, hugging herself, her tail curled tight behind her ankles. Ether didn't speak at first. Finally, he turned to her slowly, his face blank, unreadable. "I told you everything about me, Dora," he said quietly, but his words cut deeper than any shout. "Everything. My fears. My past. My scars." He paused. "But you. I know nothing about you. Nothing real. I don't even know how you're still alive. After I killed you, you didn't explain. Not a word. You just said, 'Kill me,' and disappeared." He took a small step closer, his voice lowering. "Give me one reason. One honest reason, and I'll accept your apology." Dora's lips quivered as she looked down. Her hands balled into fists. Her breath hitched slightly. She bit her trembling lip, fighting the rising lump in her throat. She had no answer. Not yet. Ether's eyes remained on her, cold but not unfeeling. He wasn't trying to be cruel. He wanted to understand. He needed to understand. But not with lies. Not with silence, with truth, and Dora wasn't ready, not yet. Chapter 1069, Sometimes. Even woman needs time. Isadora Pinkhart. Nobody truly knew where she came from. Not even the most academic records had anything on her. She was a phantom wrapped in skin, breathing, walking, existing. But with no traceable past. Her parents, no. Her childhood home, no. Her siblings, nothing. There was absolutely nothing about her. No stories, no lineage, no memories shared. Like a character written into the world without a backstory. Even Snape, the man who once claimed to be her master, had only the faintest thread of truth. All he ever truly knew was this: Isadora belonged to a fox tribe. But not just any tribe, one long forgotten by time. One thought to have been annihilated thousands of years ago. Her fox form had been exposed purely by accident when Snape's own sacred flames had burned away her disguise during one of their sparring sessions. If not for that incident, even he might have gone his entire life never knowing she wasn't entirely what she seemed. Unlike others who wore their history openly, through scars, pride, or wounds, Isadora's past was sealed tighter than any vault. It was as though she had simply appeared one day. But Snape was no fool. He knew the Arcane didn't choose just anyone. The kings and queens of Arcane had always been chosen with purpose. They were people of unbearable strength. Or unbearable loss. Wielders of power, or bearers of prophecy. The Arcane sought out souls who could tilt the fate of the world with their very existence, and if the Arcane had chosen Isadora, then she was more than just a mystery. Yet no matter what he tried, Snape could never break her silence. She never shared even a fragment of her past. Not even with Moirix, who was supposedly her best friend. Though Noirix didn't seem to care much, even she had noticed how tightly Dora clutched her secrets, and now, the one asking about her wasn't some master, some old friend, or acquaintance, it was a man she loved. Dora lowered her head, she couldn't say anything. Ether's face twisted slightly. Not with anger, but with a quiet hurt that cracked his voice. You're not going to trust me?" he asked. His tone was soft, vulnerable, even. Dora remained still, not a word escaping her lips. Ether blinked slowly. His chest felt tight. He had genuinely expected something, anything. After everything he had shared with her, after all the cracks he'd exposed in his armor, was she still going to hide behind that silence? He shook his head with a sigh, disappointment filling his gaze. He turned, ready to leave, when Dora suddenly grabbed his wrist. Her fingers trembled. "What?" he asked quietly, his voice drained and tired. Dora bit her bottom lip hard, then looked up with teary eyes. Her voice barely above a whisper, "Ether. I'm just not ready. Please, don't ask me now." Her voice broke softly at the end. Those eyes, Ether stared into them, and what he saw wasn't defiance. It wasn't pride or distance, it was fear, real, trembling fear. It was like a little girl was staring back at him, curled up inside the body of a woman, shielding herself behind invisible walls. Her soul was curled in a corner, arms wrapped tight around her knees. In that moment, Ether truly understood. He had seduced her once. Shared kisses. Saved her life. But, that wasn't the same as entering the depths of her heart. Not truly. Not where the scars were buried. He was above everyone else in her life, that much was true, but he hadn't reached her. Not where it mattered. He wasn't inside her heart, not yet. He was still just her first crush, the first person she loved but not the one she could bare her soul to. Not yet. Ether looked down, his eyes softening with reluctant clarity. He sighed inwardly. "I really thought I meant more. I thought I already had all of her." He reflected, a heavy sadness sinking into his chest. He gave a small nod, accepting the truth for what it was. "I understand," he whispered gently, reaching out and brushing a thumb across her cheek. Dora's breath hitched. She blinked as his touch grazed her skin. And her lips slowly curved into a soft, emotional smile. It wasn't joy, it was relief. For once, she wasn't being pushed. She let out a long, slow sigh, as though a weight had been lifted off her chest, not removed, but lightened, just enough. Ether didn't move. He just stood there with her, on that balcony, beneath the quiet sky, knowing that some hearts take longer to open, but he was willing to wait, except. "I only need to know one thing." Ether's voice was low, calm, but firm. "Why are you alive?" Dora bit her lower lip hard, visibly struggling with her emotions. Ether exhaled softly, the tension in his chest growing. He immediately regretted pressing her again and began to backtrack. "I'm sorry. If I asked you to, that's my wish," she interrupted, her voice quiet but absolute. "Huh?" Ether blinked, confused by the sudden shift. Dora gave a faint smile, one that didn't reach her eyes. "I'm sorry, but that's all I could offer you right now." Just that. Ether paused, lips parted, ready to argue, to dig deeper, but then he saw it, her eyes, they were pleading, not with her words, but silently, desperately. "Don't push me. Not now. Please," he sighed deeply, letting go of the frustration clenching his chest. "Well, at least now I know something. So, through wish we could get more life, huh?" he muttered with a light chuckle of surprise. It was a strange kind of wish. Not what he expected at all, but he didn't press her further. Deep down, he understood. She wasn't ready. Not yet. Dora gave him a faint, weary smile. "Just so you know, life comes with a price," she added, her tone suddenly heavy, far too serious for a simple comment. Ether's brows furrowed at her warning. Something in her voice made his stomach tighten. But he shook his head. "I'll wait then. Until you're ready. But you better tell me everything, you got that, woman?" he said with mock sternness, trying to lighten the mood without letting go of the promise. Dora chuckled gently, nodding. "Okay then," she whispered, relieved. Seeing Ether back to his normal self, even a little, was all she wanted. She turned around, ready to walk back inside, but just as she took her first step, he caught her hand, pulled her gently, and before she knew it, her body stumbled softly into his chest. Dora blinked, surprised, looking up at him with widened eyes. Ether's lips curled into a sly smirk. "You make me go through all that emotional chaos, and you're just going to walk away without healing me first?" Dora blinked, then her lips curved upward into a seductive smile. "Oh, but I did say sorry," she teased, casting a flirty glance at his lips, "if you want." She leaned in, brushing her lips against his for a brief, warm kiss. Then she pulled back just a little, her voice like a whisper. "How was that?" "Healed now?" Ether raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me," he muttered. That wasn't even enough to treat a paper cut. Without another word, he lunged, capturing her lips with a fire that had no restraint. His hand slid around her waist and gripped the underside of her juicy ass, pulling her tighter against him. Her curves molded into him perfectly, her full breasts pressing against his chest. His tongue plunged into her mouth, swirling and dominating, tasting her, savoring her. It was wet, deep, and breathless. Their mouths moved with a frantic rhythm, like they'd been starving for this kiss for ages. Dora moaned softly into his mouth, her hands gripping his hair. One of her legs wrapping around his hips as her entire body arched, offering herself more. Her breasts bounced lightly from the movement, rubbing against his chest with every pant. His fingers squeezed her ass greedily, pulling her closer, rubbing his hardened bulge against her soaked heat. Every part of her body begged for him. And every part of him devoured her like she was a meal made only for him. She bit his lip playfully between the kiss, before slipping her tongue back in, dominating him for a second. Her body trembled with heat, her breath coming fast, her thighs clenching. Meanwhile, behind the wall, "My God!" Sarah hissed as she tried not to squeal too loudly. Her face was half red from anger. Half red from witnessing a live porno happening just meters away. "Look at that bitch. She's seducing him like a succubus in heat." Her voice cracked as she squeezed the edge of the wall so hard her knuckles turned pale. Sandra was crouching just above her, eyes twitching violently. I agreed to a harem. I agreed, okay. But this? This is too real. I'm gonna climb down there and wrap my legs around his face and glue him to me." She was yelling through clenched teeth as if she was trying to contain the volcano bubbling in her chest. Melona stood frozen behind both of them, a teacup still in her hand, cheeks flushed like a blushing maiden from a romance novel. "Is he, like this?" she asked in a shaky voice, unable to look away from the sight of Dora's legs wrapped tightly around Ether's waist while he kissed her like he was about to eat her alive. Sandra responded without blinking, "Yes. But it's usually louder, and wetter." Sarah groaned, "Damn it, they're gonna fuck against the balcony rail, I can feel it. Should we stop them or should we join?" Sandra added with a growl and deadpan expression. Dora finally, reluctantly, broke the kiss, lips swollen, breath hot, eyes gleaming. "We can hear you guys," she muttered without even looking back, her voice filled with pure exhaustion and annoyance. "Just when I was finally getting into it." He thought, Chapter 1070, Project X, since all the Ebon stones have now been activated, the remaining empires won't take long to regroup, and align with one another, Ether said with a heavy, thoughtful tone, his eyes tracing the old, creased map spread across the large round table. He leaned forward in a chair, his fingers lightly drumming against the wood. "So, these are the borders between Pyra and Nydia empires, right?" he asked aloud as he slid the two-cornered maps together, aligning their territories. His gaze then shifted to the remaining 3 maps scattered across the table. He turned to Sarah and Melona with a furrowed brow. "We still can't be sure whether your 2 empires will first join together and approach us as a united front, or if only one will step forward directly. The whole situation is a wild card right now. Until one of the empires moves closer, everything remains uncertain." The group nodded silently, then Sandra leaned, "Just to be cautious, you all need to be prepared for anything," she said, her voice firm but layered with concern. Even if the thrusters are built on schedule, there's still no guarantee that nothing will malfunction. It only takes one miscalculation to throw everything off. Ether nodded deeply, placing a comforting hand over hers for a moment. I know. But I can vouch for you, Liars handled everything flawlessly within my empire. 90% of the setup is solid. I believe in her. We built it like solving a puzzle. Every piece locking exactly where it should. The others nodded in agreement, reassured by the conviction in his voice, but Ether began again, his tone dipping into something darker. There's still one variable that keeps pulling at my nerves. Void Empire, Dora muttered quietly, her voice low as a whisper. Yeah, Ether grunted and frowned, rubbing his thumb along the edge of the table. Mary hasn't even entertained the idea of making a deal. She's unpredictable. He turned to Dora, meeting her eyes. Do you think you can convince her? Dora exhaled slowly, her lips curving into a small, frustrated frown. It's complicated. Ether, you know her. She's stubborn, secretive. Reaching her is like trying to hold mist in your hands. Ether bit his lower lip, his expression tense. What about Leah? Maybe. I could talk to her, explain the gravity of this, maybe through her. Dora shook her head firmly, interrupting him. No. That won't work. At this point, you're just putting pressure on yourself for no reason. Mary is the empress of her empire, it's her decision, her duty. Leah isn't the chosen one. If anything, you should be targeting Nyx. If Nyx agreed, it would be easy, but she barely cares for anything outside of Mary's voice. Ether sighed heavily and leaned back, shaking his head with tired eyes. This is getting more tangled than I imagined, and Dora added, crossing her arms as her eyes darkened, the origin pillars, they've begun surfacing. They're pushing up from underground. I've already stationed professors to secure the site and contain the energy with barriers, but Ether's brows shot up in surprise. They're already coming out. Damn, he muttered, his voice carrying a tense mix of awe and dread. I guess, the time really has come. Everything we've been preparing for, the beginning. Sarah whispered in a solemn, steady tone, her fingers lightly brushing across Ether's wrist. None of them truly knew what awaited them. The unknown loomed like a shadow at the edge of every step. But even so, they had to be ready. Also, there's something important I want you all to look at, Ether said, pushing a sealed document across the table. His fingers lingered on it before he let go. I've been thinking about this for a long time, ever since I knew the mother's energy going to come back. Curious and alert, the group leaned forward as he peeled the seal and revealed the project notes. On the cover page, it read in bold, Project X, my puppets are already working on the basics, but this is far from a one-man job, Ether continued. I'll need all of your help, your resources, your minds. This isn't just strategy, it's survival. Please understand what this means. Sandra was the first to pick it up. Her expression shifted quickly, brows rising, lips parting as she scanned each line with growing realization. She passed it silently to Sarah, who reacted the same way, her eyes widening as a shiver ran down her arms. Dora took it next, and her lips parted into a small, shocked gasp. Melona, ever the careful one, studied it intently before her jaw dropped in surprise. Is that even possible? She asked breathlessly, her voice genuinely shaken by what she had read. Ether gave a subtle nod. I recognize her energy signature, without question. That's why I know it's real. Everyone exchanged intense looks, and then, slowly, each of them nodded, one after the other, committing themselves to the impossible. Yes, it's risky, Sandra admitted softly, touching Ether's hand again, this time not letting go. We don't know what the future holds, but this might be the only way to save everyone. I support it. One by one, the rest agreed, except for Melona. She hesitated, her voice strained with guilt. I can't make any definitive decisions right now, not while the competition for the throne in my empire is still ongoing. Ether leaned closer, gently cupping her chin to lift her eyes to his. When will it end? He asked softly, Melona blushed faintly under his touch, thinking. If we speed up the process, we could select the ruler within 1 or 2 weeks, Ether nodded after a short pause. Then finish it within 2 weeks. Don't delay any longer. Meanwhile, I'll start working on the other empires. We're running out of time, he said as he glanced at the log time, the countdown quietly ticking. He couldn't afford delays now. Every second was gold. Every decision, a ripple through the future. Leaning forward with intent, he turned back to Dora. Dora, do what you can about the Void Empire. We can't leave them isolated like this. Dora sighed and stepped closer to him, brushing her lips near his ear as she whispered, I'll try, Ether. I really will. But I can't make promises where she's involved. She raised her hand with a serious look, kissed his cheek, then vanished in a glimmer of magic. Ether turned to Sandra next. Find a land, an empty one, untouched. We need a place where nothing already exists. Can you do that? Sandra smiled softly and stepped closer, pressing a slow, teasing kiss on his lips. Of course. I'll find the perfect place for you, for us, she whispered, then disappeared in a gentle swirl of wind and flame. Ether shook as he knew why they were being clingy, but he felt good, so he didn't ask. He turned toward Sarah last. The land you promised, it's big enough for Project X. But for now, focus on preparing the thruster stations. Make your people feel safe, calm them down. And just so we're clear, I am not a damn god, alright, he said with a tired but fierce tone. Sarah giggled softly, stepping closer. She wrapped her arms loosely around his neck, whispering, Ether, you might not be a god, but to me, you sure feel like one. She pecked his lips teasingly, winked, and disappeared in a shimmer of sparkling light. Ether's face softened, his shoulders slumping slightly as he let out a low, vulnerable murmur, please. I don't want to be a god. He whispered under his breath, his voice husky from fatigue or perhaps something else. Then, almost as if switching masks, he turned toward Melona, letting his lips curl into a more relaxed smile. So, how's the progress with the thrusters going over here? Melona returned his smile, her posture confident and radiant. It's going good. Steady and smooth. If nothing unexpected happens, Raven and the others might be able to finish it within this week. Ether nodded, the corners of his lips tilting up in a soft, grateful smile. That's reassuring. You've all really stepped up. But then, a brief shadow flickered across Melona's expression. Her smile faltered, just for a second, and her gaze dropped slightly as if hesitating. You haven't forgotten, right? She asked quietly. Ether blinked, puzzled by her sudden shift. Forgotten what? He asked with a mild tilt of his head, genuinely clueless. Melona blinked in return, then gave a soft, almost mischievous smirk as she waved her hand casually. Nothing. Nothing at all, she said, brushing the question away with a suspiciously casual tone. Ether frowned slightly, crossing his arms as he leaned toward her. Oi, you're hiding something, aren't you? What is it? Spit it out. Instead of answering, Melona simply gave him a smug, haughty little smile. Then, with an elegant flick of her wrist, she snapped her fingers. A faint, bluish spark crackled at her fingertips, and from that tiny flash of energy, Papa, a tiny voice echoed sweetly. Just before a cute, shimmering blue butterfly burst forth from her magic and zipped through the air with unnatural speed, straight at Ether. Holy shit. Ether screamed as he ducked just in time. Nearly falling over himself to dodge what looked like an innocent, fluttering insect of doom, Melona burst out laughing, clutching her sides. Don't worry. Alona wouldn't hurt you, she said through her giggles, her eyes gleaming with playful mischief. Ether stared wide-eyed, still breathing heavily from the near-death experience. Wouldn't hurt me, he exclaimed, stepping back as the butterfly circled him. But then, the blue-winged creature slowed, gently fluttering its way to him, landing softly on his extended finger. At first, Ether winced, feeling a faint stinging tingle run through his skin. But then, it vanished just as quickly as it came, replaced by a strange calmness. Warmth, even. He stared at it, mesmerized, so delicate. He whispered, lightly running his fingertip along its wing. The butterfly shimmered in the light, like tiny fragments of the moon woven into its body. A soft, trembling sound escaped Melona's lips. Ether blinked and turned to her instantly. Melona's face was flushed, her breath shallow. "Elona and I are connected," she murmured, eyes slightly dazed. "Whatever she feels. I feel it too." Ether's eyes widened. "Elona," Melona nodded, her blush deepening. "Yes, it's her name." "Isn't it adorable?" Ether smirked, watching her with a mixture of amusement and affection. "Of course it is. I mean, the name came from you." After all, Melona's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red as she looked away, lips curling in shy delight. Ether turned his attention back to the butterfly, still resting so peacefully on his hand. "You know, this really cute," he said slowly. "But how are you doing this? Before, no one could even touch it without being drained. And now I'm literally petting it like it's a kitten." Melona smiled gently, her eyes softened with pride and vulnerability. "As long as I keep my emotions steady, I can control her. She's born from me, tied to my heart. If I falter emotionally, she acts out. But when I'm calm, so is she." She raised her hand again and gave the faintest flick of her fingers. Ether's fingertip briefly turned gray, but then returned to normal within a breath. Ether stared in awe, his voice now lower, a little more serious. "Looks like you've become really dangerous. I should probably watch my back around you now," he said with a slight grin tugging at his lips. Melona puffed her chest slightly, proud and radiant. "Oh, come on, I'd never hurt you, otherwise you'll suck me dry, right?" Ether interjected with a slow, cheeky grin, leaning close, his voice a husky tease as he stared straight into her eyes. Melona's entire face exploded in a deep crimson blush. What are you even talking about?" she stammered, her eyes darting everywhere but his. Ether kept the innocent look on his face, blinking with an innocent face. "Of course I'm talking about my life force. What else would I mean?" he said, his grin widening as he leaned in closer. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he traced his fingers across the butterfly's wings, his eyes never leaving hers. "So delicate, and soft," he whispered with a sultry edge. Melona's knees nearly buckled under her as she covered her face with both hands. All she could do was lower her head, completely overwhelmed by embarrassment. Her face was burning. Chapter 1071, "Your thighs didn't used to be that thick." After getting teased so thoroughly by Ether, Melona had no choice but to change the topic, her cheeks still burning from earlier. Without another word, she turned sharply and began walking, her voice calm but laced with fluster. "Come. There's something I want to show you." Ether followed, still grinning, clearly savoring her reactions. They headed toward the thruster station, located nearby. Melona had already taken care of relocating the local residents, offering them temporary housing and protections to keep them safe during the construction. As the two of them walked side by side, the soft blue butterfly, Elona, rested comfortably on Ether's shoulder, swaying gently with each step. And then, in its soft, chiming voice, it began to hum an oddly adorable tune, "Mama Papa Papa Pa Mama Mama Papa." Melona's head slowly dropped, her long, elven ears twitching and nearly glowing red from embarrassment. Even her normally blue-tinted cheeks now looked faintly violet. The fluster overwhelmed her. Who would have thought that after escaping Ether's verbal teasing, she'd be ambushed by a tiny fluttering traitor? Ether chuckled warmly and glanced at the butterfly with affectionate eyes. "You sing really well, Elona," he said softly, reaching up to gently pat her wings with a feather-light touch. Elona vibrated in delight, its body pulsing with light as its voice grew louder in joyful response. Melona groaned internally and mumbled, "Maybe I should put her back." Her voice trembled as she reached up, trying to snatch the little pest, but Elona evaded her grasp easily, fluttering into the air and twirling in playful spirals just above their heads, all while singing louder, "Ma ma ma pee pa papa." Ether was already laughing under his breath. "Come on, let's just leave her," he said, his voice slowing as he glanced at Melona's beet-red face. She nodded, lips tight and face still flushed. But she was spouting such rubbish. "Such nonsense," she muttered, her words growing softer toward the end. Ether gave her a side glance, his voice quieter now, more deliberate. "Nonsense, huh? Tell me, Has Arya said anything to you recently? Melona stopped in her tracks, visibly flinching as her eyes widened and her skin paled slightly. "WL." She whispered, suddenly remembering her daughter's heartfelt words, "Just remember, Mom. I love you no matter what. But if you're hiding something just because of me, please don't. I'd rather have my mother be honest and open, than suffering in silence alone." Melona's breath caught in her throat. That memory stung with truth, Melona. Ether's voice pulled her out of her thoughts, his hand waving gently before her eyes. She blinked, then quickly shook her head, and no. Arya didn't say anything, she replied too fast, her voice a little too high. Ether didn't press her. He could see the lie, but he didn't challenge it. Instead, he simply placed his hand gently on her shoulder and resumed walking beside her, giving her the silent comfort of his presence. Eventually, the two arrived at the construction site. It was a massive underground project, with stone and metal being manipulated by earth elemental workers and precision mages. Towering scaffolds, cranes, and raw energy pulsed faintly through the air. Near one of the control consoles, comfortably seated in a reclining chair with a drink in hand and sunglasses on, was Raven, completely relaxed as she overlooked the progress. "Looks like someone's enjoying themselves a little too much," came a sweet voice. Raven flinched, her drink nearly falling out of her hand as she turned, and lit up immediately. "Husband!" she squealed, leaping up from her seat and throwing herself at the man standing there. But it wasn't Ether. Not as the world knew him. He was now wearing his mask, the mask of Victor. Victor chuckled as he embraced Raven tightly, kissing her cheeks, her forehead, even the bridge of her nose. "Look at you. So skinny now. My lovely Draconix," he whispered, brushing a hand through her hair. The way he held her spoke of how much he missed her, like holding a piece of his own soul. Raven let out a soft whimper of joy and clung to him tighter. "I missed you too. My lovely. And you look different. Bigger." She blinked as her hands explored his chest, her brows furrowing in confusion and curiosity. Victor grinned. "Yeah, I'll explain everything. But first, where are the others?" "Thali." Victor, thud, roll. Victor barely had a second to brace himself before a body slammed into his back. He hadn't expected an attack from behind, and the force sent him tumbling forward, rolling through the dirt with a gasp. Before he could recover, Talia straddled his chest, her hair cascading around them, her eyes full of wicked amusement. "Looks like someone's a bit too slow for a goddess, she teased, her voice dripping with sultry delight. Without giving him time to reply, she leaned in, pressing her lips against his in a deep, hungry kiss, full of heat and longing. Her hips swayed slightly as she ground herself against his crotch, rubbing with firm, teasing motions that made Victor grunt beneath her. "You didn't think I'd let you get away without a welcome back kiss? And a little friction, did you?" she whispered into his lips, before nibbling on his bottom one. Melona's lips twitched with irritation as she narrowed her glowing red eyes. With a single, regal wave of her hand, her little butterfly fluttered gracefully from her shoulder and zipped straight toward Talia's bouncy rear. The delicate creature didn't sting or bite, it merely grazed the juicy curve of her ass, barely brushing its wings along the soft fabric stretched over her cheek. "Arr!" Talia yelped, her voice pitched high as her body jolted. A tremor shot up her spine and she clenched awkwardly, stumbling off Ether's lap like a malfunctioning wind-up toy. Her hands flailed as her legs turned into jelly. This wasn't like the earlier attack, where a single touch would drain all her energy in one embarrassing flop. No, this was different. Targeted. Delicate. Precise. Melona had clearly been practicing, learning to wield her draining powers with all the focused grace of a queen. Who knew exactly where to hit a woman where it hurts most? Shameless. Melona snapped, her voice low and sharp, her cheeks puffed with annoyance. The butterfly elegantly returned to her shoulder, landing like a proud soldier returning to base, wearing a tiny pout that matched its master's expression. The two, elf queen and butterfly, stood there with synchronized judgment plastered on their faces. Same pose. Same pout. Same amount of sass. Talia flushed a deep crimson, wobbling on her feet with a sheepish grin. Ahem. Cough, cough. Seems like he missed me. Just a little too much, she said with a flick of her hair and a tone so smug it nearly choked the air. Raven and Melona both twitched. Yeah, it's always me, Victor sighed dramatically, throwing his arms out in exaggerated surrender. He raised a hand for help like a fallen emperor, sprawled across the battlefield of horny wives. Talia huffed and grabbed it, pulling him up, only to freeze the moment he stood tall. Her head tilted up, and up. What in the mountain? She blinked wide-eyed. You look taller. Like, way taller. Did someone stretch you? Victor chuckled, brushing dust from his cloak with a grin, his aura calm yet commanding. That's a long story, he said smoothly, his voice a little deeper than usual. I'd love to hear it, Talia said with sudden seriousness, licking her lips like a cat who just spotted cream. She eyed his frame with slow appreciation, her gaze dragging down his arms, chest, thighs. Also, your thighs didn't used to be that thick. Victor leaned down slightly and gently kissed her forehead. Talia's eyes sparkled. She smirked, turning to face Raven and Melona with all the cockiness of a queen who just won her man's attention. He missed me, hee. Of course, what Talia didn't say, was the wave of relief flooding her chest. Thank the stars he forgot what happened that day, she thought, clenching her ass with quiet dread. If he remembered, she was done for. Spanked. Disciplined, again, liars? Victor asked smoothly. Talia, still recovering from the emotional whiplash, pointed lazily toward the gaping crater nearby. She's down there. Working. Victor stepped forward and looked down into the massive hole, wind brushing against his cloak like a dramatic anime entrance. He cupped his hands and shouted into the depths, liars. Can you come you, SLLFFFH? A booming gust of hot wind shot up from the crater. Suddenly, with a glorious roar and shimmering aura, a brown dragon burst into the sky from the deep cavern below, wings spread wide and body gleaming with heat and minerals. She soared upward, casting shadows like a mountain above them, and then began to descend with elegant force. Victor blinked. Everyone's really overdramatic lately, he muttered, shielding his face slightly from the flying dirt. As the dragon landed, her body began to glow, shifting and morphing with magical radiance. In a matter of seconds, she transformed into a beautiful brown-haired woman. She dropped to one knee before him with a bow so smooth it could have earned applause. Sir, please forgive me for my delayed arrival. Liars said, her tone full of deference and respect. Victor smiled warmly. There's no need for an apology. Rise, he said with a soft but kingly voice. Liars obeyed, standing tall with pride in her chest and a faint dusting of blush on her cheeks. Victor turned to look at the women gathered before him, Raven, Talia, and Liars. His gaze was warm, his stance firm. So, how have you all been doing in my absence? He asked. I trust you've enjoyed yourselves, especially Liars. Talia, like always, answered first. Of course. We've been having loads of fun, and we even ate a few puff, boom, 2 elbows. Perfect timing. Zero hesitation, both Liars and Raven slammed their elbows into Talia's ribs with the synchronized attack. Talia let out a wheeze that sounded like a dying flute before being yeeted a few feet backwards. Victor blinked again, slowly. Ate what, exactly? Liars and Raven stood shoulder to shoulder, perfectly composed. They waved the dust away like they were banishing spirits, and spoke in perfect, terrifying unison. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just, wind, not even a hint of guilt. Poker-faced goddesses. Melona stood silently nearby, beads of sweat rolling down her temple. Her eye twitched. What did they do while I was gone? Chapter 1072, Ether. Baby Ether. Cute Ether. Just like Melona had mentioned before, the work in this facility was nearing its end. Everything was progressing faster than expected, and within a week, they could wrap up the entire job with efficiency and precision. Victor hummed thoughtfully, his arms folded across his chest, as he took in the sight of the massive control room with a curious and somewhat fascinated expression on his face. Honestly, he was still amazed. deeply surprised, at how Liars had managed to build all this entirely on her own. No help, no references, nothing. He hadn't even given her a single diagram or any sort of blueprint to work with, not even a half-formed idea or a suggestion. Especially these empires rarely had technologies and all. I am honestly impressed, Liars. You're really damn good with this kind of technology, Victor finally said, his voice carrying a tone of genuine awe and acknowledgement. Liars lowered her head respectfully, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as emotion welled up in her chest. For someone like Victor to recognize her hard work, it meant more than words could express. Thank you. I'm truly honored, sir. It's all thanks to my mother, she's the one who taught me everything I know. Victor nodded slowly, surprised, a soft and gentle look spreading across his face as he responded, then your mother must be incredibly proud of the woman you've become. Liars smiled tenderly, her voice quiet but filled with certainty, indeed, she is. Victor's brows twitched slightly as he caught that one word. He frowned in confusion, is. You mean she's. He blinked, pausing mid-sentence. Liars' smile faltered, her brows furrowing, but then she quickly realized what he was thinking. Oh. I see now. You haven't met her yet, right? That's probably why you assumed she was gone. Yeah, I get it. But no worries, she's still very much alive, she said with a light chuckle and a small smile to reassure him. Victor blinked again as the thought clicked in his mind, that fucking old man said, his wife was dead. He sighed internally, shaking his head. Whatever. He had no plans to get tangled in the endless maze of their family drama. Anyway, since things here are nearly done, I'll be needing your help over at the Aurora Empire. I know I keep relying on you, maybe a bit too much but. It's fine, sir. I am nothing more than your loyal servant. I will do whatever you ask of me, Liars said, her tone calm and unwavering. But those were the exact words Victor didn't want to hear. Victor exhaled sharply, groaning inwardly. It made him feel like he was some tyrant boss taking advantage of her devotion. She reminded him of himself when he used to work tirelessly under someone else's command. I fucking hate it. He thought bitterly. Still, he couldn't deny it, he needed her help, badly. The Aurora Empire had strict rules and didn't allow many outsiders in. The only person he could count on for this task was her. Liars added with a nod, the remaining tasks are just some minor adjustments and fine-tuning. I can wrap it up in a day or two. My workers can take care of whatever's left after that. Victor nodded approvingly, good, he said as he turned around, shifting his focus to the rest of his group, Talia, Raven, and Melona. Okay, now our next stop is. Aurora, Talia chirped with a cheerful tone, her hands in the air in excitement. However. You guys are not going anywhere, Victor cut in with a small smile playing on his lips. Talia blinked at him, her happy expression quickly fading. What do you mean? Victor's smile widened with playful mischief. Your mother's been missing you too. A lot. The moment those words left his mouth, both Raven and Talia instantly knew what was coming next. Without hesitation, they tried to make a break for it. But before either of them could take more than 2 steps. Nah. Victor moved with lightning reflexes, catching them both effortlessly in a flash and throwing them over his shoulders like sacks of flour. Raven wriggled in his grip, her legs kicking softly, trying in vain to squirm free. Let me go, bastard. Talia shouted, twisting in his hold, struggling like a captured kitten. However. Slap. HKK. Talia gasped and clamped her hand over her, but when Victor landed a sharp smack on it. Her face turned red as she froze in embarrassment. "Should I go another round?" Victor asked, his voice low and laced with a wicked amusement. Talia flinched, her eyes wide. She went completely silent, swallowing hard. Victor turned his head slightly to the left, and smirked. Raven had already stopped moving. One slap to Talia's ass had been enough to make her behave. "Good girls," Victor said with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "Wait here for a moment," he added, addressing Melona before teleporting instantly to the Pyra Empire. Inside his room. SH. Victor gently lowered the two girls to the floor. They landed with reluctant feet, their arms crossed and their lips pushed into exaggerated pouts. Victor gave them a crooked, sheepish smile. "Come on, you two. You know this is our empire, right? It's our responsibility to take care of it, especially you," he said as he pointed a finger directly at Raven. Raven's pout faded just a little as she sighed deeply. "I know." Victor smiled and pulled her into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her with warmth. "If it's really about ruling, how about letting your sister take over for a while?" Raven blinked as she tilted her head and pulled her sunglasses down. "I can." Victor chuckled, "Of course you can. After all, this was your sister's dream too, wasn't it?" Raven blinked again, then slowly nodded. "Yeah. Why am I the only one who has to suffer?" She suddenly turned and glared at Talia, who was very obviously trying to sneak toward the door. Talia froze, caught mid-step. "No. No, no, don't you dare." Raven grinned wickedly. "Oh, I dare." "No." Talia screamed as she dashed out of the room in full retreat. Victor burst into laughter, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Make sure you teach her how to rule the empire," he said to Raven, his expression full of hidden amusement. Raven nodded. "Anyway, how much did we get from the thruster project, darling?" Victor asked, his tone shifting to a more serious one. His fingers were practically twitching. Ever since the morning, he'd been itching with anticipation, thinking about the huge payout they were expecting. Just the idea of the money made him giggle internally. But then, Raven tilted her head slightly. "How much? Didn't you say you'd take care of the finances?" "Me?" Victor's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Raven raised her hand, summoning a glowing piece of paper into existence, and handed it to him. Victor unfolded it and read the contents. "The amount required for the development of thrusters will be paid by husband of Arya Zephyra and husband of Leora Drakfang. Aether." "What the fuck?" Victor's voice echoed in horror as he stared at the document. His own signature stared back at him like a curse. And then, it hit him. The memory. He had signed something. When he was drunk. Of course. Of fucking course. And it had been Melona's doing. Raven blinked in surprise, unsure of what was happening. "Wait, wasn't that your signature?" she asked, her voice innocent but confused. Victor grit his teeth in frustration. "Why, you could have at least told me about this before it blew up in my face." Raven's expression fell. Her shoulders slumped and her voice turned small and sad. "I didn't want to disturb my husband, with everything going on. So. I'm sorry." Her eyes turned downcast. Victor sighed heavily. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her forehead softly before murmuring, "It's fine. That empire's mine too. So don't worry. I'm not mad at you." "Really?" Victor nodded, though deep down he was still reeling. He hadn't expected this twist. Melona, the adorable, quiet, harmless little creature. Fuck. She used to be the ruler of that damn empire. Of course, she knew how to play with words. Of course, she knew how to manipulate situations perfectly. He had completely forgotten that side of her, because all he ever saw now was her cute and innocent act. Meanwhile, Talia was doing her absolute best to escape the cruel fate of being cornered into studying, of all things, and being shaped into an empress. Sure, she loved ruling. At least, the idea of it was thrilling. Sitting on a throne, bossing people around, getting pampered and praised, it all sounded great in theory. But in practice? Considering everything that had happened lately, and considering the man who now held the empire in the palm of his hand, Talia had convinced herself that she didn't need to worry about a thing. He would take care of everything, as he always did. All she needed to do was lie around like a queen, play like a child, and fight like a beast when needed. That was her rhythm. That was the life she believed she was destined to live. A beautiful life, right? She murmured to herself, tilting her head with a smug smirk as she strolled casually across the yard. But then, flashes of a different image invaded her mind, an image of herself wearing official robes, working through documents, handling finances, studying ancient scripts, an image where she actually looked capable and determined. Fuck, she groaned loudly, her face scrunched up in deep annoyance. She kicked a pebble in frustration as her footsteps carried her toward the open courtyard. That's when she noticed them, children. But not just any children. These were Origin children, the rare ones with the rainbow cards, the mysterious tools that Master Snape had personally created. These kids were strange, powerful, and incredibly precious. Standing in front of the group was Celine, posture stiff, face serious, holding a long stick like some sort of terrifying schoolmistress. Her icy gaze swept across the children seated before her as she barked, "A4." "Ether," the children shouted in unison. Talia blinked, taken aback. "What the fuck, they can talk now?" she muttered, stunned by what she was witnessing. How the hell was that even possible? "B4. Celine called again, her expression stern and unforgiving. "Baby Ether," the children replied without hesitation. Talia stared blankly. "Baby, what?" Her lips twitched. She didn't know whether to laugh or be disturbed. C4. Cute Ether. D4. D. Danger, us Ether, they said, though some hesitated slightly at the pronunciation. Celine's sharp eyes caught the slight stumble in their voices. Her stick immediately pointed toward a large tray overflowing with glistening fruits and juicy meats, each infused with mother's energy, prepared by Ether's puppets. She'd been using this as a reward system to train them. It looked ridiculous, like a pet obedience school, but truthfully, it was working incredibly well. Ether had asked Celine to teach them a few essential words, and she'd taken the job seriously. Using food as motivation, she had turned it into a language drill. A bizarre method? Maybe. But effective? Absolutely. The children stared longingly at the food. Their mouths watered, eyes wide, stomachs audibly rumbling. Some even stretched out their hands instinctively toward the tray. Thud. Argh. One of the children yelped as Celine's stick smacked their hand back instantly. "You don't get anything until you finish the lesson," Celine said coldly, her voice as sharp as the ice creeping beneath her feet. "Finish all the words, and then, you eat. Understand?" The child growled softly, his expression scrunching up into a little snarl of rebellion. Celine's aura turned dark instantly. The air around her dropped in temperature, her body leaking an aura of sub-zero chill as her patience snapped. SSZZZZ. In a flash, ice wrapped around the child, encasing everything except his head in a prison of frost. Celine turned back toward the rest of the children, her eyes glowing coldly. E4. Silence. E4, she shouted, the sound reverberating like a whip crack. The kids flinched all at once before responding in panic. Edgy ether. Standing in the back, Emberlyn watched the entire scene unfold with a deeply troubled expression. She didn't know what to worry about more, the psychological well-being of the children or the fact that Celine's entire teaching curriculum was built entirely around one man. Even now, Celine looked like she was preparing them for a future where the only word in their dictionary would be ether. Hiding in the shadows, Talia clenched her fists at the sight. Her heart twinged. Everyone, was working so hard around her. Even Celine, who was typically cold and obsessed with ether, was pushing herself for the sake of the children and their development. I need to. She whispered to herself, trying to summon some resolve, when suddenly. HKK. She let out a startled yelp, her whole body jolting as she felt a sudden hand slap her ass. She whipped her head around, cheeks red and eyes wide, only to see her sister standing there with a wickedly amused smirk. Raven didn't say a word. She simply grabbed Talia by the ears like a disobedient child and began dragging her away. And no. Wait, ouch. I realized, okay. Ouch. I understood, oh ouch. Let me boost my motivation so I may work tomorrow. Talia cried, wriggling in protest as her sister hauled her back like a naughty student being dragged back to detention. Chapter 1073, But when it came to Kara. After delivering the package, Victor returned back to the Zephyr Empire, where the thruster station was being built, and his sharp gaze instantly locked onto Melona. The moment she felt his intense stare burning through her back, she froze. A soft blush rose to her cheeks, coloring them a gentle pink. At first, she assumed it was a gaze of longing, of affection, perhaps. But when she finally turned and caught the way his eyes narrowed at her, filled not with love but with sharp disbelief, her stomach dropped. It wasn't the gaze of a lover. It was the gaze of a man thinking, "Are you for real?" Her heart stuttered. Embarrassment crashed over her like a wave as her entire face flushed crimson. Her body stiffened, and she quickly averted her eyes, unable to face him with the knowledge of what she had done. Still, he didn't look away. He kept staring at her, like he couldn't believe the nerve she had. Sensing the storm in the air, Lyres awkwardly cleared her throat, glanced between the two of them, and quickly excused herself. "I'll give you two some privacy," she muttered as she slipped out of the room. The door slid shut. Victor stepped forward, slow and deliberate, each footfall echoing through the quiet space like a countdown. His eyes never left Melona, and the pressure of his gaze made her shoulders tremble. "You've got some nerve," he said, his voice low and rough, crackling with restrained fury. "You really made Ether pay that ridiculous amount? Seriously, how the hell am I supposed to pay, to me?" Melona swallowed hard, her throat dry. Her voice came out shaky, "WL, the price is enormous, and you expect us to pay all that from our treasury alone?" Victor scoffed, his steps quickening, closing the distance between them. "Oh, so you figured the best time to make me sign was when I was drunk out of my mind?" Melona flinched, her lips parting as her words stumbled out. I know that's kind of wrong." Before she could say another word, Victor grabbed her hips with one swift motion and yanked her closer. Their bodies collided. Her breath caught in her throat as her soft curves pressed against his firm, broad chest. "So you do know it was wrong?" he murmured against her ear, his voice like a seductive flame licking the edge of her guilt. Her hands instinctively pressed against his chest, trying to create space between them, but he was too close, too warm, too overpowering. Even so," she stammered, her lips trembling, "it wasn't me who demanded anything. It was you. You kept asking me. What should I do for you? Over and over, teasing me, teasing others." Her voice dropped, as her face turned beet red. The memory of that night clawed its way to the surface, the night she saw his vulgar, filthy side, unrestrained and raw. The part of him that whispered wicked things to her. The part that made her body tingle in ways she was too ashamed to admit. Victor raised an eyebrow. "So you're telling me I begged you for this?" Melona gave a small shrug, her lips curling with a complicated mix of guilt and stubborn pride. "I mean, I couldn't let that kind of opportunity slip away, could I? I have to protect my empire, no matter what. If something falls in my lap, I take it." Her voice was firm, but her cheeks stayed pink. Victor stared at her for a long moment, quiet and unreadable. His gaze softened, not out of pity, but realization. He wasn't truly mad at her, not even disappointed. The anger was never for her. It was for himself. For being reckless. For signing something without remembering. For putting himself in a position where someone else could take advantage of him. It wasn't her fault. Melona's face turned dread. I am sorry," she muttered. Of course, if it were someone, she wouldn't even care for their feelings. It's just, she couldn't control herself when he asked her, so her ruler side took advantage of it. Victor shook his head. "Whatever. I'll earn the money a different way," he thought bitterly. Then, his expression shifted. A dangerous glint sparked in his eyes as he leaned in closer, his breath brushing her cheek. "You say you can't miss an opportunity when it comes to you, right?" he whispered, lips brushing the edge of her ear. "Then tell me, Melona, what about now?" He tilted his head, lips pursed like a soft challenge, just inches from hers. Melona's heart pounded so hard it echoed in her ears. Her chest rose and fell quickly, her breaths shallow. The butterfly perched on her shoulder, Elona, began fluttering wildly, as if it could feel the storm of lust and hesitation building inside her. Victor grinned. "What? Don't tell me now you're not going to take this opportunity," he murmured, his fingers sliding slowly, intimately along the curve of her hip. His touch was soft at first, then firm, possessive, making her gasp. She trembled beneath his fingers, swallowing the lump in her throat, her lips parting slightly. Plus 6,000 AP. "And no, this is wrong. I can't betray my child," she whispered, her voice thin and shaky, her resistance barely clinging to the edge. Victor tilted his head, nose brushing against hers with a long sensation. His breath was hot, his words hotter. "Who said anything about betrayal? Your daughter knows. You know, we all do. What's really happening between us isn't some forbidden game anymore." As he stopped rubbing his nose and stared into her eyes. "If you're putting her first, I respect that. I do. But stop lying to yourself. Don't hide your feelings. The more you bottle them up." He let his lips hover just a breath away from hers, his warm breath dancing over her lips, "The more they'll explode, when you least expect it." Her eyelids fluttered. Her body swayed toward him. Something forbidden was about to happen. Her lips parted, her body trembling as instinct overtook her. Chop. Victor suddenly leaned forward and bit her nose, softly. NFGGG, Melona yelped, her body jerking in surprise. The pain was gentle, teasing, but sharp enough to jolt her out of the trance. Her mouth hung open as she blinked up at him, shocked. Victor grinned at her with a wicked gleam, the kind of grin that screamed, "Caught you." Melona's face burned. Her knees buckled. He turned and walked away, leaving her frozen in place. Thud. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the floor, breathless, overwhelmed. Her hands flew up to hide her flaming cheeks. He's getting really brazen. How am I supposed to explain this to my daughter, she muttered, her voice half groan, half moan, her mind spinning with heat and confusion. The butterfly, Elona, fluttered joyfully around her, wings twirling in loops of excitement, as if echoing the deep, unspoken feelings Melona was drowning in. Meanwhile, after explaining a few things to liars, Victor appears at his next destination. The academy. Victor stood before the main gate, or rather, the broken remnants of it. The once grand and towering gate was now being reconstructed, with scaffolding and magical supports holding it in place. It no longer had its former glory, but efforts were clearly being made to restore it. He stepped forward but was quickly stopped by two guards. Their weapons lowered in caution until one of them recognized him. Their eyes widened slightly in recognition, and they quickly bowed in respect and stepped aside, allowing him passage. Victor walked in. His footsteps echoed through the hollow ground, the academy that was once filled with vibrant chatter and the soft rustling of books, now reduced to rubble and half-standing buildings. The air carried the scent of dust, stone, and magical residue. Repairs were moving rapidly, enchantments flying through the air, tools swinging automatically, and surprisingly. Hands. Victor's gaze narrowed in confusion. He noticed not just machines or spell work, but actual people, students, young ones, working amid the debris. They moved quickly, picking through broken pieces. Then, his eyes landed on someone familiar. Kara. Victor muttered, his voice barely audible, more like a thought that escaped his lips. Among the group, a young woman with a cap pulled low over her head and dressed in dusty work clothes was lifting broken stone fragments and carefully sorting through the mess. Her posture, her movements, he could recognize them instantly. She flinched, pausing mid-action, then slowly turned around. Victor? Kara blinked in surprise. Her eyes widened slightly before a warm, amused smile spread across her lips. She dusted her hands on her pants and gestured to a fellow worker to hold her spot. "I'll be back in a minute," she whispered before jogging over to him. Well, if it isn't the great dragon emperor himself," Kara said with a teasing grin as she approached, her cap now slightly tilted, revealing sweat-damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. Victor smirked in return. Well, if it isn't Kara the hard worker. What happened? Aren't you supposed to be on holiday? Sipping juice on some beach? Kara chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of her neck. You see, the principal announced a small initiative. Anyone who helps clean up the debris and finds usable or undamaged materials gets a reward. A little pocket money, you know. So here I am, digging through broken buildings for coins, she said with a sheepish laugh. Victor raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. Kara, like I said before, if you're ever in urgent need of money, you can always come to me, alright? Kara responded with a quick slap on his shoulder and a wide grin. Oh please, I know my adorable junior would help me out without blinking. But it's not like that. It's not urgent. I just wanted to earn something for myself, girl stuff, you know, shoes, skincare, hidden chocolate stash. Victor chuckled, I see. So the Dragon Emperor's offer gets sidelined for some girl stash plans. Noted. Kara laughed again, shaking her head. Exactly. Anyway, what brings you here? I mean, I doubt there's anything the Academy can still teach you. Victor's expression turned vague as he glanced around. Just a little business. Nothing much. Kara noticed the shift in his tone but didn't pry. She simply smiled and nodded, her eyes gentle. Got it. Well, I'll let you get to it. We'll talk later, yeah. Before he could respond, one of her teammates shouted for her. Kara gave a quick wave and dashed back to her task. Victor watched her for a moment longer, then smiled faintly to himself. Yeah, there's something off about her, he thought, his brows slightly furrowing with suspicion. It wasn't that she had done anything wrong. In fact, he'd been watching her for some time now, through Celestia's reports, through the eyes of his puppets. Everything came back clean. No suspicious connections. No shady background. No abnormal activity. Just a hard-working girl who looked after her aging grandparents and lived a simple, responsible life. And yet, that's exactly what made it strange. Too clean. Celestia had been the first to point it out. She told Victor something odd: whenever she gathered intel on someone, even ordinary people, it took time. Sifting through traces, hidden records, magical imprints. It was never easy. But when it came to Kara, everything was laid out. Every detail of her life was like a perfectly arranged dish, already cooked, already plated, the lid just waiting to be lifted. Celestia had frowned when she explained it. After years of intelligence work, she could smell something odd when a person's life was too easy to track. No gaps. No unknowns. No secrets. And that's what bothered her. Victor hadn't jumped to conclusions, of course. He understood better than most that anomalies existed. He himself was an anomaly. Celestia, too, had once suspected him before knowing the truth. So he didn't want to unfairly mark Kara. Especially not when she seemed genuinely happy now, more open, more connected to her surroundings. A girl finally growing out of her trauma and moving forward. He wouldn't take that from her just because of a gut feeling. Victor exhaled deeply and shrugged off the lingering doubt. No need to rush. I'll wait, and watch, he thought, turning his attention ahead. With a calmer mind, he continued walking, heading toward the Academy's deepest structure, the Origin Pillars. Chapter 1074, Origin Pillars Rising, Part 1. The representative professors, each bearing the pride of their own empires, stood shoulder to shoulder in a tight formation, their bodies trembling under the immense strain. They were grouped together with a singular mission: to keep the Origin Pillars sealed beneath the earth. Their combined effort was the last line of defense. Just how much longer do we have to keep holding this damn thing? One of them muttered in a hoarse voice, his tone laced with fatigue and frustration. His expression was drained, sweat dripping from his jaw as if his strength had already been scraped to the bone. He looked like a man on the verge of collapsing. Delphine, standing firmly at the center, narrowed her eyes. Her long coat fluttered slightly in the low, magical wind that whispered from the churning barrier. We hold the line until the construction above is complete, she said in a tone that was sharp, focused, and unwavering. Her voice carried the weight of command, yet also the burden of responsibility. We don't get to break. Not here. We are the representative professors of our respective empires. If we fail now, We are no different from ordinary lecturers with fancy robes and no spine. The air trembled faintly as they all tightened their fists, channeling more magic into the barrier. Then, amidst the concentration, Delphine's brow furrowed. A distinct, deliberate set of footsteps echoed in the dim tunnel. Her head snapped toward the noise. Her eyes sharpened. "Who's there?" she called out sternly. Her voice cut through the hum of the barrier. "This place is a restricted area, wait, Victor." Her breath caught the moment she saw him, white hair that shimmered faintly under the glow of the magical barrier, and a half-mask hiding one side of his face. That smug aura was unmistakable. "Hello, Mrs. Delphine," Victor greeted, his lips curled into a crooked smirk. His voice was casual, laced with mischief, like he knew exactly what effect his presence would cause. Delphine's cheeks flushed a noticeable red, but she quickly hardened her expression, lifting her chin with a forced huff. "That's Ms. Delphine to you," she corrected coolly, folding her arms tightly across her chest. "I have yet to be married, thank you very much." Victor smirked, "But I heard from my old friend that you got married recent." Anyway. She suddenly snapped louder than intended, trying to mask the flutter in her chest. Her tone shifted into a trembling sternness as she struggled to regain composure. "What the hell are you doing here? This place isn't for idle visitors." Victor's smirk only widened as he walked a few steps closer, hands in his pockets, gaze flicking lazily across the barrier and the throbbing origin pillars beyond. "Relax. I'm just here to observe. Curiosity, that's all. Wanted to see what all the fuss was about." Behind the barrier, the origin pillars pulsed with a strange rhythm, like ancient hearts awakening from centuries of slumber. They rose slowly from the earth, not by any mechanical force, but seemingly through their own will. No chains, no gears, just raw, mystical motion. Thick, sinewy veins sprawled from the base like tree roots, reaching deep into the ground and spreading out far wider than any of them had ever seen. It was as if the roots of the world itself had begun to stir. Victor tilted his head, watching them stretch skyward and push against the cave ceiling. The magical barrier strained visibly, rippling under pressure. "When exactly did this start happening?" he asked in a tone more curious than alarmed. One of the professors, his tone clipped and displeased, stepped forward slightly. "Even if you are the principal's favored disciple, this is classified territory. Only a select few are permitted here. You should leave. Now. Before the principal returns." Victor ignored the hostility entirely and glanced sideways at Delphine. She gave an awkward half-smile, her fingers twitching against her sleeve. "It's been a week," she admitted with a shrug. "Since the activation, I mean." The other professors immediately exchanged worried glances. Some frowned. One clenched his jaw. Delphine sighed. "You seriously thought he'd show up here without her knowledge? Without permission? As if he just wandered in?" That made them fall silent. Of course, he hadn't. They all knew better now. So, the activation began before the final two ebon stones even responded. Which means it wasn't triggered by those. No, something else set this off. It's independent. Like a seed that decided to grow on its own, he mused, brow furrowing in thought. Then, as if brushing off the weight of the situation, he exhaled with a lazy grin. "Well then. I hope you all enjoy your little babysitting duty down here," he said with a mocking chuckle, pivoting on his foot to leave. Veins twitched on every forehead around him. But before he vanished into the shadows, Victor turned back and threw one last comment over his shoulder with theatrical flair. "Oh, and by the way, the principal is calling for you. Mrs. Delphine." The deliberate use of the title hit her like a slap. Her face burned crimson as every pair of eyes slowly turned toward her. "Oh, okay. Guys, could you take over from here?" she blurted, nearly tripping over her words as she spun away. "I'll be back soon." She stomped off hurriedly, not daring to meet any of their gazes. The professors watched her disappear, a few blinking in stunned confusion. Have you ever seen her react like that?" "Why yeah, she was definitely blushing, right?" Meanwhile, Delphine marched up the steps, her heels echoing with a mix of righteous fury and mortified embarrassment. Her brows were furrowed, her mouth twitching. I cannot believe that smug bastard said it like it was nothing," she hissed under her breath, her cheeks still hot as a furnace. Whenever she was in front of him, her composure just crumbled. Every little tease, every smug grin, he knew exactly what buttons to push, and he did it shamelessly. Damn him. I swear I'll tear that mask off and slap that grin right off his stupid face, she fumed internally. As she climbed with determined, seething steps, she suddenly felt a strong hand reach out from around the corner and yank her into the shadows. "Hi!" Delphine shrieked, her body instantly tensing as she prepared to unleash her magic. But then, Victor stood in front of her, grinning like a devil who'd just pulled off the perfect prank. His eyes sparkled with mischief. "Be bastard," she hissed through clenched teeth, glaring at him as her face burned redder than ever. Her fists trembled, caught between the urge to punch him and the irrational butterflies twisting in her chest. Victor leaned in without hesitation, stealing a kiss right from Delphine's lips. At first, she stiffened, her eyes wide in surprise, body tensed with instinctive resistance. But only for a second. Her breath hitched, heart thudded, and slowly, she gave in, her lips pressing back against his with a soft, longing warmth that betrayed her own craving. The heat surged between them like wildfire, until she remembered where she was. With a gasp, she pushed him back, flustered, breathless, and cheeks glowing crimson. W8. The principal called me. I don't have time for this," she stammered, trying to gather her composure while hiding the fact that she'd almost lost herself in his kiss. Victor merely shrugged with a lazy grin, that trademark cheeky glint in his eyes. "Nah. Nobody called you," he said casually, completely unapologetic. Delphine blinked, her expression shifting from flustered to flat. You just lied?" Victor smirked wider, eyes twinkling. "Wasn't it obvious? I just missed you," he teased, and in the same breath, reached around and gave her ass a playful pinch. Delphine yelped softly, a shiver running down her spine as she trembled from the sudden touch. Her face turned a deeper shade of red. She shoved him with both hands against his chest and barked, voice wobbling between sternness and embarrassment, "Why you need to behave properly, young man. This is not how a student should act in front of a professor." Victor leaned closer with a devilish whisper, his voice dripping with teasing delight. "Role play, huh? Hee hee. I don't mind one bit, Professor." Her whole face turned beet red in an instant. She clenched her fists, she reached her teasing limit and snapped. Boom! Her punch shot through the air like a missile, but Victor, with a fraction of a second reaction, vanished from her sight. The blow landed hard on the wall behind him. Stone exploded. Dust shook. The impact echoed like a thunderclap. Delphine blinked in utter shock. Her own power startled her for a moment. She hadn't even been trying that hard, or at least, she thought she hadn't. Before she could even register where Victor had disappeared to, a warm arm slipped around her waist from behind. His chest pressed gently against her back. His breath, hot and teasing, brushed against the nape of her neck. Surprise, surprise, looks like I'm getting faster, Victor whispered softly, the smugness evident in his voice. Delphine flinched, her neck tingling from his breath, a mix of irritation and involuntary shivers rippling through her. Ha! She chuckled weakly, struggling to keep a straight face. But then... Crack! The sound was sharp. Too sharp. Both of them froze and looked up. A long fracture had formed on the stone wall where her punch had landed, spidering outward, faint but deadly. Victor's eye twitched. How much power did she actually put into that punch, he thought with a sudden hint of concern. He glanced at her, his expression unreadable, one brow raised in cautious inquiry. Delphine's face flushed with embarrassment. "WL." She started, eyes darting away. She hadn't meant to punch that hard. Really? But after spending an entire week cooped up underground, carrying most of the workload on her own, constantly hearing annoying words from other professors, and getting no appreciation whatsoever, she might have let her frustration slip into that one punch. Just a bit. She cleared her throat, pretending like it was all under control. "Why, you dodged, right? That's why it hit the wall instead." "Totally not my fault," she said with a confident shrug, lifting her chin with a knowingly smug look. Victor just stared at her with a deadpan expression, as if to say, "Really?" Crack. Another hairline fracture formed, then another. Crack, crack. Like a spiderweb laced with tension, the entire wall began to splinter. Stone groaned under invisible pressure. Delphine's eyes widened. Victor raised a brow. "Oh, shit," Delphine muttered. "TTTR." The entire underground section gave way with a thunderous roar, the floor collapsing inwards in a massive surge of dust and stone. Without a moment of hesitation, Victor wrapped an arm around Delphine's waist and teleported them both into the air. The cold sky greeted them as they reappeared above the surface, watching in horrified silence as the earth beneath them sank in. A wide portion of the ground had caved in, swallowed by the collapse of the underground chamber. The origin pillars, raised, exposed, stood tall in the midst of the wreckage. Debris tumbled. Dust rose in thick plumes. Delphine stood frozen in Victor's arms, suspended in the air, her face drained of all color. Her lips parted in horror as she realized. She had practically buried her fellow professors alive. The very ones who were supposed to be protecting the origin pillars alongside her. Victor, after a long pause, finally exhaled. "Well, shit happens sometimes," he muttered. Chapter 1075, She was possessed by a ghost. The principal, Dora, who arrived shortly after the incident, stood frozen, her eyes blankly staring at the origin pillars. These ancient structures, once deeply buried beneath the earth, now stood tall and proud on the surface. The soft, sunless light cascaded over them, illuminating their long-hidden forms, pillars that had slept in darkness since nearly the very beginning of the worlds. 12 majestic pillars stood on the circular stone platform, arranged in a perfect ring. Each one shone brilliantly, their surfaces etched with long-forgotten symbols: wave, water, hammer, fire, all pulsing softly, resonating with a strange, living energy. The marble bases reflected a ghostly light, too uniform to cast shadows. It was as though the light enveloped them from every direction, denying even the existence of darkness. They were stunning, absolutely awe-inspiring. But Dora's face didn't show awe. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, her jaw tight. Not even a flicker of wonder crossed her eyes. In fact, They narrowed as veins pulsed visibly on her forehead. Anger, frustration, and something far more complicated twisted within her as she turned sharply toward the representative professors with dust-covered clothes, a bleeding cut on their cheeks, their bodies, and fatigue dripping from their every movement. One of them coughed and tried to gather his breath before stammering out an explanation. The ground, it just gave way. Yes, another professor added hoarsely, it cracked without warning and collapsed beneath us. We barely had time to react. We tried our best to maintain the barrier, but... A female professor trailed off with a sigh, her eyes filled with shame. Their voices were honest, their words laced with exhaustion and pain. Some of them looked down, disheartened that the protective barrier they had maintained for so long had failed. But beneath the despair, a quiet relief glimmered, relief that the burden was finally lifted. They didn't have to hold the barrier anymore. No more sleepless nights. No more constant tension. Except Delphine. She stood apart from the others, trembling slightly. Her face was pale, eyes wide, and her lips were pressed together tightly. Victor stood beside her, close enough that his shoulder brushed hers. He could feel the guilt radiating from her. One of the professors glanced nervously between them before muttering under his breath, it may have been because Ms. Delphine left the barrier. Maybe that's what triggered the collapse. Dora's eyes immediately snapped toward Delphine. Left? She asked coldly, her voice razor-sharp. Why would you abandon your post? Delphine opened her mouth, struggling to speak. But before she could finish, Victor stepped forward. There's no point blaming anyone, he said with a calm, serious expression, though his voice trembled slightly beneath the surface. The origin pillars were going to rise one way or another. What matters now is deciding what comes next. He pointed toward the ruined structure that once stood above the site. The building that had taken days of effort to construct was now a shattered mess. Dora's sharp eyes locked onto Victor. Something about his tone, his deflection, it didn't sit right with her. She could feel it, the tangled mess of truth and lies simmering beneath his words. But now wasn't the time to pry. The pillars were out. The secret had been exposed. Even with her immediate efforts to seal off the perimeter, workers, and even a few students, had already seen it. There was no hiding it anymore. Dora let out a slow breath, steadying herself before addressing the professors again. For now, she said with firm authority, no one is to come near this site. Maintain surveillance. Day and night, around the clock. I don't care what it takes, just do it. The professors' faces turned visibly pale. All day and night, one of them asked hesitantly, already drained from the collapse. Dora didn't respond. She simply turned on her heel and walked away, though not before calling out to Delphine and Victor. Both of you. My office. Now. Delphine flinched at the words, her breath catching in her throat. She could barely bring herself to move, but Victor gently touched her elbow and walked with her. She followed, silent and fearful, her heart pounding in her chest. Dora's new office, though hastily arranged and lacking the prestige of her former one, had a sense of somber practicality. She sat down behind the desk, folding her hands as she leaned back and fixed her gaze squarely on the two standing before her. Delphine managed a weak smile, but it trembled at the corners. Victor stepped forward with a long, deep sigh. She didn't do anything wrong. It was my fault. I got angry that she was forced to keep maintaining that barrier day after day like a machine. So I snapped. I caused it. Dora's expression darkened. So it was you? She asked, voice low, dangerous. Delphine's eyes widened with horror. No. No, wait. It wasn't him, I swear. I'm the one who did it, she cried out, stepping in front of Victor protectively. It was me, I lost control. I punched the wall and shattered the underground chamber. It's my fault alone. Please, punish me, not him. Dora blinked at the scene before her. A slow, knowing smirk curved her lips. Look at you, protecting your beloved. Delphine blushed furiously but held her ground. Please, just believe me. I was the one who caused the damage. Don't blame him. Don't punish him. I'll take full responsibility. Victor looked at her quietly for a moment. Then, his gaze softened with something warm and unspoken. She's lying, he said calmly. I was the one who did it. Everything. Me. Delphine's head snapped toward him, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her fists clenched at her sides as she glared at him, pure, silent rage etched in her face. Shut your mouth. I told you I'll handle this, she shouted mentally. Victor frowned. Oh come on, we both know I was the one. Why lie? Delphine's lips twitched violently. Now is not the time to be right about this, idiot, she groaned in her mind, before turning back toward Dora with an exhausted breath. Principal. I believe he's only saying that to protect me. He always does that. Please, punish me instead. I'll accept whatever you decide. Dora stared at the two of them. These two stubborn, infuriating lovebirds are trying to out-sacrifice one another. But she could see it, Victor was clearly enjoying this. There was amusement behind his eyes. A glint of mischief that mocked the situation. She sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Anyway, this isn't even the reason I called you two here, she muttered, voice tired as she leaned back again and closed her eyes for a moment. Delphine blinked, slightly tilting her head. Oh. Really? Dora gave a small, solemn nod in response. Delphine blinked again, but this time, her playful demeanor quickly faded. Her expression sharpened with sudden clarity, her posture stiffening. She nudged her glasses up the bridge of her nose, standing tall with a commanding presence, like a strict professor slipping back into her role with quiet discipline. Dora smiled softly, watching the shift in her. That change, the way Delphine could switch from warmth to control with such grace, it was something Dora couldn't do. Then Dora turned toward Victor, her tone lowering. Mary didn't accept. Victor let out a long, exhausted sigh. His hand rose to his forehead, rubbing it with the kind of frustration that had grown too familiar. What about Nix? He asked, his voice laced with the last traces of hope. You could have persuaded her, right? Dora shook her head, her face already showing the disappointment she was about to voice. Nix is difficult, to say the least. She's not someone you can sway with logic or emotion. She only listens to Mary. No one else ever held that leash. She waved her hand dismissively, her voice flat with tiredness. I told them everything. I told them what might happen, how dangerous the exposure was. But Mary, as always, she couldn't care less. Victor stared at her in silence for a moment before lowering his gaze with a resigned sigh. I guess, that's it, then. We're on our own. Dora nodded again, this time weaker, her expression showing the strain of so many dead ends. I even tried to reach out to Leah, she confessed. But Mary, she's made it nearly impossible. I couldn't even speak to her daughter. She's like a wall now. She groaned softly, running a hand through her hair, clearly at her limit. Delphine blinked beside them, her brows slowly knitting. She looked back and forth between Dora and Victor, completely out of her depth. "Wait, what's going on here? What are you two talking about?" But Dora didn't respond immediately. She just let out a slow exhale, as if letting the weight of failed diplomacy slip from her shoulders. "Anyway," she said finally, "we cannot force her. The chosen one must walk her path, and it's no longer our place to interfere." With a sharp snap of her fingers, the door creaked open. A familiar figure entered, an old woman with a kind face and gentle eyes. It was the nurse who worked in the academy's infirmary. Victor raised his eyebrows. Dora's face hardened into something more formal, her words crisp and deliberate. "After a thorough investigation, we've come to a conclusion," she said. "She was not involved in the collapse of the academy." Victor nodded, of course. He already knew that much. "She was being manipulated," Dora added with emphasis. Victor nodded, of course. He had already suspected. "She was possessed by a ghost." Victor nodded, of course. "Wait, ghost?" His eyebrows shot up, caught completely off guard. Meanwhile, a pair of cold eyes stared at the rising origin pillar from a distance. The gaze was deep, focused, as if the sight before them stirred a memory long buried. Kara stood still, her lips parting slowly as a breath escaped her. "After the ancient era," she murmured to herself, "this is only the second time I've seen this," and softly chuckled, "Ha." The first time, it ended in nothing but destruction. Beside her, a woman with curious eyes and a faint smirk looked between Kara and the glowing structure. "Kara? What's that thing?" she asked, cocking her head. Her voice held intrigue but also unease, as though the pillar made her stomach twist in ways she couldn't explain. Kara exhaled, her expression distant and unreadable. Then, she shrugged casually. "Who cares?" she said with lightness, "we're only here for the money, right?" With that, she bent down and started picking through the debris. Stones, broken chunks of marble, twisted steel beams, her hands moved methodically. But as she brushed aside a pile, a small, smooth stone dislodged and rolled to the edge. It tumbled silently, bouncing once, then slipping between the cracks of the rubble-covered ground. Falling deeper. Underneath the weight of fractured stone, concrete, and dust. The little stone rolled, until it dropped against something pale. Thunk. A massive hand, white, unnaturally pale, rested beneath the wreckage. It had stitches crudely running across its surface, as though it had been sewn together. The arm was severed just below the forearm, but there was no blood. No rot. No decay. Just eerie silence. Then. Twitch. One finger, stiff and lifeless, shifted. The slightest movement. Subtle. Barely a flicker. But it moved. Chapter 1076, Postpone the guilt, please. Some might have forgotten it, but every academy had its ghost stories, and Sovereign Arcanum Academy was no exception. Students often recounted eerie encounters, exchanging tales beneath dim candlelight or between hurried steps in the corridors. They whispered about strange occurrences in hushed, anxious tones. They spoke of mirrors that seemed to breathe with a will of their own, reflections that didn't mimic their actions but moved independently, with subtle grins or wide-eyed horror. Sometimes, those reflections would suddenly speak, low, ghostly voices brushing against their ears like wind from the grave, sending ice-cold shivers down their spines. Sometimes, these supernatural episodes merely scared them, offering nothing more than sleepless nights and a growing fear of solitude, but there were times, terrifying times, when those ghostly apparitions delivered cryptic warnings. Muddled phrases, half-spoken threats, or fragmented visions that left the students paralyzed, bewildered, and absolutely terrified. This chilling phenomenon had persisted at SAA for as long as the records dared to trace. It was a haunting mystery that no one, not even the most powerful sovereigns with access to the whole academy, could unravel or explain away. Some dared to believe it was that arcane/mother, the whispered entity of lore, trying to reach out to the students either to protect them through twisted riddles or simply to toy with their sanity. So you're saying you were just washing your face in the restroom, casually looking into the mirror, and then, suddenly, your reflection grinned at you? A grin that wasn't yours, and the next thing you knew, everything faded to black, and you completely lost your senses? And you didn't remember anything until the principal launched her investigation? Victor asked, leaning forward slightly, his tone a mix of surprise and mild disbelief, though his eyes scanned her expression with growing concern. The old nurse could only weakly nod her head, her face pale and gloomy like someone who had seen too much but understood too little. Her lips trembled as if words were trapped somewhere in her throat. After all, this was exactly what had happened to her, though it sounded impossible, irrational even, it was her truth. Victor's gaze shifted toward the principal, brows slightly furrowed. Do you actually believe her? If Victor hadn't seen that ghostly thing with his own eyes, he would have written it off as a delusion, nothing but a figment of an overstressed mind or just tricking everyone. But he had seen it. Clearly. Vividly. And what unsettled him more was that the ghost seemed to know him, truly know him, right down to his real identity. More disturbing still, his manipulation ability, a power that worked only on the conscious and mentally aware, had failed completely. If the nurse was already possessed by something else, if her will had already been overwritten by another entity, then his skill was utterly useless. That means, my skill doesn't work on possessed things, Victor thought grimly. He nodded inwardly, mentally making a note of that terrifying exception. The principal let out a tired sigh, rubbing her temples slowly. To be honest, I've never encountered something like this firsthand. But my master, Snape, he once told me he saw the ghost himself. He said it wasn't malicious. Just present. Like a lost soul that didn't know what it wanted. She paused, considering her next words. The principal knew this could go either way. The nurse could be using the ghost as a fabricated excuse, perhaps to cover for something. Or, she might genuinely be possessed by an unseen force beyond their current understanding. You mean even Snape had an encounter with this thing? Victor blinked, his expression tightening with a slight frown. Talk about a total coincidence. He thought, narrowing his eyes. The timing, the entity, the involvement of Snape, it all seemed to link together too neatly. Was there something connecting Snape to this ghost? Something deeper, older? Is there any way to actually talk to it? Victor asked the question, escaping him before he could restrain it. The principal stared at him with an unimpressed, deadpan expression as if silently saying, "Why are you asking me?" Victor gave a sheepish smile, scratching the back of his neck. I mean, if it's possible, maybe we could understand its intentions better. If it really tried to help good Snape, maybe it's not as evil as it looks. The principal exhaled again. There's a possibility, yes. But until we encounter the ghost again, directly, we're in the dark. And this thing, it's completely undetectable within the academy grounds. Not even the enchanted surveillance systems can track it. Not even the academy eyes. It's like it doesn't exist, until it wants to. She shrugged her shoulders, the movement small but laced with frustration. There simply were no tools in her arsenal to track or contain a ghost that chose to be invisible. For now, the nurse will have to be placed under strict surveillance, the principal said with a hardened, serious tone. Even if the old nurse was merely a victim, even if she truly did nothing wrong, the risk was too high to ignore. There was still a chance she was acting under the ghost's influence, or worse, spreading it. Victor nodded slowly. Being cautious wasn't paranoia in this case, it was survival. The old nurse exited the room quietly, her steps heavy, her expression etched with sorrow and confusion. Her face carried the weight of someone who genuinely had no idea what she had done or what had happened to her. The principal turned to Delphine, who stood silently with a confused, almost anxious look on her face, clearly unsure of what was going on. Well, you can leave now. Delphine blinked in surprise. Leave? But everyone else is still working. Are you mad at me? Is this some kind of punishment? The principal let out a soft sigh, her voice calm but firm. I know exactly what's been going on out there. I've seen it all. And I know how much effort you've put in. I know who's earned their rest and who hasn't. You, Delphine, you've worked hard. So, for everything you've done, I'm giving you a break. You can take half a D. She stopped mid-sentence, catching Victor's blank, obviously unimpressed deadpan expression. The principal's lips twitched slightly. 1 day. Still no reaction from Victor. She huffed. Fine. 2 days. Victor finally smiled. Delphine stood frozen for a moment, blinking in disbelief. But, really? The principal raised her fingers with authority. You are not allowed to argue. You are dismissed. As she waved her hand, an invisible force gently pushed Delphine out of the room before she could protest further or demand an explanation. Then the principal turned to Victor, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly. Looks like someone's starting to order me around. I wonder why. She muttered with a faint frown pulling at her lips. Victor let out a soft chuckle before casually walking toward her, his steps light but deliberate. Well, you know exactly why. He said with a teasing smirk, his eyes glinting mischievously as he leaned in and pulled her into a warm, confident embrace. The principal blinked, momentarily stunned, her body tensing ever so slightly against his. You're getting rather brazen, aren't you? She murmured, her voice laced with half-hearted reprimand. Hugging your principal like this. What kind of student are you turning into? Victor grinned, inching closer as his breath brushed against her ear. What can you do? He whispered, his tone low and playful. You're my principal, and more than that. I'll do anything. The principal's body shuddered for a second, a fleeting tremble betraying her composed exterior before she regained control. Her cheeks colored faintly as she laughed and gave him a firm push, scoffing, Get out, already. Your innocent teacher is waiting for you outside, go and play with her. She shoved him away, though her eyes held a spark of something else, an emotion dancing between teasing jealousy and amused irritation. Victor couldn't help but laugh again. Was that jealousy? Or was she genuinely annoyed? He wasn't entirely sure, but seeing her like this, pouting ever so slightly, hiding her blush behind mock anger, was honestly kind of cute. He stepped back, his smile softening as he gently patted her head, fingers briefly brushing through her hair. You're working hard too. I love that about you. The principal blinked, her lips parting in surprise as she stared at him, clearly thrown off. Then her expression darkened slightly, and she slapped his hand away. Don't treat me like a child, she said, her voice sharp and a little too fast. Victor was almost taken aback. For a second, he truly worried he'd gone too far, maybe crossed some unspoken line. But then. Plus 9,000 AP. He blinked as the notification appeared, and just as quickly, his eyes caught it, the tiniest blush painting her cheeks. Barely there, but unmistakable. Well then. I'll be seeing you again, my Dora, he whispered with that familiar teasing lilt before disappearing from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared right behind Delphine, who had been crouched near the door, clearly trying to listen in. Victor grinned, leaning over her shoulder as he scooped her up into his arms with ease. Naughty girl, were you trying to secretly eavesdrop? Delphine flinched in his arms, her whole body going stiff before her face exploded into a deep, furious blush. "Well. I didn't mean to. I wasn't. I mean," she stammered, her words collapsing as her face turned a vibrant, tomato-red shade, radiating heat. Victor chuckled again, tightening his hold on her just a bit. "Relax. I'll tell you everything. Don't worry," he whispered gently, though his voice carried a weight, a seriousness that hadn't been there moments ago. Delphine blinked, suddenly catching on to the shift in his tone. It felt heavier, more final. Something was different. She looked up at him, questions forming in her eyes. Victor didn't say anything more. He teleported them both to Delphine's house. Now was the time. Time to finally deal with her, not in battle or manipulation, but with truth. To tell her everything. The full truth. The last truth. Once he did this, once it was said, the weight he carried would finally be lifted. He wouldn't need to lie anymore. He wouldn't need to feel this constant guilt. Removing his mask, as he dropped his disguise, he gently placed Delphine back down onto the soft carpeted floor. And then. "Aether," Delphine whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Her eyes widened, lips slightly parted, and her expression twisted in an overwhelming mix of frustration, tiredness, longing, and unmistakable arousal. Victor swallowed hard. She looked like she had been holding back for far too long. Her hands clenched at her sides, her face flushed, her gaze locked onto his with a desperation that sent a shiver through him. Her entire posture screamed of pain, and pent-up need. Let's postpone the guilt. Chapter 1077, Massaging the Hard Worker, Part 1. Since you worked so hard, I will give you a wonderful reward. Go and wear this only. That's what he said, calm, smooth, mysterious, before handing her a delicate white robe and disappearing into an empty room in her massive house without another word, leaving behind a silence that throbbed with promise. Delphine blinked, standing frozen with the robe in her hands. She didn't fully understand what this reward was supposed to be, but deep down, a shiver of anticipation rippled through her spine. Her skin already tingled at the idea. If anything, she knew exactly what was coming. She wasn't naive. Not when her body was already reacting. She gulped thickly, licking her lips slowly as a drop of saliva escaped, her mouth slightly parted, breath quickening, her eyes clouded with growing hunger. She was definitely going to enjoy her 2 days off. Oh yes, she was going to savor every damn second. Without wasting a moment, she stripped herself bare, her fingers fumbling in eagerness as her clothes hit the floor one by one. No hesitation. No shame. She briefly considered wearing panties, but then shook her head. She knew better. They'd just end up being ripped off or tossed aside anyway, so what was the point? The robe clung to her nakedness like a lover's whisper, sliding over her bare skin as if it were caressing her in places she didn't even know were sensitive. It was soft, silkier than she expected, smooth like sin, and so light that it barely even counted as clothing. It exposed far too much. The robe kissed her curves, and between her thighs, a steady ache had started pulsing, low and deep. Her whole body was humming. She caught her reflection in the hallway mirror, cheeks flushed, lips pink and parted, her eyes wide and dazed with desire. She looked, so ready. And that look alone made her stomach twist with arousal. Embarrassed, she looked away, but her thighs pressed together automatically, trying and failing to ease the throbbing heat between her legs. She began walking toward the door slowly, every step making her more aware of her body. Her flower was already trembling, already slick, already craving a touch she hadn't even received yet. She was barely halfway to the room and already soaking. She bit her lip. What the hell was waiting in there? What kind of miracle is behind that door that's going to make me forget all the weeks of stress, she wondered, heart thundering. Her hand lifted, fingers just about to knock when. Thud. The door opened on its own. Ether stood in the doorway, tall and composed, wearing a robe that somehow made him look even more powerful, more untouchable. His presence was magnetic. And when he bowed slightly and said, "Welcome to my massage spa, madam," with that low, steady voice, Delphine's brain just stopped. Her breath caught in her throat. She blinked, heart skipping several beats. The man in front of her, how had she not noticed this before? Sure, he always had some presence, but now that she could really see him, now that the mask was gone. He was taller than she remembered. Broader. His shoulders were sharp and solid. His chest beneath the robe hinted at power, muscle, control. But it was his face, sharp jawline, deep eyes, full lips, slightly tousled hair. He was fucking handsome. Her knees almost buckled. Drip. A single drop slid from her soaked folds and clung to her inner thigh. She blushed furiously as her thighs rubbed together. Her entire body was betraying her thoughts. There were so many questions flooding her mind, so many things she wanted to say, but all of it just vanished in the heat pulsing between her legs. None of it mattered anymore. Not when his eyes were roaming over her, slow and calculated. Not when the scent of his skin, masculine and clean with a faint trace of something darker, touched her nose. She took one step forward and was instantly engulfed in the scent of sandalwood and something more primal, musk, heat, man. The room was dimly lit, turned into a sensual haven. Candles glowed like warm little stars, the air heavy with fragrance. A long white table sat in the middle, sheets smooth, crisp, ready. The atmosphere was dangerously seductive, the air so thick with arousal it could be cut with a knife. Delphine bit her lower lip, her heart racing. It was like she'd stepped into one of her erotic novels, one where the massage always turned into something more. She wanted it. Every bit of it. With flushed cheeks and trembling thighs, she let Ether gently guide her toward the table. Lie down. Face first, madam, he said in a tone so professional it somehow made her even hornier. His voice was calm, low, velvety, almost detached, but it only added to the tension clawing inside her belly. Damn. Whatever you say, boss. With a heated breath, she climbed onto the table, her skin tingling all over. Her cheeks were burning hot. She tilted her head to the side, stealing glances at him through her glasses, which were starting to fog from her own ragged breath. Ether's face remained unreadable. There was no playful smirk, no teasing glint, just a blank, professional mask. That alone made her inner walls clench. His control, his restraint, it drove her wild. And then, his hands covered in oil, touched her. Firm. Slow. Confident. The moment his fingertips met her back, a jolt ran down her spine. She gasped. Her body arched slightly, breath catching in her throat. His palms were warm and strong, his thumbs digging into her muscles with precision. He moved with practiced skill, kneading, pressing, sliding with a rhythm that felt more intimate. "Please calm down, madam," Ether said again in a composed, soothing voice, his hands never pausing. Delphine tried, she really did, but her body had its own plans. The silky robe slipped off her shoulders completely now, bearing her soft back to the candlelight. Her breath hitched. She could feel the warmth of his hands seeping into her skin, deeper, spreading fire. The sheet beneath her was warm, but her core was blazing hot. He started at her shoulders, his thumbs working in firm, expert circles, melting away the knots of tension she hadn't even realized she carried. His hands moved lower, along the curve of her spine, tracing every dip, every ridge. His touch was both clinical and sinful. Too professional, and that only made it worse. She moaned softly, barely audible. The sound escaped her lips as she felt a wave of intense relief, and raw, aching pleasure. She hadn't expected him to be this good. Not even close. Of course, Ether had learned a few things about massage. Back in a previous life, he'd worked at a seedy massage parlor for a few extra bucks. What he lacked in enthusiasm back then, he made up for now with practiced finesse and a very different kind of motivation. "You're tight," he murmured, his voice low, close to her ear, almost a growl as he felt the tension in her upper back and lower hips. "Long week," she breathed, her voice muffled against the cradle of the table. He chuckled, a low, dark, knowing sound, like velvet against gravel. "Let's see what we can do about that." He moved lower, working his way inch by inch along her spine. His hands, strong, patient, deliberate, glided over her bare skin with slow precision. Every touch had purpose, like he knew her body better than she did, like he was mapping out every curve, every tremble, every breath she took. His touch skirted the line between something clinical and something dangerously intimate. A helpless moan slipped from her lips, soft and desperate. Something hotter was bubbling beneath the surface. Riskier. Her skin flinched and welcomed in equal measure as his fingertips brushed along the sides of her ribs. He lingered there, just a second too long. Just enough to make her breath hitch and her core pulse. Goosebumps bloomed across her skin. Then his voice, closer than before, warm and low, dipped into her ears like a kiss. "Would you like me to go deeper?" Her breath caught in her throat. "Why yes," she whispered, barely audible, her voice breaking with the weight of want. She wanted it, God, she wanted it deeper, but the words stuck in her throat, laced with a shy heat she couldn't hide. The sheet slipped further down her hips as his hands glided lower. They explored the subtle arch of her lower back, every press making her thighs clench tighter beneath the sheet. His fingers dipped toward the small hollow just above her hips, kneading gently, rhythmically, coaxing her body into surrender with every sensual press. The motions were hypnotic, promising more with every pass, but never quite giving. "Relax," he murmured, his fingers teasing the edge of the sheet. "Let go." And somehow, she did. Her body obeyed without question. Her muscles melted under his skilled palms, yielding to his pace, his pressure, his presence. Her breathing grew heavier, more ragged, more wanton with every second. Then his hands wandered lower, dangerously lower. Along the edges of the sheet that barely clung to her round, shaking curves. He slid it down, slowly, deliberately, revealing her soft, trembling buns to the candlelit air. Delphine gasped, sucking in a sharp breath as the cool air brushed against her exposed ass. Her face flushed red-hot as she buried her face into the cradle, biting her lip. She was bare. Vulnerable. And yet, she wanted more. Ether's gaze dropped. He stared in silence for a moment at those pale, perfectly shaped cheeks. Those delicate, trembling mounds, parted slightly, with that soft, inviting crease between them that called to be touched, worshipped, devoured. His hands moved with a mask of professionalism, but his fingers pressed firmly into her flesh, kneading both cheeks with slow, circular pressure. Delphine moaned, startled by the sharp sensation at first, but then, God, it changed. The pressure melted into something warm, pleasurable, like all the strain and tension built up inside her was finally being unraveled. Her thighs trembled. Her ass quivered in his palms. Her heartbeat thudded against her ribs like it was trying to escape. And when his hands moved lower, just a little, gently pressing downward, the heel of his palm came so damn close to her swollen, slick center. So close, her whole body tensed in anticipation. Her toes curled in anticipation. Her back arched slightly, begging without words. She was so wet, dripping wet. Her flower throbbed with want, so sensitive she could feel the air brush against her slit. But then, his fingers moved away. To her legs. Ha! Delphine blinked, tilting her head in surprise, lips parted as she looked over at Ether with a flustered, betrayed expression. He met her gaze with a calm, unreadable expression. Is something wrong, madam? He asked, voice steady, composed, innocent. Not a single flicker of lust. Not a single crack in his professional facade. Just a warm, polite smile that made her want to scream and cry and ride him at the same time. And nothing. She mumbled with a breathless pout. Her voice trembled. Her tone is heavy with disappointment and unmet need. Her core was already soaked, slick and needy, throbbing with every heartbeat, but he wasn't going to touch it. Was he teasing her? Was this part of the plan? She didn't know, but one thing was certain, he had to be planning something. No man could massage a naked woman like this without wanting more. Right? He was a pervert just like her. Still, as her thoughts spiraled, his hands kept working. He focused on her thighs now, his fingers strong and sure, applying just the right amount of pressure to unlock every knot, every ache. Her legs slowly relaxed, melting under his touch. The tension dissolved from her calves, her thighs, her lower muscles. Her body felt like it was floating. Her moans came more freely now, breathy and uncontrolled. Her cheeks were flushed, lips damp. When his thumbs pressed into the arch of her foot, she let out a sharp gasp that melted into another needy moan. It hurt, but in that delicious, toe-curling, pleasure-laced way. He was touching every spot she didn't even know could feel this good. Now turn back, madam, Ether said, his tone still impossibly composed, that soft professional smile returning to his face. Delphine hesitated only for a heartbeat before rolling over, her head spinning, her glasses fogged from her breath and heat. Her chest was heaving, her lungs filled with the scent of sandalwood and her own lust. Her robe had fallen open at the front now, barely hiding her breasts, those round, heavy, trembling peaks that strained under the thin cloth. And when she caught him staring, his eyes fixed on her exposed cleavage with a look far too focused to be innocent. She knew. He wasn't going to stay professional for much longer. She could feel it. She could see it. She giggled inwardly, biting the inside of her cheek, her legs instinctively rubbing together. She was ready. She had been ready since the moment she laid eyes on him. And now? Now she was just waiting for him to finally break. Chapter 1078, Massaging the Hard Worker, Part 2. I shall start on your face, madam, Ether said in a calm, professional tone, standing just above her head. Delphine shivered as she looked up. Right there, directly above her eyes, was it. That massive bulge straining against the fabric of his robe. The thick outline of his cock pressing desperately to break free. It twitched under the fabric, alive, heavy, practically burning through. Her breath caught in her throat. He was turned on. Fiercely. His body was literally on fire with arousal. And yet, he wasn't fucking her. Delphine groaned inside, her heart aching with frustration. The massage was great, amazing, even, but her pussy was dripping, aching, burning for something far more. It was torture. The dish was right there, steaming, fragrant, made just for her, and she couldn't even take a bite. She couldn't touch, couldn't taste, couldn't feel it inside her. Her thighs rubbed together again, seeking some pressure, some friction, but it wasn't enough. And still, Ether ignored the lust heavy on her flushed face, the trembling in her limbs, the wet heat soaking her folds. Instead, his fingers descended, calm and focused. He pressed softly to the center of her forehead with perfect pressure, his thumbs moving in small, precise circles. Delphine flinched at first, but almost immediately felt a dizzy wave rush over her. Her thoughts faded. Her tension melted. It was like all the chaos in her mind, every dirty thought, every impatient craving, was slipping away with the weight of his hands. He moved gradually, methodically, as if sculpting her emotions. Then, his voice again, soft, low. "Can I?" His fingers gently reached toward her face, and Delphine nodded dumbly, lost in the haze. He slipped off her glasses with tender care, folding them and setting them aside before returning to her face. His fingers moved along her brows, slow and rhythmic, massaging along the delicate skin around her eyes. His thumbs dipped into the curve beneath her sockets, easing away stress, pressure, the desire to cry or scream or beg. Honestly, it felt so good she almost forgot how desperately fucking horny she was. Almost. His fingertips moved lower, tracing the soft roundness of her cheeks, pressing with gentle pulses that made her eyelids flutter. He touched along her jaw, his thumbs working away the tightness there, her lips parting ever so slightly as the tension eased. Her mouth went slack, open, wanting. Then he moved lower. His fingers slid down both sides of her neck, barely grazing, a tease that made her pulse hammer. Every stroke was feather-light, sensual, maddening. Her breath hitched again. Her chest rose and fell faster, breast straining under the loosened robe. He began working around her collarbone, the strokes slower now, almost caressing. His touch burned with heat, with reverence, with unspoken hunger, even though his face remained neutral, composed, maddeningly professional. Then, finally, his fingers reached the robe. Delphine watched, her breath stuck in her throat, her whole body tense with need. He pulled. Slowly. Deliberately. The robe slipped away from her shoulders, down past the swell of her breasts, down her sides, until there was nothing left to hide. She was bare. Exposed. Her full breasts rose, soft and flushed, tipped with tender pink nipples, slightly inverted from her arousal, trembling from the cool air, twitching with every heartbeat. They glistened faintly from the sweat that had formed during the massage. Her curves, smooth, tender, irresistible, lay revealed before him. And her core, soaked. Leaking. Her pussy was wet and glistening, begging for attention, her folds swollen and pink, the slit open slightly like a flower kissed by the rain, dripping like nectar for him and only him. Ether's eyes locked on her chest. He stared directly at her breasts, his gaze focused on those teasing, inverted nipples, twitching, slowly hardening under the air and his stare. Then his gaze dropped lower, down to the center of her body. To the soft, wet core glistening between her legs, pulsing, crying for touch. Delphine turned red from the roots of her hair to the tips of her toes. Her face glowed with embarrassment and arousal. She saw it in his eyes, the shift. The crack in his armor. The desire. She knew. He wouldn't be able to stay professional for much longer. And neither could she. Ether didn't say a word. He simply adjusted his position, moving to her side with smooth, controlled grace, his hands never rushing, never faltering. His fingers hovered just above her chest, steadying himself. Delphine's breathing was shaky, her heart racing. She stared at him with wide eyes, lips parted, her whole body tense with anticipation. Then he began. His palms pressed gently against the upper swells of her breasts. His thumbs moved in soft, patient circles, easing into the soft flesh with meticulous care. He was professional, deliberate, but his touch wasn't cold. It was warm, grounding, alive. His hands weren't groping or squeezing. No, he was kneading her breasts slowly, evenly, like he was working through the tension that had been buried beneath her curves for far too long. She moaned softly, her cheeks flushing a deeper red. The sensation wasn't rough. It wasn't dirty. But it was deep. Every motion felt like it reached something inside her, melting away not just knots in her muscles, but some ache inside her chest she didn't even know existed. Her nipples throbbed from the stimulation, hidden and inverted still, but struggling to push outward under his skilled touch. He remained silent. No smirk. No teasing. Just the focused gaze of a man doing his job, but doing it so fucking well it made her body sing. His fingers moved downward, easing beneath her breasts, pressing into the soft flesh under her curves where most people forgot to touch. The heat of his palms lingered on her skin. He massaged there with slow, circular pressure, carefully, patiently, deeply, where the ribs met the undercurve of her boobs. The sensation made her arch faintly off the table. "Ah," she gasped, biting her lip. Delphine's breath grew shallower. Her body squirmed under his hands, not to escape, but to give him more access. The pressure, the heat, the friction, it all built up inside her like fire trapped under her skin. And still, he didn't break. He didn't say anything inappropriate. He didn't moan. He didn't touch her in the way she desperately wanted. He was still being professional. And it was driving her fucking insane. Ah. Her boobs rose and fell, every touch, every need sent delicious tremors down to her stomach. Then, he moved again. His hands glided lower, down the middle of her torso. His palms slid over her stomach, flat, smooth, and trembling under his touch. He massaged her belly with tender pressure, spiraling out from the center. He worked through each part, above the navel, then around it, down below it. When his thumbs circled her belly button, her hips jolted. On. She almost covered her mouth, but couldn't move. Her fingers clutched at the table. Her legs twitched. That tiny motion, those innocent little circles around her navel, made her feel like something was coiling deep inside her, ready to burst. It was too much, and yet not enough. "You're very sensitive," Ether said, voice smooth and professional. Delphine only whimpered, her eyes clouded with lust. She wanted to beg him. To plead. To drag his hand down just a little more. His hands moved again. Downward. They slipped just above her mound, stopping right at the edge. Her core twitched, wet and glistening, but still untouched. His fingers brushed along the outer lips. Just a whisper of pressure, moving around her folds, never between. It was so close. So fucking close. MNNFRR. His palms massaged the area around her pussy, just the skin, just the edge, never dipping in, never sliding between her slick folds. His thumbs grazed along the crease where her thighs met her hips. It was maddening. A torment. HNNNG, she clenched her teeth, her hips rising faintly toward him, but he only adjusted. "Please relax, madam," he said, gently but firmly. She bit her lip harder. Her pussy was soaked. She could feel it dripping onto the table now, the heat pooling, the need screaming. And yet, he moved lower. His hands found her thighs again, kneading the thick muscle there, working slowly and deeply. His fingers dug into the inner thigh, his knuckles brushing the soft skin near her flower, but still never entering. The tension made her mad. Her mind is blurry. Her voice caught in her throat. Ah ha. His hands continued down, past her knees, slow and methodical. Her calves, her ankles, every part of her got the same attention. Her skin buzzed with aftershocks. Then, finally, his hands reached her feet. He held them gently, his thumbs pressing into the sole of her foot with pinpoint precision. Ah! Delphine cried out, unable to hold it in. It was electric. That pressure, so precise, so deliberate, triggered something deep, something primal. Her pussy clenched out of reflex, a hot pulse shooting up her spine like lightning. Very responsive, Ether remarked with that same calm, infuriating professionalism. Not a crack in his voice. Not even a tremble. His eyes held no obvious lust, just that maddening restraint that made her want to scream. Delphine couldn't take it anymore. Her whole body was trembling, her core throbbing wet and swollen, her breasts aching for attention, her legs sticky and spread wider than they were supposed to be. She was overheating from the inside out. She was on fire. Literally on fucking fire. Yet. "That's it, madam. I hope you liked my massage," Ether said, stepping back and bowing his head with the politeness of a five-star butler. As if this whole ordeal was nothing but a client service review and not a dripping, desperate sexual edge she was now hanging from. Delphine's eyes snapped wide. Her mouth dropped open, trembling. And then her face turned beet red. "Why you?" she hissed through her teeth. That bastard. He was seriously going to leave her like this? After all that teasing? All that almost touching? She wanted more, so much more. Not just a massage, she wanted to be fucked until her brain melted. And he just walked away. Ether tilted his head, face blankly professional, like an innocent employee being accused of something absurd. "Excuse me. Did you not enjoy my massage, madam?" Delphine spat the words, flustered and breathless, "Yes. This was the worst massage." Ether blinked, taken aback in confusion. "Is there something wrong with my massage, madam? I followed the exact procedures outlined in the spa's certified training modules." But then Delphine paused. Her eyes narrowed. That tone. That line. Something clicked. Her heart skipped. Her pupils widened as she looked at him again, more closely this time. His posture, his dialogue, his tone. Wait a second, wasn't this? Her jaw parted slightly. That book. The book. The one she'd been reading recently, the raunchy, spicy fantasy erotica that he took from her. He stole that fucking book. The setup. The roleplay. Every line. Every single damn line he said was from that exact chapter. Her eyes sparkled with realization, and then her pussy twitched. Hard. The thrill of it, the thought that he read that exact book, set up everything, and was now acting it out with her, sent a wild shock of horny excitement through her dripping folds. Roleplay, huh? She thought slyly, licking her lips. She turned her head slightly, fighting the tremble in her voice, fighting the heat in her cheeks, and shifted back into character. Yes, she said slowly, her expression turning smug, haughty. Your massage wasn't anywhere near the standard I expected from a young man like you. Utterly disappointing. The words felt foreign and embarrassing on her tongue. Her cheeks were burning. She couldn't believe she was saying them out loud. But God, it made her pussy throb. Ether blinked again, but this time a subtle smirk tugged at his lips. She saw it for just a second before it vanished behind that blank, pure, annoyingly innocent professional expression. But madam, he said with a tilted head, this is the tier you selected. And I, as a professionally certified massage therapist, have performed the appropriate service based on the bronze comfort level. Delphine scoffed dramatically, flipping her hair like a spoiled heiress. Tier. What the hell are you talking about, brat? Do you think I have time to sit and read every tier you offer? You're the professional, aren't you? Shouldn't you be the one to determine what my body needs? She crossed her arms and glared at him like a furious CEO firing an incompetent intern. Honestly, this whole spa is a total failure. I should sue you and every last employee here. She swung her legs off the table as if to rise, chest still proudly bare and heaving, but that didn't matter, she was in character now. Then. Wait, madam. Ether rushed forward, hand hovering close but not daring to touch her just yet. There is another tier available. But it's extremely premium and costly. Delphine raised an eyebrow, crossing one leg over the other with the elegance of a high-class goddess. Her robe still barely clung to her shoulders, boobs swaying heavily with every exaggerated breath. She narrowed her eyes at him with a playful but biting edge. Do I look like a beggar to you, brat? She said coldly, chin lifting with regal arrogance. I have enough money to buy your entire pathetic spa and shut it down in a heartbeat. Ether visibly flinched at her tone, bowing again quickly, but then. She leaned forward, voice softening just a bit, lips curving seductively. Still, since you're kind of cute, and honestly a pretty adorable boy. I suppose I'll let you off this time. Ether's shoulders relaxed in a sigh of relief. Thank you, madam. Then, allow me to offer you our most prestigious massage tier. He stood up straight, his tone grand, the ultra-deep Pro Maxer. Delphine smirked, pretending to look unimpressed. But inside, she was screaming. Holy shit, that name. But she composed herself, flipping her hair again. I'm liking the name already, she purred, lips twitching as she barely held in a giggle of pure arousal. Her pussy clenched again. This was about to get wild. Chapter 1079, The Ultra Deep Pro Maxer, Part 1. Delphine lay herself back on the table, her breath already uneven, glasses set aside, eyes hazy and desperate with pure, aching need. Her robe was discarded carelessly, leaving her gloriously nude, her soft, creamy skin glowing in the golden flicker of candlelight. Her luscious ass was raised high, round and trembling, the curves gleaming with sweat and anticipation, begging to be touched, tasted, worshipped. Ether stood behind her like a god of desire, his broad hands coated in warm, fragrant oil, glistening under the light. His face was calm, controlled, utterly focused, like a true master of sensual therapy, a professional massage expert whose hands knew how to unlock not just physical tension, but the deepest sexual hunger buried inside a woman's soul. No words, just the rhythm of her ragged breathing, trembling moans she tried to suppress, and the slick, lewd sound of oil meeting bare skin in slow, slippery rubs. He began, as always, with professional grace. His palms moved in slow, steady, circular motions across the delicate lines of her lower back, spreading heat and relaxation deep into her muscles. Her body twitched with every glide, as his expert fingers ignited every inch of her with aching warmth. Then, inch by inch, he slid lower, tracing the path of desire down to the base of her spine, until his thumbs began to knead the full, soft curves of her ass. "Come on, faster, don't tease me like this, touch me deeper." Delphine groaned inwardly, biting her lip hard to keep from saying it out loud. He pressed down, spreading her cheeks slightly, letting the oil seep into the tight, warm valley between them. His motions were expert, deep, slow, deliberate strokes, each touch sculpting her flesh like she was made of velvet and fire. He treated her ass as if it were the most precious artwork, something sacred to be molded with reverence and raw lust. Her soft buns jiggled under his grip, reacting to every movement of his hands. The muscles beneath tensed instinctively, then relaxed fully, melting under his skilled fingers. And finally, he parted her ass cheeks wider, deliberately slow, exposing two adorable, sensitive holes that twitched and ached for attention, already pulsing with need. "You've stored a lot of tension here, madam," Ether murmured with a smooth, dangerously seductive voice as he stared at her exposed holes, his breath warm as he blew gently over them. The cool air on her slick flesh made her shudder. "I'll be thorough. Very thorough," he added, his voice laced with devilish calm as his fingers slid lower and deeper into the intimate crevice of her butt crack. Delphine bit down on her lower lip so hard it almost bled, her whole body quivering with restrained moans. Her toes curled tight, and her fingers gripped the sheet beneath her like lifelines. His hands moved with practiced rhythm, tracing soft circles along the rim of her asshole, massaging deeply on both sides. He pressed expertly into pressure points only someone deeply trained in sensual massage would know. Then his thumb, slick with oil, pressed gently but firmly into her asshole. Her hips jolted violently, a cry catching in her throat as the shock of pleasure ripped through her. She whimpered aloud, her voice quivering, when something finally entered her, something warm, slick, and possessive. Her flower throbbed violently, an intense pulse of desire between her legs, as juices now flowed freely, dripping down the insides of her thighs in steady, shameless streams. His other hand moved with precision, dragging waves of heat and oil along her inner thighs, fingers sliding so close to her slit, just brushing beside it, teasing the swollen, sensitive lips. The heat radiating from her pussy was unbearable. Her whole core pulsed, begging to be filled. His fingers slowly rubbed along the outer lips, tracing their slick edges with expert finesse. That light teasing touch made her inner muscles clench hard, her asshole trembling in the air, as his thumb still circled her backdoor with hypnotic focus. "This too," he muttered thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes as he watched her body respond. "Looks extremely tense, madam," he said with a straight, professional tone, though his voice held a sinful undercurrent. His eyes stayed glued to her glistening pussy, now dripping like a broken faucet, leaking with desperation. Delphine's cheeks flared a deep pink. She was breathless and flushed, but she stayed in character, her voice rich with needy arrogance as she said, "Then relax it thoroughly this time. Don't hold back." She gave her ass a slow, deliberate sway, presenting herself even more shamelessly. Ether grinned subtly, barely keeping his own desires restrained. The demon inside him growled, clawing at the edge of his control. Still keeping his composure, he dipped his fingers down and slowly pushed one inside her soaking wet pussy. Delphine moaned, her voice thick with lust, her body reacting instantly. She clenched hard, her asshole and pussy both tightening around the invading touch, her walls fluttering as Ether's fingers slowly moved inside, deliberately stroking the pleasure points he knew too well. She gasped, panting heavily as Ether fingered her holes with steady, precise skill, showing no hesitation, no mercy, only dedication to her release. He poured even more oil onto his hands, letting it drip between her cheeks, over her thighs, into her pussy. His palms rubbed her everywhere, slippery and smooth, until her entire lower body felt hot, soaked, and incredibly open. First one finger, then two, and then three. Each one slid inside with expert timing, stretching her pussy and asshole inch by inch, forcing her to feel every bit of the pressure, the intensity, the erotic invasion. Delphine cried out, her body thrashing slightly, her hips bucking. The inner stretch of both holes at once was overwhelming. She could barely take it. His fingers curled inside, working her clit with rhythmic, relentless pressure, rubbing deep within her, circling her walls, milking every ounce of pleasure out of her trembling form. "You're so wet down here," Ether murmured in a low, approving voice, his fingers gliding through the nectar gushing from her cunt. "Your body's begging for this, isn't it?" Delphine muttered helplessly, trying to in character, how dare you?" Her face buried in the sheets, drooling, trembling, her mind shattered by pleasure. Her entire being screamed for release, her pussy soaked, stretched, and convulsing. Then it hit. It's comin' in g," she screamed, her voice cracking as her orgasm exploded out of her in a violent wave. Her pussy squirted hard, like a bursting dam, spraying hot, sweet nectar on the table and sheets, soaking everything. Her hips spasmed uncontrollably as waves of release rocked her. Ether watched her come undone with silent satisfaction, his thumb never stopping its slow, insistent massage of her asshole, keeping her quivering and pulsing through the aftermath. Drip, drip. Ha, Delphine panted, gasping for air. Her entire body trembled, her voice a broken whisper of exhausted bliss. A week's worth of tension, lust, and aching need melted and disappeared in a matter of seconds. This felt like heaven. Her thoughts blanked out. For a brief, perfect moment, she forgot everything. She only glowed in the aftermath of climax, her body soaked, her skin sticky with sweat and oil, and her pussy still dripping with thick, hot nectar. Until. "We aren't done, madam." "Turn around," Ether's voice echoed, deeper now, louder and firmer, laced with an edge of dominance that sliced through the thick panting air. Delphine's rolled-back eyes suddenly flinched at the shift in his tone. Her body was still trembling from her orgasm, but her lips curled into a grin as she obeyed, slowly turning over onto her back, her breath still uneven, her chest rising and falling like crashing waves. "I'll look at you," all of a sudden acting like a brave on, her voice froze, the words dying in her throat the instant her gaze dropped. Before her face stood a proud, towering dragon of flesh, Ether's cock. So thick, so impossibly hard, so long and pulsing, veiny and majestic. Her pupils dilated in awe. Her breath hitched. Her pussy throbbed violently once again, twitching at the sight alone. It was like a sacred wand of raw lust and power, mesmerizing her completely, commanding her attention, making her heart pound in her ears. She raised her hand slowly, almost reverently, as if to reach for it, to worship it, but then. "You are not allowed to touch me, madam," Ether warned smoothly, his tone darkly playful, standing right above her head, his cock looming just a breath away from her lips. His grin curled with devilish delight as she flinched in frustration. She glanced up at his face, partially hidden behind the thick shaft of his cock, and saw the same calm, professional smile. That smile of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. "Customers aren't allowed to touch the workers," he said, cool and composed, like he was quoting from some invisible rulebook of eroticism. Delphine blinked rapidly, stunned and aching. Her eyes bounced between his cock, glistening with dripping pre-cum, and his calm, almost innocent expression. "Damn, my man is really good at this, dangerously good." She wasn't sure whether she should be proud of him or deeply, deeply worried. But one thing was certain, her pussy throbbed. Hard. And that's all the answer her body needed. Ether leaned forward slightly, his cock now just a single tantalizing inch away from her flushed face. The heat radiated from it like a living thing. She could feel it, could smell it. Her nostrils flared as she took in the heavy, masculine scent. The musk. The raw, murky arousal pouring off him. It made her swallow hard, her mouth dry, her lips twitching with need. She wanted it. She needed it. To taste it, to devour it. But he ignored her obvious ache, deliberately, like a man testing a pet's patience. He calmly reached for the oil again, pouring more into his hands. Then, without warning, he placed his warm palms on her full, heaving breasts. His oiled hands slid over her chest like silk over fire, and slowly, deeply, began to knead her boobs, massaging them in smooth, circular motions. Every stroke squeezed the tension, and the sanity, right out of her. Meanwhile, his cock moved with every rhythm of his body, swaying before her face like forbidden fruit. It danced just above her lips, the tip so close she could taste the salt in the air, but always out of reach. A perfect tease. A cruel temptation. Her eyes stayed locked onto it, lips parting, breath shaky. It was the only thing in her world. "Please, just let me have it, please." She didn't speak it. But her eyes screamed it. Then. "Hick," she yelped, her entire body jolting in shock. Ether had suddenly pinched her nipples, fingers digging in to pull those hiding, inverted buds from their warm nests. The sudden stimulation struck like lightning, and a tiny climax rushed through her before she could even react. Her legs kicked slightly, and her thighs trembled. Ether's grin deepened as he gazed at her now exposed tips. Those tender nipples stood large, flushed, trembling. He gently pinched and rolled them between his slick fingers, rubbing them with slow, focused attention, watching the way her body jerked, twitched, and reacted to his every calculated move. Delphine moaned, low and husky, her eyes never once leaving the cock so close to her face. "Excuse me," Ether said softly, almost sweetly, before lowering himself even more. Then his lips parted. A soft, warm breath danced across her nipple, and then he suckled it. Slurp. His mouth closed over her tip with gentle greed, sucking deeply, pulling the tender flesh between his lips while his tongue flicked and licked, coaxing even more sensitivity from her body. Delphine moaned louder this time, her voice broken, as her body shuddered violently. The hot, wet sensation of his mouth on her nipple sent waves of electricity crashing through her, while his cock continued to brush her lips with each movement, so close, so firm, its tip leaking pre-cum that now touched her skin. That thick droplet rolled down her lip. She licked it. Gulped it. It tasted salty, thick, powerful. Like a sacred nectar. Her tongue trembled. She could barely hold herself back. Her whole being screamed to gulp his cock down her throat, to suck it dry, to taste the manhood that had been teasing her soul since the moment she laid eyes on it. "Come on," just how much longer do I have to wait?" she groaned inwardly, tears of lust brimming in her eyes. She was aching, burning, melting. Still, Ether remained focused, patient, and cruel. He kept working her nipples, one after another, switching between them, licking, sucking, tugging, pulling, while her moans grew louder, her hips twitched, her fingers clawed at the sheets beneath her. Her pussy was soaked, her asshole still throbbing, her thighs glazed in juices, and yet the hunger only grew. She was losing her mind, and he hadn't even let her taste him yet. Chapter 1080, The Ultra Deep Pro Maxer, Part 2. Mom. Slurp. Delphine's body trembled beneath him, her breath hitching and shallow, her arms tight at her sides as she clenched the sheets in both fists, fighting the instinct to reach up and grab that massive cock swaying just above her face. Every time he moved, it swung slightly, heavy, thick, glistening with fresh pre-cum that drooled down in a slow, deliberate line. And then it happened again. Drip. A thick bead of his arousal fell right onto her bottom lip. Hot. Sticky. She flinched, gasped, then opened her mouth in pure reflex, only to feel another drop hit her tongue. She moaned. Low, involuntary, almost helpless. Her eyes rolled slightly as her thighs pressed together, pussy convulsing with a desperate twitch. It was maddening. His cock hovered there like a forbidden reward, leaking sin onto her lips, yet just out of reach. Still, she obeyed. She didn't move her hands. She didn't touch him. Her fingers shook as she gripped the sheets harder, swallowing back the primal urge to grab him and suck every drop out of that perfect, pulsing shaft. Instead, she could only feel it. Smell it. Taste him. Ether's face didn't change. Calm. Controlled. That same, professional, expression, but with the tiniest spark of wickedness dancing behind his eyes. He knew exactly what he was doing. He poured more oil into his hands, warming it between his palms, then slowly, so slowly, placed them back onto her breasts. He cupped them from below, letting the weight of her busty mound sink into his slick hands, his fingers spreading wide to capture every inch of softness. Then he started to move. His thumbs rolled gently over her nipples, still puffy and soaked from his mouth. His fingers massaged the underside of her breasts, lifting and pressing in a slow rhythm, creating pressure, friction, and movement. He squeezed and kneaded, each motion steady, professional, but with just enough sensual heat to burn her from the inside out. Mug, Delphine whimpered. She was losing her mind. Her eyes fluttered shut, then open again, only to meet the sight of his cock swaying inches above her, the tip now visibly pulsing, leaking a fat droplet that dangled and stretched, before falling straight onto the center of her chest, mixing with the oil on her skin. Her nipples were rock hard now, the air, the oil, the warm strokes, every sensation was turned up to the maximum. Please. She whispered under her breath, barely audible, her voice shaky, desperate. Ether, you're gonna make me. She raised her tongue desperately to touch his sock. He said nothing. Instead, he leaned in again, this time taking one nipple into his mouth while his fingers expertly pinched and twisted the other. Slurp. He sucked slowly, steadily, tugging at the tender tip with his lips and tongue, while his other hand rolled the second nipple between his thumb and knuckle. He watched her reactions, her gasps, the way her thighs clenched and her toes curled. Still not allowed to touch, he whispered softly, lips brushing her nipple, his voice hot, calm, low. Drip. Another drop of his pre-cum fell directly onto her throat this time, and it slid down the curve of her neck, across her collarbone, pooling slightly between her breasts. The contrast between his restraint and her desperation made everything unbearable. Her pussy was dripping, literally soaking the sheets. Her nipples were hypersensitive, almost burning. His hands never stopped. Squeeze. Roll. Tug. Flick. His mouth moved to the other nipple, tongue swirling around it in wide, lazy circles before pulling it gently between his lips, then releasing it with a soft pop. Oil slicked every curve of her chest, glistening, making everything hotter, smoother. Delphine's whole body began to tense. She couldn't even breathe properly anymore. Her hips started to roll unconsciously, grinding into the air, seeking friction. But ether didn't touch her there. Not even once. Only her breasts. Only her nipples. Only his cock hovering right above her lips, leaking drop after drop like a wicked countdown. And then it happened. Ah, fuck. Her back arched violently off the table. Her legs spasmed. Her lips parted in a silent scream as her pussy clenched hard, and a hot rush of fluid exploded out of her. Splash. She came. Just from her breasts. From the relentless teasing, the sucking, the pressure, the stimulation, the denial. She came with no fingers inside her, no cock, no clit play, just her nipples and the heat of his cock dripping onto her skin, the smell of him, the tension. Delphine's face was a picture of pure ecstasy. Her jaw hung open. Her eyelids fluttered. Her body trembled violently beneath him, glistening with oil, sweat, and her own orgasm. Her moans came out choked, broken, nearly tearful. Ether simply watched her, licking her nipple clean as her body collapsed back down to the table, twitching softly. Her chest heaved. Her thighs quivered. Her lips were glazed with his pre-cum, a thin, slick trail running from the corner of her mouth to her flushed chin. Her pussy was still throbbing, still leaking onto the sheets below, and yet, the hunger inside her hadn't gone away. No, it had only grown worse. Her blurry gaze locked onto the pulsing cock swaying right above her, so thick, so hard, still dripping arousal like a melting candle. It was all she could think about. All she could feel. That forbidden dragon had haunted her every second since it appeared above her face, teasing, leaking, torturing her lips. She couldn't take it anymore. Her switch finally flipped on. Gulp. Without a shred of hesitation, Delphine lifted her head and swallowed it whole, her lips parting wide as she took the thick tip straight into her mouth with desperate hunger. Ether blinked in surprise, his body twitching slightly at the sudden wet heat around his cock. "Madam, you are not allowed to." Before he could even finish, she looked up at him with glassy, glazed-over eyes and mumbled with his cock still lodged in her mouth, "I am Amnu's tongue." His brows furrowed in confusion. She wiggled her hands beside her head. "I'm not touching," she repeated, muffled around his shaft, cheeks puffed, tongue wrapped thick around the base of his head, lips stretched so tightly around his girth they trembled. She wasn't technically breaking the rule. Ether exhaled through his nose, half amused, half aroused beyond belief. That mouth, so hot, so soft, so desperate. Her tongue slithered over every ridge, tasting his salt and heat. She sucked hard, then slow, teasing the tip with a swirling flick of her tongue before pulling back with a slick, wet sound that echoed in the quiet room. Drip, another line of drool and pre-cum clung between her lips and the tip of his cock, a glistening strand of arousal and saliva. She dove in again. Her eyes rolled, her lips tightening, her throat opening slightly as she let him slide deeper this time, inch by inch, her jaw straining to accommodate his thickness. Her moans were constant, vibrating right into his shaft, each sound making his legs tense slightly. Ether steadied himself, letting her work. "You're dangerously good at bending the rules, madam," he said with a grin, brushing a thumb across her cheek. "But you really are putting that mouth to good use." Delphine responded with a low, feral moan, her eyes fluttering, her tongue now lapping at his tip between bobs, catching every drop of pre-cum and gulping it like sweet honey. Slurp. Pop. Gulp. The sounds were wet and obscene, each suck echoing through the air, mixing with her muffled moans and his breathy groans. She was greedy. So damn greedy. And he was barely holding on. Ether's hands flexed at his sides, every muscle tense. His cock throbbed with need, but he didn't fuck her throat. Not yet. He let her take control. Let her feast. Let her taste every inch with that ravenous, dripping hunger, his professional exterior slowly cracking beneath the pressure of her desperate need. Her lips now glistened with spit and pre-cum, her face flushed red, her nose bumping the base of his shaft as she took him deeper and deeper. Her body rocked beneath him, her chest still heaving, her thighs twitching, juices still dripping from her soaked pussy. She was wrecked, undone, reduced to nothing but raw hunger and need, and the only thing that could satisfy her was currently sliding in and out of her mouth. Ether's breath hitched as Delphine's throat opened wider around him. Her lips hugged the base of his cock, her cheeks flushed and hollowed from the suction. She was moaning around his shaft, swallowing every inch like a starving woman, eyes half closed in blissful desperation. But she was getting too good. Too deep. Too tempting. He snapped. Without warning, his hands moved, one grabbing a handful of her hair, the other cupping the side of her head. "Then let me give you what that filthy mouth's begging for," he growled. Delphine's eyes widened for a second, but only with excitement. He didn't wait. MMFFFFFFFFFFFFFF. With a rough thrust, Ether plunged his cock deep into her throat. Her lips stretched wide, nose pushed against his tight sack, gagging softly but not resisting. She gripped the sheets tighter as he held her head in place and began fucking her mouth, his thick cock sliding in and out in wet, brutal strokes. Slap. 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 Her wet mouth echoed with each thrust, drool pouring from the corners of her lips, down her chin, soaking her throat and breasts. Her eyes rolled as he used her, hips moving steadily and hard, controlling her completely. "You feel that?" he groaned, voice low and strained. "This is what your mouth was made for, madam." Her lips were swollen, shiny, and red from the brutal, relentless pounding of Ether's thick cock. Her face, her neck, soaked in drool and smeared with his pre-cum, like an erotic painting in motion. She couldn't stop sucking, licking, swallowing. She didn't want to. She needed it in her throat. Needed it leaking on her tongue. Her saliva mixed with his salty arousal, stringing from her lips in messy strands as she bobbed her head eagerly, her tongue slithering under and around his shaft, swirling at the tip to scoop up every drop, flicking the underside with an almost worshipful hunger. "Let me feel every part of that tongue, madam," he muttered. With a wicked smile, he slid his body lower again, lips trailing wet kisses down her body, until he was once again face first between her soaked thighs. Her pussy glistened with slick arousal, swollen, throbbing, desperate. And he devoured it. MMFFF. Tongue plunging deep, tasting every part of her, lapping at her entrance like it was dripping with honey. He groaned into her, sucking her clit with intense focus, fingers spreading her folds wide. The scent of her arousal filled his lungs, her juices smeared across his cheeks and chin. His tongue was everywhere. He circled her clit, flicked it hard, then flat-tongued her slit from bottom to top, again and again until she couldn't breathe. Her body twisted, hips grinding against his mouth. Her moans came out as choked gasps around his cock, but her hands still didn't touch him. Ether. She was trembling. Her thighs tried to close around his head, but he held them apart, spreading her wider. His tongue pushed inside her now, writhing deep into her tunnel, scooping her wetness and dragging it up to her clit before sucking it in like candy. MHMHFFF, she moaned around his cock, saliva bubbling from her mouth as her pussy spasmed again. She didn't know how long she could last. It was too much, his cock in her throat, his mouth on her pussy, her body overstimulated beyond belief. Her hands clenched the sheets, knuckles white, her hips rising off the bed with each lick, each suck. Such a good girl, Ether murmured, his lips brushing her dripping folds between sucks. So wet, so obedient, your mouth and pussy both made just for me. Delphine's moan vibrated around his shaft. He was eating her out while she sucked him off. Their bodies locked in a loop of messy, dripping, desperate pleasure. Her pussy was soaked. Overflowing. His mouth never stopped. Her mouth never let go. The pleasure was overwhelming, her clit throbbing, his tongue pushing inside her, his nose pressed to her mound, inhaling her scent like he couldn't get enough. His moans rumbled against her pussy, making her clench tighter with every lick. And she? Slurp. MMFFHHFF. She was drooling again, mouth wide around his cock, tongue pressed flat underneath as she tried to breathe through her nose, gagging softly, eyes watering. But she didn't stop. She couldn't. He fucked her face. He devoured her pussy. And all of it at once made her body start to break again. Her legs shook. Her voice broke into helpless little sobs around his cock. He felt her build, felt her thighs start to twitch, her pussy pulse against his tongue, that desperate tightening. He grinned, voice muffled against her slit. Come again for me, madam, all over my tongue, while your mouth is full of cock. And she did. Violently. Ahamph. Screaming around his shaft as her pussy erupted against his mouth, juices gushing into his face, soaking him, spraying against his lips and chin. She moaned so loud, even with her throat stuffed, her entire body arching, trembling, and twitching under the waves of orgasm. Delphine lay there, ruined and begging, her pussy trembling, mouth gaping, her face streaked with drool and need. Her thighs twitched from the orgasms Ether had coaxed from her with his mouth, and yet her body wanted more. No. Needed more. Burned for it. And Ether? He loomed above her like a demon carved from pure lust. His cock pulsed, slick with her spit, the head flushed and angry. Her lips still glistened with pre-cum. Her pussy glowed, spread open, wet and twitching. Her ass was begging, round, soft, red with handprints. He didn't waste another second. Without a single warning, he reached forward, grabbed her thighs, and slammed them wide open. Her body flinched. Her eyes widened. Time to fuck, madam, he whispered with a wicked grin. Chapter 1081, The Ultra Deep Pro Maxer, Part 3. Time to fuck, madam, Ether whispered with a wicked grin. And then he drove into her pussy. One brutal, slow thrust. Huff. Her mouth opened in a silent scream as his cock stretched her opina euro, inch by inch, thick and hot and heavy. Her walls clung to him like a vice, slick and tight, clenching around his cock like it belonged there. Her pussy was starving for it. Fuck ether, she gasped as she felt finally becoming one again. He leaned down a euro, kissed her hard, his tongue plunging into her mouth as his hips began to roll. His cock pistoned in and out, slow at first, grinding deep with every stroke. Her pussy squelched, wet and desperate, already leaking around the base of his cock. Smack. His palm cracked against her ass cheek. Ah! She yelped, gasped into his mouth, and her pussy clenched tighter. Smack. Smack. Again and again he spanked her round, jiggling ass, watching the flesh bounce with every thrust. Her moans turned ragged, overwhelmed by the mix of pain and pleasure. She kissed him back with shaking lips, her hands gripping his shoulders, nails digging in. Her legs wrapped around his waist, holding him in. Faster fuck me fast she sobbed. He obeyed. His hips began to slam a euro, hard, rhythmic, deep. Her tits bounced violently with every thrust. Her pussy squelched louder and louder, juices spraying as her walls pulsed around him. She screamed, moaned, and begged, her body breaking under the raw intensity. Your cock's too deep euro. That's the point, Del, he growled. He leaned in, biting her neck, sucking hard enough to mark. His hand reached down and grabbed her bouncing breast, fingers digging in, kneading the soft mound while his other hand gripped her waist and slammed her down onto his cock harder. The table shook. The room filled with the sound of skin slapping skin. She was close. Again. But just as her climax began to rizzy euro, he pulled out. What euro, what are you euro? He flipped her over. Quick. Brutal. Smooth. Her face hit the table, ass raised up, glistening, swollen, red from the spanking. Her pussy twitched, wetness dripping down her thighs. She barely got her breath before she felt his cock at her entrance again. He rammed back inside her soaked pussy euro, deep euro, and she screamed into the sheets. Her ass jiggled with each thrust, the cheeks wobbling, her moans turning into screams as he fucked her from behind. He grabbed her hips, yanked her into him with every brutal stroke. Thina euro. Smack. 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 3 hard slaps to her ass sent her into another spiral. Splash. Her pussy gushed again, squirting around his cock, soaking his thighs. But he didn't slow down. He leaned over her back, whispering in her ear, "Now euro, let's fill your ass too, shall we?" She gasped euro, eyes wide. He pulled out. And slowly, deliberately, his cock nudged lower, pressing between her cheeks. She trembled. "Why yes euro, yes," she moaned into the sheets. He oiled her ass quickly, spreading her cheeks with both hands. Thina euro, one slow, firm push. Her eyes rolled back. Her asshole stretched, burned, then opened for him with a shuddering moan. "Aha fuck my ass euro," she cried, voice cracked and full of delirious need. He began to thrust. Deep. Careful. Then rougher. Her ass clamped down on him, tight and hot, every movement pulling cries from her throat. He pounded her from behind euro, cock disappearing into her ass as she drooled into the sheets, her whole body jerking with every thrust. His balls slapped her wet pussy. His hands gripped her hips. Her ass jiggled again and again as he drilled deeper. "Say it," he growled. "I love being fucked in the ass," she sobbed. "Fuck me harder, fill me. Filthy my slutty ass," she said without hesitation. Her switch completely flipped, otherwise, she would never say those words. He grinned. Her body lost control. She was shaking, drooling, eyes rolled back. And then she came. A-A-G-H. Splash. Splash. Her ass clenched around him, pussy squirting again beneath, her whole body twitching like she was electrocuted. She screamed, fists pounding the sheets, as Ether slammed one last time and groaned. He exploded. Hot, thick cum filled her ass, pumping deep inside, leaking out around the base of his cock. And still he didn't pull out. He leaned over her trembling back, kissing her shoulder, his hands still kneading her hips, cock still buried deep. "Beautifully fucked," he whispered against her neck. "But we're far euro from finished." Ether shifted with a slow, deliberate motion, pulling out just enough to let her catch her breath before flipping her onto her back once again. H. "Get ready, madam," he growled low, his cock slick and hard, already twitching with need. "I'm going to fuck you deep euro so deep you'll forget your own name." Delphine's breath hitched as he positioned himself at her entrance, his fingers spreading her glistening lips wide, admiring the way her pussy dripped with anticipation. Then, without hesitation, he slammed into her with a powerful thrust, filling her pussy completely, stretching her wide with every inch of his thick cock. Huff. Her body jerked, mouth falling open in a gasp as he sank deeper, hitting all the right spots with merciless precision. The wet slap of skin on skin echoed through the room as he fucked her hard and fast, each thrust deeper than the last. "Ah fuck, you feel so fucking good," he growled, voice rough with lust. "So tight, so wet. You want this, don't you? Want me to fuck you like this all time, right?" Delphine could only moan in response, head thrown back, eyes half-lidded with raw need and pleasure. His hands gripped her thighs, spreading them wider as he slammed into her relentlessly, hips pistoning in a maddening rhythm that drove her closer and closer to the edge. The pressure against her G-spot was exquisite, every hard thrust making her pussy clench around him tighter, squeezing him like she wanted to pull him inside forever. "Look at you, all soaked and trembling for me," he whispered, leaning down to capture her mouth in a brutal, demanding kiss. His tongue invaded hers, tasting the mix of her arousal and the salty sweetness of their bodies. Her moans grew louder, raw and desperate, echoing off the walls as she rode the wild storm of sensation. Without breaking the rhythm, Ether reached down to tease her swollen clit, circling it with teasing, expert fingers that pushed her over the edge again and again. Delphine's back arched, fingers clawing at the sheets as her body tensed, waves of pleasure crashing through her with overwhelming force. "Ah! I'm coming," she cried out, voice trembling with release. He didn't let up, fucking her through her orgasm, riding the wave with her until she was a shuddering mess beneath him. Then, with a wicked grin, he shifted once more, sliding off her to turn her onto all fours. "Time for you to feel me deep inside your ass again," Ether whispered, his cock already throbbing as he positioned himself behind her. She gasped as he slowly pushed inside, stretching her wide with careful, deliberate thrusts that left her breathless. "Filthy little thing," he growled, grabbing her hips and spanking her ass hard, the sharp smack echoing as she moaned, legs trembling under him. "You like it rough, don't you? Like I'm owning every inch of you." "Yes. Please, fuck me. Fuck my ass, Ether," she begged, voice raw and desperate, almaha mmfff. Chapter 1082, He Loves Them Equally. After having a passionate and deeply erotic massage, Ether and Delphine were now lying on the ground, their bodies sprawled together in post-climax daze. There was no bed in the room only a massage table and even that was now soaked and glistening, drenched in nothing but their mingled love juices. The soft candlelight flickered gently, casting warm amber glows over their sweat-slicked, glistening skin. Their oily bodies, tangled together in a mess of limbs and desire, shone under the candle's dance. Especially Delphine, her face glowed with a rosy flush, twitching slightly with the lingering aftershocks of pleasure, her features twisted in a thoroughly satisfied expression. Every part of her had been claimed, touched, and filled. Every hole had received his attention. She looked at complete. Her head rested over his chest, rising and falling slowly with his breath. Her eyes locked on his face, unwavering, as if she were trying to memorize every detail like it was a dream she feared might vanish. Ether glanced down at her and let out a soft chuckle, his fingers trailing lazily over her back. He could feel her gaze, so intense, so unblinking. Her eyes were practically devouring him with a silent hunger. With a playful smirk, he reached down and gave her soft, reddened as a gentle pinch. "What?" he asked with a teasing, sly grin. "Thinking about another round already?" Delphine let out a hiss, a mixture of flustered embarrassment and lingering pleasure, before pouting. A heavy blush crept across her cheeks as she huffed, "Nope. My pussy, it literally can't take any more of your stuff, seriously," she said, her voice raw and blunt, with absolutely no hesitation. He couldn't help but grin at her honesty. And she wasn't wrong, after everything, her pussy really had taken more than its fair share. Even now, she could feel her inside stretching and trembling, her stomach oddly full and bloated, almost like she had overstuffed herself at a feast, but instead, it was his thick, overwhelming essence. Ether chuckled again and leaned in to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Well, I hope my services were to your satisfaction, madam." Delphine's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She buried her face into his chest like a shy kitten, her voice muffled as she mumbled, I can't believe you actually did that, all of that." Ether just grinned wider, his hand lazily rubbing soothing circles on her back. "Well, you're the one who brought it up, remember? You were interested in those things, Ouch, he yelped suddenly, flinching as she bit his nipple in protest. "I am not interested in that weird stuff," she retorted sharply, glaring at him with an exaggerated pout, though her cheeks still blazed with color. Ether laughed, the sound low and amused. "Ha, right, it's always me, isn't it? I'm the big pervert here." His voice dripped with teasing amusement, but there was affection beneath it, too. Delphine nodded firmly, not even pretending to hesitate. "Yes, you are. You, bad boy, always doing such wicked things," she muttered, trying to sound repulsive, but her tone faltered. Her expression, despite the words, was flushed and far from disgusted. Ether's grin widened even more, glinting with mischief. "Oh really now? Then I'll make sure to check all those naughty books you're hiding away. Let's see what other wicked fantasies you're harboring, he whispered with a low, seductive edge. Delphine's thighs tensed, her white, thoroughly stuffed pussy trembling at his words. She lowered her head, her cheeks crimson, lips trembling. She wouldn't say anything aloud. No way. But if he was going to start digging, then maybe leaving a few books out in the opina purely by accident might save them both time. After all, why make him search? If he found them on his own, then, well, it wouldn't be her fault, right? Her thoughts flickered with a secret grin she kept hidden. On the outside, she put on her best annoyed face and huffed, "I'm not hiding anything, she insisted, then leaned in to snuggle against his face with mock innocence. Ether shook his head slowly. She could only act genuinely when she was completely turned on, but oh well. He adored every side of her, even the ones she tried to pretend didn't exist. He wasn't blaming her for anything. He just wanted her, all of her. As the hours trickled by and the room settled into soft silence, the afterglow began to fade, replaced by the creeping weight of thoughts. Ether's gaze, once calm, now carried a haze of quiet worry. Reality was beginning to slip back in, cutting through the haze of passion like a slow-moving fog. The moment of truth loomed close. Out of all the women in his life, Delphine was the one he felt the least certain about. She was sensitive, emotionally sharp, and she had the power to see glimpses of the future. That alone made her unpredictable. Maybe she already knew the truth and was just waiting for him to be brave enough to say it. Or maybe she didn't know, and telling her would only shatter what they had. It was a tangled, messed up situation. With the others, he could play with words, mask his deeper worries behind teasing and confidence. But with Delphine, the uncertainty was eating at him like slow poison. The only reason he had been able to tell Helena the truth was because she had been pure-hearted, innocent, and because Sarah had softened her. Whatever Sarah had told her, whatever lies or half-truths, it had made Helena ready to accept him. Her heart had already been opened before he ever spoke a word. When he finally did confess, her reaction had been manageable. It could have gone worse. A lot worse. But thanks to Sarah's emotional groundwork, Helena had already been willing to understand. Helena wasn't a Yandra. She was just someone who loved deeply, almost too much, maybe, but in a beautiful way. And Sarah. Sarah was definitely a Yandra, no doubt about that. But she had made Helena accept everything about him. That made her dangerously helpful. But Delphine, she was a different case altogether. Even though he had slowly, gently revealed bits and pieces of his life to her, his fears, his past, there was a lingering dread in his heart. What if she left? What if she took his child and vanished? That thought twisted in his gut like a knife. He wasn't ready to wait for years in silence, hoping she'd come back. He wasn't prepared to let her give birth alone, in some faraway place, raising their child in isolation. That wasn't the kind of story he wanted for them. He hated those cliché copyrights in novellas, where one of the MC's wives leaves over some dramatic misunderstanding, only to reappear years later with the MC's child, all grown up. That kind of shit made his blood boil. Especially for someone like Ether, who absolutely loved children, the idea of missing his lover's pregnancy, not being there for her pain, her delivery, the miracle of new life, not holding the baby in his arms from the beginning, it made him feel sick. If that happened if he missed all of Ida, he would hate himself. Maybe forever. As he was drowning in that ocean of dark thoughts, suddenly Ether. Delphine's soft voice broke the silence, shaky and uncertain. He blinked, his mind snapping back to the present. He looked down at her. She was tracing slow, nervous circles on his chest with her fingers, her eyes lowered, refusing to meet his. I want to talk about something really important, she said, her voice trembling with fear and hesitation. Ether blinked again, surprised by her sudden seriousness. Well, I also have something really important to say, he replied carefully. Delphine looked up, startled. You too? Then, you go first, she said, curiosity mixing with worry in her tone. Ether shook his head with a gentle smile, brushing her cheek softly. Ladies first, he whispered warmly. Delphine exhaled slowly, as if steadying herself. Her expression looked pained, her brows furrowing slightly. Ether's heart pounded faster, a sudden wave of panic rising in his chest. Oh no. Is this it? Is this just like in those goddamn novels? He thought nervously. She inhaled again, this time more deeply, and finally said, "Who is the second most important person you love?" Ether blinked, confused. What are you talking about? Delphine repeated the question, this time with her voice a bit tighter, her throat straining. I asked, "Who is the second most person you love?" Her eyes finally met Hisayuro, hesitant, searching, and full of a strange, trembling hope. Honestly, he didn't know what she was getting at. Was this a trap? A cue to confess something deeper? Or just a completely different conversation he wasn't ready for? Still, Ether tried to answer, "Well, I'm not sure how to answer that. The second most person I love." Do you mean like, among my lovers? Or someone else? Delphine bit her lip, her voice cracking slightly. Like lovers. She said softly, her eyes filled with fear and longing as she waited for his answer, one that might either shatter or soothe something deep inside her. Ether hummed quietly for a second, letting his gaze wander over the ceiling as the question echoed in his mind. Honestly, he didn't know how to answer something like that. How could he? But if someone were to seriously ask him if he had a favorite among them? He felt his chest tighten with disgust at the thought alone. That single idea of picking one above the ODYSSEY sent a sick churn through his stomach. He didn't know how to express it properly, but something about it felt like betrayal. And the moment one face tried to rise above the rest in his mind, that was the exact moment he would realize he had failed them all. He'd never thought about it much before. Back when he read novels and watched anime, especially those harem stories, it always seemed simple. He used to believe he was sure that there was always one special girl the main character truly favored, even if he acted like all the others were just as important. In fact, he even thought it made sense. Of course, there would be one woman the MC liked more, right? He had believed that. Until he lived this life. Now that he stood in the center of a real harem, not one crafted by authors but one born from his choices, his mistakes, his desires, and their unwavering love, he saw just how deeply wrong that idea had been. No. It wasn't just wrong. It was vile. Because when you truly live and breathe with someone, when you share pain and joy, when you protect and get protected in return, the lines blur. The idea of ranking them like trophies on a shelf. It turned his stomach. He especially remembered women like Zara. She was dangerous. Her personality needed careful navigation. She could collapse into darkness if not pampered and loved properly. If he ever dared to make her feel like she was second, or worse, optional. That wasn't love. That was cruelty. If someone could be the favorite among those you claimed to love, then all the others were, by default, just options. Disposable. Replaceable. And that was not who Ether was. These women who gave their hearts to Himeyuro, who bled, cried, laughed, and lived for Himeyuro, they were never options. They were his everything. His life had been saved by them, over and over again. He had died for them, and they had sacrificed for him, for each other, for his sake. And through that, he had learned something profound. For them, he wasn't an option. He was their one and only. Their entire world. How could he ever reduce their love to a ranking? It wasn't that he was forcing himself to think this way. No. In fact, at the beginning, he did have a favorite. Celine. Her presence had left a deep, haunting impact on him. Her affection, her loyalty, her everything. She had once been the one he thought of the most. But as time went on, as more and more incredible women entered his life, he began to see it. Each of them had left a different kind of scar on his heart. A different kind of beauty. Slowly, his favorite blurred. It faded. Until what remained was only a straight linear, each beloved standing side by side, all equally precious, none above the other. Was it impossible? Was he just lying to himself, trying to pretend he was better than he really was? Maybe others would think so. Maybe even he doubted it, sometimes. Could anyone really love that way? That deep inside, surely, there must be someone he treasured more than the others. No. Ether could swear it with every fiber of his being. He didn't have a favorite. Everyone was his favorite. Sure, nothing in life stays frozen. Things might change. Emotions could evolve. But if it ever came down to choosing one and abandoning the rest, he would rather die. Yes, he was that serious. He would rather slit his own throat than commit such a sin against the women he loved with his whole heart. He didn't just seduce them. He didn't just sleep with them. He showed them what life could be, what love could mean. And picking one, throwing the rest aside? Hell fucking no. Ether. Delphine's soft voice suddenly broke into his storm of thoughts. He blinked and shook his head, grounding himself again. His eyes met hers, and this time his voice carried a weight that couldn't be faked. I don't have any second most loved one, he said firmly, his tone serious and calm. Delphine stared at him, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she were trying to catch a lie. But as the seconds passed, as she looked deeper into his expression into his soul she sighed and smiled faintly. She murmured, still watching him intently. A curious spark flickered in her gaze. Then, softly, then tell me. You love me, right? He blinked in disbelief. That question how could she even ask that? That's even a question, he asked with a disappointed frown, his brows furrowing. The audacity stung a little. How dare she doubt that? Delphine's lips curled into a teasing smile. Just answer me. Ether sighed and nodded, yes. I love you. Delphine's smile grew warmer. But then, her voice dipped lower, her tone edged with something more serious. Then, if I wasn't here, if I didn't exist, who would you have fallen for instead? Her voice carried a certain weight now. Not playful. Not teasing. This wasn't just a test, it was something deeper. Her eyes pierced him with a raw, searching look. Ether blinked, thinking to himself, women. Honestly, only they could come up with twisted, roundabout questions like these, questions that had no right answer, that coiled through your brain like riddles. But even as he questioned it, why was she asking this? He frowned slightly. What are you trying to get at here? Please answer me, Ether. I'm serious, she said again, her tone firm and unwavering. Ether sighed, then ran a hand through his messy hair. If you weren't here, then I guess, probably Arya, he muttered, more out of logic than certainty. After all, Delphine had seen him interact more with Arya than anyone else. Delphine's face went blank for a second. Thina. Ouch. Hey. Don't bite the nipa, ow, damn Ida Euro, cough. Ether yelped as she chomped down on his nipple like it was a snack. Delphine glared at him with fury. That woman. I knew that woman would Euro fuck that elven bitch, she growled, pouting furiously before letting out a frustrated sigh. You know. She continued, her voice softer now, tinged with vulnerability, I had a talk with my niece. Celine. She made me realize something I've been avoiding for a long time. Her tone dropped lower, pain seeping into her words as she buried herself into his chest. Her arms tightened around him, her grip desperate, scared. Ether frowned, his thoughts sharpening. What the hell did Celine say to her? Delphine gulped, her voice shaky and tearful as she whispered, why you'd never leave me, right? Of course not, Ether said immediately, tightening his arms around her bare back, pulling her closer. He could feel the fear through her trembling Euro, pure, aching fear that leaked through their emotional connection. Delphine choked out her next words, barely above a whisper. Even if there's another woman in your life? Ether blinked. His heart skipped a beat. Then, with a sigh, he spoke telepathically, reaching out like a mental sigh/cell. Just what did you say to your aunt, // he/. Only a sly, wicked chuckle echoed in his mind. Chapter 1083, Ether being genuine to Delphine. Delphine, she had always felt it. That strange, unexplainable feeling in her chest whenever she looked at Ether. Like there was something more about him Euro, something beyond logic or reason. She could never quite put her finger on it. She didn't even understand why she felt this way. He was younger than her. Much younger, in fact. Yet, somehow, he was the only person who had ever managed to steal her heart so effortlessly, like it belonged to him all along. Like it had been waiting just for him to come and take it. He showed her things she didn't even know she had been missing. He showed her what love was supposed to feel like Euro, what life meant when it was shared with someone real. He made her feel jealousy, raw and unfiltered. He annoyed her endlessly, teased her until she fumed Euro, and made her crave it. He awakened something inside her Euro, something primal, something she had long buried. Lust. He brought all of it to her like a storm Euro, and sure, at the beginning, she had been thrown off. His boldness, his recklessness, the way he didn't follow rules or boundaries. It shocked her. But somewhere along the way, she started to fall. Whether or not he had forced his love on her Euro, whether it was fate, desire, or something else entirely Euro, none of that mattered. She had fallen. And she had fallen hard. Much harder than she had ever thought possible. What had started as fear, as caution, as skepticism Euro had melted into a kind of love that felt unshakable. Unstoppable. Eternal. That was all there was now. Just love. But Euro, there was still something she had never wanted to admit to herself. Those futures. Those voices. Those women. She had seen it on Euro, that first vision. Zara had been on Ether's side. And she, Delphine, along with her entire family, had died. But Thina Euro, by avoiding him, by choosing not to interfere with him at first, she had somehow changed the future. That change led to something she never expected Euro, falling in love with him. It wasn't supposed to happen. But it did. And she couldn't imagine a life without him now. Then came the second vision Euro, those voices. It was her future, the future where she was happily living with Ether and her child. But when she heard Ida Euro, Celine's voice Euro, her niece, her precious little niece, confessing she was in love with the same man Delphine adored. Honestly, she was shocked and almost believed this was definitely not her future vision, rather some kind of weird nightmare, but very soon, her niece said she was in love with the same man that she loves. That made her realize, that wasn't a nightmare, it was definitely her future vision. Her future vision was happening. Her niece would soon be going to her sister in the future. So fucked up. But what made it even more fucked up euro, more horrifying than anything to euro, was what came at the end of that vision. Not one. Not two. Many. There were more women. She was certain of it. Too many to count. Too many to name. Her man. Her ether, was going to marry even more women. And something inside her snapped. She wasn't going to let anyone take away her happiness euro, not a stranger, not another royal woman, not even her own niece. She deserved his love. But Thina euro she had a conversation. One that broke her pride and reshaped her thoughts. A talk with Celine. That small, innocent girl euro, barely half her age euro, had told her something that still echoed in her heart. Celine had told her to face reality. Not the fantasy. The real truth. Ether was no longer just a boy. He was the emperor now. Not just of an empire, but of something bigger. He had started changing. The world around him was changing. His power, his responsibilities, his destiny euro, all of it was growing. And with it, so were the demands. This wasn't about Ether chasing women. Not anymore. Delphine wasn't naive. She had lived long enough to understand how royalty worked. What it took to keep an empire running. What had to be done, regardless of one's heart. Even if Ether stayed loyal euro, there would be times he'd be forced into choices. Forced to accept someone, protect someone, marry someone for the sake of the empire. And maybe she could accept some of that. But deep inside, the more he grew euro, the more terrified she became. What if he changed? What if the Ether who loved her now vanished into the shadows of duty and politics? Sure, she saw a future on euro, a future where she was happy with him, with their child. A peaceful life. But the future euro was not solid. It was never absolute. She knew better than anyone how it could shift, how one small decision could create a ripple and rewrite everything. After all, she had changed her own future just by avoiding him. Anything was possible. And that was the worst part. Anything. He could leave her. He could grow distant. He could fall for someone better, someone more proper, someone more Empress-like. Someone who wasn't perverted, who didn't get jealous, who didn't smack his chest when angry. Anything was possible. Every terrifying possibility existed. And it crushed her heart with each breath. Ether looked at her, studying her carefully. She wasn't hiding it well anymore euro, her expression was drenched in fear, her eyes wide and lost. The Delphine he knew euro, she looked fragile right now. So unlike her usual self. He smiled softly. Then spoke. Yes, I'd leave you without a second thought, he said in a deadpan tone, not blinking. Delphine froze. The words pierced her like blades. Her breath hitched, and her chest tightened as tears threatened to spill. She turned to him in horror, her eyes full of betrayal. But Thina euro, she caught it. That grin. That teasing, bastardly grin on his face. Her lips twitched with fury. Be bastard, she snapped, eyes blazing with emotion as her voice cracked. She slapped his chest, not hard, but desperately. How dare you say that? And what the hell do you mean, without a second thought, you idiot? What about our love? What about me? Ether chuckled warmly, wrapping his arms around her. Her hits were light, full of frustration more than pain. He loved seeing her like Thesauro, angry and vulnerable, all in one. You asked me, didn't you? He smirked, tilting her chin up so she had to look at him. Then his smile softened. His gaze turned serious. Just tell me, he murmured, his voice low and heartfelt. I know you can see the future. I know you're scared. I know you're worried about everything about what's coming, about how things could change. His fingers gently traced her cheek, and his voice grew even quieter, more intimate. But one thing has never changed. Will never change. He pressed his forehead to hers. I love you. He kissed her forehead, slow and sincere. Delphine bit her lip hard, her body trembling. She couldn't believe it. Even now even after being so deeply connected to him, after feeling that bond between their souls she had still let herself worry. Still doubted. Still feared. And yet, his love remained constant. Like the sun. Always there. Even when hidden behind clouds. I'm sorry. Delphine stammered, voice quivering as her fingers trembled near her chest. Ether didn't let her struggle for words. He simply pulled her close and hugged her tightly, burying her into the warmth of his chest. I know, he murmured into her hair, gentle and reassuring. There's no need to worry. I got you. Delphine gave a small, weak smile. This man damn him. He always understood her. Always got her. Like no one else ever could. She hated that. But she also loved it far too much. Then Ether looked down at her, locking eyes with a rare tenderness as he added, if I ever change in the future if I become cold, ruthless, and stop caring about you just knock me out and scream at me. And if that doesn't work then beat the shit out of me, okay? Delphine blinked at his sudden bluntness, taken aback for a moment, before her lips stretched into a wide grin. Oh, believe me if you ever try to leave me or turn into an asshole, I will beat the shit out of you, she declared, her tone dead serious but her puffed cheeks betraying her inner warmth. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Their laughter burst out together, light and raw, echoing through the room with genuine joy. After the moment settled, Ether glanced at her curiously, so, what exactly did this niece of yours tell you? Delphine exhaled long and hard, looking away with a groan, forget it. It's just, ugh. She paused, then snapped her gaze back to him with a sharp expression, but just so you know if you ever betray me, I will cut your dick off. She said it with such calm, stone-cold seriousness, he nearly choked. Ether gulped, a drop of sweat metaphorically sliding down his neck. See, cut? Cut what? I would never betray you, he exclaimed, voice rising in nervous haste. Lies. Oh, you're still here. Ether mentally sighed, replying inwardly to his ever-present, ever-snarky log. But he ignored it as always. He turned back to Delphine, who now had a strange, pained confusion on her face. I really don't know how to deal with all this, she admitted quietly. You're growing stronger, becoming more powerful and more people will start noticing you. And by more, I mean more women. Her voice lowered as she glanced at him sideways, her words soaking in vulnerability. Who knows, maybe someone better will appear. Someone who's not as perverted as May Euro, someone who knows how to express her feelings Euro, someone who acts like a proper empress for you. Ether stared at her silently, taking in her words. I see Euro, he said after a pause, rubbing his eyes and staring up at the ceiling as if bracing himself. Then I guess Euro, it's time. Delphine blinked, a sudden pulse of anxiety racing through her heart. To me Euro, for what? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Something inside her was screaming that something was wrong Euro, very wrong. Ether didn't answer immediately. When he finally looked at her, there was pain etched deep into his expression. A hollow, lost kind of pain that stabbed her straight through the heart. Her breath hitched. No Euro, no. 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 Delphine suddenly stood up, panic rising in her chest like a tidal wave. It felt too real, too familiar Euro, like da copyright ja vu soaked in dread. She was ready to run. To escape. Again. To shut her ears and pretend none of this was happening. She didn't want to hear it. She wasn't ready. But Ether reached out and caught her wrist, gripping it tightly, his voice low, broken. You're really going to leave Euro like this? Delphine stood frozen, back turned to him, her voice shaking. Whatever it is Euro, I can't tell Euro, I'm not ready to hear it. I don't want to. I feel like Euro, something terrible is coming. I can feel it, she whispered, her hand trembling uncontrollably in his. Ether looked at her Euro, at the tremble of her shoulders, the fragility of her body, the storm in her soul Euro, then slowly released her hand. Delphine immediately started to walk away Euro, or at least, that's what she intended to do. Until his voice halted her. Guilt is eating me alive. Her steps stopped dead. Her heart stopped along with them. Those words. Just those words. Enough to make her knees buckle. Her eyes welled up instantly. So Euro, there really is someone else Euro, another woman out there, isn't there? She whispered in a cracked tone, her voice barely holding together. Ether didn't respond. And his silence said more than any confession ever could. A single tear slid down her cheek. Her throat closed. Her mind spiraled. I can't make any excuses, he finally said, his voice weak, heavy, sincere. No lies. No justifications. Buta Euro, will you listen? Just once more. Just this one time. Delphine remained frozen in place Euro, yet she could feel it. She could feel his fear. She knew it. She clenched her teeth, furious that she could still feel his emotions Euro even now. Even when she wanted to shut herself off from it. She didn't want this pain. She didn't want this moment. She just wanted to be happy. Why couldn't she simply be allowed that? Why couldn't everything stop trying to take it from her? I won't ask for your forgiveness, he whispered. I know I don't deserve it. But I want you to know Euro, my story. My truth. My life Euro, no matter how ugly or broken it sounds Euro, just once. Delphine slowly turned around. Ether was standing by the window now, eyes cast toward the dark, endless night sky Euro, its quiet stars shining faintly above the shadows. And then he said it. Let's begin, from the start. The beginning of Ether. The very beginning Euro of my life. And so, his final, suffocating guilt began to unravel Euro, whether she would accept it, forgive it, or destroy it Euro. Only she could decide that now. Chapter 1084, Sometime Only Woman Can Understand Another Woman, Part 1. Chirp. Chirp. The morning light slowly filtered through the cracks of the sky as the birds stirred from their slumber, greeting the world with a gentle, melodic symphony of chirps. Yeah. That's all. That's the story of Ether, Ether said quietly, his voice carrying a weight of exhaustion and strange relief as he finally finished recounting his entire story to her. He hadn't held back. Not even once. He told her everything, every detail, every truth. From the shadows that had followed him to the miracles that had happened around him, and even the future, the terrifying, uncertain future that loomed over them. He wasn't sure why exactly, but he felt something inside him lighten. Like a huge weight, chained to his chest for so long, had finally been lifted. It was like a nail, rusted, painful, and deeply embedded, that had been slowly, silently piercing his heart for all this time, finally pulled out. He didn't need to keep lying anymore. He didn't need to fake emotions or live behind a veil of manipulation and deceit. No more tricks. No more pretending. No more lies, no more hiding. It felt like, for once, he could breathe. Like something pure had touched his soul. For the first time, maybe, he felt free. Truly free. Delphine just stared at him. Her gaze was blank. Her lips slightly parted. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of disbelief and shock, just like all the others before her. She couldn't grasp what she had just heard. It was too much. She looked as if she was trying to ask herself, was that even real? Everything he said sounded insane. Unreal. Impossible. And yet, the more she tried to deny it, the more it all strangely made sense, especially considering everything he had done, all those impossible miracles she had witnessed with her own eyes. Delphine didn't say a word. Her expression was stormy, unreadable. Her mind was a tangled mess of thoughts and emotions. She turned around quietly, not even sparing him a glance, and began to leave the room. Not a single word escaped her lips. Ether watched her bare back as she walked away from him. She was naked, vulnerable, beautiful, and yet, none of that mattered to him right now. He wasn't looking at her body. He was feeling her soul, the storm raging inside her, hurt, confusion, betrayal, fear. He instinctively raised his hand as if to stop her, but then slowly let it drop. He remembered what happened with Helena. He had already hurt one woman by forcing his presence on her. He wasn't going to do that again. He wasn't going to make Delphine back away from him like that. That would only twist the knife in his own heart deeper. Ether shook his head gently and spoke, his voice trembling, raw, fragile, I loved you for who you are, Delphine. From the very beginning, from the very first moment, until now. Everyone else, they were part of my plan. My targets. My strategy. But you. I fell for you simply because you were you. I didn't want to. I didn't plan to. But I did. I always low. Thud. She closed the door behind her with a sharp, louder than necessary bang, cutting him off before he could finish the confession that was cracking his soul open. Ether blinked slowly, staring at the door in silence before softly murmuring, I always loved you. The words barely left his mouth, drenched in pain. His expression had broken, his lips trembling, his shoulders slightly shaking. He stood still for a few moments, lost in a silence. Then, slowly, he began putting on his clothes. He had made a choice. A heavy, honest, terrifying choice. To tell her the truth. To rip open his own secrets and lay them bare before her. He finally did it. He told her what had been eating at his mind, devouring him from within, haunting his nights. Now it was her turn. Her decision. Her choice. Just like Helena had once been given. He wouldn't interfere. Why hadn't he manipulated her? Why didn't he twist his words like he always did? Why didn't he lie, act, or deceive like he was used to doing? With Helena, maybe it made sense. But Delphine? He could have tricked her. He could have easily led her emotions wherever he wanted. But he didn't. Why? Why? Was Ether turning into a good boy? Hell and no. Even if the whole damn world turned into ashes and hell itself swallowed the heavens, Ether was definitely not a good boy. Maybe a little good boy, but definitely not too good. But still, he had done this deliberately. He had a reason. As he said before, Delphine could see the future. He wasn't sure if she already knew something about him. Maybe she had glimpsed fragments, warnings, nightmares. Maybe not. But he wasn't going to gamble or delay things anymore. No more games. That fear she had shown when he began talking, he saw it. Clear as daylight. And in that moment, he knew she knew. She had seen something, and he realized, if he played with his words now, like he did with Sandra, it would be unforgivable. If she hadn't reacted like that, if she hadn't flinched, maybe he would have crafted his story carefully, disguised his intentions behind charming smiles and twisted logic. He would have made it easier for himself. But no. This was different. He couldn't play games here. And that's the only reason why, he had come and told her directly. The unfiltered truth. No manipulation. No performance. Just the raw, ugly truth. Now, everything was in her hands. Just like Helena. It was up to them now, to decide what to do with him. With those heavy thoughts swirling in his chest, Ether teleported from her room. Meanwhile, Delphine leaned her back against the closed door. Her breath was shaky. She fucking heard everything. Every word he muttered in that broken voice. Every raw emotion. Every bit of his pain and confession. To be honest, she was furious. Fucking furious. So much so that her hands were trembling. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. She didn't even want to scream or cry. She just wanted to avoid him. Completely. Entirely. He betrayed her trust. He betrayed her time. He betrayed her love. He betrayed her. Her power, her damn foresight, had warned her. Again and again. It had screamed at her through nightmares and flashes and trembling nerves. She had steeled her heart and prepared herself for the unavoidable future, but not like this. Never, never, did she think everything had already been happening right under her nose. And that bastard. He never breathed a word. Not even a passing hint. What made it worse? She was the last to know. The last. Was that how little she meant to him? Was she really just a nobody in the background of his story, not worth even a sliver of honesty until the very end? She had bared everything to him. Her secrets, her vulnerability, her love. And this was what she got in return. Betrayal. The nerve. The fucking nerve. 1,000 ugly thoughts stormed her mind, each more venomous than the last. Her vision blurred. Her eyes trembled. It felt like her tears were ready to fall any second, but she refused. Slap. She slapped both cheeks, hard. Get it together, she muttered to herself, her voice cold and shaking. She straightened up and walked stiffly to the bathroom, stripped off her clothes, and stepped into the water. She washed herself mechanically, scrubbing her skin as if trying to erase his touch, his presence, everything about him. When she stepped out and dried off, she dressed herself in her usual academy uniform, but this time, her expression was hollow. Cold. Empty. Don't you dare cry, she reminded herself again as she adjusted her collar, forcing her face to remain still, unreadable. She grabbed her bag, stepped outside, and headed straight for the academy. Arriving at the academy grounds, Delphine walked with a sharp, rigid posture. Her expression was chillingly cold, her gaze narrowed and piercing. Her steps were heavy, and her presence exuded a quiet but terrifying pressure. Even the staff walking beside her instinctively moved away. They felt it, the suffocating chill, the heavy atmosphere that seemed to wrap around her like an invisible blizzard. She was shutting herself down. Piece by piece, she was freezing her emotions. You need to move that equipment to that side, and that crate too, the principal, Dora, was instructing a few workers who were installing new supplies inside the new classroom. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, Dora turned her head, and froze. Oh. I thought I gave you 2 days off, she began, but stopped the moment her eyes fell on Delphine's face. That face, so blank, so drained, so cold, sent a jolt through her chest. Delphine's eyes held nothing. No anger. No sadness. No hope. Just numbness. Dora clicked her tongue internally. That damn idiot, she thought, already guessing who was behind this. The same man who had shown up this morning at her office with a broken, defeated expression and begged her to look after Delphine. Back then, Dora had wondered what the hell Ether had done. Now, she understood. Looking around, she noticed how even the workers were fidgeting, some flinching as if the very air had turned icy with Delphine's arrival. Dora sighed and handed the blueprints to one of her assistants. Handle the rest. I'll be back in a bit, she said before walking toward the girl. Would you like to have breakfast with me? She asked gently. Delphine glanced at her with tired, empty eyes, just about to shake her head, but Dora didn't wait. She grabbed her hand and dragged her away without a word. Inside a quiet, private room of a fancy restaurant, one meant for noble guests, only the two of them sat across from each other. What would you like to eat? Dora asked casually, her tone light. Delphine shifted awkwardly. Principal, I really don't know. Yeah, just bring 2 of these, Dora cut her off and told the waiter, who nodded, took the order, and left, shutting the door behind him. Silence. The kind that presses on the ears. Dora leaned back in her seat, staring gently at Delphine. Honestly, I'm surprised. I can't believe he told you this soon, she said, tapping her finger on the table. She was genuinely surprised. Ether. Confessing. That quickly. Maybe it was because of what happened with Melona, maybe that shook him into changing his method. Maybe he finally realized the damage silence could do. Dora shook her head. Honestly, that was a stupid move, she thought. He should have come to her. She could have given him advice. Some actual strategy on how to break it to Delphine slowly. Carefully. But, she also wasn't entirely against what he did. The more he hid, the more he lied. The more he lied, the more guilt he built up. In a twisted way, this might have been the only honest thing he could do. Delphine blinked and looked up. Her voice was soft, trembling. "Why, you knew all this?" Dora shrugged with a small sigh. "Not everything, but yeah, I knew about his relationship with multiple women." Delphine's fists clenched under the table. Her teeth gritted together as she stared down at her lap. "Even the strangers knew him more than me." The thought burned her from inside, feeding her resentment. Dora offered a helpless smile. "Come on now. You look like death warmed over. I know you're angry, furious even. And you have every right to be. I'm not here to defend him. He's a jerk. A reckless idiot who plays with women's hearts like it's a game." Delphine's shown a bite and, doesn't he? "That fucking jerk, that man of mine, how dare he betray me like that?" she shouted, her voice rising, her face twisting into a mixture of rage and heartache. "Motherfucker," as her eyes slowly returned normal. She spat the words out like venom, her chest heaving. Dora smiled softly despite it, watching the emotions finally come to the surface. She glanced to the side, through the glass. Far, far away, high above the clouds, a lone figure hovered in the sky, watching them silently. His soft eyes carried no pride, just quiet longing. His gentle smile held no peace. I guess, leaving it in her hands was the right choice. Chapter 1085, Sometime Only Woman Can Understand Another Woman, Part 2. See. It's not like I'm trying to be bitchy about it, but seriously, he has some goddamn nerve to say all of this was just his plan from the beginning. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck off. Delphine snarled with a vicious snap, stabbing her food with her fork before shoving a bite into her mouth. She chewed with such rage that it felt like she was imagining his face between her teeth. Dora stayed quiet, her lips sealed, just sitting before her with patient silence. She had been listening to Delphine's rant for what felt like hours now. She didn't interrupt. She didn't judge. She just ate her food quietly, like a good friend who knew her broken-hearted comrade needed to vent, needed someone to just be there. Do you seriously think he loves me now? After everything? I honestly don't even believe a word he says anymore. How fucking dare he? Her voice cracked slightly as her eyes welled up, but she swallowed it with another furious bite. All those sweet words, the way he touched me like I mattered, the way he looked into my eyes like I was the only one, and then behind my back, he's pulling strings like I'm just some pawn in his sick little game. Fuck that lying bastard, she growled, her fingers gripping the edge of the table so tightly her knuckles turned pale. Just thinking about what he had done sent her stomach churning, her heart twisting in raw disgust. It's honestly a miracle I haven't stabbed him in the dick already. If it were anybody else, I would have done it without blinking, she spat out with a glare, her voice dripping with venom, yet trembling slightly at the same time. Dora gave a faint, almost amused smile before slowly leaning closer to her, speaking in a low, cool tone, "Well, if you want, I could do it for you." Huh? Delphine blinked, startled, and a piece of food nearly went down the wrong pipe as she coughed violently. Her cheeks flushed with surprise, and she mumbled awkwardly, "Well, I mean, not literally. It's just that, ugh." Her eyes dropped to her plate as she shyly poked at the food, her voice softening. "I didn't mean it like that." Dora's lips curved in a sly, dark grin as she spoke gently but with a twisted seriousness, "Come on now. You have to make a choice, Delphine. He broke you. He played you like a goddamn fool. He betrayed you, and worst of all, he made my favorite subordinate cry like a child left out in the rain. That motherfucker deserves consequences. Say the word, and I'll make sure he regrets every breath he took pretending to love you. Delphine stared at her for a moment, unsure if Dora was joking or deadly serious. You'd really do that for me? Of course I would. No hesitation. Delphine went quiet. She didn't know what to say. Her chest ached. Her throat felt like something was stuck in it. Sensing the silence, Dora leaned in even more, her voice turning sinister with a wicked gleam in her eyes. How about this? We rip off his pathetic little dick, hang it at the academy's front gate with a sign that says, "Cheaters get what they deserve," in big bloody letters. Make him an example. Delphine's expression twisted for a moment. A twitch in her brow, a flicker of rage, a second of fiery, violent impulse. But then she shook her head quickly, breathing out. I don't think that's necessary. Not necessary? Dora pulled back slightly with a look of utter disbelief. Are you serious right now, woman? You've been screaming for hours about how he used you, lied to your face, told you he loved you while fucking someone else like you meant nothing, and now you suddenly think it's not necessary. Her disgust was palpable now. He's a manipulative asshole. A smooth-talking piece of trash who toyed with your heart like it was a fucking joke. He was sticking his dick into another woman while telling you you're special. And now you want to let him walk away. Just like that. Do you know how many more girls he'll hurt? How many other hearts he'll break and toss aside like they're disposable? She clenched her fists, her voice trembling with fury. If we women don't stand up and burn this kind of behavior to the fucking ground, then who will? They'll keep doing it. Over and over again. Treating love like it's just a fucking game, breaking good people like you. Delphine flinched at her words. They hit too close. She knew how ruthless Dora could be. She knew that if she gave even a silent nod, Dora would make sure he never laid hands on another woman again. But he wasn't like that. He wasn't that kind of guy. Delphine swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. "WL. It's not like he had any other options, did he?" Dora's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? I mean. Delphine's voice dropped, heavy with guilt and sorrow. His options were already messed up from the beginning. Ether didn't have much of a choice in his life. I know what he's been through. I saw it. I felt it. He didn't have many paths left. She trailed off, lowering her gaze, her voice shrinking with painful honesty. So maybe he thought cheating was the only way to protect someone, or himself. Dora frowned deeper, her tone sharp and impatient. What are you even saying? He had choices, Delphine. He had them. He just didn't choose you. He could have told the truth from the start. He could have come clean. And if he was going to confess later anyway, then why hide it at all? Either you hide something until your grave or you tell the fucking truth from the beginning. That half-assed honesty bullshit in the middle. That's not love. That's cowardice. Delphine smiled weakly, her expression full of mixed feelings. Well, that's right, she muttered quietly as she stopped eating and set her fork down with a faint clink. Of course, telling the truth would have been simple, easy, even. Nobody would have needed to get hurt. No lies, no betrayal. Just honesty. But, would they have accepted him? That was the real question. Even now, she didn't know exactly how many women had been in his life. He had mentioned there were many, sure, but he never once told her who they were, or how deeply they were involved. It felt like he was still playing games, still keeping her in the dark, still testing her trust, like everything was some twisted experiment. And honestly, what woman would accept a man like that? A man with shadows so thick around him, you could barely see who he truly was? If he had told them the full truth from the start, maybe only disaster would have followed. Chaos. Broken hearts. Rejection. But, he's been suffering in silence all this time too, Delphine whispered, more to herself than to Dora, as she bit her lower lip until it reddened. She knew. God, she knew what kind of life he had been through. His pain wasn't just some temporary phase, it had followed him from his past life. Ether hadn't received the love he desperately needed, not then, not now. He had been abandoned, mistreated, and tossed aside like he was nothing. And yet, somehow, he was still standing. To be honest, she didn't even understand how he was still sane. If it had been her, or anyone else in his place, they would have gone mad. Snapped. Screamed at the world. Burned everything down and... Yeah, if he really wanted to, he could have stopped caring about me entirely, she thought bitterly, her heart twisting with guilt and confusion. The pain he endured should have hardened him like steel, made him cold, ruthless. But instead, he just kept moving forward, quietly, patiently. Never complaining. That alone was something extraordinary. Something Delphine had never seen before in anyone else. And the most heartbreaking part? Ether never bragged about his pain. Never wore it like armor. He didn't cry for sympathy or beg for comfort. When he talked about his past, he spoke in fragments, calmly, as if it didn't matter. This happened, then that happened. Nothing more. But she knew. She could see it in his eyes. Behind that calm voice was a storm that had never passed. If he wanted to, he could have used his suffering to manipulate her. He could have thrown his pain at her feet and broken her down, and she would have forgiven him, Delphine was fucking sure of that. Just hearing the real weight of his story would have shattered her heart and made her run back to him in a heartbeat. But he didn't. He never used his trauma as an excuse. Never used it as a weapon. He just wanted her to see the better version of him. The happy life he was trying to build, not the wreckage he came from. Dora let out a long sigh, breaking the silence. I seriously can't tell what the hell's going on in your head, Delphine. Do you want me to punish him or not? Just make a damn decision already. Delphine looked up at her with a conflicted gaze, then shook her head slowly. I really don't know. She said in a soft, trembling voice. Yes, I was furious at him, furious beyond words, but... I don't know, she said, biting her lip again, almost hard enough to bleed. Dora stared at her for a few moments, expression blank. Then she waved her hand and casually called the waiter. Without another word, she ordered a bottle of wine. As the waiter left, Dora poured the crimson liquid into a glass and slid it across the table with a smirk. You know, she said thoughtfully, almost teasingly, that guy might have just brought out the real you. Delphine blinked in confusion, watching the dark wine swirl in the glass. Dora raised her own glass, swirling it slightly before raising it toward her friend. Drink this. Trust me. Sometimes all a woman needs is a little push, a little warmth in the chest, and suddenly, you start finding your answers. Not the ones people give you, but the ones you've buried deep inside. Delphine hesitated, staring at the drink as if it might hold the truth she was so desperate for. Then, slowly, she reached out and took the glass with trembling fingers, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Chapter 1086, Sometimes, Maybe Snakes Too Understand Woman, Part 3. Back in the Aurora Empire. After calming the chaotic stir among the people, Helena walked silently back toward the Archpriestess' chamber. Her steps were steady, but her heart wasn't. Her eyes, once calm and wise, now flickered with confusion, no, they were drowning in it, tangled in a storm of loss, betrayal, and aching disbelief. Snowflake slithered gracefully beside Helena. Her silver scales shimmered faintly under the lights, but her eyes, those bright eyes sparkled with childlike curiosity, like a little creature stepping into a new world for the first time. Helena glanced sideways at her and finally broke the silence, her voice low and tired. "You are his pet, right?" Snowflake's sharp eyes locked onto Helena's for a second, and for a split moment, they narrowed, almost offended. Her tongue flicked out in irritation before she shook her head firmly and hissed, "I am not his pet. I am his partner." Her tone was laced with sass and a hint of pride, but it ended with a serious hiss, as if drawing a line. Helena blinked slowly, letting that sink in. Then she gave a small nod, lips pressing together. "I see. So you know him better than me, huh?" Her voice cracked slightly, tired and tinged with a defeated chuckle. She didn't even need an answer, she already expected it. Snowflake puffed up her tiny chest, or tried to, in her snake-like way, and smirked, "Of course, bitch." Her tone was proud, face smug as hell, like she just won a contest Helena didn't even know she was in. Helena recoiled slightly, brow twitching. "You. What the actual hell has he been teaching you?" she muttered, her voice halfway between disbelief and horror. Snowflake simply shrugged, unbothered, then turned her full attention to Helena again. "What's wrong with you? You feel weird today. Like, you're usually a happy bitch. Not like those other moody, dramatic bitches." Helena's lips curled into a tense, twitching smile. This damn snake, she really didn't learn any decent words, did she? Still. Helena inhaled deeply, trying to keep her composure. Her voice dropped to something quieter, more fragile. Sigh, you might not understand this, but your master, he's been with other women. A lot of them. And, he was kind of." Her voice grew soft as a whisper, and she bit her lip hard before saying it, "Forced to love others." Her fingers clenched into tight fists as her eyes darkened. "And now, I feel like I'm just another name in that pile. Just another woman he loved because he had no choice." Snowflake blinked. She honestly had no idea what was going on. Love? Drama? Feelings? Blah. But still. Helena was Master's woman. So, maybe she had to say something comforting, right? Just like Celine taught her. Like a good mama would teach. So what? Helena looked stunned. Huh? I don't know what you're crying about, love, feelings, who touched who and when. But bitch, listen. Seeing my master surrounded by amazing, annoying, loud, sexy, crazy bitches, it made me happy, okay? It made me feel proud. That my master was wanted by so many. That he was the kind of man everyone drooled over. You think that's something to cry over? That's legendary. Helena shook her head slowly, a hollow, broken laugh escaping her throat. You're just a snake, you don't get it. You can't feel betrayal. You can't feel what it's like to be cast aside by the one you gave everything to. Snowflake rolled her eyes dramatically. Bitch, shut up. If anything, you should be grateful that he was forced to love you. Because if it were up to him, maybe he wouldn't even look at any other bitch but me. Hiss, she said, raising her head with such arrogance that Helena wanted to punch the wall. Helena let out a weak smile, tired and hopeless, watching the arrogant snake with dull eyes. But still, what exactly are you so damn worried about? I mean, Snowflake said slowly, emphasizing every word, it's not like he's just gonna walk out on you. He wouldn't leave you. You're his woman. Helena turned her head slightly, her lips trembling as she whispered, he did. What? He left me, Snowflake. Her voice cracked again, more pain leaking through than she meant to show. He gave up on me. He gave me a choice like I was some stranger, like I didn't matter anymore. He just stepped away like it didn't hurt him, like I was already gone from his heart. He let me go so easily. He didn't even fight for me. Her voice was shaky now, eyes watering as she whispered like someone remembering the exact moment her heart was shattered. He left me, with nothing. Snowflake stared at Helena for a solid second. Then squinted like she was staring at a dumbass. He left. Snowflake burst into laughter, hissing between her breaths. Hiss hiss hiss, what the fuck are you even talking about, bitch? She pointed her tail at Helena with all the attitude she could muster. Fuck no, bitch. He didn't leave shit. You're just having your little emotional spiral while the man is probably sitting somewhere thinking about how to not mess things up worse. Helena was quiet, face caught between being deeply offended, heartbroken, and completely done with this conversation. Get your shit together, bitch, Snowflake added, flicking her tongue sassily. You're acting like a dumped little girl when you're supposed to be his woman. Cry if you have to, break things if it helps, but don't act like he abandoned you. You're stronger than that, aren't you? Still, Helena calmed herself. This was just a snake. A talking, overly confident, foul-mouthed snake, yes, but still a snake. There was no point in pressuring it with the weight of human emotions. Snowflake flicked her tongue and added bluntly, honestly, I really don't get you two-legged creatures. Why don't you just mate and pop out some offspring? Why are you always so complicated about everything? If you don't like something, just leave it. That's it. No drama. No bitchy meltdown. Simple. She turned and stared at Helena with an exasperated look. Who gives a fuck if he was forced to love you or not? That man chose you as his mate, damn it. You should be fucking thrilled. Do you even realize how many women would kill just to spend a single night wrapped around that man's cock? Her tongue flicked again as she added, way more than you think, bitch. Helena's expression darkened for a second, many woman, but then sighed deeply, trying to hold back the growing heat in her chest. That's just an animalistic thought. Only animals would act that way. You stupid maggot bitch. Helena's eye twitched. A vein popped on her forehead. You know what? You should seriously learn some decent words first. Like, just a few. Start small. Snowflake hissed aggressively, her tone suddenly sharp and serious. Listen here, bitch. First and last time I'm telling you this, my master would never leave you. He might have said he gave you a choice, but believe me when I say this. I've been with him through everything. From being a nobody to rising as an emperor, and beyond. I've seen the pain, the scars, the blood. I've been there. Her eyes burned with a rare intensity, and her body tensed with emotion far deeper than Helena had ever seen from her. If he gives you a choice, that means, he already made his choice. Helena's breath caught. Something about the way Snowflake said it, hit different. The snake, sassy, loud, chaotic, suddenly felt like someone who'd seen centuries pass. The outcome's already decided, bitch. Snowflake continued, it doesn't matter what you say. Whatever your choice is, the end result is going to be the same. You think you're deciding something big, but it's all just part of his massive, fucking plan. To fuck your pussy. She suddenly spread her tails dramatically like she was striking a pose for a divine announcement and declared, with absolute seriousness, so, you better open those legs wide, spread that pussy, and take the girthy, hard cock of my master, and get fucked senseless, bitch. Hiss hiss hiss, she cackled like a villain at the end, swaying her body like she just delivered the prophecy of the millennium. Helena blinked. Her mouth parted slowly in disbelief. Then her entire face turned beet red. Not just red, flaming, sizzling, embarrassed to the bone red. Because the hallway wasn't as empty as she thought. People were whispering. Staring. Pointing. Several were covering their mouths in shock. "No." Helena screamed as she covered her face with both hands, nearly collapsing from sheer shame. She didn't even know if she was crying or screaming or dying from embarrassment. Hiss hiss hiss. Snowflake continued to laugh hysterically. "You're welcome, bitch. And for the record, this was not exactly why Ether had left Snowflake in Helena's care. Believe him. Chapter 1087, he's asking for me. Not, this woman. Hick. I really don't want him to go, hick. This is not what I wanted, Delphine slurred, her voice soaked in alcohol and heartbreak. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, and her vision wobbled as she stared across the table at Dora, who watched her with an unreadable calm expression. "So, you don't want him to go then?" Dora asked casually as she brought the cool glass to her lips, sipping slowly, her tone composed, almost detached. Delphine blinked, her eyes glossy and unfocused. She tilted her head, squinting. "Well. She mumbled, then suddenly shook her head, sending her messy hair swaying. "Fuck off him, who the fuck cares? I'm gonna leave him first." Yeah, that's right. I'll leave his sorry ass and I'll make that bastard beg for me to come back." Her voice rose as she slammed the now empty wine glass on the table, her hand shaking slightly. "He'll be on his knees, crying, like a little bitch." Dora's lips twitched, a faint trace of amusement in her calm eyes. "Can't you just pick one side, girl? First you're crying, then you're threatening vengeance," she said, shaking her head slightly. "Anyway, you've had way too much to drink. Let's end this here." She reached out to take the glass, but Delphine yanked the entire wine bottle toward herself, ignoring the splash as it sloshed over her fingers. She brought it to her lips and drank messily. "Don't touch my bottle, bitch," she growled, swaying. "You don't tell me what to do. Who even the hell are you, Hicksum therapist now? Huh? Acting all calm and wise, just 'cause you ain't the one bleeding inside." Dora's lips twitched again, suppressing a sigh. Delphine narrowed her eyes, her voice dark and shaky. "You know what? I figured it out." Her tone suddenly dropped, lower, bitter. "I know a way to make that asshole feel what I'm feeling. I'm gonna rape him." She giggled, eyes unblinking, teeth bared. "Yeah. I'm gonna break him, pin him down, fuck him till he screams, till he cries and begs. I'll mark every fucking inch of him so those other whores know he's mine. Mine." She burst into a wild, broken laugh, eyes swimming with both tears and madness. "I want to see that fear. I want to see that regret on his damn face, when he realizes he broke the wrong girl." Dora blinked slowly, giving her a sidelong look. "Honestly, I think he'd just ask for another round." Delphine paused mid-drink, the words hitting her. A faint blush crept over her alcohol-warmed cheeks. Whatever," she snapped, flustered. "You don't get it. I'm tired, okay? I'm fucking done with that bastard. He promised, he said things, and then he just walked away like I never mattered, like I'm just trash. I. Her words fell apart into hiccups as her head drooped, eyelids heavy. I just need. And just like that, she passed out mid-sentence, her body slumping sideways, barely upright. Dora stared at her for a moment, deadpan. She's completely a mess now, she muttered softly. Behind her, Ether stepped into view, silent as a shadow. Dora turned slightly, watching as he moved toward Delphine. Without a word, he gently scooped her into his arms. Delphine hummed faintly in his arms, curling against his chest like a kitten seeking warmth. A strange, almost innocent smile flickered across her flushed lips, as if her heart found comfort even in her sleep. Look at her. Dora whispered, her voice soft. She's still so damn happy just being in your arms. Ether looked at her quietly. You owe me one, you know, Dora added, arms crossed. I know, Ether replied with a low voice. You really helped me back there. And with that, he vanished, taking Delphine with him. They reappeared in Delphine's room. Ether gently laid her on the bed, but as soon as she felt the separation. No, she whimpered, her voice barely audible but soaked in emotion. Her hands clung weakly to his shirt. She didn't want to be let go. Ether smiled, his gaze tender. You haven't slept since yesterday, have you? Be a good girl now, sleep, he said softly, kissing her forehead. Delphine's body finally relaxed, breathing easing as he tucked her in. Ether carefully removed her clothes, his movements gentle and respectful, until she lay naked under the warm quilt. He covered her up and gave her another kiss on the forehead, whispering near her temple, unlike what I saw in the heart game. You took everything too calmly now. I wonder why. He took her glasses off gently and stared at her peaceful face, touched with hints of dried tears and leftover anger. He turned to leave. But then. Don't leave me. She murmured in her sleep, her voice cracking, her brows furrowed as she gripped the blanket tightly. Her body trembled as if clinging to the last thread of safety. Ether froze. His eyes softened, and he knelt by her side. He gently brushed her eyebrows with his fingertips, easing the stress from her face. I would never leave you, he whispered, possessiveness dripping from each word. No matter what happens, even if I have to destroy everything, even if it means killing myself. I'll never let you go. You're mine, Delphine. Always will be. As if hearing his vow through her dreams, her expression relaxed. The pain smoothed out from her brow, and her lips curled ever so slightly in relief. Ether sat there in silence, just watching her. 1 hour passed. He never moved. And then, without a sound, he disappeared. Meanwhile, I finally finished, Kalen muttered in a broken voice, panting heavily as he crawled toward the door, his limbs trembling from exhaustion after finishing the long, brutally hard exam. He had barely made it through. The exam had drained everything out of him, his strength, his sanity, and his will to live. His body felt like a deflated balloon. Even his cheeks had sunken in, like he hadn't eaten in weeks. He collapsed near the doorway, gasping for breath. Just as he tried to lift his head, his blurry vision landed on a pair of feet, elegant, poised, and cruelly familiar. Slowly, his gaze traveled upward until he saw her. Arya. She stood before him, hands on her hips, chin lifted with that same haughty expression she always wore when she smelled victory. I hope you at least pass, Arya said, her lips curled into a wicked grin that screamed mockery. Kalen's face twitched violently as a growl bubbled from his throat. The exam isn't the only thing that decides the outcome. There are other trials too. Other tests. I'll prove it to you, he snapped, his voice raw but filled with stubborn fire. Arya almost burst out laughing but held it in just enough to sound smug. Well then. I guess I'll just crush you in those other tests too, puppy. A thick vein throbbed on Kaelin's forehead. His jaw clenched so tightly it looked like it might crack, but he didn't say another word. He didn't have to. He would prove it, all of it, to everyone, especially her. Just then, Leora, who had been calmly counting and organizing the answer sheets at the side, suddenly flinched. She glanced at the tense duo before calling out, Kaelin, it seems your father wants to meet you. Kaelin blinked. Who, me? He's asking for me. Not, this woman, he asked, pointing at Arya, whose glare could have melted metal. Leora blinked at her son, then glanced at Arya with a hint of amusement before nodding. Yup. He said he wants to meet you first. Kaelin froze for a moment, and then, as if infused with divine energy, his withered body regained strength. His cheeks puffed back up, his eyes sparkled, and he slowly stood up straight with renewed pride. He turned toward Arya with a cocky smile that screamed revenge. Oh dear, so father wants to see me. First me, he said with theatrical shock, placing a hand on his chest. After that long, torturous exam, the first person he asked for was me. Oh wow. Oh my gods. Arya's eyes slowly turned to ice. Pure, frigid, soul-freezing ice. But Kaelin wasn't done. He leaned in with that same sly grin. Must be painful, being the second one. Veins exploded across Arya's forehead. Kaelin, still glowing with smugness, added with exaggerated sympathy, don't worry, Mrs. Arya, the second candidate. I'll speak with him, let him know he doesn't need to consider me over his wife. Oh oh oh, oh. Snap. Something inside Arya snapped. SSH. Kaelin flinched as he felt a sharp sting on his cheek. An arrow had just grazed past him, cutting a thin line across his skin. Blood trickled. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to face Arya, who was now smiling with a terrifyingly dark expression, already knocking another arrow in her bow. Looks like someone's gotten a little too full of themselves, she said sweetly, murderously. W8. Wait. Boom. Invigilator. Help me. Leora casually shrugged, not even looking up from her papers. I'm not the invigilator anymore, my son, and you kind of deserved it. Moth. Boom. Meanwhile, Ether stood at the edge of a tall cliff, the wind brushing past his white hair as he gazed down at the distant villages and cities below. His expression was serene, calm, yet unreadable. Behind him, a large, panting wolf suddenly raced into view. Its form shimmered and shrank as it transformed into a human. It was Kaelin, his clothes torn, patches of dirt on his face, and a few fresh wounds across his arms and chest. Sorry for, huff, being late, Fath, Kaelin began, but the words got stuck in his throat mid-air the moment he laid eyes on his father. His breath caught. His heart skipped. Ether had changed. Not just his looks, but something deeper. His presence. His energy. His everything. The way he stood, the air around him, it was overwhelming. Almost divine. Almost terrifying. Ether turned slowly, his gaze softening. It's been a while, Kaelin, he said gently, his voice calm like a stream in spring. Kaelin stood frozen, eyes wide, cheeks flushing red. actually blushed. Plus 6000 AP. Chapter 1088, Dad-Son Talk. Ether, of course, ignored his bashful stepson, who seemed to be acting like a weird girl in love, fidgeting with his fingers and stealing glances at him as if seeing someone entirely new. Ahem, are you all right? Ether coughed, deliberately breaking the awkward silence as he snapped Kalen out of his mesmerized daze. Kalen jerked slightly, blinking rapidly as if waking from a vivid daydream, and said hurriedly, Please forgive me, father. It's just, you look really different. You're the most handsome man I've ever seen in my entire life. Ether chuckled warmly, a low rumble from his chest, as he stepped forward and placed a firm, comforting hand on Kalen's shoulder. Looks like someone's learned how to sweet talk now, he teased, playfully giving Kalen's shoulder a soft punch that carried more affection than force. Kalen looked down and smiled shyly, his cheeks glowing faintly. Without another word, Ether gently guided Kalen to the edge of the cliff, where the world spread out beneath them in vast, rolling beauty. He stood silently, gazing out at the golden horizon where the wind danced across the treetops. Kalen didn't speak at first. He simply stood by his father's side, letting the silence settle, waiting patiently, sensing that Ether had something deeper on his mind. After a few quiet moments, Ether finally spoke, his voice soft, almost reflective. I heard from your mother. You did well. You protected Arya, and the others too. Kalen blinked, surprised by the recognition. He hesitated for a second, then replied, well, without your help, I don't think I could have done it. I would have lost to that man, the one who always looked down on me. His fists clenched at his sides as memories surged back, Alaric's sneers, the humiliation, the way he was always made to feel like a joke, like nothing more than a mistake. Ether turned his head slightly, a small, knowing smile on his lips. Even with my help, it wouldn't have meant anything without your will, Kalen. You stood your ground. You chose to fight. That wasn't me. That was all you. So take the credit. You've earned it, he said, gently patting Kalen's shoulder again. Kalen's expression softened. His smile came slowly this time, as if blooming from somewhere deep within, and his eyes lingered on the endless sky stretching before them. After a moment of silence between them, Kalen's voice came low, a little nervous, a little hopeful. Can I call you Dad? Ether blinked, clearly caught off guard, his eyes widening. But then, like sunlight breaking through clouds, a wide and genuine smile spread across his face. Of course, he said, without hesitation, voice filled with warmth. Kalen blinked, too, as if afraid it was a dream. Then he smiled, shy but full of emotion. Then, Dad, it is. Ether smiled back, pride shining in his eyes. So, how did your exam go? Kalen immediately flinched, groaning a little. Well, why don't we talk about something else, huh? That hell is finally over. I just don't want to relive it. Ether raised an eyebrow, then chuckled, shaking his head lightly. Huh, fair enough, he said, tightening his grip slightly on Kalen's shoulder in a reassuring squeeze. Ether could see the unease lingering in Kalen's posture, could feel the weight still hanging on him. His voice lowered with sincerity. You're feeling fear, aren't you? Kalen didn't answer, but he lowered his head slowly. And that was enough. Ether understood. That's good, Ether said quietly. Huh? Kalen looked up, confused. Ether raised his hand and pointed toward the empire spread out before them. The vastness. The responsibility, the burden. This isn't something you can take in your hands just because you feel powerful or proud. This is duty. This is fear. This is love. This is pain. This is nightmare. This is, he paused, letting the moment settle, the future. He let the silence stretch, his voice growing deeper, firmer. No matter what anyone says or how they act, every single person feels fear when it comes to holding something as heavy as an empire. Even Arya? Kaelin asked softly, curiously. Ether nodded slowly. Yes. Even she. She felt the fear, too. She just didn't show it. Not outside. But it was there, just like with everyone else. But here's the difference, he turned fully to Kaelin now, his expression serious, gaze steady. You cannot let that fear consume you. Don't let it win. Don't let it freeze you. If you ever feel unworthy, if you ever feel like the path is too much, if you ever feel lost, then just remember this, Kaelin, the world chose you. The land, the stars, fate, something out there saw you and said, yes, you. You have to keep moving forward, no matter how loud the criticisms are, no matter how heavy it feels. Kaelin blinked, overwhelmed by the weight of those words. He didn't understand all of it, not yet, but there was something in Ether's voice, a deep, raw honesty, that settled in his heart. Why are you telling me all this, like I've already won, Dad? Ether raised his hand again and brushed Kaelin's cheek with his fingers, eyes soft but searching. Because something inside me says, you're the only one truly worthy of this land. His eyes locked with Kaelin's, and in that moment, Ether could see it clearly, the flames in Kaelin's eyes. They weren't wild. They weren't overwhelming. But they were there, steady, glowing, full of potential. Not burning harder, but shining brighter. Brighter than even Arya's. Well, Ether would love Arya too, but now. It's a matter of will, and Ether could see. Kaelin have more than Arya's. Kaelin blinked again, a little dazed, still trying to understand the depth of it all. Ether gave a small shake of his head, as if chasing away thoughts too big to put into words. Who knows? He said with a soft shrug, his voice quieter now, the winner shall claim this land. Then he noticed Kaelin hesitating, shifting awkwardly on his feet, something clearly weighing on his mind. Go on. You can ask me anything. Kaelin flinched slightly before his expression softened, a shy blush creeping up his cheeks. His fingers fidgeted, and he looked down as he murmured, it's just. Dad. I kind of fell in love with a girl. Oh. Ether raised an eyebrow, surprised. Then his eyes widened in exaggerated realization. ODYSSEY, he exclaimed, utterly taken aback before breaking into a wide grin that stretched from ear to ear. Without a second thought, he dropped down onto the cliffside, laughing as he patted the spot beside him. Come on, sit down. Now, who is the lucky lady who managed to catch my son's heart? Kaelin sat beside him, his face burning red, clearly overwhelmed. Ether leaned forward with a mischievous sparkle in his eye. Are you blushing? He teased, grinning even more as Kaelin turned his face away. Now you've got me really curious. Who is she? How did you two meet? What happened? Come on, spill it, he nudged Kaelin insistently. Kaelin realized he had no way out of it now. He sighed and began, his voice quiet but sincere. Well, I was just busy working, doing my usual rounds, and then I saw her, this strange woman, she was caught by monsters. Ether nodded knowingly, smirking with amusement. Ah, the classic saving a damsel in distress scenario. I see. I know exactly where this is going, he said, his tone half joking, half proud. As Kaelin went on, telling the story of how they met, how he risked himself to protect her, how she fought for him in return, how they kept finding each other again and again, Ether listened in silence. And by the end of it, his eyes shimmered with pride. Oh my God. Ether's voice cracked, clearly moved. You found a wonderful woman, my son. A woman who fights for you, who stands by you, that's rare. I'm so damn proud of you. He pulled Kaylin into a tight hug, patting his back with fatherly pride. So, you got laid too? Kaylin turned beet red, shocked. Dad, he gasped, looking horrified yet embarrassed beyond belief. He covered his face, but the truth still slipped out in a whisper, yeah. Ether bit his lower lip, struggling not to cry. His hand trembled slightly as he placed it on Kaylin's head and kissed his forehead with pride. My son's become a man. I'm proud. So proud. Kaylin, still blushing, looked away with a shy smile, his heart full of warmth despite his embarrassment. Ether gave him a soft smile, eyes glimmering. Looks like I might be a grandfather sooner than expected, he muttered under his breath with a strange tone, somewhere between confusion, excitement, and uncertainty. He wasn't quite sure how to feel about it, but who cares? You still haven't told me her name, though, Ether added curiously, tilting his head. Who is she? Kaylin's expression shifted. He blinked slowly and lowered his head, the mood growing a little heavier. You see, there's a problem with that. My mother, she hasn't accepted her. Ether's brows furrowed. Why not? Kaylin sighed, the weight of the situation clearly pressing on him. You might not know this, but the only woman allowed to marry me is someone who can defeat my mother in combat. Oh. Ether blinked in disbelief. Then, as the truth sank in, his expression twisted slightly. Oh. The bar was high, absurdly high. Sure, there might be girls strong enough to challenge Leora, but to defeat her. She's not talented enough? Ether asked cautiously. Kaylin's entire body tensed, a flash of fear crossing his eyes. He stammered, struggling to form words, his fear obvious. Before he could spiral further, Ether interrupted him, his tone steady and serious. There's no need to be afraid. I'm not going to judge her based on talent alone. I only ask because I want to understand, does she have the capability to defeat your mother? Kaylin let out a long breath of relief. He had been terrified that Ether would reject her without a second thought. Slowly, he nodded. No. I'm pretty sure she can't defeat my mother. Not yet. But, she tries. Every time. She gives it everything she has. His voice broke with emotion. She's been hurt 4 times. Badly. All because of me. She stood up for me even when she had no chance. Dad. He turned toward Ether, his face vulnerable, pleading, desperate. See, could you please help me? I really, truly love her. I don't want to lose her. Mother, she won't listen to anyone. Not even me. But she listens to you, Dad. You're the only one I have left. You're my only hope. Please. His voice cracked. His eyes shone with desperation. Would you talk to Mother? Please. Chapter 1089, He Treats Everyone Equally. Ether bit his lip, deep in thought, staring quietly out into the distance. The wind brushed gently against his face, but his mind was far away, swirling with conflicted thoughts. Honestly, he wasn't sure what to say. Sure, he could talk to Leora. He could sit her down, make her listen, and convince her to bend the rules just this once. He could make it easy. But, this wasn't just a rule. It was something she truly believed in, something she wanted for Kaylin. Ether wasn't a fool. He knew exactly what Leora desired. She wasn't being cruel. She didn't want a perfect daughter-in-law for her own pride. No. She wanted her son to end up with someone better than herself. Someone strong. Someone fierce. Someone willing to fight for Kaylin, not just once, but for a lifetime. There was nothing wrong with that. Nothing selfish. Just the love of a mother who wanted to make sure her son wouldn't be abandoned or broken. Ether let out a slow sigh and turned his head slightly, just enough to glance at his son. Kaylin's eyes were wide and filled with anxious hope. His hands gripped his own knees tightly, trembling just slightly. "You can't?" Kaylin asked, his voice small, laced with nervous tension. His expression was painfully soft, like a puppy begging not to be turned away. Ether exhaled deeply, shoulders rising and falling. "Fine," he said at last, voice warm but cautious. "I'll talk to her." "Yeah. Thank you, Dad." Kaylin shouted with joy, unable to hide his overwhelming relief. He threw his arms around Ether, hugging him tightly. Ether chuckled faintly and shook his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a tired smile. "But listen. I can't promise you anything. This isn't just a whim of your mother's. She made this rule not for herself, but for you. I will talk to her, but in the end, it's her decision, not mine." Kaylin's smile softened, but his expression remained grateful. He nodded, eyes full of appreciation. "It's fine, Dad. That's all I needed, just you talking to her is enough," he said with a sigh of deep relief. "What's her name again?" Ether asked. Kaylin smiled softly, "I will introduce her to you directly next time." Ether shrugged softly. He didn't mind Kaylin keeping it secret for now, as he could see Kaylin wanted to prove something. With a light-hearted grin of contentment, Kaylin leaned back and stared up at the sky. He felt weightless. The anxiety that had been crushing him for days seemed to finally ease. He was about to stand up and return to his training, mentally gearing up for the next round of tests when... "Where are you going?" Ether's voice turned sharp. "We're not finished yet." Kaylin immediately sat back down, confused but obedient. Ether raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms, voice firm, "What's your current level?" "Well." Kaylin looked away awkwardly, scratching his neck. "Around 60. Inwardly, he winced. That was a stretch. He was only 51. But hey, technically that was still around 60. Right? Ether hummed thoughtfully, "Aria's sitting comfortably at 90 now. You're going to struggle to even keep up with her in a sparring match, let alone beat her." He shot Kaylin a sidelong glance. Kaylin sighed in frustration. "I'm sorry, Dad. This is all I could manage with the time I had. I trained every day. I barely slept. I did everything I could." His fists clenched tightly, knuckles white with tension. Ether didn't say anything for a moment. He understood. Of course he did. He knew all too well the cost of growth and how Arya had reached her level through circumstances that weren't exactly fair. "Here." Ether reached into his coat and pulled out a gleaming crystal, its surface shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. An origin crystal. Kaylin blinked at it, stunned. He stared in disbelief before slowly shaking his head. I don't need it," he said firmly. "I want to defeat her with my own strength. My own effort." His tone was proud, even defiant, hoping to impress his father with his integrity. But instead of admiration, Ether's face shifted to disappointment. He gave Kaylin a deadpan look, shaking his head slowly. "My son, you need to understand something. Hard work is honorable, yes. And I am impressed. I truly am. But the world doesn't reward everyone just for trying hard. This world is harsh. It doesn't wait for you to catch up. It doesn't care about fairness. When an opportunity comes, you take it. If you don't, someone else will, and you'll be left in the dust. His tone was sharp now, fatherly, but firm. This isn't a shortcut. This is your reward. For every ounce of effort you've poured in until now. He held the crystal out again. Kaylin stared at it, conflicted. He glanced at Ether, then back at the crystal glowing in his palm. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly reached out and took it with a wry, unsure expression. Are you sure this is safe? Ether nodded with confidence. I'm 100% sure it won't harm you. Don't worry, I've tested it on a dragon, and a human. Kaylin's face twisted into visible concern. That second part didn't exactly sound reassuring, Dad. Shrugging off the comment, Kaylin asked, so what do I do? Just absorb it into my arcane card? Ether dusted off his pants as he stood up, turning to look at him seriously. There are two ways. The first one's easy. You absorb it into your arcane card directly. That'll boost your power, but you'll only get around 60% of the crystal's potential. That much waste? Kaylin looked up, taken aback. Ether nodded, raising another finger. The second way is the hard one. Much more dangerous. But it'll give you 90% absorption. Kaylin stared at the crystal, then at his father's face. He knew Ether was giving him the choice, but the look in his father's eyes said everything. He wanted Kaylin to choose the hard path. To prove himself. To push beyond. Kaylin clenched his jaw and took a deep breath. The hard way, Dad. I'll take it. 90%. Ether's eyes searched his, and what he saw there made him smile. The boy was nervous, yes, but his gaze was unwavering. Determined. Good, Ether said, voice low and full of pride. His lips curved into a smirk. Now then, shall we begin, your near-death trial? Yes, Dad, wait. WH. Boom. The sky had turned dark, painted in streaks of violet and deep charcoal as Kaylin staggered through the gate of his home. His breathing was ragged, his clothes torn, and his body trembled under the sheer weight of fatigue and pain. Mom. He finally called out, his voice faint, broken. Leora, who had been sitting quietly in the hallway, waiting anxiously for her son's return, instantly turned at the sound. Her multicolored eyes widened the moment she saw him, battered, bloodied, barely able to stand. Her heart dropped. Kaylin, she gasped, rising to her feet in a flash. Her initial panic stilled when she took a closer look. Despite the bruises, despite the visible toll his body had taken, she felt it. A shift. A power inside him, deeper, stronger, matured. He had changed. Leora rushed to him just before he collapsed, catching him in her arms. She gently guided him down, easing his trembling body into her embrace as her lips curved into a soft, proud smile. You worked so hard. She murmured, brushing his matted hair back from his forehead and ruffling it with delicate fingers. Kaylin gave a weak smile, eyes barely open, but glowing with genuine warmth. I love you, Mother, he whispered. Leora blinked, stunned for a moment. He said it so naturally, so openly. No hesitation. No sarcasm. Just, raw, pure affection. Something he hadn't said in a long time, if ever. She froze slightly, taken aback by the honesty in his voice. And truly, why wouldn't he be grateful? In the past, Kaylin had always seen her as ruthless, harsh, unrelenting. Her training methods, her discipline, it felt like punishment. But now, after enduring Ether's version of a lesson, everything had changed. His father had redefined what ruthless meant. Ether didn't hold back. Not even for his own son. No gentle words, no pacing, just full force, brutal, overwhelming trial by fire. That man had nearly killed him with a smile on his face and called it training. Compared to that, his mother's training was nothing more than a firm scolding. A slap on the wrist. A mosquito bite. Kaylin finally understood, his mother hadn't been cruel. She had always held back. She had always trained him not to break him, but to shape him. And even in her strictness, there was love. Leora gave him a soft smile. She already knew. Ether had told her everything. And she was so proud of them, of both of them. Her man. Her son. Where is he? Kaylin asked, voice groggy, but a hint of nervousness crept in. The last thing he remembered was Ether grinning with wild eyes and a dangerous spark of excitement. The memory sent a shiver down his spine. Leora tilted her head, casually folding her arms as she replied with a shrug, well, it's your father we're talking about, isn't it? He always believes in equality. He doesn't go easy on anyone. Kaylin blinked, processing her words. Then slowly, a strange chuckle escaped his lips. Oh. He began to laugh, awkward, uneven, slightly manic. So. Arya too is suffering just like me, he asked, eyes lighting up with a dangerous glint as he pumped his fist in the air. Yes. That's my dad. Teach her a lesson. Show her the wrath of training. He laughed, almost deliriously proud of the fact that someone else was going through the same torture he had endured. Leora blinked at him, her expression flat. Well. I'm not entirely sure about suffering, she thought with a slight pout and a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Because, in Arya's room, at that very moment. Ether H. Harder see coming. Chapter 1090, Arya accepts her mother's love. Ether and Arya had a passionate moment, more like a rough, chaotic storm of pent-up emotions. After all, Arya had held back too much for too long, her worries, fears, and longing had all built up like a dam under pressure, and finally, she let those emotions burst free, dissolving her tension and sorrow in a matter of minutes as her body surrendered to release. After hours of intense training and a near-death ecstasy that shook both their souls, Arya lay sprawled across Ether's chest, her body covered in sweat, their mixed juices clinging to her thighs. Her breath was uneven, her heart pounding, her skin warm and raw, and yet, for the first time in days, she felt light. Arya stared up at Ether's face, like she was spellbound, completely lost in the calm of his features. Her eyes trailed the contours of his jaw, the softness around his mouth, and the quiet storm resting in his eyes. What? Something on my face? Ether asked with a tired smirk, brushing a damp lock of hair from her forehead. Arya's lips twitched upward as if fighting off a full smile. Why are you getting even more handsome? She murmured, voice half playful, half weary. Her tone danced between pride and frustration. She was proud of him, proud that the man who belonged to her, was becoming more and more radiant. But at the same time, it annoyed her. That handsomeness meant others would be drawn to him. Like moths to a flame. Ether chuckled softly, well, I need to keep up with my darling's overwhelming sexiness, right? He teased as he gently pinched her nose between two fingers. Arya grinned faintly. Those sweet words of yours, she said before reaching up and playfully pinching his lips. Then she leaned in, letting her mouth brush his in a slow, affectionate kiss that lingered with a taste of lingering warmth. Ether's hand slid down her bare back and grabbed her ass tightly, pulling her against him. Their nectar still slowly leaked from her flower, dripping between them. His shaft slid out from her with a soft, wet noise, and she gasped lightly. Arya moaned slightly, her flower trembling after being stuffed so long. Her inner muscles throbbed faintly as they adjusted to the absence. She sighed with a small, bittersweet smile and rested her head on his shoulder. Then she murmured, her voice quiet but heavy with meaning, "I talked with the others." Ether hummed, though his tone sharpened just a little, aware, alert. "They told me about all the things happening now, about the changes, and also about Sandra and Zara." Her voice faltered as her expression hardened, and she stared at him, uncertainty flooding her chest. Her heart drummed faster. Ether met her gaze calmly, his hand reaching up to brush back her silvery white hair, tucking it gently behind her elven ears. His thumb lingered against her cheek. "Ask me directly, Arya. No riddles between us." Arya bit her bottom lip, her teeth pressing into the softness, her breath shallow. Her voice trembled slightly when she finally spoke. "W was my mother, your target too." Ether's eyes did not shift, did not flinch. He stared into hers for a long second, long enough for Arya to feel her soul exposed, vulnerable. "What do you want to hear, Arya?" he asked quietly, without evasion, without the safety of lies. Her eyebrows lifted subtly, the question hitting her harder than she expected. She lowered her gaze, then slowly returned it to his eyes, a weak smile curving her lips, bitter and sad. Part of me is relieved, maybe even grateful, if my husband wasn't interested in my mother. But if she was your target, then I know she would be shattered. She's already been through so much. Forced into a marriage she never wanted, living a life that was built on obligations. If she were to learn that everything, even her bonds, was planned, manipulated, she would crumble completely." Her voice shook as her throat tightened. "So, please, tell me the truth. Was my mother, too?" Ether stared into her eyes, those eyes that were seeking something real, something stable in the flood of everything breaking down around her. He exhaled slowly, shaking his head with a grave sigh. "She was not my target, Arya." Arya's breath caught. The invisible burden pressing on her chest began to lift, slowly, like mist clearing from a mountainside. Her fingers tightened around his arm as tears welled behind her lashes. Only she knew how much her mother had silently suffered. How much pain she'd endured. So to hear this truth, it brought her unexpected relief, even if it came wrapped in sorrow. Ether continued, his voice soft, "Arya. I could never bring myself to hurt you. And your mother, she's like a mother to me as well." He paused, "but, you know how strong our connection is, don't you?" He glanced toward the night sky above them, the moonlight pouring over his face. "I could feel her, Arya, everything she was. Her laughter, her loneliness, her quiet ache, the way she gave love even after everything was taken from her, all of it reached me. And before I even realized it, her emotions began to seep into me, gently, like rain falling over stone. And I couldn't ignore it." Arya's lips trembled. Her heart squeezed painfully. "I never intended to fall for her or even to see her like that," Ether whispered. "I respected her, truly. I looked up to her. But as time passed, and her feelings kept coming through the bond, I started to see her as more than just your mother. I know how that sounds. And for that, I'm terribly sore." Before he could finish, Arya lifted a finger and placed it over his lips. Her smile was weak but filled with something fragile and honest. The world is full of miracles, and terrible timing, she whispered. I think I can understand that. Her voice cracked slightly, and she pressed her forehead to his. After all, she too had felt what he felt. Their connection wasn't one-sided. She'd experienced his heart, his longing, his guilt, his desires. And through that bond, she understood. She really did. And if her mother had unknowingly shared that same thread, then maybe it wasn't something either of them could have stopped. Maybe it was simply what happened when souls touched without permission. Yes, Ether had lied to her before, about targets, about motives. But since the truth had surfaced, he had never again looked away from it. Even during those early moments, he had looked at her mother with respect, with distance. But slowly, inevitably, those feelings had changed. Not out of lust or betrayal, but something more confusing, more emotional. Even if he apologized for it all now, the truth was, it had already happened. And it wasn't her mother's fault. Nor was it Ether's. It was just something neither of them had truly chosen. The connection made it happen, quietly, gradually, and without warning. Those feelings, they had grown in the dark, like vines tangled in the heart, unnoticed until they were too thick to cut. Aria's eyes were filled with tears, but also with something else. She was conflicted, torn, unraveling and rebuilding all at once. She didn't know whether to cry or hold him tighter. She just knew, she still loved him. Ether cupped her chin gently, his fingertips brushing against her soft skin. His eyes searched hers with a serious, unwavering gaze. Then, in a low, solemn voice, he said, "I know this might sound insane, weird even, but... Arya, can I take your mother's hand?" Arya's heart skipped a beat. The air around her suddenly felt heavier, denser, like something forbidden had been whispered into the universe. For a moment, her mind blanked. Her breath caught, her thoughts tangled in a knot of disbelief and helpless wonder. What? How was someone even supposed to respond to that? This was madness. Pure madness. How could this even be real? Could they just, publicly announce something like that? Was that even an option? Celine and Aquilina had already confessed their feelings, and she remembered how heavy their emotions were. They weren't ashamed, they didn't run away from the truth. They had embraced what they felt, despite how wrong the world might call it. But this. Her mother. Her own mother, possibly becoming something like her sister. That was so unbelievably fucked up that Arya almost laughed out loud. It was perverse, twisted, and yet, it was real. It was happening. Arya's thoughts spiraled. She had seen her mother smiling, no, glowing, whenever Ether was around. That innocent, bashful demeanor, those moments of shy glances, the soft pink tinge coloring her cheeks every time he stood too close. Wait, why the hell didn't I notice that before? Her thoughts crashed into a wave of realization. She'd seen those expressions, hadn't she? The tiny blushes, the nervous gestures, the way her mother acted so reserved, even flustered, around Ether. Arya had brushed it off, thinking it was just her mother being awkward with a man she barely knew. Ether was powerful, mysterious, overwhelming, so of course, she assumed her mother was simply intimidated or unfamiliar. But in truth, she had been feeling everything. Her mother was already connected, already emotionally entwined, already lost in the same bond that had taken over Arya's life. Arya felt like a fucking idiot. She exhaled shakily and gave a weak smile, her lips trembling with a mix of defeat and irony. I guess the mistake finally turned into reality, ha, who would have thought, she muttered, half laughing to herself, recalling their very first meeting. Maybe fate had already written the ending long before they ever understood the beginning. To be honest, Ether didn't even need her permission. That was the painful truth. All he needed was to inform her. And Arya wouldn't have had the strength to say no, not really. She had no choice in this matter. Not because she was weak, but because her heart couldn't find a reason to fight against love that felt genuine. Arya shook off the swirl of chaos in her head and steadied herself. Her voice came out firm, though her emotions quivered beneath. Would you care for her, without favoritism? Without fear, without guilt, without hiding her? Would you protect her, not for a day or a year, but forever? Would you give her the love and safety she never had from my father, the man who didn't even care if she smiled or cried? She stared into his eyes, her tone sharpening. Or would you one day get tired of her? Like a phase that just fades away? Ether didn't blink. He didn't hesitate. His voice was calm and absolute, filled with unwavering conviction. I would never do that. Not to her. Not to you. You both are part of me now. You're not some temporary fantasy I'll walk away from. You're my life. I would never allow either of you to suffer. I would never get bored. Never turn away. Arya stared at him. Her chest tightened. Of course, deep down, she had always known. He wasn't the type of man to walk away. But she still needed to hear it. She needed those words to echo through the hollow, doubting corners of her heart. She smiled softly, broken but filled with a strange peace. Her voice was just above a whisper as she nodded. Then, take her hand. And with that, she lowered her head, resting it quietly against his chest. The steady thrum of his heartbeat beneath her ear felt warm and grounding. If this was what her mother truly wanted, then who was she to deny it? Her mother had suffered far too much in silence. She deserved to feel cherished. To be loved not out of duty, but with passion, devotion, and joy. If being with Ether could give her that happiness, if Ether could make her smile with the same fire she once had in her youth, then Arya would accept it. Gladly. Proudly, even. Ether blinked, surprised at her answer. His lips curved into a soft, touched smile. I see, and I'm sorry, AG. Before he could finish, Arya leaned in and kissed his lips, slow, deep, and meaningful. Her hand pressed against his cheek, her thumb caressing the corner of his mouth. When she pulled back, her voice had changed again, flirty and commanding, a touch of mischief rising through her sadness. You better shower me with love instead of wasting your time being sorry, she said, her breast swaying sensually in front of his lips, teasing him like soft ripe fruit dangling within reach. Ether chuckled deeply, his fingers sliding behind her back. Oh, I will, he said before biting down gently on her cute, stiff nipple. Ah. Arya moaned, her body arching instinctively. And once again, their passionate rhythm ignited, driven not just by lust, but by a storm of tangled emotions, impossible bonds, and a twisted kind of love that no one else would ever understand. Author's note: well, guys, I wrote a new novel. Give it a read and tell me your opinion. This is not F********. Chapter 1091, He Sacrificed His Dignity for Us. After helping Kaelin and Arya level up, ensuring they were now more than capable of holding their own, Ether finally allowed himself a moment of breath. The two had reached a level he considered fair, strong enough not to be liabilities but still with room to grow. Now, Melona and Leora were neck-deep in preparations for the grand contest. Even Leora, who once playfully clung to Ether and had no hesitation in jumping on his shaft at the slightest opening, now barely had time to throw him a glance, let alone sneak a moment of indulgence. As much as she missed the taste and the fullness he offered, her hands were busy now, called by duty, consumed by the Empire's expectations. And Melona? She was avoiding him altogether. Ether didn't take it personally. She needed time to focus, time to realign herself with her responsibilities. Her pride and the Empire came first. He understood that. So, he didn't chase her. He let her breathe. Let her come back on her own when she was ready. Instead, Ether turned his attention elsewhere. He visited Delphine, not up close, but from a quiet distance, staying far enough not to intrude but close enough to watch her movements. She poured herself into her work like a woman trying to outrun something. Every decision, every order, every breath seemed like it was meant to silence her mind. She wasn't the broken doll from before. No, she had changed. She wasn't lost anymore, her eyes held clarity. Her posture was firmer, her presence stronger. Ether didn't step in. He didn't speak. Dora was with her now, and that was enough reassurance for him. He would wait. Wait until the moment she finally stopped running, and realized that the miracle she needed had always been waiting just behind her. Everything was flowing exactly as it should. His plan, his vision, the threads he had woven, it was all unraveling precisely how he intended. Soon after, Ether made his way toward the location of the liars. The area was bustling, the massive thrusters were nearly completed, their structures like sleeping giants. Only a few finishing touches remained, tasks that could be handled by others. Since liars still didn't know Ether's true identity, he donned the guise of Victor once again. It wasn't out of fear or secrecy, but practicality. The fewer people who knew his truth, the safer things remained, for everyone. Besides, there was no reason to show his real face to her now. Not yet. Shall we? Victor asked, turning to Liars with a soft smile. She looked up at him, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, before she nodded and stepped closer. Her movements were hesitant, almost dreamy. Victor wrapped his arm gently around her waist, and with a pulse of energy, they teleported together. They arrived in the empty, brazen land of the Aurora Empire. "This is where we need to build," Victor said, his voice low, serious. "Here. Just, you us." Liars mumbled, her words almost slurring as drowsiness took over her. Her eyes fluttered slightly as she looked around. Something about this land. It made her heart quiet. Her thoughts slowed. Her soul felt strangely at peace, like she was floating in a warm pool of silence. The land itself was like a lullaby whispering through her blood. Victor noticed and softly patted her head. "You're feeling sleepy, aren't you? Don't worry. Just rest. Your body's not used to the atmosphere here. Take your time. I'll handle the rest." She gave a tiny nod, her eyes already heavy with sleep. Then, with a gentle, swirling motion, she transformed into her true form, her majestic brown dragon body curling gently upon the earth. Her breathing slowed. Her scales shimmered. And soon, she drifted into slumber. Victor stood silently for a moment, watching her sleep. Then, without delay, he turned his gaze toward the main temple of the Aurora Empire and teleported directly to the Archpriestess's chambers. Or what remained of them. The room was in ruins, shattered walls, collapsed ceilings, ash marking the aftermath of a brutal explosion. The blast had left its scars here. The moment Victor appeared, the servants in the vicinity flinched. Their fear cracked the silence. There's an intruder. Saintis. Screams echoed. Panic erupted as people scrambled. Victor sighed. Just as the air thickened with tension, Helena appeared, flashing in with divine speed. How dare you? Her voice lashed out, but then she froze. Her eyes widened. Recognition dawned. Victor's tone was cool, composed. Where is the archpriestess? Helena faltered for a breath. She's in a meeting with the high priests. I see. Can you guide me there? She turned to the trembling servants and soothed them with gentle words before nodding to him. Together, they began to walk. No words were exchanged between them for a while. Their footsteps echoed through the hollow halls, two figures who had once stood closer than anyone, now walking side by side like strangers. The silence between them wasn't peaceful. It was tense. Heavy with all the things left unsaid. Finally, Helena broke it. So, what happened in the Zephyr Empire? She asked, her tone light but with a false curiosity. Her eyes, however, revealed her true desire. She wanted to talk about themselves. Victor gave a small shrug. Nothing much. Just the activation of the final ebon stone. Oh. So all of them are activated now. Her voice trailed off. But her eyes dimmed. Her expression fell. She had hoped for something more, some spark, some crack in his voice to prove he still felt something for her. But his words were blunt, detached. Cold. As if she were no one. As if everything they once shared had already been buried. Helena clenched her fists, her knuckles pale and trembling. Her breath caught, and her eyes glistened for the briefest second, but she swallowed it down. Swallowed all of it. Her emotions, her pain, her words. She didn't look at him again. She simply turned and kept walking down the long marble corridors, her steps quiet but tight with strain. When they reached the grand meeting hall, Helena placed a hand on the door. Wait here, I will ask. But she didn't get to finish. Without a second of hesitation, Victor raised his foot and kicked the massive ornate doors open with a thunderous crack. The golden-hinged doors burst inward, slamming against the walls, interrupting the tense silence of the meeting. Gasps echoed as all the high priests turned sharply, their expressions laced with offense and disbelief. A stranger had barged into a sacred meeting. No respect, no permission, nothing but audacity. Victor stepped inside like he owned the place, hands behind his back, posture relaxed. His sharp eyes swept across the room, taking in the shocked faces of the high priests with the air of a man who had seen them all before, men whose voices once screamed at his name, who condemned him, feared him, hated him. Good morning, Archpriestess, he said with a small nod, not a bow, not even an ounce of subservience. Just a cool, confident greeting. His voice held a hint of amusement, like he found this entire gathering nothing more than a stage play. Some of the high priests stood, their chairs scraping roughly against the floor. How dare you enter this sacred space uninvited? Who are you? State your identity before the Archpriestess orders your death. Their voices rose in fury, in indignation, trying to drown out his presence with formality and authority. But Victor remained calm, untouched by their shouting. He raised a single hand, as if calming children. Relax. Just, breathe a little. I didn't come to stir chaos, he said lightly, with a smirk dancing on his lips. And as for who I am, let me be polite, Victor, Emperor of the Pyra Empire. A chilling silence followed. The air froze. Some who were glaring just seconds ago suddenly turned ghostly pale. Their confidence shattered like fragile glass beneath the weight of his name. Victor grinned. The shift in atmosphere was satisfying, if not amusing. These people were always louder than they were capable, shouting until someone stronger walked in the room. Then, silence. Always the same. At the head of the room, the archpriestess narrowed her eyes, her mind racing. What the hell is he doing now, she thought with rising anxiety. He wasn't supposed to be here. Not like this. She had worked so hard to push the idea of elevating him into their ranks, to convince the priests and nobles of his worth, but one misstep, one rash move, and the whole fragile support would collapse like dust. She couldn't allow that. State your reason for visiting our empire, Mr. Victor, she said firmly, keeping her tone polite yet edged with warning. Victor turned to her slowly, his expression cool and unreadable. Nothing much. I simply came to make something clear, crystal clear, he began, his voice cutting through the thick silence like a blade. I am not, in the slightest, interested in giving away my thrusters to any of you, for free. Gasps erupted around the table. The air grew tense again, confusion spreading like wildfire. Several priests exchanged worried glances, some turning toward the archpriestess for answers, for reassurance. After all, hadn't she already secured a deal with the man chosen by the mother? Wasn't the thruster project supposed to be delivered? What was happening? Victor's voice cut through the panic once more. The only reason I allowed the transaction, the only reason the thrusters are here, he continued, clenching his fist slowly, was because my dear friend, Ether, asked me. No. He begged me, for your lives. He spat the words like venom, his voice heavy with resentment. I don't care about this empire. I don't care if it burns to the ground. You all mean nothing to me. But Ether. He saved my life once. And this was the first time, ever, that he asked me for something. One thing. One request. Victor's eyes swept across them, cold and piercing. So I gave it. Not to you. To him. The silence that followed was thicker than stone. Every priest stared at him, stunned. They looked toward the archpriestess, as if desperate for clarification, answers. The archpriestess slowly rose from her seat, her hands resting on the polished table. Her gaze turned soft, sad, almost maternal. He asked me not to tell you this, she said, her voice quiet yet full of gravity. He didn't want you to know. He didn't want us to feel shame, as if we had begged. So he accepted everything. Took it upon himself. Her voice cracked slightly. He sacrificed his dignity for us. A painful hush fell over the room. The weight of her words sank into every chest, pressing like stone. The grand meeting hall, once filled with pride and prideful voices, now felt like a tomb. No one spoke. No one moved. They sat, drowning in the silence of guilt, debt, and realization. Victor didn't say another word. He just stood there with his signature grin, sharp, mocking, knowing. But inside, he wasn't laughing. He was satisfied. Satisfied that they now understood who truly held the reins. And what Ether had given up for them. After all, didn't Ether want this? His name should be etched everywhere. Chapter 1092, Ether's Weapon. After announcing all those things with a tone of finality, the high priest silently left the meeting room, their faces filled with reverence and disbelief. Each of them wore a solemn expression, clearly shaken and awestruck by Victor's words. The room, once heavy with political tension, now echoed with the lingering weight of prophecy and uncertainty. Inside the vast chamber, only Helena, Sarah, and Victor remained. Sarah sat leisurely on one of the ornate chairs, her legs crossed, arms folded, and a playful smile tugging at the corners of her lips. There was an amused glint in her eyes as she looked at Victor. "I still can't believe you went and played your little schemes here too," she muttered, shaking her head slowly, voice low with disapproval but edged with admiration. Victor leaned against the table, arms folded, a faint smirk dancing on his lips. "What? You expected me to just hand it over to them like a gift?" His tone turned serious, sharper. "I'm not a saint, Sarah. And I sure as hell don't owe them charity. Besides, giving it away freely, does that sound like something the emperor would do?" Of course not. Victor was no fool. As emperor, every move he made had to be calculated, strategic. He couldn't simply offer power without cost. That would be weakness, and weakness had no place on the throne. "What about the Zephyr Empire?" "Well, that's already his." He shook his head slowly and exhaled. "Anyway, mind telling me what the hell is really going on now? Did they finally accept Ether, or are they still hesitating behind their masks?" Sarah sighed, the amusement fading from her face. Her posture straightened, and her tone grew somber. After the collapse of the main temple, everything changed. People began to whisper that it was divine punishment, that God had descended in wrath. It stirred chaos and devotion in equal measure. But I stood up and told them the truth. I told them it wasn't some distant God, it was Ether. Blessed by Mother herself. She paused, watching his face carefully, then added, "I proposed the idea of making him an archpriest, and after some back and forth, they accepted it. Not willingly at first, but in the end, they bowed." A slow, crooked smile spread across her lips as she looked him in the eyes. "So, Mr. Archpriest, welcome to our empire." Victor's eyes widened for a moment. His lips parted slightly in disbelief, and he let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Once again, he was Archpriest. The same role he once held, now returned to him. "Sure is a damn miracle." Victor muttered softly, as if trying to convince himself it was real. Then he shook his head, composing himself. "Anyway, I won't waste any more time. We're behind schedule. I'll begin the construction of the thrusters immediately. We don't have the luxury of delay anymore." Sarah nodded with a grim expression. "Also, about that place you asked me to dig into, we found something. And it's interesting," she added, her voice quiet, serious, and almost wary. Victor's brows furrowed. His body tensed instinctively, sensing the shift in her demeanor. He gave a short nod, and Sarah led him away, back toward the ruined remains of the main temple. The once magnificent sacred structure now lay in shattered silence. The stone pillars were fractured, the ceiling collapsed inward, and sunlight poured through the gaping wounds in the roof. The ebon stone floated slowly in the center of the destruction, spinning in eerie, unnatural calm as if untouched by the devastation around it. Helena followed silently behind them, her steps light, almost ghost-like. "Go on. What are you waiting for?" came a soft, impatient whisper from her cleavage. Snowflake was curled tightly against her chest, hidden in the warmth between her breasts. Helena bit her lip, nervous energy buzzing under her skin. She glanced at Sarah and Victor, whose faces had turned sharp and focused. Later, she murmured softly to the fairy. They stepped over the rubble, careful not to trip on broken stone and shattered relics. Dust floated through the air, sparkling like ash under the sun. The scent of scorched magic still lingered in the ruins. Sarah led them to a section of the ground that had been freshly unearthed. She pointed to the pit, a deep, hollow gash in the ground where ether had once punched through with divine strength. "You told me to dig here, to see what was hidden beneath," she said quietly. Now, the secret lay exposed before them. A long, rusted spear was embedded in the soil. It was dark and dull, yet something about it radiated a pure presence. Victor narrowed his eyes. "We couldn't even move it," Sarah said with a hint of frustration in her voice. "Not even an inch. I tried everything, my full strength, spells, artifacts, nothing worked. It's like it doesn't want to be touched." The spear lay still, half buried in sand and dust, like it were waiting. Victor stared at the spear in stunned silence. He knew this weapon. There was no doubt in his mind, this was the same spear once wielded by iteration number 25. However, what truly disturbed him wasn't just the weapon's presence, but what it was embedded in. The rusted spear wasn't simply lying on the ground. It was driven straight through the ribcage of a human skeleton, its blade impaled deeply into bone. Victor's eyes narrowed. "Whose is this?" he asked, his voice low, tinged with unease as a slight frown crept across his face. Sarah shook her head slowly, her brows furrowed in confusion. "We don't know. This is the first time any of us are seeing this. There was never any record or mention of someone being killed inside the main temple. Nothing. Not even a whisper." Helena stood still, her gaze locked onto the bones. Her body was stiff, frozen, as though her very breath was caught in her throat. Her eyes itched as they refused to turn away from the skull lying half buried in the dirt. Her heart was pounding harder with every second, faster, faster, as if something unseen was calling to her. Sarah glanced at her before adding, "What if someone was murdered and buried here long ago? Hidden beneath the temple without anyone knowing?" It was a possibility. But Victor's mind was already racing to something else. "How is that spear even here?" he thought darkly, his eyes narrowing further. He knew this weapon. It belonged to iteration number 25, and that was 2 full resets ago. 2 entire life cycles had passed since then, yet here it was. Lying before him, real. It didn't make sense. If worlds had been reset completely, then this spear should have vanished like everything else. And yet. Victor crouched without hesitation and leapt into the pit. His boots landed with a soft thud on the disturbed grave soil, right beside the bones. "Be careful," Sarah said sharply, even before Helena could react. Victor simply stared at the ancient, rusted weapon. Slowly, cautiously, he reached forward. His fingers brushed against the corroded shaft of the spear and tried to pull. It didn't move. Not even slightly. Victor exhaled heavily, frustration building inside his chest. Mother's last words still echoed in his thoughts. This spear, however, he was certain of one thing. It was his. His weapon. And the body. Victor's eyes lingered on the skeleton. Whose was it? What kind of person had died here, pierced by his spear? He didn't know. "Whatever." Victor murmured under his breath, shaking his head as he straightened. "It's not like I need it, anyway." With that, he turned and began walking back across the surface of the ruined temple. Helena, who had remained frozen this whole time, suddenly spoke in a hushed, dreamy voice. "He looks sad." Victor and Sarah both turned sharply. "He?" Victor repeated, blinking. Helena flinched, snapping back into herself as if shaken from a trance. Her face contorted in confusion. What did I just say? She asked, blinking rapidly, clearly unsettled. Sarah narrowed her eyes. You tell us. Do you know something? And what do you mean? He looked sad. Who's he? Victor was watching her now too, expression grim, thoughtful. Helena shook her head quickly. I don't know. I didn't mean to say that. I felt it, I guess. Like something was there. Like he was sad. That's all. She bit her lip, clearly shaken. Her own words didn't even make sense to her. Victor hummed lowly, his eyes fixed on her, not speaking right away. He then turned his gaze toward the skull resting in the dirt. Was she connected to these bones somehow? He wondered silently, his mind spinning with possibilities. Was it intuition? A memory? Or something more? Anyway, Victor finally said, brushing the thoughts aside and turning his back on the grave. I'll be heading out. Since Ether is the only one officially allowed here now, I'll let him handle the rest of this mess. Helena tilted her head slightly, her brows furrowed in confusion. Wasn't he? Ether too, she thought silently. Chapter 1093, looks like you finally decided. Huh. It's been a week since Ether and Liars had been working tirelessly on the thrusters. Ether had summoned all of his puppets scattered across different worlds and pushed them to contribute to the construction without pause or rest. The progress on the building of the thrusters was much faster than Liars had expected, especially coming from a human. Of course, Liars had never wanted to work with a human in the first place. Her pride wouldn't allow it. But the moment she realized Ether was Victor's friend, everything changed. She had reluctantly agreed, albeit with a stiff heart and narrowed eyes, to cooperate with him on the project. You're really good at this, for a human, Liars muttered under her breath as she glanced at Ether, who was deeply immersed in work with his group of hooded companions. She added with a slight edge to her voice, and those guys, are they friends of yours? If you weren't Victor's friend, I wouldn't have allowed anyone to walk in wearing a hoodie, let alone touch anything under my project. Ether, who had been talking to his puppet about the next calibration parameters, nodded a few times, watching the puppet carry out his orders with perfect precision. He then turned toward her with a slight smile tugging at his lips and replied, I'll take that as a compliment. And yeah, they're close friends of mine. Due to some complicated reasons, they can't really show their identities openly. Liars studied his face for a moment, then looked away and shrugged lightly as she muttered, I never imagined someone outside of my majesty would possess such deep and intricate knowledge of advanced technology. Ether grinned wider, a mischievous glint sparkling in his eyes. Oh. Miss, you're mistaken. It's not that your majesty has that knowledge, it's more like I was the one who taught him most of what he knows. Liars frowned immediately, feeling her chest tighten with a mix of surprise and irritation. If he had said that at the very beginning, she would have beaten him senseless without hesitation. She hated arrogance, especially from a human. But it had already been a week, and in that time, she had come to realize he wasn't arrogant. He was just naturally carefree, seemingly detached from consequences, and frustratingly jolly most of the time. She kind of understood why he was Her Majesty's friend. Liars let out a quiet huff and turned her head, only to see a group of people walking toward them again. She sighed long and deep, already feeling the weight of the scene that was about to unfold. Here we go again. She muttered in a tired, almost resigned tone. Ether glanced to the side and paused for a moment, a soft, uneasy smile tugging at his lips. Ever since the news had spread, about him begging for their empire's safety, and about him being chosen by their revered mother, people had been coming from all corners of the empire just to see him, just to lay eyes on him. At first, it was just a few curious individuals. But as time passed, the number kept growing, expanding beyond control. It got to a point where Sarah and Helena had to create a powerful barrier around their workspace just to keep the overwhelming crowd at bay. The people weren't just curious citizens, they were believers. Their devotion was intense, desperate even. Many would have gladly been crushed in the crowd if it meant seeing the one chosen by their mother goddess. And the numbers didn't stop. Every day, more and more arrived. Some tried to climb the barrier. Others begged from outside it. This kind of thing had never happened before, not even during Sarah's time. And even her divine moment hadn't been this monumental. Ether's presence was different. So, Helena and Sarah had made a decision: during Ether's breaks, a few people would be allowed to meet him directly. And because of the constant footfall, even the nearby city, once abandoned, forgotten, and crumbling, had slowly begun to flourish again, brought back to life by the faithful who now walked its streets. Ether, with his usual calm and innocent expression, walked toward the incoming group of people. His presence was serene, quiet and grounding, as if nothing in the world could disturb his peace. Lyres, standing beside her workstation, glanced up and watched. She observed as people knelt before him, heads bowed in reverence, their bodies trembling with emotion. It was like they believed they had reached divine enlightenment simply by being in his presence. And Ether, as always, responded not with superiority but with humility, patting their shoulders gently, speaking to them softly, urging them to stand up. Within moments, the visitors would burst into tears, clutching their hearts like his words had touched something deep and long forgotten. Then they would turn and leave, their faces transformed. Lyres narrowed her eyes slightly. Just what is he telling them, she whispered to herself. She had wondered this every single day, but had never gathered the courage to ask. After all, she hadn't come here to get involved in any of this. Her purpose was strictly mechanical. Still, after witnessing this every day for a week, her curiosity began to burn. And when Ether returned to her side, she hesitated for a second, then asked with a faint blush of awkwardness, "What are you saying to them?" Ether blinked at her question, then gave a soft shrug, his voice low and kind. "Nothing too fancy. I just tell them they don't need to bow. I'm not a god. I just ask them to be themselves, to love themselves, and to take care of their families." Lyres blinked as she heard his response. "And, they were crying for that?" "Really?" she asked with a skeptical look on her face, one eyebrow raised. Honestly, Ether didn't fully understand it either. He had always felt those words were simple, nothing profound or philosophical. But somehow, for those people, it meant something far deeper than he could comprehend. They both returned to their tasks, letting the silence settle around them once again. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, the bright sky had darkened, giving way to the calm embrace of night. Ether and Lyres finally stepped back from the construction site, nearly reaching the surface level. Both of them let out a deep, shared breath of relief, their shoulders visibly relaxing after an exhausting day. Lyres muttered under her breath, her tone laced with disbelief, "I still can't believe we managed to finish almost 70% of the entire job, in just a week." Ether nodded slowly, eyes still scanning the dim sky. "It's a good thing," he replied with a steady tone, "we don't really have much time left anyway." His gaze lifted slightly. Far in the distance, the outline of the Zephyr Empire began to appear, moving closer, inch by inch. Yes, the second collision was approaching. The next major clash would be between the Zephyr Empire and the Aurora Empire. Lyres followed his gaze, her sharp eyes catching the distinct glow of Zephyr's structure slowly coming into view in the sky. She exhaled, her voice dropping, "I guess you're right. The faster we finish, the better chance we have to save everyone from getting caught up in it." She paused for a moment, then turned to look at Ether. Her brows furrowed as she leaned in slightly, narrowing her eyes to zoom in on his face with scrutiny. Ether tilted his head, caught off guard by her sudden shift. "Is there something wrong?" he asked with a puzzled expression, blinking at her. Lyers didn't answer immediately. There was a strange feeling bubbling inside her, an eerie sense of familiarity. She couldn't quite explain it, but something about Ether felt too close, too familiar. Maybe it was the way he moved, or how he smiled, or even the tone of his voice. Whatever it was, it stirred memories she couldn't clearly recall. "Nothing," she muttered at last, brushing it off as she straightened her back. "Anyway, let's go," she added, her tone flat as she cast a glance around the area. His mysterious hooded companions had already vanished, just like they always did. It was something she couldn't understand. They came out of nowhere, worked like ghosts, and disappeared without a sound. She was sure of one thing: Ether was hiding something. Something big. Without speaking further, Lyers and Ether made their way toward the nearby city to find accommodation. The people there had been unexpectedly kind, especially toward Ether. Because of the reverence they held for him, they provided food and shelter without asking for anything in return. "How's your grandma doing, little guy?" Ether asked warmly as they stepped into the modest hotel. The boy, whose grandmother had once mistaken Ether for the archpriestess, smiled softly as he replied, "She's sleeping. It's midnight after all." The boy offered them some food, a gesture of genuine kindness, but neither Ether nor Lyers had much of an appetite. They were shown to their allotted rooms. Lyers let out a long yawn, her eyes heavy with fatigue. "Good night, Ether," she mumbled with a tired expression before heading into her room without another word. Ether gave her a nod and a soft smile. "Good night to you too, Lyers," he said calmly, then opened the door to his own room. Only to find Helena already inside, sitting on the edge of his bed, waiting for him in silence. Ether paused for a moment, then smiled. "Looks like you finally decided, huh?" Helena nodded once, her face an unreadable expression. Chapter 1094, Let's End This, Ether. Helena, she had been watching Ether all this time. Ever since Ether started working here, she had been quietly, secretly watching him from the shadows. Her eyes would sneak glances when no one was looking. Her heart would pound whenever he walked by. She watched him with a silent longing she never dared to voice. Stare. She stared at him like a hawk, closely observing his every move. Every shift of his hands, every breath he took, she watched it all. It seemed like he was genuinely focused on work, not flirting, not teasing, not chasing after that dragon girl like he did with the others. And that made her oddly happy. It made her heart breathe a little easier. Just seeing him work, just seeing him not trying to seduce someone else, it gave her a faint, foolish hope. Snowflake had always been beside her, always whispering, always pushing her forward. But Helena, she hesitated. She wanted to speak to him. She wanted to walk right up and ask him everything that burned in her chest. But every time she took a step forward, something inside her froze. Her feet stopped, her lips tightened, and her chest ached with a fear she couldn't name, a fear of being broken again. So, she just kept watching him from a distance. All week long, hiding behind corners, pretending not to care. Of course, Ether knew. He had sensed her presence, her eyes. But he ignored her, he let her be, as if waiting for her to come to him on her own. She watched him, closer and closer, inch by inch. "You are getting closer," Ether muttered in a tired, quiet voice. Helena flinched. Her heart jumped. She didn't expect him to speak, didn't expect him to notice. And in that moment, like a scared animal, she ran, ran back and hid again, peeking from afar. She continued her usual routine, letting people inside one by one, while inside her, chaos and confusion slowly brewed. And in that chaos, the snake whispered. "You should go for him, what are you waiting for, good bitch?" Snowflake purred with a sharp grin and a filthy mouth. And finally, after countless moments of self-doubt, denial, and battling the war inside her heart, Helena gathered what little courage she had. She clenched it tightly in her shaking hands. She decided to stop running. She came to face him, directly, face to face. No more hiding. No more shadows. No more silence. It was time to confront her heart. It was time to confront her love. Helena sat nervously on the bed, her hands trembling in her lap. Her breath was unsteady, her chest tight. And then she saw him, Ether, stepping into the room, calm as ever. Ether smiled gently. "Looks like you finally decided, ah." Helena gave a stiff nod, her face blank, her emotions sealed behind an indifferent mask. She muttered, almost coldly, "Yeah. I came here to give you my answer." Ether nodded softly. He pulled a chair in front of her and sat down, folding his arms across his chest. "I'm ready," he said, waiting, truly ready to listen. Helena was silent for a long second. Her lips parted, closed, and opened again. Then, finally, the dam cracked. You tricked me," she began, her voice trembling with the weight of the pain inside her. "You made me feel something I never felt before, something real. You reached into me, touched a place I didn't even know existed. You didn't just trick me. You made me believe. And not just me, you made other women fall for you, too. One after another, they gave you their hearts. And you used them like they were nothing. Like they were toys for your amusement." Her voice cracked, eyes glistening. "And now you dare to say you love them? How dare you?" She screamed, her voice raw with fury, betrayal, and heartbreak. Ether took a slow breath. He didn't speak. Not yet. He let her speak first, he let her bleed it all out. And she did. She poured it all out, every feeling she had buried. The anger, the fear, the heartbreak, the confusion. Every ignored moment, every fake smile, every lie. It came rushing out like a flood bursting through a cracked dam. "I loved you, Ether. I really did. I still do. But I'm scared. I'm so damn scared." Her voice shook with every word. "The fear that you'll lie to me again, that fear eats at me, makes me question everything. Makes me question whether my love even matters to you. Do you think I'm a fool? What do you really want? Freedom, right? You wanted freedom. Well, now you've got it, then why are you still here? Why are you still inside my heart like a ghost, haunting me, torturing me?" She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at his face, her hands trembling. Ether didn't flinch. He let it hit him. He let her be. Tears streamed down Helena's cheeks, uncontrollably now. Her voice broke, softer, rawer. I really want to live. I want to be happy. I want someone who will love me, just once, without lies, without games. I just wanted something real. She sobbed, each word struggling to leave her lips. "I'm just an orphan. My mother abandoned me. I don't even know who my father is. I grew up with no one. No warmth, no love. I'm just nobody. And then you came, Ether, you gave me hope. You made me believe someone like me could be loved. But now now you're telling me all of that was false. That it meant nothing? She looked into his eyes, face broken, trembling from pain too deep to describe. How cruel are you, Ether, how could you do this to me? Did you think you could just play with me and walk away? You think no one would care? That no one would come for someone like me? You're right. I'm just nobody. Ether clenched his fists the moment he heard her words. His eyes trembled ever so slightly, pain flickering deep within them. He stood up slowly, each step heavy, before walking toward her, and without a word, he wrapped his arms tightly around her. Helena flinched, caught off guard by the sudden warmth pressing against her trembling frame. Her voice cracked as she muttered, "What? Trying to console me now? After ignoring me like I was a nothing? After walking away without a word? After treating me like a stranger?" Her voice broke between sentences, the pain behind each word heavier than the last. Ether said nothing. He held her tighter in silence, his chin resting against her shoulder, breathing in her scent like he was afraid to lose it again. Helena just stared at his face blankly. There was no smile on her lips, no softness in her gaze, only a quiet, suffocating storm. She could feel his worry, feel the tightness in his body, the way his arms trembled slightly around her. And yet, his face looked calm, almost normal. "How can you hide it so well?" she whispered, her voice low, broken, and full of disbelief. "I really don't understand you, Ether." Ether gave a faint, bitter smile. For the first time, his voice came out like a whisper drenched in regret. "Neither do I." He gently raised his hand and patted her head, a soft, trembling touch full of guilt. "I'm not the good guy, Helena. I lied to you. I tricked you. I made you believe in things I didn't deserve. I cheated your heart. But, you were never nobody to me. Never." His voice faltered for a second as he swallowed hard, holding back a wave of emotion. "I don't care about your past. I don't care who your mother or father were. What I care about is the woman in front of me. This woman, this beautiful, broken, pure-hearted woman, I love her. I love her more than anything I've ever known. Even if the world says it's wrong, even if I don't deserve to say it. I just want you to know now, I love you, Helena. From my heart. Until the end." He leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. It was soft, trembling, and tender. A single tear formed in his eye as he pulled back just enough to look at her face. And in that moment, she smiled faintly, one of those rare, lovely smiles that used to make his heart skip. But it didn't last. Helena stared at his face, her expression going still again. And then she parted her lips and spoke, her voice flat, emotionless, but final. "Let's end this, Ether." Chapter 1095, I Promise on My Soul. "Let's end this, Ether." Ether blinked. For a second, everything around him seemed to stop. The room, the air, even time itself. His breath hitched in his throat. His chest tightened. His heart felt like it had been pierced by a quiet blade as her words echoed again and again in his ears, louder than any scream. It hurt more than he imagined. Ether finally let out a soft hum, a sound that trembled with sorrow and a broken kind of acceptance. A quiet surrender. "I see," before he could truly acknowledge her words, when. "Start again." "Huh?" Ether blinked, startled, confused. His eyes widened as he looked at her with a puzzled, almost dazed expression. Helena smiled softly. Her lips trembled faintly, but her eyes had turned warm, so warm it made his chest ache. She was no longer cold or distant. She had never looked more gentle. With a slow motion, she stepped forward and revealed the beautiful flower bouquet she had hidden behind her back. She moved from the bed with trembling knees, then knelt before him on the floor, a woman laying her heart bare. She said with a tender, vulnerable smile, her voice barely above a whisper, "Let's start again, Ether. This time, I don't want anything forced between us. No masks. No chains. No reasons or excuses. Just feelings, real feelings. I want you to fall for me, for who I truly am, just me, with all my flaws, my fears, my heart that only beats for you. Can you fall in love with me again?" Her voice cracked at the end as she blinked through her tears, trying so hard not to cry. Her fingers clenched the bouquet tightly, and her shoulders shook ever so slightly. She hadn't come up with this on a whim. This moment, this confession, it was born from days of pain, nights of tears, and countless hours of doubt. She had spoken to Sarah, her mentor, her guide, the woman who had once walked the same path, the woman who was also someone Ether had once touched in his own twisted way. She knew Sarah wasn't just another girl. No. She was someone who had seen the depth of Ether's world, just like Helena had. Helena had asked questions. She had begged for answers. She needed to know what she was missing, what made her feel like she was never enough. And Sarah. Sarah had told her the truth. A truth so raw that it left Helena speechless for a moment. After all, Ether had asked Sarah to be honest with her. He wanted no more lies between the people he loved. Sarah told her everything, how at first, she hated it. Hated being pulled into Ether's world. Hated the lies, the manipulation, the shame. How she felt betrayed, used, lost. And yet, above all that pain, her love remained. Her love didn't shrink. It grew. Sure, he lied. Sure, he tricked. Sure, he played with hearts like toys. But if there was one thing, just one thing, that wasn't a lie, it was that he loved her. And Sarah. Sarah loved him too. So much, too much, it broke her. It shattered her from the inside. It wasn't some sweet, pretty love. It was messy, complicated, and painful. But it was real. She knew deep in her soul that without him, she was nothing. She was empty. She was incomplete. She wanted to feel alive again. To feel her heart beat with meaning. To feel his touch. His warmth. His voice. His love. So what if there were other women? So what if she had to share a piece of his heart? That didn't make her love any less pure. And even if there came a day when Ether no longer loved her. "I will kill him," Sarah had said with a dark, emotional intensity in her voice, "and kill myself." The words chilled Helena. They scared her. But Sarah wasn't being dramatic. She meant it. Sarah told her that's what Ether wanted, that intensity, that obsession, that devotion that burned even when everything else turned to ash. He had whispered it to Sarah on the day they became one. The day they gave in to their deepest desires. Helena didn't understand all of it. She didn't know how love could be that dangerous. That wild. But one thing she knew without a doubt, Sarah wasn't joking. Sarah was dead serious. Still. "But I know, he wouldn't," Sarah had muttered afterward, her voice soft, laced with affection and calm certainty, just like Helena's voice used to sound once, long ago. It wasn't just a belief. It wasn't just hope. There was truth in her tone. Something deeper than words. And that's when Helena realized the real reason behind her torment. The thing that had been gnawing at her heart all this time. It wasn't the other women. It wasn't even betrayal. It was fear. A childhood fear. She was afraid Ether would leave her. Afraid he'd forget her. Just like her mother had. She was terrified of being left in the shadows. Of fading into the background. Of becoming just a forgotten name in his long, chaotic story. Her lips trembled. Her voice barely came out. "See, can you love this not worthy woman?" she asked, not to test him, but because she truly doubted herself. Her voice was so small, so broken. As if she didn't believe she deserved love anymore. As if his words had pierced her too deeply when he once said, he was forced to love her. Who wouldn't crumble after hearing that? Ether looked at her with such softness that it felt like time slowed again. He smiled, weakly, but with truth in his eyes. And slowly, he lowered himself onto his knees before her. His hand gently took hers. His other hand reached out and accepted Helena's bouquet. "If anything," he said softly, his voice raw and real, "it's you who should be thinking. Can you love this not worthy man?" He stared into her eyes, refusing to look away. "Because every part of me, every shattered, broken part of me, only wants to be whole again, with you." Helena bit her lips as fresh tears streamed down her cheeks. Her voice trembled like a fragile thread, and no more tricks. Ether slowly nodded, his eyes locked with hers. "Never. Not again. I swear." "And no more lies?" she asked again, like a scared child desperately needing to hear the truth this time. "I would never lie to you," he said firmly, almost pleading, his voice trembling with guilt and longing. Helena hiccuped like a heartbroken little girl as her tear-soaked face crumpled, her fingers twitching against the bouquet. "And no more, leaving?" That broke him. Without thinking, Ether leaned forward and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a deep, desperate embrace. "I would never abandon you, never ever," he whispered into her hair, his voice shaking with raw emotion. "I promise on my soul, Helena. I swear it on everything I am." He hugged her tighter, as if he feared she'd vanish if he let go. And just like that, Helena collapsed into his arms. Like a dam that had barely been holding itself together for days finally gave out, she burst into a sobbing wail. "Oh oui," she cried out as she clenched his shirt tightly, burying her soaked face into his shoulder. "Why you know how lonely I felt when you didn't talk to me," she wailed, her voice cracking as emotion surged out of her like floodwaters. "How could you be so cold to me? Oh oui. And then you acted like I didn't even exist anymore. Oh oui, how could you do that to me?" Ether's heart twisted with every word. He hugged her tighter, gently rubbing her back as her sobs echoed through the room. He pulled her gently from his shoulder and cupped her cheeks with his trembling hands. When he looked into her teary, flushed face, his heart skipped a beat, and for a second, it felt like he bled inside. Her crying face, the pain she held, it shattered him. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he choked out before leaning in and kissing her cheeks. "Chew. I'm sorry. Chew. 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 I'm so sorry, Helena." He whispered between every kiss, his lips moving across her tear-stained cheeks, her temples, her nose, everywhere his regret could reach. Helena sniffled, still crying, but a tiny laugh escaped her lips. "Ha, it tickles," she murmured as she smiled, genuinely, for the first time in what felt like forever. She saw his face, his worried, relieved, tender expression, and her heart finally settled. This week had been frantic. Her mind, her body, her heart had been restless since the moment he left. But now that he was here, now that he returned to her, everything inside her calmed down. Not just her tears. Not just her fears. Her soul settled. I really do love you, Ether, she whispered with the purest, most innocent tone, like a girl confessing for the first time. Ether couldn't stop himself. He leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. Helena's eyes widened at first, but then slowly, gently, she smiled into the kiss and returned it with all the warmth in her heart. "I really love you too, Helena," he murmured softly as their lips parted. "You have no idea what I was going to do if you rejected me. I almost panicked when you said that. I almost lost myself." Helena grinned as she wiped her nose with the back of her hand like a child. "And now you feel it? Ha. That's exactly why I told you that," she said playfully, as if she'd done it on purpose, even though her tears said otherwise. "Oh." Ether blinked, surprised, then chuckled. His eyes glistened, tears forming in the corners again as he whispered, "I'm sorry." Helena reached up and gently wiped the corners of his eyes with her fingers. "Why, you idiot," she whispered, smiling through her tears. "I would never leave you, even if you left me first." After all, her mother did leave her when she was a child, and yet she searched for her mother, right? Not for revenge or anything, just to see her mother doing well. That's Helena. She leaned forward and rested her forehead gently against his. Ether smiled deeply. "Excuse me, miss, you're not allowed to leave, and neither am I. You belong to me, and I belong to you. Forever. You should never, ever think about escaping from my love, dear," he said in a low, possessive tone that sent shivers down her spine. Helena blinked, caught off guard by that voice. Her face turned bright red. "Ha ha ha." She let out a breathy laugh, her heart fluttering in her chest. Then, with a whisper, cheeks flushed and eyes lowered, she asked softly, "If so, then, see, can't you mark me? Like you did with the archpriestess?" Ether raised an eyebrow, mildly stunned. His eyes slowly widened as he looked at Helena's beet-red face, her watery eyes shyly avoiding his gaze. Her request wasn't just flustered, it was filled with longing. With desire. With love. She was ready. And she wanted him to know it. Chapter 1096, You're Mine. I Want It All. Ether and Helena were cuddling each other on the bed. After a long, aching time of longing, they simply couldn't hold it back anymore. Their bodies were tangled so tightly, not even the air dared to pass between them. Their hearts pounded in rhythm, almost as if the universe had held its breath just for this moment. Helena let out a soft chuckle, feeling the intensity of his hold. She could sense it in every inch of his grip, see it in the glassy warmth of his eyes. He had missed her far too much. Ether gazed at her with a deep, tender warmth as he leaned in, brushing his nose against hers and whispered gently, "You know what that meant, right?" His voice was soft, almost reverent, as though the words were a sacred prayer meant only for her ears. Helena's cheeks turned a delicate red as she lowered her gaze, her voice trembling as she muttered, "See, come on, you're the one who taught me all that, remember?" Ether chuckled quietly. Of course, it was him. He had been the one to taint this once innocent saintess, corrupting her gentle purity with his love, his lust, his unrelenting desire. She was asking for something more, something she had never asked for before. Ether smiled softly and lifted her chin, gazing into her flushed, glowing face. Her cheeks were stained with the delicate residue of dried tears from her earlier, emotional confession. And yet, in those golden eyes of hers, there was still a tender ache, a raw, unspoken need that shimmered with warmth and longing. Ether's mind wandered for a brief second. Was she doing this just for him? Just to be close? Or did she truly desire this with all her being, her heart, her body, her soul? "There's no need to worry about anyone else," he began, but Helena gently shook her head, cutting him off with a soft but firm voice. "No, this isn't about others," she whispered, her expression turning solemn, eyes wide with vulnerability and yearning. I just want to be one with you. I want to feel you inside me, feel all of you, Ether. I want to give myself completely, to show you how much I love you. How much I need you." Her voice trembled with emotion, her lips quivering as she asked, "Can I? Please, can I?" Ether stared at her for a few seconds. It wasn't like he was holding back before, it was more that, her flower, her core, was delicate and small. He wasn't sure if she could handle his size. When he had fingered her before, even one finger had barely fit. She had clenched so tightly, it was almost like her body was still too innocent for his hunger. Helena, cheeks now glowing with helpless heat, added with a trembling blush, ever since you touched me there. I've been feeling this itch." Her voice cracked as her eyes grew teary, shame creeping into her face. I didn't want to say it, it's embarrassing, but, even when I try to comfort myself, the itch doesn't go away, Ether, it just keeps getting worse." Her voice dipped into a whimper as she reached for his hand and slowly, desperately guided it between her thighs. Please. I need your hand. I need you." Helena had never spoken like that before. But the truth was, ever since they'd done naughty things, explored their lust, she had been feeling this strange, relentless itch at her flower. She had tried to soothe it with her fingers, her pillow, soft grinding, but nothing worked. And now, being this close to him, to the scent of his skin and the warmth of his breath, that itch turned into a burning, throbbing need. Ether blinked, stunned at first, then slowly, his lips curved into a devilish grin. "Look who's been naughty," he teased with a low growl as he gently flipped her onto her back, pinning her beneath him. He leaned down and kissed her deeply, possessively, hungrily. He trailed soft kisses downward, slow and sensual, her chin, her delicate throat, her slender collarbone. His mouth was warm, wet, and greedy. He paused when his lips hovered above her clothed chest. Her heart was beating so wildly beneath her skin, it almost made him dizzy. Helena's entire face was burning red. She turned her head to the side, unable to meet his eyes, and muttered in a soft, pleading voice, "Light, turn off." Ether blinked, then looked at her flushed, shy expression. She was so timid, so vulnerable, so heartbreakingly beautiful that his already hard shaft twitched with intense hunger. It was like a feast laid bare before him, and his body ached just from the sight. "Control yourself, man." Ether groaned internally, struggling to keep his restraint. With a wave of his hand, the lights vanished, leaving them under the soft glow of the moonless light and the golden stars scattered across the night. Her golden hair spread like silk across the bed, her golden eyes flickered with love, nervousness, and carnal heat. She looked like an angel trembling, waiting to be lovingly, sinfully tainted. Ether gulped and leaned forward, burying his face in her breasts, nuzzling the soft mounds through the fabric, feeling her heat and trembling desire. Helena let out a shy little moan as she bit her lip, her body shivering from the strange, ticklish sensation. She was feeling something new, something weirdly hot and sticky forming in her core. Ether inhaled her warmth and sent into his lungs like a drug, then looked up and murmured, "Shall I?" Helena nodded, lips trembling, her breath shaky. Her eyes were so filled with trust and passion, it made his chest tighten. Ether slowly, gently began undressing her, every motion soft, every brush reverent. He handled her like a precious treasure, as if her body was made of crystal. Soon, only her white bra and white panties remained. She looked so pure, so untouched, yet burning with lust. Ether gulped again as he slowly lifted her blouse further, revealing her bare, perfect breasts, two soft, curvy mounds with delicate, perked pink nipples standing shy and stiff in the cool air. So pink. So inviting. So erotic. Helena's entire face went beet red. She quickly covered her face with her hands, as if the sight was too much to bear. She didn't want to see herself like this, not this exposed. Not this shameless. Ether didn't push her, because he knew. If she did, she'd be traumatized for sure. Definitely. Ether's eyes stayed locked on her bare chest, his breath deepening, his cock twitching beneath the thin fabric of his pants. Her boobs, they were even more beautiful than he remembered, round, plump, soft like warm pillows, their curves perfectly shaped to be held, kissed, devoured. Her pink nipples stood proudly, begging for attention, already hard and stiff from his teasing and her shy arousal. He leaned in slowly, reverently, as if kneeling before something holy, before lust twisted inside him and he gave in to the heat. "Gods!" he whispered under his breath as his hands reached out and cupped her full mounds gently, his fingers sinking into the soft flesh like warm dough. "You're so soft, so perfect." On. Helena whimpered, her body jolting slightly at the first squeeze, the sudden contact sending a rush of tingling straight down to her needy, wet flower. She curled her fingers tightly over her eyes, face turning redder by the second. Ether chuckled softly, lovingly, and began to knead her breasts with slow, circular motions, his thumbs brushing across her nipples, teasing them, watching them twitch under every touch. "Your nipples are already so stiff, so soft Ariela, he murmured, his voice deep and thick with want. Helena let out a muffled whimper, her legs rubbing together, her back arching just slightly. "Don't say it like that," she whispered, her voice melting, her breath getting shallower with every second. Ether lowered his head, bringing his lips just above her right nipple, his hot breath washing over it. Helena gasped, her hands twitching, her lips parting. And then, she moaned aloud as his mouth closed around her nipple, sucking gently, slowly, erotically. His tongue swirled around the sensitive bud, flicking it in slow, teasing circles before pulling it between his lips with a wet, hungry pop. His hand continued to massage her other breast, squeezing her curves with adoration and unspoken hunger. Helena's hips writhed under him, and her voice cracked into shameless moans, "Ah! Ether! It's, feels weird." "It's not weird," he whispered, lifting his head for just a moment to smirk before taking the other nipple into his mouth, this time sucking harder, greedier. "It's your body craving mine, your boobs are so sensitive, aren't they?" "Han," she cried out as he drew her nipple in deeper, letting it stretch and press against the roof of his mouth. His tongue flicked furiously now, relentless, then slow again, tormenting her with wet rhythms of pleasure. He sucked harder, greedier, drooling over the soft mounds as he bit down slightly, just enough to make her shudder and arch into his face. Helena's fingers trembled as she grabbed the sheets. Her body couldn't lie, her boobs were pulsing with pleasure, nipples throbbing, heat flowing straight down to her dripping entrance. Ether. Am too much, my boobs feel hot, too hot, she whimpered, trying to pull her chest away, but he held her in place, his hands firm around her curves. Too much, he growled between sucks. Then I'll slow down, or maybe I won't. He kissed the valley between her breasts, then trailed his tongue along the underside of each mound, leaving slick trails of saliva as he moved, worshipping them like sacred gifts. He licked, sucked, kneaded, and nuzzled, his face completely buried in her chest, groaning against her skin like a beast in heat. Helena moaned again, louder now, legs spreading instinctively, her toes curling, her mind spinning from the sheer attention he was giving her boobs. She had never known they could feel this good, this full, this sensitive, this sacred and sinful all at once. Her chest was heaving, nipples red and swollen, breasts slick with his saliva. His tongue dove back down again, sucking them with messy slurps, his nose pressed against her skin, breathing her in like she was made for him. Each kiss, each lick, each hot suck was a promise, of love, of lust, of the hunger he had held back for too long. You're mine, he murmured against her chest, one last deep kiss pressed to her left nipple, swirling it gently, passionately. All of you, your breasts, your heart, your wet little pussy. I want it all. Chapter 1097, I want to become one with you. You're mine, he murmured against her chest, one last deep kiss pressed to her left nipple, swirling it gently, passionately. All of you, your breasts, your heart, your wet little pussy. I want it all. Helena blushed, hearing his naughty possessive words. Ether slowly lifted his face from her breasts, lips glistening with the mix of his saliva and her warmth, and looked down at Helena, her body quivering, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her nipples still red and aching from his mouth. But his hunger hadn't been satisfied, no, it had only grown darker, deeper, and now, it was time to taste her in the most intimate place. His hand slid down her sides, fingers tracing the gentle curves of her waist, then slipping past the slope of her hips. Helena shivered under his touch, her thighs clamping shut instinctively. Ether, wait. She whispered, her voice cracking, body tightening with both fear and need. Her fingers curled against the bedsheets, her legs trembling. She was shy, her heart racing. She wasn't sure if she could let him see her there, not fully, not exposed like that. Ether paused, his voice soft but unyielding as he leaned up and kissed her navel. It's okay, he murmured, eyes filled with warmth and heat. I'll go slow. I won't do anything you don't want. But, Helena. I want to taste you. I want to kiss you down there. I want to drink every drop of you. Helena whimpered, breathless and flushed, her heart pounding so loud it echoed in her ears. This felt so wrong yet. Her thighs slowly relaxed, hesitating, but then parting just enough. That was all the invitation Ether needed. He lowered himself between her legs, his hands sliding to her soft inner thighs and gently spreading them wider, worshipfully, like he was opening a flower. His breath caught as he saw her soaked white panties, utterly drenched, clinging to her folds, revealing the outline of her precious, needy pussy. Helena, you're dripping, he groaned, voice deep and ragged with hunger. Aeon, don't say that, she moaned, turning her head in shame, but her hips bucked slightly toward him, betraying her desire. Ether brought his face closer, letting his nose brush against her clothed slit. He inhaled deeply, her scent was thick, raw, and intoxicating. It hit him straight in the cock. His mouth watered instantly. You smell so fucking sweet. He muttered, and then, without warning, he pressed his mouth against the fabric, licking her pussy through her panties. Ha. Helena gasped, arching her hips as her hands flew to cover her mouth. The feeling of his tongue moving through the soaked cloth, pressing against her clit, dragging over her folds, was so embarrassingly good it made her legs tremble uncontrollably. Ether groaned into her core, grinding his tongue against her slit like a starved man licking honey from silk. But that wasn't enough. He wanted skin. He wanted to taste her raw. Slowly, he hooked his fingers into the waistband of her panties. "Can I take these off?" he asked, barely holding himself back. Helena nodded silently, her teary eyes squeezed shut, her hands clenched against her chest, her entire body quivering. It's not like he needed permission, rather. He's given her a hint of where he's going next so that she could prepare in her heart. He peeled the panties down slowly, agonizingly slow, revealing her glistening, flushed pussy beneath. Her folds were delicate and puffy, glistening with sticky wetness, and her clit stood out swollen and needy, throbbing in plain sight. Ether stared, completely enthralled. "Your pussy is beautiful." She covered her face with both hands, squirming. "Don't say it, idiot. It's embarrassing." But he didn't listen. He was already mesmerized, his mouth lowering, his tongue aching. He kissed her inner thigh first, then another, until he was right at her core. Then, gently, slowly, reverently, he gave her clit the first lick. She cried out, her legs jerking from the shock of direct contact. He smiled against her, then dove in. His tongue flattened against her slit and dragged up from her entrance to her clit, collecting all the sweetness she was leaking. The taste made his eyes roll back, warm, musky, honeyed nectar. He moaned deep in his throat as he lapped at her again, then again, greedier each time. "MNNNN. Ether, stop. I can't," she gasped, but her hips pushed against his face, her pussy twitching with every lick. Ether's tongue traced every fold of her cunt, tasting every bit of her slippery heat. He sucked on her clit, soft at first, then firmer, swirling his tongue around the swollen bud, feeling it throb against his lips. Slurp. His fingers spread her open wider as he dug in, licking deep between her folds, drinking her juices, slurping loudly like he was starving. Her wetness smeared across his lips, his chin, but he didn't care, he loved the mess. Loved that she was the mess. "Ah. So hot I feel so weird." Helena moaned louder, her thighs trying to close again but failing. "Why you're licking too much." He grinned wickedly between her legs, then kissed her clit again, sucking it deep into his mouth. "You're so wet, so swollen, your clit's throbbing like crazy," he groaned against her. "You want to come on my tongue, don't you?" "DMMFF, don't say that," she cried, overwhelmed, her body unable to resist. Helena's moans were no longer shy whispers, they were raw, trembling cries of helpless pleasure, her body squirming beneath Ether's mouth as he licked her relentlessly, hungrily. Her thighs trembled on either side of his head, her pussy soaking wet, folds twitching, clit pulsing hard with every flick of his tongue. And still, he wanted more. His mouth remained locked to her clit, swirling and sucking, while his hand slipped between her legs. Two fingers hovered at her soaked entrance, watching how her pussy clenched and fluttered, begging, yet nervous. Ether's fingers pressed gently against her slick hole, feeling the heat, the tension, the tightness resisting his touch. "Nig." Helena flinched when she felt something entering her core. "Easy there. You're so tight," he whispered against her clit. Then, slowly, he pushed one finger in. "Ah," Helena cried out, her back arching instantly. Her pussy clenched hard around his finger, wet heat wrapping him in a pulsing grip. He went slow, exquisitely slow, letting her feel every inch as he sank deeper inside her tight core. Her walls hugged him so tightly, like her body didn't want to let go. So warm, so soft, your insides are sucking my finger in. He groaned, almost in disbelief. Helena's legs kicked softly, overwhelmed. It's too much. I feel so full. Ether. But Ether didn't stop. His finger began to move, curling slightly inside her as he dragged it in and out, pressing against her sweet, sensitive spots while his tongue returned to her clit, licking, circling, tasting her most sensitive bud over and over again. Her pussy spasmed from the dual sensations, his wet tongue on her clit, his finger deep inside her velvety walls. This. She clenched her pussy as she felt the feeling coming back, only his finger able to bring back the sensation. And then he added a second finger. Aha. Helena screamed into her hands, her hips jerking violently. Her pussy stretched tight around the intrusion, gripping his fingers hard, the slick sounds of her juices coating his knuckles. You're trembling. He said, voice husky, breathing against her heat. You're close, aren't you? Her response was a broken moan, her body twisting as she grabbed at the bedsheets, her walls fluttering with desperate need. Ether licked faster, tongue circling her clit with hungry devotion while his two fingers pumped into her steadily, each thrust pushing deeper, curling just right, massaging the soft spots inside her soaked tunnel. Let it all out, give it to me. I want to taste all of it. He whispered, voice shaking with love and heat. Helena couldn't take it anymore. The heat inside her exploded. Ether. Her entire body convulsed, her thighs clamping around his head, pussy spasming hard around his fingers. A burst of hot, gushing nectar flooded from her core, soaking his mouth and hand, dripping down her thighs. And Ether drank it. He pressed his mouth against her cunt and sucked her release directly from the source, his tongue lapping up every drop of her climax like it was sacred, like it was wine made only for him. You taste so good, so sweet. I'll never get enough of you. He groaned between licks, swallowing her essence with deep, greedy gulps. Helena sobbed through her orgasm, body shaking violently, breath broken, hands gripping the sheets in helpless surrender. Her pussy throbbed with aftershocks, still clenching around his slowly withdrawing fingers, aching, twitching, overstimulated and overflowing with love. Tears rolled down her cheeks, not from pain, but from the overwhelming flood of pleasure, the emotion, the love, the intimacy. She had never felt so known, so devoured, so loved. Ether kissed her inner thigh, his lips still slick with her nectar. He gazed up at her with wild, reverent eyes, face shining with her release. I love your pussy, Helena. He said softly, almost in awe. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever tasted. She turned her face away in utter shyness, hands covering her red cheeks as she whispered, trembling, why you're so mean. Ether chuckled inwardly as he looked at her dripping and gasping pussy. I think it can take me now with this wetness, he thought. Ether rose slowly from between her legs, his mouth glistening with her nectar, eyes glowing with love and hunger. Helena lay beneath him, flushed and panting, her golden hair spread across the bed like light, her breasts rising and falling with each ragged breath. He sat back and began to undress, his hands quietly peeling off his clothes, his body gradually revealed under the dim golden glow of the nightlit room. Helena's eyes widened, she had seen glimpses before, but now, her breath caught. His chest was sculpted, smooth and lean, the muscles shifting with quiet strength under pale skin dusted with a faint sheen of sweat. His shoulders broad, his waist narrow, every inch of him looked carved to perfection. But what stunned her more was not his form, it was how unreal it felt. Like someone born from a dream, a divine figure descending only for her. And then her gaze trailed lower, subconsciously, trembling, and nearly reached the stiff, throbbing shape between his legs. But Ether noticed. With a sudden sharpness in his breath, he reached down and gently tilted her chin up, guiding her eyes away. "Don't look," he whispered, voice almost pleading. Helena blinked before blushing heavily, realizing what she had done. Ether smiled faintly, a touch of shyness darkening his cheeks. "I just want to feel you, slowly, gently. I want to become one with you." Her lips trembled at those words. He leaned down and kissed her again, slowly, lovingly, before pressing their foreheads together. Then, he positioned himself between her legs, lining his hard, aching length at her dripping entrance. Her folds quivered under the touch, already so warm, already soaked from the waves of pleasure he'd poured into her. "Are you ready?" Ether whispered softly, his voice trembling slightly with restrained emotion. Helena lifted her gaze slowly, her eyes glistening with tears, not born from fear, but from the overwhelming torrent of affection and longing swelling within her heart. Her chest tightened with a tender ache, her breathing shaky, as she responded in a voice so soft and needy it was nearly a sigh, "Yes. I need to feel you inside me. I want to belong to you completely." Ether exhaled deeply, shakily, his heart hammering against his ribs as his hands lovingly traced the sensual curves of her waist, pulling her closer. His desire pulsed fiercely, nearly overwhelming, as he pressed forward, gently guiding himself to her welcoming softness. The heated tip of his throbbing hardness brushed against her delicate core, sending ripples of electric pleasure and nervous excitement coursing through her body. "Hick!" Helena gasped, her eyes widening sharply as she felt a sudden sharp sensation, a tearing, stretching feeling that surprised her, her body trembling with unfamiliar sensitivity. He halted immediately, his breath hitching in worry as he quickly glanced downward. He hadn't even fully entered her yet, the tip alone was proving to be a challenge. He never imagined there would come a day he'd wish his cock smaller. "What the hell?" "Oh, dear," he thought anxiously, "this is going to hurt her so much more than I thought." For a moment, he wanted to stop but then. I am okay, really, please go on," she murmured softly, her voice brave yet adorably shy, even as tears shimmered in the corners of her eyes. Ether's chest tightened painfully. She truly wanted this, didn't she? She was enduring this pain for their love, for the intoxicating, lustful connection they both so desperately craved. Nodding tenderly, he leaned down, peppering soft, gentle kisses upon her neck, along her collarbone, and lower still onto her trembling chest. He moved with careful, erotic tenderness, hoping the sensual caresses would soothe the tension radiating through her lovely curves. Slowly, he lifted his head again, gazing into her beautiful, tear-filled eyes. But then, suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. "Fuck," he cursed mentally, recalling something, "I guess that's the only way." Gathering his courage, he leaned close, brushing his lips against her ear, his voice gentle and tinged with guilt. There is something I haven't told you. Something I lied about." Helena stiffened slightly, her emotional haze momentarily broken. Annoyance and confusion replaced her shyness, causing her lovely features to scrunch in adorable irritation. She huffed softly, forgetting their intimacy seriously. "Now," she said with a pout, her flushed cheeks puffed cutely, anger momentarily overshadowing her shyness. "You better tell me everything right now, or else I'll really." She trailed off, unable to fully form a threat. Ether smiled warmly. "It's that, you weren't my target," he murmured tenderly. Helena tilted her head in bewildered confusion, the annoyance fading rapidly as her brain slowly processed his words. Her lips parted in shock as comprehension dawned. Wah, hikk. Before she could voice her surprise fully, she gasped sharply, her body instinctively arching upward as she suddenly felt a breathtaking fullness deep inside her core. Ether grinned to himself. Success, he cheered silently, almost biting his tongue to get hard. Hard? Yes. And yet, somehow, his cock, so ready and aching a moment ago, was suddenly slack, small. What the heck? He could do that? Chapter 1098, She had crossed the edge. How in the hell was that possible? His cock was not hard. How? Well, pretty damn easy. All Ether had to do was, just remember what LACKEY'S had told him, and yeah. That thing, that single, haunting memory was enough to calm his cock like flipping a switch. It shut down all his arousal, just like that. Using her moment of dazed shock, his soft cock slowly, gently pushed into her warm pussy without resistance. Her walls, still slick and eager, welcomed him as he slid inside, like a thick, heavy snake being squeezed tightly by her velvet-soft inner folds. And even though he was soft, she still felt so full. So impossibly full. It was pushing deep, rubbing places inside her untouched before, even breaking her precious maidenhood. So he had this much power, even while being soft. Helena's mind spun. She couldn't understand what the hell was happening. Just moments ago, he told her she was his target, and now not. What the hell was he doing to her heart? Helena's eyes welled up with tears, her voice trembling. Then why did you lie to me, she whimpered, but before she could even finish asking, her breath hitched. Ether began to slowly move his soft cock inside her pussy. Her eyes widened, her body arched from the unexpected stimulation. Wait, she gasped, her arms wrapping tightly around him as if clinging to sanity. Her nails dug into his shoulders, dragging against his skin as he slowly and deliberately pressed his hips into hers, again and again. Even though it was soft, it was warm, thick, and alive. Her pussy was throbbing, squeezing it with every motion, as if trying to pull him deeper, to keep him inside forever. Ether gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed. It felt surreal, like his body was acting on its own, while his mind was lost somewhere in that thing. He could feel every inch of her warmth, every wet ripple of her tight pussy sucking him in, clenching like it didn't care if he was hard or soft. It wanted him. Needed him. But still. That memory, it held him back not to going hard. Helena groaned, her voice cracking with pain. For a few agonizing minutes, it felt like her insides were being scraped with something sharp. Even though his cock wasn't hard, her body reacted as if it was tearing through her core. But she bit her lips, trembling, refusing to let him see how much it hurt. She didn't want him to stop. She didn't want to break this fragile connection. In their own ways, both of them were trying not to hurt the other, each pushing through pain, through confusion, just to stay connected. And then, something shifted. Slowly, gently, her pussy began to adjust, began to accept him. The pain softened, replaced with tingling warmth, a slow build of sweetness spreading from her core. Ether it feels weird Helena moaned, her voice trembling with confusion and arousal. She couldn't understand it, but her pussy was starting to feel good. So good. That strange, scraping discomfort faded, replaced by a deep, erotic pleasure that was starting to bloom inside her. Her body shuddered, her legs wrapped around his waist, her hips grinding softly against him, as if trying to draw out more. Her nipples grazed against his chest, her breath hot and broken. Her pussy pulsed around his soft cock like it was learning to love the shape of him, memorizing his touch. It didn't matter that he wasn't hard. Her body still wanted it. Wanted him. Ether looked down at her flushed face, her messy hair sticking to her cheeks, her eyes filled with confusion and lust, and smiled softly. There was love in that smile. A hint of guilt. A breath of longing. But also heat that burned deeper than mere instinct. It was romantic, erotic, raw. He moved again. Slowly. Deeply. Pressing into her, letting her feel every inch of his soft cock rubbing through her slick, swollen pussy. The sensation wasn't hard or fast, but it was thick, filling, hot, dragging against her folds in a way that made her moan louder, trembling like her soul was being touched. Ether, Helena whispered again, her voice small and trembling, like she was afraid of the feelings crashing through her chest. Her pussy, now adjusted to his soft cock, kept fluttering around it, like it was kissing him from inside. Every slow push he made into her tight, wet folds sent sparks through her nerves, not from pressure, but from the deep emotional intimacy that grew with every motion. Ether, I feel all. I don't she breathed shakily against his ear. Her cheeks were crimson, her lips parted in soft panting. Her voice trembled with innocence, overwhelmed lust. Ether didn't answer with words. He leaned forward and kissed her, slowly, deeply. His lips moved with hunger, with gentleness. His tongue slipped between her lips, claiming her, meeting hers in a wet, erotic dance. Helena moaned into his mouth, her legs twitching with instinct as her pussy clenched tight around his soft cock once more. The friction, it wasn't hard. But it was thick. Hot. Alive. So real that it stole her breath with every sensual glide. Her pussy was dripping now. Slick, clenching, trembling with raw need. She didn't even understand why she was this horny, this wet, this sensitive. But she couldn't stop. Her pussy clung to him like it was scared, like it wanted to swallow him whole, like it didn't care how soft or slow or gentle he was. Ether, it feels so good. Why you? Helena whimpered, her fingers tangled in his hair, tugging him closer, kneading him deeper. I do, I feel it too, Ether whispered. He kissed her neck, then dragged his tongue slowly across her collarbone, tasting the salt of her sweat and the warmth of her skin. Honestly, only he knew how impossible it was not to get hard now. She was breaking him. He lowered his mouth, kissing down her chest, his lips soft but hungry. He dragged his tongue slowly between the soft valley of her trembling breasts. Her nipples were already hard, so sensitive, so needy for him. He kissed around them first, teasing, tasting the heat rising off her skin. Then he finally closed his lips around one, sucking it gently, letting his tongue flick across the tip as Helena cried out, squirming beneath him. Ether, she gasped, her voice cracking with a pleasure she wasn't ready for. Her thighs trembled, and her pussy twitched again, clenching tight around his soft cock. Her insides didn't care anymore. Even if her mind was confused, her pussy knew what it wanted. It wanted him. So badly. Her pussy squeezed again, shivering as if trying to pull him in deeper. Ether groaned into her chest, feeling her body react, feeling her warmth soaking around him. And slowly, inch by inch, his cock started to respond. His soft, slick shaft began to throb. To swell. To harden. Inside her. I feel weird, Ether, Helena moaned, her thighs locking tighter around his waist. Her hips rolled upward instinctively as she felt his cock getting harder, stretching her, slowly expanding inside her tender, wet pussy. It was like her core was being filled again, reshaped around him. Every throb of him made her body light up with heat. Ether closed his eyes, biting down on his lip as he tried to hold back. But it was impossible. Her warmth, her love, her moans, the way her pussy pulsed around his soft cock, begging, dripping, desperate for more, he couldn't stay soft anymore. His cock hardened slowly, deliciously, inside her. Each throb made her gasp. Each stretch made her tighten. Ether, it's growing, it's getting big, inside me. Helena cried out in a shy, breathy voice, her voice breaking with disbelief and shameful awe. How did you do that? She almost screamed, her tone high, fragile, like a girl at the edge of something she couldn't understand. Her nails dug deep into his back, leaving crescent-shaped marks as her hips arched up uncontrollably, trying to pull him in even deeper. She didn't mean to. Her body just moved on its own. Ether's cock was now fully hard, thick, stretched, and pulsing deep inside her, reshaping her small, tight pussy into a trembling hole molded perfectly for him. He began to move, slow at first, then deeper, then harder. Each thrust sent a ripple through her core, her pussy stretching, squeezing, accepting more of him than she ever thought was possible. His length pushed into her with increasing force, and her pussy began to open wider around him, being stretched into the perfect shape of his cock. Her soft walls twitched and fluttered, wet and heated, wrapping around his hardness like a velvet sheath of lust. She was stuffed. Completely filled. And it wasn't stopping. Helena's mind started to sway, to shake, to shatter. It was too much. Too real. Too powerful. A storm of emotion and pleasure was swelling in her chest, her stomach, her very soul. It was like she was going to die. And no, she screamed, her voice cracking in a high-pitched wail. Her eyes were wide, her pupils glassy, unfocused. This was the first time she had ever felt anything like this, the first time pleasure and fear twisted together so tightly, so violently, it broke something inside her. Her body convulsed, trying to resist the overwhelming feeling. She pushed at his chest, tried to twist away, her limbs trembling, her skin burning. She didn't know what was happening to her. She didn't know who she was anymore. She tried to crawl away, dragging her sweaty, limp body backward on the bed, her legs weak, her pussy still dripping and gaping open from being stretched too wide by him. Too much. Too much. She muttered with a dazed, hazy tone, her voice lost and quivering. Drool slipped from the corner of her lips, her face flushed red, her body soaked in sweat. Her pussy was convulsing around nothing now, twitching as if it missed the weight of him already. Tea time out. But Ether didn't let her go. He grabbed her wrist gently, but firmly, and pulled her back into his arms, her body crumpling against his. He stared into her teary, trembling eyes. He looked calm, but his cock throbbed hard against her slick thighs, thick and ready. "We're just starting," he whispered, his voice deep, slow, and hypnotic. Then his lips curved into a dangerous smirk. "I'll show you the real heaven." Helena's eyes widened. Her heart stopped. Her breath caught. Her face turned pale, as if her soul realized something terrifying, something wonderful, something forbidden. Her body shook in his arms. And then her pussy clenched again, just from those words. Her lust called out to him silently, through every soft shiver, every trembling squeeze between her thighs. She didn't understand what was happening. But her pussy knew. Ether kissed her again, rougher now, more possessive, and pressed her down flat on the bed as he slid his cock back into her soaked, needy hole. It was like pushing into heaven, slick and warm and impossibly tight. She gasped, her entire body jolting as his full hardness drove into her pussy all over again, filling her to the core. Helena's arms flailed, her breath hitched into broken moans, and her eyes lost focus entirely. Ether, I can't take it, she wailed, tears running down her cheeks, her voice high and girlish and full of helpless desperation. Her legs wrapped tightly around his waist, locking him inside, like her body was scared of losing him even as it was overwhelmed by him. Her pussy felt stretched to its very limits. His cock was pounding into her now, deep, rhythmic, heavy thrusts that made her whole body bounce under him, her boobs jiggling with every slap of skin, every wet smack that echoed through the room. He didn't speak. He just groaned, deep and low, and grabbed her wrists, pinning them down beside her head. His pace grew faster. His cock gliding through her walls like it belonged there, like her pussy was shaped just for him. And it was. Ma, why does it feel, ma, this good, she gasped out, her face red, her lips trembling. Her thighs shook, her toes curled, and her pussy was now convulsing around him with each thrust like it was about to explode. I don't understand, she sobbed out, shame and lust mixing wildly in her voice. Why does it feel like I'm And then it happened. Her back arched off the bed violently, her hands gripping the sheets as her mouth fell open in a silent scream. Her pussy clamped down on his cock with a force that stunned them both, pulsing, milking him, spasming in raw, burning climax. Ether came. Helena came. So hard she forgot her name. Her innocent body convulsed wildly, shaking in a mess of pleasure and panic. Drool slid down her chin. Her eyes rolled back. She was gone, lost to the orgasm that shattered her heart and soul. Her pussy flooded with slick heat, clenching and trembling with each pulse as if trying to drain every last drop of him. She couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. She rarely knew what climax was supposed to feel like, but this was too much. This was heaven. Her chest heaved with every breath, her fingers twitching, legs spread wide as her pussy fluttered around his cock, still buried inside her, still hard, still throbbing. She forgot everything, who she was, what she feared, why she tried to run. All that existed now was the heat in her core, the cock inside her, and the love, lust, and helpless need tying her to ether in a way she'd never felt before. She had crossed the edge. And she wasn't coming back. Chapter 1099, Found You, Final. One Piece. It took some time for Helena to calm down, to return to the world after experiencing something so unbearably good. Ha. She breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling in soft, unsteady waves as her blurry, misty eyes looked toward Ether, who was staring back with a quiet, gentle smile that made her cheeks burn. Blushing deeply, she raised her hand and gave his shoulder a soft little punch, not enough to hurt, just enough to express something between bashful anger and flustered affection. I told you to stop, right? She pouted, puffing her cheeks like a sulking kitten trying to act tough. Ether chuckled quietly, leaning forward to press a light kiss to her damp forehead. His fingers reached down, and he gently, slowly pulled his softened cock from her soaked, fluttering pussy. Helena moaned faintly, her hips twitching as the thick, warm mix of their cum slowly trickled out of her, sliding down her thighs with an intimate wet heat. Without a word, he pulled her into his arms, laying her softly across his chest. She settled into him instinctively, her body still warm and weak, her legs tangled with his. Her eyes were already starting to close, her lids fluttering, her breath slowing. Ether could feel it, she was drifting off, exhausted and satisfied, lost in the glow of everything she just felt. Helena snuggled her cheek against his bare chest, a faint smile on her lips. Her body was completely relaxed, limp in the sweetest way, her fingers resting over his heart. Just as her eyes closed. Wait, she mumbled suddenly, her voice groggy but serious. What did you mean? I'm not your target. Her tone sharpened a little. Of course, she couldn't forget something like that, not after everything they just shared. Ether let out a soft sigh, brushing aside a few damp strands of hair from her cheek with a gentle touch. He looked thoughtful for a moment. That's the only lie I tell to all, he thought. He looked down at her with a quiet, tender expression. I'm sorry, Helena, but you're not the target. Her eyes widened a little. But you. The truth is. He whispered, Sarah was my target. I knew, if I said you weren't, but she was, she might have felt hurt, maybe even abandoned. I thought it would be easier, softer, if I told you both the same thing. Helena tilted her head and stared at him, eyes searching, lips parted slightly. Her brows furrowed. But then, why didn't you tell me the truth when we were alone? You had the chance. Ether smiled weakly. I thought about it, but even if, by some strange twist, you were my target after all. But I'm not, right? She interrupted, frowning again. Her pout returned, full force. Her cheeks puffed adorably, and her nose scrunched up in irritation. I was seriously so worried about this. You bastard. Ether gave another small, helpless laugh. I know. I know. You're not. But maybe. I just wanted Sarah to accept you. If she thought you were part of this too, maybe it would be easier for her to welcome you. I didn't want you to feel alone among others. Helena nodded slowly, trying to make sense of it, even if part of her still wanted to bite his shoulder in frustration. That's still, ugh. You could have told me the truth. Just me. Privately. I wanted you to accept me, for who I am, he said softly, almost under his breath. A guy who seduces his targets, who lies sometimes, but who's trying not to mess it all up. Helena blinked, her gaze lingering on his eyes. His words made sense. They hurt a little, but they were honest in their own way. She sighed and gently reached up, pinching his lips with 2 fingers, scolding him like a frustrated lover. You're so, idiot, she muttered, still pouting. Ether chuckled weakly, lips smushed in her fingers. Ha, yeah. I'm sorry again. She stared at him a few more seconds, then slowly let go of his lips. Her hand slid down to rest on his chest again. Honestly. IMGL. Add. She mumbled sleepily, her voice slurring gently at the edges before trailing into soft, peaceful snores. Ether looked down at her with a smile that was part relieved, part stunned. Today had been something else. He didn't expect things to go this far. He hadn't planned for any of it. And for a while, he truly feared Helena might have pulled away, shut him out completely. But instead, she accepted him. In her own clumsy, blushing, trembling way, she accepted everything. He would never forget that. He brushed a soft kiss to her forehead, whispering quietly into the night. Thank you, Snowflake. Hiss, came a sleepy hiss from under the table. As the night drifted slowly onward, the air around them softened. The room felt warmer, fuller. Ether closed his eyes, holding Helena tightly in his arms as she slept peacefully on his chest, still filled with his warmth. Outside, the starry sky hung silently above the quiet world. Except, in the Zephyr Empire. Inside the currently under construction academy. You need to handle the artificial stones with care and place them in section 24, on the third floor, near the new laboratory, Delphine instructed firmly. Her sharp gaze swept over the tired workers, who looked like they were ready to head home. Delphine had been engrossed in work ever since that day. She threw herself into it completely, using the endless tasks as a way to drown out unwanted thoughts and feelings. She had a goal: first, finish the academy. Her responsibilities came first, always. But that kind of dedication didn't apply to the workers, did it? They had been working since early morning until now. The least she could do was let them rest properly. Just then. Delphine, come on already. It's getting late. Everyone else has gone home. Let's grab some dinner, the principal, Dora, called out as she approached from the hallway, hands in her pockets and a lazy smile on her face. At the sight of their expected savior, the exhausted workers let out collective sighs of relief. Delphine frowned and exhaled heavily. But there are only a few boxes left. Forget the boxes. It's time. At least let them get some sleep if you're planning to keep working all night again, Dora said bluntly, placing a hand on her hip. Delphine paused, caught off guard for a moment, then looked down awkwardly. Before she could argue further, Dora casually reached out and began dragging her along, just like she'd done countless times before. Over the past few weeks, Dora and Delphine had spent more and more time together. Their frequent interactions had sparked quiet murmurs among the staff. Some had even begun to wonder, was Delphine going to be the next vice principal? Even though there were other senior staff who were more experienced and better known in the academy. Principal, if you keep treating me like this, the other professors might start resenting me, Delphine mumbled under her breath. Dora grinned. So what? Since when did you start caring about that? You've never let other people's opinions bother you before, have you? She said, staring at Delphine with an amused expression. Delphine let out a deep sigh. I'm telling you, I'm okay. I'm not some little girl nursing a broken heart. I'm mature enough to deal with my own emotions. Dora blinked. What the hell? I'm just dragging you to dinner because I didn't want to eat alone, woman. Delphine blinked as well, then frowned with a confused look. But haven't you always eaten alone anyway? Dora gave her a flat, unimpressed stare. Sigh. I had Alaric before, remember? That annoying man would never leave me alone in the first place, she muttered, rubbing her forehead like she was trying to push away an old headache. Now, are you coming or not? Well. You mentioned wanting an appraisal the other day, didn't you? I'm coming with you, Delphine answered quickly, her voice suddenly serious. Dora raised an eyebrow, then chuckled softly and shook her head. Without another word, she took Delphine to dinner. The workers, now free from her relentless supervision, exhaled in relief. One by one, they began heading home, dragging their feet as the long day came to a close. That damn woman, she's seriously working us to the bone, one of them muttered, rubbing his lower back with a grimace. Oi, watch your mouth. That's a representative professor you're talking about. You never know, she might end up as the next vice principal with how close she is to the principal. Yeah, better to stay on her good side. If she remembers us, we might get called back for better work in the future. Exactly. As they walked and talked, their tired voices fading into the night, something shifted nearby. Tap. 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 Tuck. The hell was that? Oh shit. What's going on? I just felt something run across my foot. TSK, probably just a stray cat or some rat sneaking around. And no, it didn't feel like that. I swear, it felt like fingers or something. TCH, you've been working too long. You're just imagining stuff now. Come on, let's go before your mind starts playing more tricks. Reluctantly, they picked up their pace and walked off into the night. And with that, silence once again settled over the academy. Except tap, 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 tap. In the faint glow of the unfinished structure, something moved among the debris. A severed arm, its skin pale and stitched crudely at the forearm, crawled slowly like a grotesque zombie limb. The fingers twitched and tapped over broken bricks and dust, as if feeling their way through the rubble, searching for something. Searching for a way out. Thud. It hit a wall. The fingers paused, then tapped rapidly again, irritated. The arm turned slightly left, then right, feeling its way in another direction. It began to scuttle along the floor again, slowly but persistently. And then, tuck. It hit something again. But this time, it wasn't a wall. It was a boot. A black boot, heavy and firm, planted in its path. The arm froze. A voice echoed softly above it, smooth but cold. Found you, final. One piece. A tall figure cloaked in a deep purplish-black hoodie bent down and picked up the twitching arm without hesitation. And in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the shadows. Chapter 1100, Naughty Saintess, Part 1. Helena was peacefully sleeping on Ether's bare chest, her soft breath tickling his skin, completely uncaring of the world around her. She looked like an innocent kitten curled up on her master. Her long lashes fluttered as consciousness slowly returned, her body shifting slightly. She groaned softly, still half dreaming, as her eyes opened a sliver, the dim room only faintly lit by the dark blue hue of dawn creeping through the window. The sky was still heavy with night, but Helena knew her routine. She had been waking up like this for years, always just before the light returned. Her body knew. She sat up slightly, rubbing her sleepy eyes with both hands, groggy and dazed. She mumbled, blinking blearily as her gaze shifted to Ether's face, calm, peaceful. She blinked again. And then, her eyes widened. Blood rushed to her cheeks as memories from the night before struck her like lightning. The moans. The sweat. The thrusts. The heat. Her pussy tightening around him. His breath in her ear. The way he held her down and poured himself deep inside again and again like he couldn't stop. Her heart skipped a beat. She gasped in a tiny whisper as her entire face turned beet red. Panicking, she shot up from the bed, her naked breasts bouncing lightly, nipples stiff from the cold morning air. She quickly tiptoed into the bathroom, her footsteps quick and flustered, her mind racing with images that wouldn't go away. Inside, she closed the door and leaned against it, panting quietly. What did we even do? Her cheeks blushed even more, she instantly shook those thoughts. She stepped into the bath, running warm water over her trembling skin. She sat down slowly, letting the heat embrace her, washing her thoroughly. Her fingers moved carefully, gently cleaning herself while her mind played everything on loop. She hummed softly, but there was a warm flutter in her chest that wouldn't go away. Her whole body felt satisfied. Completely full. It was a strange kind of full. Not just her womb. Her heart. Her body. Her soul. She smiled softly, the water rippling around her thighs as she whispered, "I feel so complete. Like I found something I've been searching for all my life." She paused. Like I reunited with someone I loved more than anything, more than even mother. Still, her face grew redder and redder. I can't believe we actually did something so wrong," she murmured, covering her burning face with both hands, hiding as if someone might walk in and scold her. She giggled nervously, bubbles forming around her skin as she scrubbed herself. Her hands hesitated for a second when they slid between her legs. That spot was still sore, still slightly swollen from being pounded so relentlessly last night. And yet, she didn't hate it. With a dreamy sigh, she finished her bath. She stepped out of the tub, droplets trailing down her curves as she dried herself, her skin glowing from the heat. She wrapped herself in a soft towel, pressing it around her chest, her hips swaying lightly as she tiptoed back to the room. Ether was still sleeping, half covered by the sheets. His bare chest rising slowly, one arm thrown lazily across the bed. "Lazy man," she muttered, smiling despite herself. "If the archpriestess saw me like this, she'd beat the shit out of me." Just as she was about to wear her clothes. Ah! She froze. Her eyes fell, and then widened in sheer shock. The dragon had risen. Her breath caught in her throat. There it was, proudly standing tall under the sheet, a thick, veiny, monstrous shape pressing up, stretching the fabric like a tower aching to be released. Her mind blanked. Her hand moved as she pulled the sheets in. "Wait, that went inside me? That huge thing? That thing?" She stared, throat dry, jaw trembling. Even though she'd seen it last night, felt it deep inside, filled with it over and over, seeing it now, so bold, so erect, so massive, it still terrified her. Her heart pounded. Her thighs squeezed together. Her body remembered. She couldn't stop staring. The head was dark, purplish, swollen. The veins were thick, throbbing along the shaft, the entire thing twitching slightly as if calling her. I really let that thing inside me, and I'm still alive," she whispered in disbelief. Her cheeks turned crimson. Her thighs rubbed subconsciously as a sinful heat built between her legs again. And no. Bad thoughts. Bad girl, she slapped her cheeks and shook her head violently. These are sacred things. You can't just do it again and again. But her hands drifted down. Her fingertips traced her flat, warm stomach, remembering how full she felt last night. Not just emotionally. All night, he poured everything into me, over and over. She whispered, biting her lip. Her other hand cradled her belly tenderly. "I might be pregnant now," she mumbled, her voice soft, glowing. She smiled with a tender warmth. "I'll be a mama, a good mama, the kind who feeds and kisses and loves her babies. I'll be the mama who always stays by their side." If Ether heard her now, he would definitely be coughing blood. Helena giggled, her face flushed with affection and pride, humming her own little song. "I'll be a mama, a sweet mama, the one who cooks and cuddles." But then, her eyes shifted back. That cock. Still there. Still throbbing. Still twitching. Still angry. Still proud. She paused. Her steps turned. Slowly. Like a curious kitten chasing a string. She tiptoed toward the bed, heart pounding in her chest. She crouched beside him, her towel loosening slightly from her chest as she leaned closer. She peeked at it. From this angle, it looked massive. Towering. Like a beast pulsing with heat. The dark head glistened faintly, swollen and shiny. The thick shaft curved slightly, twitching now and then as if it had its own heartbeat. Her nose wrinkled slightly at the musky, masculine scent, raw, earthy, sweaty from last night. But it was oddly exciting. Familiar. The smell of sex. Of passion. Of ether. So, big. She whispered under her breath, eyes wide in awe. Curious, her fingers moved. Just one. Just a light touch. Twitch. She jumped. It moved. The whole shaft jerked with just a brush of her finger. She instantly crouched down behind the bed like a child hiding from a monster. Peeking out, she looked at Ether. Still sleeping. She took a shaky breath. Her fingers trembled as they reached again. She touched it. Twitch. She flinched but didn't hide as she glanced at Ether, who was still sleeping. Sighing, she touched it again, it twitched, again, it twitched. Bigger. Thicker. Harder. Her eyes gleamed with mischief. Hee hee, she giggled softly, watching it react to her touch. It was like a flower reacting every time she brushed it. Except this one didn't fold. It grew. It throbbed. It got hotter. It looks like it's in pain, she thought. The veins. The trembling, tight sac. The hot, purple head that seemed to glisten more and more. It looked like it needed her. Then, in the haze of her horny thoughts, Helena remembered. Nightfire's words. Those perverted whispers. The things she never understood. Until now. I can't just leave him like this, right? She whispered. She swallowed nervously, licking her dry lips. Her whole face was burning, her cheeks as red as roses in bloom. Her throat felt tight, but her fingers curled slowly around the base of his cock, holding it gently, tentatively, like she was holding something sacred and wild. It was hot. Really hot. The thick veins pulsed under her fingertips like a heartbeat. She could feel the weight of it, the strength of it, the raw masculinity pulsing through it. Her pussy twitched. She bit her lip. I can do this. She whispered to herself. It's just, like kissing, right? Just, with the mouth. She leaned forward, her face hovering just above the swollen head. The smell was strong, raw, masculine, faintly salty, thick with the musk of sleep and leftover lust from the night before. It made her dizzy. Ha. She breathed, her breath washing over the tip. It twitched. Her eyes widened. I'm sorry. I'll be gentle. She whispered shyly, lowering her lips to the tip. She gave it her first kiss. A light, soft kiss on the head. Nothing more. Her lips trembled slightly. She pulled back and blinked, surprised by the warmth and smoothness. Her fingers gripped him a little firmer, slowly stroking the base as she kissed the head again, this time letting her lips linger a little longer. She hummed softly. Encouraged by the small reaction, a soft twitch, a throb, she opened her mouth just a little and let her tongue peek out. Her tongue flicked out, brushing the very tip. Aeon. She gasped at the taste. It was strange. Salty. Warm. A little musky. But not bad. Actually, kind of addicting. She licked again. Slower this time. Her tongue swirled clumsily around the swollen crown, tracing the ridge and sliding gently under it. She could taste his desire, still clinging from the night before. She sucked in a quiet breath, her hand now stroking gently as her tongue lapped at him again and again, like a kitten learning how to drink milk for the first time. Her breathing deepened. Why is it getting harder?" she whispered, staring at it in awe as her licks got bolder. The veins swelled more, the shaft visibly pulsing in her grip. And yet Ether was still sleeping, peaceful, unaware of what was happening. She opened her mouth again, wider this time, and wrapped her lips around the head. It barely fit. Her cheeks puffed out slightly as she struggled to take it in, her tongue squirming under the weight of it. "HNN, so big," she mumbled, her voice muffled around the girthy cock. Drool slowly pooled at the corners of her lips as she tried to take a little more. She bobbed her head once. Just barely. Then again. It was hard. Her throat protested. Her jaw stretched. But she didn't stop. She sucked gently, swirling her tongue as she bobbed slowly, carefully. It was awkward. Sloppy. But filled with effort and care. Her free hand moved to his balls, those heavy, trembling sacks full of the same cum that had poured into her all night long. She cupped them delicately, cradling them with gentle affection as she kept sucking, licking, slurping little by little. Ha, ha. Her moans were soft and warm, vibrating around his shaft. She pulled back for a breath, gasping, her mouth glistening with spit, a thin string of saliva connecting her lips to the throbbing cock. I want to make it feel good," she whispered. "I want you to feel good, even if you're not awake." She licked up the shaft, from base to tip, then kissed the head lovingly before trying again. This time she took a bit more. Her mouth stretched wider. Her tongue flattened underneath as she sucked gently, moaning with effort. Her hips squirmed on the bed, her thighs squeezing tight as her own arousal grew hotter, wetter. She moaned again, louder this time. The taste, the heat, the scent, it was driving her crazy. She started to like this, she wasn't sure why. But she wanted to drink him more. Her tongue rolled around the tip as her hand pumped the slick shaft. Slurp. Kiss. Bob. Again. And again. She was learning. Trying. Doing her best. And it was working. Ether groaned in sleep as his jerked his hips, Helena gulped his pre-cum that felt way weird and way tasty, she continued to lick it like asking for more rather than calming him down. His cock twitched hard, throbbing wildly in her mouth. Then it hit. The first pulse was sudden. His cock thickened, jerked once. Then it exploded. MNNH. Helena's eyes flew open as thick, hot cum shot into her mouth, salty, creamy, powerful. Her throat spasmed as she instinctively tried to swallow, but the second shot hit before she could react. She pulled back, her lips slipping off just as the third spurt splashed across her tongue and cheek. The next one hit her nose. Then her chin. Thick white ropes of hot cum painted her face, dripping down her flushed cheeks, leaking down her neck. Her eyes fluttered. So much. So hot. She gasped softly, panting, licking her lips as the last few spurts dribbled out, oozing over her knuckles. Ah, so much. She whispered with dazed wonder, staring at the mess she made. Her face was soaked. Her mouth still tasted of him, salty, warm, intoxicating. Well. I didn't expect this, naughty Saintess, Ether's voice echoed with amused one. Helena, who was licking his cum on her hand, blushed furiously. It's not what you think it is. She screamed as she covered herself with sheet, rolling.